the toothpaste back in the tube after all that goes on.
We'll stuff it right back in that tube because I'm not taking on that. I'm not taking that deal.
Number one. That's the better. I'm taking my guys back, but I don't want to take those guys back in a trade. You just traded these guys. You think they want to be here now?
Well, here's your out. There is no trade. The NBA held it up. So that's your out. Well,
it still went down.
It went down. But you can hide behind the NBA's decision. Hey, we didn't know all of this went down. So now that we do, mulligan. I want a mulligan.
Yeah, but that kind of feels like your girl's on a girl's trip, and then you find out she slept with somebody, and she's like, I was in a different zip code. It's...
Well, no, it's more like Ross and Rachel. We want a break.
That's even better.
We want a break.
Because I clearly feel one way about that.
410-583-1057 is the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on.
So did Ross.
Hey, you want to have a break? We'll have a break.
Yeah, but
break is a break.
These are the things that could happen during a break.
Exactly.
You broke differently.
Orioles in Texas this weekend, followed by headed on to Minnesota and Tampa. This is a big, big road trip, Jeremy.
Yeah.
Big 10-game road trip.
I'm trying to look pitching matchups for this weekend, and this Texas team leaves a lot to be desired offensively. But they got to. I was just going to say they got to be looking at the Orioles, going, "Man, this offense sucks."
Yeah, you got Boz versus Eovaldi tonight. Whew. Yeah, that's going to be a tough one.
Bradish DeGrom on Saturday.
And Sunday you have
Cade and Kumar.
Yeah.
Hope Harold's there too.
Wait a minute. You got Cade?
I got Cade and Kumar.
I have undecided with a silhouette.
Well, that's Cade's nickname.
What is? Yeah. I thought it was Slim.
That too.
He changed it to undecided this year.
Undecided. That would be. What if that was your nickname? What's your nickname? Undecided. That's a wrestler's name.
That's
coming out of the ring from parts unknown. Undecided.
That's my nickname when it's time to figure out what we want for dinner. My wife's like, "What do you want?" I'm undecided.
So let me get this straight. In the relationship between you and your wife, you're the undecided. It's normally the other way around.
No. I can't make decisions, man. She'll say something. The one thing I'll know is what I don't want. All right, let's get, you want to do burgers and fries? No, I don't want that. You want to do Chinese? No, I don't want to do Chinese. And then you go through all the things so you finally go, that sounds okay. Or then you go back to one of the ones you said no to and just get it.
I know for me, normally women can't decide anything unless it is what you should do with your life.
Yes. They definitely have an idea.
They have I don't know. Well, what should I do? Here's what you should do. Even when you don't ask. Unsolicited. They know what you should do. They don't know what they want to do, but they know what you should do. 410-583-1057. That's the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on you. For you. We got a big show for you today. Got Andy Claff joining us at the 8 o'clock hour. Jim Duquette joining us at the 9 o'clock hour. We also have Garrett Downing from BaltimoreRavens.com joining us later on in the show. But on the other side, recap yesterday's miserable offensive game by the Birds right here on the Fan.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan.
Attorney Aaron Snyder here. Injured in an accident? Call Cohen, Snyder, and Eisenberg. 1-800-INJURED. Hi, this is Attorney Aaron Snyder. If you've been injured in an accident, Cohen, Snyder, and Eisenberg is here to help. With over 40 years of experience, we fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call 1-800-INJURED for a free consultation or visit COSECLaw.com. The people's choice.
Coming to Merriweather, it's Thomas Rhett on August 13th, The Fray with Dashboard Confessional on August 14th, and Zach Brown Band on August 15th. Then at the Anthem, it's Co-Wetzel on August 20th. Tickets at impconcerts.com.
Here's Rob Long here with Justin, a recent graduate of the JATC apprenticeship program. Justin, why did you enter the program?
Yeah, I went to college. Working behind a desk just wasn't for me. So I ended up reaching out to the JATC and never looked back.
What was your major in college?
I ended up going towards biology and chemistry, but I couldn't see myself standing behind beakers all day just mixing chemicals.
Wow. So how are you doing now?
I'm doing great. It's just opened up a lot of doors for me.
Will you recommend the JATC to others?
I would recommend this to anybody.
To learn more, go to jatc24.org.
Hi, this is Karen Kaiser with Glen Burnie Transmissions and Jim Jennings Transmissions. For over 60 years, we have offered the best transmission repair options in the Baltimore metro area. Save hundreds of repair dollars with the same warranty versus go to your dealership. The average new vehicle costs over $50,000 today, and we want to help you keep yours on the road when the transmission fails. Email or text us for a price quote. Our websites are gbt-online.com or jjt-online.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Ever notice how the little things add up? A cracked phone screen, a dead car battery, bills creeping higher.
Oh, no.
What if your checking account could actually help with all that? It can. With Elite Checking from NASA Federal, you get smart benefits designed to save you time, money, and stress. Like get your paycheck up to 2 days early for a little breathing room. Cell phone protection to cover unexpected damage, roadside assistance for breakdowns, bill negotiation to help lower your bills, identity theft aid for peace of mind, and you can earn dividends on your balance. If your checking account isn't working hard for you, switch to Elite Checking from NASA Federal. You can do it all right online at nasafcu.com/WJZ. And you don't have to work for NASA to join NASA Federal. NASA Federal Credit Union. Smart. NASA smart. Federally insured by NCUA.
Hi, I'm Justin Holloman from the Holloman Firm. Injured in an accident, lost a loved one? At my firm, the Holloman Firm, you'll get a personal injury lawyer who truly cares. With me, you're more than just a case. So remember to call Justin for justice at the Holloman Firm.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Quiet this morning. No accidents or disabled vehicles anywhere to worry about. 95, no delays to the Fort McHenry Tunnel in either direction. 895 looks good toward the Harbor Tunnel in both directions with no delays. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. Hey, Jeremy.
Yeah.
Sure you don't want food? It's my treat.
Nah, man, I'm good. I told Rob, I got my spaceship in the early afternoon.
Uh-huh.
I went to Maria D's by my house and mealed out.
Maria D's is good, man.
It's so good.
It's a good place.
So I went there and ate, and then I'm watching the Oriole game. And right as the Oriole game's ending, I close my wife laughs at me because I'll fall asleep for anywhere from 15 to 40 minutes. Boom. And I'll wake up, and my beard will be covered in drool, and she'll be like, well, that was quick. I said, it was deep, is what it was. I don't know what the hell happened there, right?
Well, that's not normally the same answer you give to when she says it's quick.
Yeah. No, that's a different answer. Your fault. Way to be too good. No, but like, so yesterday as I'm sitting there, my son gets home and he goes, hey, we doing anything for dinner? And I'm like, all right, I'll order dinner. And then I eat again. And I was telling Rob, I said, I ate so much food yesterday that I'm just in this, like, I don't even want to call it a food coma. I'm just sitting over here, I don't want anything. I usually don't want anything to eat in the morning anyway. But this would be over the top. No.
I went to Sean Boland's last night.
Irish place.
Yeah, good spot, but I'm hungry. Now, hey, Ben, tell Ed if he wants something, my treat.
Oh. It'll still get to him faster if Rob orders it.
Yeah. I don't know what Ed has done on his Uber app, but it takes him 2 hours to get food that takes me 20 minutes to get.
It's like someone's intentionally messing with him. Like he gets in his car and he's got the seatbelt and it's like, And it's like, what the hell is this? Or his shoes are constantly untied. You're like, why do things keep happening? These small things. And then you find out all the big things. You're like, oh, you just have a black cloud, my friend.
Orioles offensively yesterday had a black cloud. They just couldn't get it done. The Angels pitching staff tried to give it to him. They walked him 8 times, including the starter, Ryan Johnson. He had 1 strikeout and 5 walks in 4 2/3 innings. And the Birds could only score 1 run, and that 1 run was a solo home run. What on earth is going on, man?
Yeah, and I know we're going to talk about it later, but approach at the plate seems to be something. Ooh. Now there is something to be said about, because Jackson Holliday did it too, Pete Alonso did it, first pitch swinging coming up.
4-pitch walk, Pete Alonso, first pitch swing.
Well, look at the Jackson Holliday one. The bases are loaded because that guy can't throw a strike. But then in the back of your mind, you played the game, like sometimes they're going to tell you coming up, that guy wants to throw it right down the heart of the plate because he's walked everybody.
But neither one were. You see, here's my pushback to that. We can do this now. Mm-hmm. Here's my pushback to that.
We'll do it again later with Ed.
You're telling me you can't pick up spin. That's what you're telling me, because if it starts off at the heart of the plate, this guy's not throwing strikes. If I'm picking up spin, I'm not swinging at anything sideways. Mm-hmm. Not on the first pitch, because I know it's moving. Now, if I got a natural spin to it, like it's a fastball, then okay, then I'm attacking, I'm ambushing them.
Well, you should be sitting fastball coming in.
Exactly, but these pitches that they're swinging at had side spins. They had different shapes to them. So you don't go up there and swing at that pitch, the first pitch. He just walked the guy on 4 pitches. Then you swing Alonso at the first pitch, and then the next batter, Gunnar, walks on 5 pitches. Mm-hmm. So forget about the one you swung at. He walked 2 batters on 9 pitches, and you swung at the first pitch. I got a problem with that. I don't care that your name is Alonso. Mm-hmm. I don't care. Right now, we're trying to generate some offense, and that's not how you do it.
And then Beavers getting caught. Like we've had a couple of situations where it's like, man, if that just hadn't happened, what type of inning could you have had? Well, I know what we've had. We've had bases loaded, no outs, and we wouldn't have scored a run because that's what we do well. We have another spot too where you're looking at the game going. Now, can I say this? Like, I know it's not the greatest challenge in the world. I know the ball beat him. Was there a chance that Gunnar was safe?
Gunnar was safe.
I don't know that he was, and I don't know that it gets overturned, but I'm sitting there watching it going,
I thought Gunnar was safe.
Did he get his hand in and we didn't even look at it?
I thought it was safe. It's just to me, and unfortunately, I mean, we talk Orioles all the time. I see it so much around baseball, man. And I was talking to some people yesterday, and I'm still going to showcase baseball, man. You don't know how to play the game. All you know is, I see this pitch, I swing. You don't learn game I learned how to play in certain situations because we played games. It wasn't a meat factory. It wasn't a combine all the time. These guys, all they do is combine baseball now. That's all they do. And when you do that all the time, you're not thinking about what to do. This pitcher just threw 4 straight balls. What did I do in American Legion ball? No, you don't. Because all you do is hit against the machine. All you do is hit off a tee. That's all you do.
This is
launch angle.
Speaking of that, this is the 3rd time this week. And granted, I went to the game. I've listened to either interviews or talked to personally former players that have talked about the team. Palmer brought this up, getting rid of all the baseball guys and going fully analytical, which I don't have an issue with as much as some people might, but I still think you need baseball guys around. A lot of the former players, when Brady Anderson was in the Angels dugout, and I'm telling my wife who he is and all about him, and it's like, well, yeah, he was here not that long ago.
You're right. I mean, they got a baseball guy, Brady Anderson, but they're 44-71.
No, I'm not even talking about. I'm saying like former players that were here in the development part of this. Player development, we're using analytics nonstop. Is there something to be said about having former players around when it comes to player development?
Let me ask you this question, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think if you blend the quote-unquote baseball guys with the analytical guys,
it's a great question.
Do you think that's a good marriage?
No.
It's not. That's why they don't do it. So if I'm an analytical GM, then I'm going to go with guys who believe what I believe, my philosophy.
That's the best thing I've heard because I totally agree with that.
Because you know the analytical guys are going to see it their way, the baseball guys, and you're going to have you're going to have a clash. And now what you have is you have parents fighting. Mm-hmm. Nobody wins.
Yeah.
So that's why, in a perfect world, you should be able to do that. But you and I both know that's not going to work.
Yeah. Well, I get it from a former player standpoint, too, when you're looking at it and being involved with the team and having a say-so. But it is a total change in philosophy.
Yeah.
I just laugh at some of these guys, like the former the guys that covered the Orioles. I mean, if you don't know this, but like Ken Rosenthal, Buster Olney, Tim Kirchin was here. Tim Kirchin's great. I feel like he calls it like he sees it. I feel like these other guys have an agenda.
Oh, man. Ken Rosenthal has a huge agenda with the Orioles. I have no clue everything that happened. I heard some things, but anytime he can wave that anti-Oriole flag, he's going to wave it.
Yep.
410-583-1057 is the number. Trippy in Baltimore. What's up, Trippy?
Hey, what's going on, man? I got a bone to pick with y'all, man. I don't know. Hey, Rob, maybe I want to listen to you, right? But you say, I don't care if his last name Alonzo. Well, guess what? I don't care if it's, what's up with your man Gunner, man? You don't never call your man Gunner out. He out there. You talking about he ain't saved all this and that.
Why that look on your face, Jeremy?
Because he's called out Gunner plenty of times.
Thank you. You guys hear what you want to hear, and I'm sick of you guys calling me out and accusing me of being partial. When I've said, no, you talk, let me talk. I told you before the season started that the defense was some trash. I told you that. I told you about Jeremiah. I said Gunnar Henderson right now is not, the power numbers are there, but he's not disciplined at the plate. He's too emotional. I've said that over and over and over again. But you all hear what you want to hear and not what I'm actually saying.
Honestly, I feel like I've called Gunnar out less than Rob has, and I've still called him out. I think he's supposed to be the best player on the team, and he doesn't look like it right now.
That's what I'm saying. He's like he belong on he should play for Emerson High School right now. You know what I mean? But I mean, my bad. I don't get it. You put him on a parlay, he can't even get a hit run RBI. You know what I mean? It's just sad. They move him down. But Gunnar Henderson wasn't a part of the conversation that we were having earlier, Trippy. We were talking about a man. He wasn't part of the no, because I get tired of the nonsense. I get tired of nonsense because the difference between me and other people is this. I say what I got to say, and I'm in the clubhouse. I say what I got to say, and I'm on the plane. I say what I got to say, and I'm in the dugout. All the rest of you bump your gums and act like you're so bad. I don't see you. I never see you. You can get a press pass. I never see some of these guys who used to be on radio now doing podcasts. I don't see you. Apply for a press pass. Because if I criticize him and I have a guy on the air, I'm not going to apologize for criticizing him before and then criticize him again when he's gone off air. That's the difference. So stop trying to call me out. Stop trying to call me out. I say what I got to say, and then I show up. 410-583-1057 is the number.
Spinal.
Seriously, I have one. Liz says they have financial backing to stay in business, but do they? We'll talk about that at 6:45. But on the other side, Buster Olney says Gunnar Henderson.
I can't wait for this.
Not expected to re-sign with the Orioles. You're not behind it?
Well, I mean, it's just the same asshat that comes out with. We'll talk about it, but did you hear that from someone, or is it your speculation because Boris is his agent?
Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan.
Baseball coverage on 105.7 The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Science and Kirk.
Mike Bordick here. I know a little something about a winning team. If you're hurt, call the hometown team of Science and Kirk. Don't let an auto accident take you out of the game. If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. YouHaveALawyer.com.
Powerball is always big fun. Right now, it's really big fun. The Powerball jackpot is estimated at $856 million. That's right, $856 million. Play today at any Maryland lottery retailer, and please play responsibly.
Catholic schools embrace students and families from diverse, religious, ethnic, and economic backgrounds. Rooted in the belief that we are all children of God, our schools foster an inclusive environment. While our schools offer a comprehensive academic curriculum, we embrace a holistic approach that nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Learn more at archbald.org/schools. That's archbald.org/schools.
About 80% of adults will experience low back pain at some point in their lives. I'm Dr. Oren Blom with Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland, a division of CAO. If you're dealing with back pain, neck pain, sciatica, or spinal stenosis, you don't have to just live with it. Every patient is different, so we take the time to understand the source of your pain and recommend the treatment that's right for you. Visit mdbonedocs.com to schedule an appointment today.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Hey, Albert, can you help us plan and budget for a bathroom renovation?
I certainly can. Let me review your finances.
Who are you talking to?
Albert, my AI financial assistant that I can access right in the app. It automates all things finance, moves money, pays bills, creates personalized alerts, finds savings, and so much more.
Your bathroom renovation financial plan is ready. I found cash you can put aside, and to cover the rest, Albert can get you up to $10,000 fast.
Can you find contractors nearby within our budget?
Here's a list of contractors. Would you like help requesting a $10,000 loan for your bathroom renovation?
Yes! Download the Albert app and use promo code FAST to access Genius. Plus, get up to $10,000 for whatever you need. Just download the Albert app right now and use promo code FAST to get up to $10,000. That's promo code FAST.
Will you have enough money for retirement? Will it last? Listen to Andy Palladino in your Financial Hour every Saturday morning from 9 to 10 a.m. for insightful advice.
Using chat to research replacement windows and doors? Forget the prompts. Look up Window Nation. Right now, you can get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 2 years. Get a free quote at windownation.com today. Window Nation, they're the real deal.
Home buyers, they're trying to save every cent they can. So if you're a seller and your air conditioning's busted, or you have to flush a toilet twice every time someone uses the bathroom, it's going to cost you thousands at the negotiating table. That's why you need to work with Lee Tessier. Now, Lee gets it. Those repairs, they're expensive to make, and that's why he's going to help you fix things up before you list your home with no upfront cost. Lee's going to give you the money you need to get your home into its best shape. Now, you're not going to owe a dime for those fixes until after your home sells. It's going to help your home sell for so much more money that the upgrades are going to pay for themselves. Lee guarantees your home's going to sell for top dollar, and if he can't find you a buyer at a price and a deadline you agree to, he's going to buy your home himself. So call the old agent I call. If I had to sell my home, that man's my buddy Lee Tessier. Just give Lee a call, 410-638-9555, or go to leetessier.com. And when you call Lee, you start packing.
If you're selling your home, don't make it hard. Just call Lee Tessier.
The Summer Sell-a-thon is happening now at Bob Bell Nissan. Choose from 4 great Nissan models priced under $30,000 ready to drive home today. Credit challenges? We say yes. Your best drive starts this summer. Visit BobBellNissan.com or call 410-288-2500 today.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie and the Final Drive. Live on YouTube, Monday through Friday, 6 till 6. Search 105.7 The Fan, Baltimore. And never miss a moment of coverage on the teams you love. From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center. Sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Looks good around the Beltway with no delays. 95, no delays to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 895 looking good in both directions toward the Harbor Tunnel with no delays. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
Looking to end the series with a sweep, the Orioles instead stumbled in the finale against the Angels. They couldn't take advantage of Ryan Johnson, who came into the game with an ERA above 7. The right-hander held Baltimore to 1 run on 3 hits over 4 2/3 innings, working around 5 walks while striking out just 1. Manager Craig Albertaz spoke when the Bird struggles at the plate.
He did a great job of making him work. That quality was great. I mean, like you alluded to, 8 walks, hit by pitch. We just couldn't get that big hit that we needed.
Despite the loss, the O's remain just 1 game out of the final American League wildcard spot. They'll have the opportunity to gain ground this weekend with a crucial series against the Rangers in Texas. Shane Baz and Nathan Eovaldi are the probable starters for the series opener tonight. You can hear all your pregame coverage on The Fan with BBT, sponsored by Jerry's Home Services, with Tim Barbalace and Ryan Ripken starting at 6. First pitch from Globe Life Field is set for 8:15. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-80s with partly cloudy skies. Tomorrow is expected showers and a high of 89. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Life Med Institute. Guys, regain confidence and performance in the bedroom with GainsWave therapy at Life Med Institute. GainsWave is a revolutionary non-invasive ED treatment. Call 410-575-1200 or go to lifemedinstitute.com to find out more. I'm Ben Hall, O's, Terps, and your home for the most Ravens training camp coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
.632 in the AM, Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan. So Buster Olney reports that Gunnar Henderson will not re-sign with the team. He says, I'm going to give you exactly what he says. Gunnar is not expected to re-sign with the Orioles per Olney, Buster at ESPN. And quote, Gunnar Henderson is represented by Scott Boras. He's not going to re-sign there in all likelihood. Now, in all likelihood, you had a question that was my number one question. Did you hear this from either Boras or Gunnar? Because nowhere in his report does he say he heard it from a source. It's just kind of speculative, in my opinion.
I mean, yeah, he's not going to sign, the Orioles will not sign a Scott Boras client, just like they did in the offseason when they signed Pete Alonso. And now, understanding that this is going to be even more money, like when you come down to it and you start looking at the type of contract it's going to be. Mm-hmm. But here we are with this same old stuff. It's just the pile-on thing. It feels like we've got Lamar on one side, which that one explains itself. The Orioles stuff, yeah, they deserve a ton of grief for how things have gone. But this stuff that keeps getting pointed out, Buster Olney literally said on a podcast, the Orioles fleeced the Red Sox, but they traded away their one of one, the face of the franchise. And then I went, I love Adley. So
he's not
I don't
the face of the franchise.
What, has he been the face of the franchise for the past 2 years? Because, again, the same people that are screaming about trading him were the ones that wanted him traded for a bag of balls last year. Let's just go with Basayo. We got him. Adley stinks. Move him. That's the same people saying Gunnar stinks this year. So let's say they end up trading Gunnar in a year or two or whatever they have to do. The people are going to come back and say the same thing. Now, what the Orioles did, both times this has happened, Buster Olney has killed them at the trade deadline for selling when they were, quote unquote, within striking distance. The other time is when they traded away a bunch of expiring contracts to go reload the farm system when it was clear they weren't going anywhere. And it's funny to me, like how these guys, these former guys that covered, they wrote for the Baltimore Sun, they were here. I don't know where their connections are, who they're talking to, because a lot of we just talked about it. Mike Elias brought in a lot of his own people. So who are you getting your information from? Who are you connected to now that's still there? Like, I just get tired of the bus. Like Tim Kirchin, when he talks about the thing, I think he's fair. He's critical. He praises them at times. Buster Olney has an axe to grind with this team, and he constantly does it. There's plenty of people that have an axe to grind.
If I'm Gunnar, though, I'm not negotiating right now. I'm batting .218, OPS of .690. I mean, what am I worth right now? I mean, I'm coming off a year where I only hit 17 home runs. Now, the speculation was the shoulder injury that he had kind of sapped his power a little bit. But even if I only have 18 home runs right now, but I'm batting .250, my OPS is .750. Okay, I'm worth something now. But right now, Gunnar has nothing to negotiate on, so I don't expect there to be any kind of extension talk right now.
And I don't think that it's the case, but how many times have we seen players that were labeled as this is the next big thing, and it flames out because of injury, poor play, off-the-field stuff? I'm not saying Gunnar's involved in all those. He's had some injuries. Nothing significant where he's missed a lot of time, but he's had injuries that I think have lingered with him, and he plays through stuff. He's an everyday guy.
Gunnar's problem is Gunnar. Now, I'll give you the same things that make you laugh, make you cry. When Gunnar had that triple last Friday, and the emotions sent chills in your body, am I right? Well, that's the same type of emotions that he shows when he doesn't do well. That's Gunnar's problem. Gunnar's too hot and cold. Gunnar can't live in the middle.
You can't say that. You're being critical.
That's his Gunner's biggest issue is Gunnar Henderson. He has to learn somehow to live in the middle. When I'm not hitting well, I'm gonna get to the ballpark early. When I'm not hitting well, I'm gonna get there even earlier. Okay, come on, we decompressing.
Yeah,
we decompressing, and I've said it before. That's Gunnar Henderson's biggest problem. Is Gunnar Henderson.
You think he's a guy that just needs to have a day and flush everything and just come back?
Yes.
And it's easier said than
pick
done.
a hobby. Do something, man.
Go put some Legos together.
That's his. Some guys. You ever been around a person that just wants it too much? Mm-hmm. My opinion, that's Gunnar. You want it, and I want you to want it, but you want it too much.
I'll tell you about somebody here that worked here that was that way.
That's, used to hear Mike Flanagan, Jim Palmer. I never heard Mike Flanagan say it, but Jim Palmer tells the story. Mike Flanagan said, try easier. Don't try so hard. Try easier. I think that's what he needs to do sometimes.
Well, doesn't that make sense when you think about how many times have we seen a pitcher? I was asking the question, does Grayson hit triple digits against the Orioles in the first inning? And I don't know if his arm is at that point where he can still do that consistently, but we've seen him do that in games like when he would go to Texas and pitch against either Houston or the Rangers because going back, and then you'd see him amped up in the first inning like, damn, what did he throw? I think baseball players get in that same mode too. And I know, again, we're going to talk about it, the approach at the plate at times. It's frustrating, even to the point that you and Ed were talking about Gunnar getting picked off twice in a game.
Yeah.
I feel like sometimes he feels like, and fans feel this way, that he has to be the one to get it done every night.
I think he feels that way. Pete Alonso, we talked about him earlier. He puts in a lot of work, but he has a very laid back approach. When he gets to the ballpark, it's a very laid back approach. It's still hard work, but it's a different type of approach to the work.
Can I go back to the Gunnar not signing thing because of Boris? I just want to double check this. Do we have new ownership?
Yeah.
Okay, then shut up. How do you know? It's not the same thing. It's clearly not the same. I'm just sitting here looking at it going, why do people keep saying, we can't sign Scott Boras agents? We know how he wants to work. And I think the likelihood if you go to free agency with him is that he's going to try to drive up the price. That's just the business of Scott Boras. But that doesn't mean he's not signing here. Maybe he doesn't sign here. You keep doing the same things and people will be upset if they get to that point after this impending lockout that's going to happen, but we don't know for how long, but it is happening. Where are we at? What do they agree to in the collective bargaining agreement? Is it a service year or not? Where are we closer to the end of that contract? There's going to be a lot of things that come down, but all this speculation that people have of what's going to happen. When is he a free agent? 2029?
2029. Here are the Orioles' top salaries. This is payroll 2024. Top salaries was Corbin Burns, $15.6. Then James McCann, 12.1. Then Santander, 11.7. And then Zach Eflin, 11. That was it. After that, $6.3 million for Cedric Mullins. Mm-hmm. Orioles' top salaries this year, $21 million, Pete Alonso. 16.5, Tyler O'Neill. Then you got Kittredge right around 10. You got Gunnar at 9. You have Trevor.
You have Bassett up there? Didn't he get $18 million?
Bassett?
I thought he got $18 million for one season.
Why is he's not? You know what? This is active salaries. You're right. Thank you very much. Bassett, 18.5. Helsley, $14 million.
Yeah.
Eflin, $8 million. So I'm glad you said that because the inactive salaries aren't even on here because I should say the injured salaries.
Yeah.
They're still active. But this is what you have on the salary. You have $21 million. You go down, you got $18 million. You have 16.5. You have 14. There's a difference.
But they're
spending more money.
They're also not all 1 and 2 year deals. Some of those are. But when you think about, nobody thought they were going to sign
Alonso's not.
Yeah.
O'Neill has another year left on.
That's the one they'd like to get rid of. At least he's playing better now.
But think about this, Jeremy. He is not panned out, but they swung.
Mm-hmm.
They took a swing. hoping that he would be the guy that he was in Boston. He hadn't panned out.
Yeah.
But when you're spending money, you're going to have to accept the fact that, man, every now and then it's not going to work out for you.
Rob, and here's the other part where it's the revisionist memory. When I would talk about people, they'd mention a trade or a draft and say that, the Ravens, you see who they drafted? It was terrible. And then I go back to that draft. Don't give me the guys you can see that are Pro Bowl players in the 3rd and 4th round because they weren't drafting them in the 1st. And let's talk about it and see who's around it. Were there other Pro Bowl players around that guy that was drafted? The same thing can be said about baseball when people are talking about, well, you should have gone out and got this guy. Remember, Santander got a $100 million contract. Tyler O'Neill got a $40 million contract. They both stink.
Both regrets.
Yes, both regrets. But I'd rather have
regret.
the $40 million regret than the $100 million.
Yeah, both are regrets right now. 410-583-1057 is the number. Rashad Bateman, Jeremy, says he's being used differently. We'll talk about that at 7 o'clock. But on the other side, Live Golf says they have financial backing to stay in business. But do they? Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
Hey, it's Featured Artist Friday. Little White Snake coming your way. Going to be talking about those Orioles. Vinny's back in studio. Going to break down training camp with him and Jonas Schaefer from the Baltimore Banner. 8 days away from the preseason opener against the Eagles. And we'll talk everything else happening in our sports weekend.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
I have no idea how Carson Beck's NFL career is going to go. But if nothing else, we at least have the 2026 Hall of Fame game. Carson Beck did the unthinkable. He made what is categorically the worst game of the NFL season watchable. He was throwing the ball down the field, all over the field. It was beautiful. Let's start a quarterback competition in Arizona. It'll at least make the Cardinals interesting on that day.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot, 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 and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh, yeah.
And we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Free at every AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Traffic is brought to you by the Holloman Firm, the law firm where you matter.
Hi, I'm Justin Holloman from the Holloman Firm. Injured in an accident, lost a loved one? At my firm, the Holloman Firm, you'll get a personal injury lawyer who truly cares. With me, you're more than just a case. So remember to call Justin for justice at the Holloman Firm.
H&K Group Incorporated.
Calling all heavy equipment operators and pipe laborers. Start your new career with H&K Group Incorporated. HTI Contractors Division of H&K Group wants to offer you the opportunity to be part of the industry leader. Visit hkgroup.com and apply today. H&K is an equal opportunity employer.
The burrito is fire.
Hi, this is Maya.
And I'm Antonio. And the little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A hash brown scrambled burrito
is that it fuels our morning.
It's the full package.
You have the chicken, you have the eggs, and then you add these hash browns for a nice little crunch.
The chicken's always nice. It's crispy, it's juicy. And the cheeses, they melt together in a beautiful way.
And it gives me energy. It's perfect.
Order the Chick-fil-A hash brown scrambled burrito and Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What do parents think of back to school at Staples, where supplies start at just 25 cents?
Staples has the latest laptops with up to 40% savings.
I may hug the cashier.
So embarrassing.
It's the most wonderful time of the year.
It's a wonderful time at Staples with up to 40% off select tech. Staples.
That was easy.
Visit Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
A hot and humid day on Thursday. Some storms possible on Friday and Saturday. Temps in the low 90s through the weekend.
Weather brought to you by Staples. It's the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech and more at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
And we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Free at every AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Own your next move by training at Lincoln Tech's Columbia campus. Gain hands-on skills and prepare for a rewarding career. Don't just imagine a better future, start building it. Visit lincolntech.edu today to schedule a campus tour.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
I-97 northbound at Dorsey Road. There's a disabled vehicle. It's on the right side there. Looks good everywhere else. There are no delays around the Beltway. 95, no delays to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 895, no problem in either direction toward the Harbor Tunnel. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Sorry, I was distracted by Brandon Scott's Facebook post. What a world, what a world.
Yeah.
What a world, what a world. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. Liv says that they have, in fact, their CEO, Scott O'Neill, says that they have financial funding from an outside investor that will keep the circuit alive beyond this season. O'Neill also made the announcement on Wednesday at the Trump National Golf Club in New Jersey. O'Neill didn't identify the investor or how much money will be injected into the league. Now, this is the problem I have, Jeremy. We have an investor who, I can't tell you. How much money? Well, I can't tell you.
Well, isn't that Saudi Arabian money over there going into this? Isn't that what started all this?
Yeah.
Like, there's a lot of that money over there. I don't know why they would need an extra investor if they just print money. You know what this feels like? It feels like the incredibly wealthy that we have overseas. Some of the sheiks and different things we have. It's like the dude that goes. The guy that starts playing paintball and then he gets tired of paintball and then he starts, I'm going to use remote control cars. Now I'm tired of that. Now I'm going to make all these gigantic, they start all these different hobbies. It feels like Live Golf was a hobby to those guys.
Yeah, they did because the Saudi Arabia's Public Investment Fund announced in April that they're no longer funding it.
That's what I'm saying.
So now they're seeking $250 to $300 million to stay alive.
But it feels like this. We'll see if the Saudi Arabian and all the money that's over there in the Middle East, they're doing stuff with UFC. Are we going to stop seeing UFC in Dubai and other places? Do they get tired of it, or is the money coming in? It's like
Like getting a toy car, you don't want anymore?
What's what I'm saying? It feels like the person that keeps trying different things.
Right.
Like, oh, this is so cool. And then you burn out from it. And it's like, I don't want to do this anymore.
Now, let me ask you this. Regardless of whether Liv stays around, was Liv good for professional golf?
I think it got a lot of things. I think we started talking about a lot more things. So, yeah, I would say there was a benefit. It was scary at first because you didn't know if it was just going to take over. We did find out about a lot of players. And I can't even fault some of them. Would you go take the money? Some of those guys got life-changing money, but guys like Tiger Woods turned it down. Like, I ain't going over for that.
I think it was good for golf in that it kind of revealed how some of these guys weren't making money. It kind of made some guaranteed money all of a sudden for the PGA open up. Wait a minute, why are you giving us guaranteed money now? It was always there. Mm-hmm. I think the Live Golf in some aspect exactly pulled their pants down a little bit. Even if they don't go, even if they're not, if they don't hang around, I think they serve their purpose.
Yeah.
Because they made it better. They made life better for a lot of golfers who decided to stay with the PGA.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of interesting, too, to hear some of the guys going, oh, I'd never play there. And then all of a sudden, a year later, it's like, well, they offered me this. I had to take it, you know? So, and again, I'm not the biggest golf fan. We've talked about this. We always talk about the majors. I follow it from a fantasy perspective and do different things. But I'm not the one that's sitting there watching it every weekend. So I don't know what it meant to be. Interesting to hear some guy that watches golf every weekend, and all of a sudden now you turn it on and you're like, oh, wait a minute. We got an NFL and an AFL. We've got to live. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like some of the best players that should be in this league are over there now. So
I'll give you one. You got an NFL and USFL.
USFL was a better example. Yeah.
Let's go out right now down to Sarasota. Get out, man. Ed Norris. Ed, in your opinion, my friend, did it serve a good purpose for professional golf?
I don't know if it was good purpose. I mean, I don't think it impacted it terribly. It was just them throwing their money around again. I mean, some guys went, they still played in the majors. I don't know. I don't know.
I thought it served a good purpose because it revealed that the PGA had more money to give its golfers and start after that giving more money to its golfers, more guaranteed money to its golfers. I think, to me, that's the best purpose that it served. If they go away after this year, I'll say that's the purpose that they serve.
Yeah, it would be. And I don't blame the players at all. I mean, it's work. You make as much money as you can, whatever your business is. And if people resent them because they make a fortune playing a game, that's, don't watch. I totally get it.
Do you find are you suspicious of the fact that they say they have financial funding moving forward for the next 5 years, but they won't reveal who the funding is coming from and how much it is?
Yeah, because, my fear is it's going to be a country of interest.
Okay.
That is not friendly to the United States. That's the only thing that really kind of makes me a little suspicious.
Because, Jerry, if you were giving it, they said how much they needed. If you were giving that kind of money, wouldn't you want people to know that you were giving that money?
Yeah, unless I was... what's the right word? Infamous? Like, unless there was something else going on there. I mean, we already talked about the money that Liv was getting initially.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, it's like, yeah, we're not giving you that money anymore. And now you got to find someone else. But the fact that you're not telling me who it is leads me to believe it's somebody you don't want people to know who it is.
Jamison Hensley says he's seen a lot of the most hands-on coaching that he's seen out there, one winning drive. We will talk about that at 7:15. But on the other side, Rashad Bateman says he's being used differently. Will this impact his productivity? Baltimore's big bad morning show on The Fan.
If you're thinking about it
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan.
Rolled your ankle playing pickleball? Pulled a muscle on the golf course? Feeling that shoulder after a weekend workout? Skip the long wait at the ER or urgent care and go straight to the orthopedic experts. Ortho Maryland has walk-in care in 5 locations throughout Baltimore and Harford counties. The newest location in Reisterstown now offers convenient day and evening walk-in care, on-site x-rays, DME, and physical therapy. Visit orthomaryland.net for hours and locations.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Does it feel like it's time to refresh and renovate your home? Jerry's Home Services is the only company to call in Maryland for all your home improvement needs. Specializing in siding and roofing, along with kitchens and baths, Jerry's is your all-in-one stop. Don't put off the renovations needed to make your home feel new again. Just ask Jerry's. Call the family-owned and operated company with over 40 years of experience and make your home a Jerry's home. For a free estimate, call 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com today.
Ever notice how the little things add up? A cracked phone screen, a dead car battery, bills creeping higher.
Oh, no.
What if your checking account could actually help with all that? It can. With Elite Checking from NASA Federal, you get smart benefits designed to save you time, money, and stress. Like get your paycheck up to 2 days early for a little breathing room. Cell phone protection to cover unexpected damage, roadside assistance for breakdowns, bill negotiation to help lower your bills, identity theft aid for peace of mind, and you can earn dividends on your balance. If your checking account isn't working hard for you, switch to Elite Checking from NASA Federal. You can do it all right online at nasafcu.com/WJZ. And you don't have to work for NASA to join NASA Federal. NASA Federal Credit Union. Smart. NASA smart. Federally insured by NCUA.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
I'm Eric Sobel. After an accident, you need someone in your corner, and I'm there for you. At Ace Law, you're more than just a case number. We're with you every step of the way, and we'll take care of everything while you focus on your recovery. Call 8888 Ace Law and come up Aces.
1057 The Fan is a proud media partner of CFG Bank Arena. Visit cfgbankarena.com for a list of upcoming events.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 1057 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuide.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
With Declan Doyle installing his new offense in Baltimore, the Ravens are hoping to get Rashad Bateman back to the player he was in 2024 when he caught 45 passes for 756 yards and 9 touchdowns. Bateman's production will be a key factor in a bounce-back season from the offense. He spoke on if he feels energized by the new offensive system.
I would say so. As a receiver, you want somebody to believe in. You want somebody, to see your, ability. And I think, Declan is doing a good job of, moving all of us around, not just myself. Zay's been moving on a lot. Y'all see Jacoby Lane out there making plays, Tez Walker. I think there's a lot in store for a lot of guys, this season.
The Ravens will be off today and return to the practice field Saturday at 11 a.m. Shifting to the O's, they'll head to Texas for an important 3-game series with the Rangers over the weekend. Baltimore will start Shane Baz in the series opener tonight, while Nathan Eovaldi gets for Texas. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-80s with partly cloudy skies. Tomorrow is expected showers and a high of 89. I'm Ben Hall, O's, Terps, and your home for the most Ravens training camp coverage. We are 1057 The Fan.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
I feel like the details of it, and like I said, I moved around. Moved around a lot. I'm in the slot, outside, and I think that's a blessing for me. I appreciate him for, doing that. So I get to show my talent, more and more.
That's Rashad Bateman. He says they're using him differently. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. Ed Norris, Rob Long, Jeremy Kahn. Last year, Bateman had the second fewest targets of his career. It's 2022, he only had 28 targets. He only played 6 games that year. He was injured. Last year, he had 38 targets. 38. 19 receptions, 224 yards, 2 touchdowns. I hope they're using him differently, Ed. I hope they're using him because I want Rashad Bateman to shut a lot of people up in Baltimore because I think he's much more talented than people give him credit for.
Yeah, it's been a curiosity since he's been here why he hasn't been targeted more. I agree with that. I'd like to see them use him. He's on the roster. He's a Raven, so why are we not using him? And they can't do it alone. I'm just curious. And the speculation was always that Lamar didn't get along with him.
Yeah, you got to grow up.
If that's true.
Yeah, you got to grow up, man. In 2024, Jeremy, he had 72 targets. He caught 45 passes for 754 yards and 9 touchdowns. I think that's more Rashad Bateman, to be honest.
Yeah, and I was reading something, too. I like the idea of talking about how much you're going to use him in the slot. Maybe it was Warren Sharp or one of the other analytical guys. Here it was. It was Matt Harmon said, there have been 180 wide receivers that run 500-plus routes since 2021. When Bateman entered the league, he has lined up in the slot on just 10.3% of his snaps, the third lowest of all those receivers in that span. Wow. He has consistently taken 80% more of his snaps lined up on ball the last 3 seasons in game. Say whatever else you want, he's objectively played in one of the most static roles in the NFL, and it's one that's really never made sense relative to his talent and what his role should be.
And Ed, that's what I've always accused the Ravens of, not knowing how to or not wanting to use the man. I think Rashad is more of a victim of the Ravens' offensive philosophy than he is a problem.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And that's why I think this is a good change. I mean, I like John Harbaugh and for years, but I think the change is good because now you get a fresh lens looking at everybody. And sometimes it's good when you have somebody come in from the outside because you get an objective look at who you have. And it's the same in every business. I know sometimes, people were critical when I took over the BPD because of the NYPD. Like, oh, he's an outsider. Well, absolutely true. But you know what I didn't have? All these prejudices from, being in the same department for 20-something years, biases and grudges and all that. And I tried to find the smartest people I had, and I think I did. I think it's a good thing sometimes.
By the way, Trippy said, make sure you say his name when you're talking about people that trash Rashad Bateman. I said you should have called him there in a segment.
Yeah, as soon as you mentioned Bateman, I was like, oh, Trippy's going to call. He is the first person that comes to mind.
He called earlier.
Bateman gets a lot of criticism, though, in this town.
He does. Not just
former first-round draft pick. He should do this more. He should do that more. And I'm glad that article statistically, analytically pointed out why he's not getting things done. When you are in the same predictable role, you become easy to cover. You become easy to defend.
Well, you know exactly what you're going to do. And then now it's not just about easy to defend, but it makes it easier to defend all the other guys because I know what I have to throw his way. I know what types of look he gets. And the other thing that I don't remember if it was the season Lamar won the MVP or the season where he should have won the MVP. But at one point in time, the Ravens had 2 of the top 5 wide receivers in separation. And Zay Flowers and Rashad Bateman. And you would look at his numbers going, how is he creating so much separation and not getting the ball?
Yeah.
I don't know.
2024, that's when he had 72 targets and 45 receptions. He had 17 yards. He had 17 yards a catch. So how does a man have 19 yards a catch and 17 yards a catch, and the other times he's 11 and a half? I mean, you can't be that different for a man in his first 5 years of his career. He's not getting older in terms of where his age is a problem. He's 27 years old this year. Age is not a problem for him. They have to use him differently. I think the offense in years past has been as good as the talent. I'm hoping now you have an offense that can complement your talent, get the most out of your talent. because we haven't seen that in quite some time. 410-583-1057. George in Pasadena. What's up, George?
Morning, guys.
Morning.
I was just saying about Bateman, like, any of our receivers are going to take a back seat or should take a back seat to Henry. So their targets are going to be low. You got Andrews, who takes up a lot of the target share. Zay signed a big deal. He's going to get a lot more targets as he should. I just see Bateman as a great fourth option.
Did Henry have a great year in 2024?
No, but our line was terrible.
No, did Henry have a great year? He had a great year in 2024.
He had an okay year.
Not last year, 2024. He had a great year. He was.
Oh, yes.
It was him and Barkley.
So why did Henry have a great year in 2024 and Bateman still had 72 targets, but only had 38 last year? Henry's not Bateman's problem. Henry had a remarkable year in 2024, and Bateman had a career high in targets.
Henry's nobody's problem, but the opposing defense.
You know what I'm saying? That's that. I don't buy into that.
I mean, you can still be a run-first offense. It's all about the targets are going somewhere.
Exactly.
And now Isaiah Likely's gone. Jacoby Lane is in. You're going to run more 3 wide receiver sets. You're going to see different types of personnel where maybe, I don't know how much 12 we're going to see out there and them using 2 tight ends. But if they do, I think Smythe's going to be in blocking most of the time. So I'm interested to see how this whole thing looks. But Bateman, sitting here talking about the running game, I don't think that necessarily takes away from a wide receiver until we talk about Zay in the red zone, and that's where Derrick Henry would then eat into some of those opportunities, and Mark Andrews would eat into those opportunities.
In 2024, Derrick Henry had 325 attempts for 1,900 yards. That same year, Rashad Bateman had a career high in targets. That's not going to take away from, if there's something else going on where he is lost in the offense. It's not Henry. It's something else going on, man. I mean, if you look at last year, everybody's numbers were down. I think the only person that prospered last year in terms of receivers was Zay Flowers, Ed. He's the only one that had a good year as far as receivers.
Yeah, he was. I mean, and it's a difficult situation to analyze only because the Ravens, I mean, last season, they led the league in percentage of rushing plays at 52%. Most teams are 40 to 45%. So it's still, the number one is a run-heavy offense. So you're going to have reduced numbers of attempts via the air. And then you got to distribute them among, Zay and the tight ends and then Bateman and everybody else. So it's a little misleading when you're talking about the Ravens.
Do you know what their percentage was in 2024?
I don't.
Yeah. I would love to know that. See if it's similar. Because if it's similar, then again, that still doesn't answer the question how Bateman disappeared from one year to the other.
Well, look,
they ran the ball more in 24.
Yeah,
54%,
and he had more targets than a year in which they ran the ball more.
The same thing. I'm not saying these are the same players on different sides of the ball, but the way that Jesse Minter changed around Odafe Owe's career, I'm wondering if Declan Doyle can come in. And not saying that Rashad Bateman becomes a Pro Bowler or all of a sudden you have two number ones, but do we see more production out of him in a Declan Doyle offense? Because he has talent. I mean, he's fast. He's big body. Do we see that?
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Why can't you have 2 number ones?
I just don't know if he's a number one.
Okay. Let's go to Kevin in Ellicott City. What's up, Kevin?
What's good, fellas? Good morning.
Plus, they would need to have 3 number ones because Jacoby Lane apparently is the best receiver in football history. Anyway, sorry.
Everybody on our team number one, Jeremy.
Yeah.
We got all number ones. I think with the, depending on what they do with the tight ends, we got a couple new guys there. Maybe they're a little bit more for blocking schemes or whatever, but they'll get the ball too. I think, I'm not sure if Bateman's production goes up, but I think the plays that he'll make will probably be bangers because of Declan Doyle and kind of referencing back to what he did with Chicago and some of their playmakers. But one thing I do like for Bateman is he's going to have to play his ass off because we got other guys that we can throw the ball to. So it should be a good season now. We'll see what happens with them.
Thanks a lot, man.
We've seen this happen before with wide receivers, and a lot of times it's veterans towards the end of their career. But we've watched, the slot receiver used to be the small, fast guy, the quick twitch guy. But we watched Larry Fitzgerald work out of it. Anquan Bolden work out of it. Keenan Allen was a guy that would work out of it. We've seen older receivers, and I'm not saying Bateman's older, or even big body receivers go in, and now you match up better with a slot cornerback with size. Yeah, maybe he's faster, but if we put the ball up, you're going to be able to make plays.
The Ravens. What's interesting, too, is Doyle, when he was at Chicago, the one year was the OC, he had the exact opposite split. The 54% of the plays were passing plays, and the 46 were rushing.
He helped get Caleb Williams rated higher than Lamar.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The Baltimore Ravens threw the ball 422 times last year, and only 38 times the guy that started 12 games. That's a problem.
Yeah.
How many times? 442?
422 times. 422 pass attempts, and you throw the ball 38 times to a man that started 12 games. That's a problem.
Well, just for contrast, the Bears had 574 passing attempts.
Yep. I hope somebody makes the Doyle Rules T-shirt, like the little play on Billy Madison. If things are going well with the offense, I'd like to have one of those because appreciate him. While I'm going to say the same thing about Declan Doyle. If this works out the way I think it's going to, you're going to say goodbye to him pretty quickly.
World is Stupid with Jeremy Kahn at 7:30, but on the other side, Jamison Hensley says he's seeing the most hands-on coaching he's seen out there one winning drive.
I seen it.
Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
Hey, it's Featured Artist Friday. Little White Snake coming your way. Going to be talking about those Orioles. Vinny's back in studio. Going to break down training camp with him and Jonas Schaefer from the Baltimore Banner. 8 days away from the preseason opener against the Eagles. And we'll talk everything else happening in our sports weekend.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Scions and Kirk.
Mike Bordick here. I know a little something about a winning team. If you're hurt, call the hometown team of Scions and Kirk. Don't let an auto accident take you out of the game. If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. YouHaveALawyer.com.
H&K Group Incorporated.
Calling all heavy equipment operators and pipe laborers. Start your new career with H&K Group Incorporated. HTI Contractors Division of H&K Group wants to offer you the opportunity to be part of the industry leader. Visit hkgroup.com and apply today. H&K is an equal opportunity employer.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
You're no stranger to working hard or to succeeding. You've raised your hand, jumped in, powered through, and stood out. And you're not about to stop. At University of Maryland Global Campus, you'll get the skills-based education to move your career forward. Going back for your degree, boosting your career goals, or making a full 180? Our more than 100 degrees and certificates will equip you with skills that today's employers are seeking. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science, or build your skills in leadership, communication, and critical thinking. Affordable, online, and accredited education that fits your life, so you can succeed again. At UMGC, success is yours for the taking and the making, and nothing should keep you from it, especially not an application fee. Apply now and we'll waive your application fee. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Here's the deal. The government is over $38 trillion in debt, which means the IRS isn't slowing down. And the tax code is complex and unforgiving. So it's not surprising if you're one of the millions of Americans that owe back taxes to the IRS. Unfortunately, they're the world's most powerful collection agency, with the ability to garnish your wages, seize your bank accounts, and even take your home or business. But don't be stressed or worried any longer. We're Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. We have resolved over $3 billion in tax debt for our clients. Our award-winning professionals deal with the IRS every single day, protecting our clients and preparing them for the best possible resolution. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, give Optima a call today.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I'm personal injury attorney Justin Holloman. When an accident or injustice turns your life upside down, you need a strong voice on your side who truly cares. A law firm where you're more than just a case. Call my firm, The Holloman Firm. TheHollomanFirm.com.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan. From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center. Sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Just one slow spot, 95 southbound slows briefly as you head toward the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 895 looking good both directions toward the Harbor Tunnel with no delays. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Shoulder lean is about right. Jameson Hensley said these coaches are leaning in. He's seeing more hands-on coaching than he's seen at Ravens camp. Secondary coaches doing their jobs. Guys are leaning in a little bit more. How do you take that, Jeremy, the fact that you're seeing more hands-on coaching by the Baltimore Ravens coaching staff?
Different philosophy, obviously, but like knowing how things finished up here in Baltimore and how I felt about how things were run before, I love this. Everything I'm hearing, I love. And again, it doesn't necessarily mean this equals success.
Yeah.
But I'd rather bet on this, that guys are being more involved in talking to players. Now, you can overanalyze, right, and do too much and start overthinking everything, but I don't think that's what's going on. I think they're actually simplifying it and just letting you know how they're simplifying it.
Ed, don't you almost have to be a little bit more hands-on when you're introducing a new system?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, sure you do. Look, this is talking about a different lens, for everybody. It's for the players as well, mostly for the players. I mean, everything's different now, I'm assuming. I mean, we heard from, Ken and Ben and people who actually have been to training camp saying the pace of practice is different, and more hands-on and all. But if you're going to change your entire philosophy, and just looking at the stats I just threw out, you got a guy coming from, the Chicago Bears that had, a pass-heavy offense. So, 54% time was passing as opposed to the Ravens who do the complete opposite. Yeah, it's going to be different. And I'm assuming not just the ratio is going to be different. It's going to be the type of plays you run. I think the abandonment of a fullback is going to be different for this team. You've relied on a run-heavy game with a, Hall of Fame monster running back with a gigantic fullback running interference for him. You don't have that anymore. I think we're going to see a totally different team.
410-583-1057. That's the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. Jameson Hensley saying that to me, Jeremy, means a lot because he's a guy that's been here through, 3 regimes now? Coaching regimes?
He's seen a lot.
So him saying that means a lot to me, and I love the hands-on approach because, it seems like the coaches are more invested when they're hands-on, in my opinion.
I mean, I'm biased. Like, I'll say this much because it wasn't like John Harbaugh wasn't hands-on. I remember when he first got here, he had that yellow cap on running with the special teams, right? Running up and down the field. And I'm not saying you got to get involved with the plays that are going on, but I would assume you as a coach, if you see something you don't like or if they're not running it the right way, you're going to go in there and show them visually how you want it done.
Jeremy, it's funny you're saying that. I was at camp one year. I saw Harbaugh's special teams part of practice. He ran onto the field and grabbed 2 of the players and physically moved them. Not like a jerk, just grabbed them and said, no, here. And he took them and just moved them into position. So, yeah, he was hands-on with stuff he was really.
And I bet Harbaugh's hands-on right now in New York.
Yeah.
It's a new phase that you're going through.
Yeah. And that's what I was asking Ed. You almost have to be this way. They may not be. Let's say Lamar's still around in 3 years and you still have Bateman, you still have Zay. Maybe they don't have to be as hands-on with those guys then because you're in year number 3. But right now, sometimes you have to show people what you want them to do in order for them to get it done.
Ed, in the Revolutionary War, when you were there, did they have to show everybody how to set up in line when they were in the firing squads and all that stuff? No?
They did. And I would wear a red jacket just so I'd blend in with the Brits because I didn't want to get hurt.
By the way, you weren't here for this. Ed sent me this great video of the 10 toughest fighters of all time. And Literally, he said, I told him my favorite fighter who died in like 1910. And Ed said, I used to take my bicycle to go see him. And I sent him the picture of the bicycle with the giant wheel and the little wheel. Right. And I said, oh, man, here it is. He just goes along with it. Everybody's called him so old for so long. Here I am making fun of him being old. And then somebody looked at me and said, man, I wish you'd shave off all that gray. You look so old. Shut up.
It's not the gray that makes you look old. It's when you stand up or try to stand
up. You guys haven't heard. So
that's what makes you look old.
I'm doing one more go round. I told my kids I'm gonna take the next couple months, kick it in gear, so I can play in one basketball league with them, and then that's it.
That's a great idea. Yeah.
It's free. It is a great idea.
Was that sarcasm? Was that sarcasm?
Yeah, I can deliver pretty dryly. Yes.
You look like you're gonna look like that Open W. What was that? D League, G League tryouts. That's what you're gonna look like.
He's gonna come to work shaped like a question mark.
Oh, shut up.
You know that walk he has when he's hurting, who looks like he's walking on hot coal.
What do you mean when I'm hurting? That's my walk.
He makes Fred Sanford look athletic.
Hey, shut up. You know what's? It's funny because I was watching a video last night of Steve Smith talking about when he knew it was over. He said, I blew out both my hamstrings
in a flag football game.
I knew it was over.
Jeremy, this is not funny. You know why? Because we're gonna have to live with this.
That's all right. You guys are gonna have to hear me bitch and complain. Who, buddy?
So you want a Ben? When did this league start?
I don't know. This is months away. Like they're still in the league right now.
Ben, tell Charlie that they can move this chair to make room for Jeremy's wheelchair.
Yeah, put a hammock in over here or something.
Because he's not going to be good. This is not good. Your son's going to ask you halfway through the league instead. Dude, just stop that. I'm coming to the games.
I like the look on you. I hope you guys do.
I'm coming.
Videotape it.
I'm coming to the game.
Remember the cornerback? Remember the cornerback who quit at halftime week 1 for the Bills? First game of the season. That's how God's hanging him
I'll
up.
be like AB going out, except I won't take my shirt off.
Just waved all the
Just take
all the
my
families.
shorts off. Yeah, screw you guys.
You just gave me a great idea for my shovel.
Shut up, Ed.
I'm changing.
Go for a layup and just keep walking out the door. This is going to be ugly. 410-583-1057. That's the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. Now, Jeremy, you said these changes don't necessarily mean success for the Baltimore Ravens this year.
But I'd be willing
to
bet
a gambling
on
man. I was just about to ask you, would you be willing to bet on it?
Yeah, I mean, I've said this before, and I know, like, people, maybe you thought I was too critical of Harbaugh, whatever, that's fine.
Some people did.
I got too tired of hearing the same excuses when we have the same results. And the thing I keep saying about the coaching staff that you have coming in, you have 3 guys right now as your offensive, defensive coordinator and head coach. One of them clearly has the job as head coach. I think the other 2 are going to be head coaches in the next few years. I think what you brought in and
Anthony
the types
Weaver
and Declan Doyle. I think the type of coaches that you brought in and how they perceive things. Like Jesse Minter's so good at certain things, and Anthony Weaver's going to add in some other stuff on that D line and how he's worked. And I just feel like all of this coming together, the one question being, what does the play calling look like? Obviously, what's the offense look like? But with the weapons that they have, and even though some people look at it going, well, yeah, you have Zay Flowers, but what else you have? You guys are going to find out.
See, I'm hoping Anthony Weaver doesn't get labeled as just a sidekick.
Yeah.
Because whenever you talk about nationally the new coaches for the Baltimore Ravens, it's Minter and Doyle. You very seldom on a national level hear about Weaver.
I haven't heard Weaver's name at all.
Exactly, and I know what's the offensive coordinator for Chiefs.
Eric Bieniemy?
I know Eric Bieniemy. We know he has some other issues. Probably why he's not getting a head coaching job. But when you think about Eric Bieniemy, you think of him as being Andy Reid's sidekick.
Yeah,
Andy Reid calls the plays.
Exactly.
The knock on him.
I feel like almost Declan Doyle may have gotten that label in Chicago too, because when Ben Johnson comes in, he's calling the plays.
Yeah.
You know, like
and this is his way of shaking loose.
It's the side of the football that you're on. Like, people would bash Harbaugh because it's like, well, where's he coming from? He's coming from a special teams background. Well, the special teams here, whether it was because of Harbaugh or whatever, has been phenomenal for years. So we'll see if that continues over.
Annie Claff joins us at 8 o'clock, but on the other side, we get stupid with Jeremy Kahn.
Oh, man, you guys are going to love this. All right. We're gonna talk about Stedman Bailey. You guys know who that is? Former wide receiver?
Thought it was Oprah Winfrey's.
No, that's the different Stedman. You're going to want to find out about this Stedman Bailey, former wide receiver at the University of West Virginia. He's been arrested for having sex in a bowling alley. I'll tell you more about that when we get to it. How about OnlyFans? It seems like everybody's on this now. And I don't even know if you guys are going to know this name, but you'll kind of get an idea. Honey Boo Boo's sister, Pumpkin.
Oh, I remember Honey Boo Boo.
Pumpkin is now going hardcore on the OnlyFans platform. See if you guys are interested in purchasing anything there. She's a little plus-size gal, but hey, she's got confidence, guys, and she's showing it off. And lastly, one of the funniest television clips to go around. It's a woman on, like, all I can say is it's like a QVC channel, and she's trying to show off her haircut and what happened, and she misspeaks, and she loses her mind. You guys will hear the sound. It's one of the funniest things you'll hear today. We do that next in the World of Stupid.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan.
Sponsored by NJM Insurance Group.
If you dread dealing with your insurance more than you dread build-it-yourself furniture, with extremely vague instructions.
What are these? Hieroglyphics?
Then you might have Insuranoia. You should have NJM Insurance. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders.
Powerball is always big fun. Right now, it's really big fun. The Powerball jackpot is estimated at $856 million. That's right, $856 million. Play today at any Maryland lottery retailer, and please play responsibly.
Summer savings start now at Bob Bell Kia's Summer Sell-a-thon. Drive home in one of 5 amazing Kia models priced under $30K. Whatever your credit situation, we are here to help. Visit BobBellKia.com or call 410-288-2500 today.
That's Elena's family group chat. It never stops. Someone's always sending a blessing
or starting a poll about the baby shower theme at midnight.
With Real Unlimited from Total Wireless, she's always in the loop, whether she wants to be or not. Switch to Total Wireless Total Starter Plan or higher and get a Samsung Galaxy A16 5G on us. Total Wireless, your own Real Unlimited. Offer ends 11/4/2026 or while supplies last. Devices, taxes, and fees may apply.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Hey, Albert, can you help us plan and budget for a bathroom renovation?
I certainly can. Let me review your finances.
Who are you talking to?
Albert, my AI financial assistant that I can access right in the app. It automates all things finance, moves money, pays bills, creates personalized alerts, finds savings, and so much more.
Your bathroom renovation financial plan is ready. I found cash you can put aside, and to cover the rest, Albert can get you up to $10,000 fast.
Can you find contractors nearby within our budget?
Here's a list of contractors. Would you like help requesting a $10,000 loan for your bathroom renovation?
Yes! Download the Albert app and use promo code FAST to access Genius. Plus, get up to $10,000 for whatever you need. Just download the Albert app right now and use promo code FAST to get up to $10,000. That's promo code FAST.
Let me tell you one of the reasons I think we became the largest injury firm in the world, and it's not even close. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My wife and I had a plan early on. In our firm, our lawyers only work on certain types of cases. Our products liability and dangerous drug lawyers only work on those cases. Same for car crashes, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and insurance disputes. Our thinking is for these lawyers to focus on one area of the law and live it and breathe it. Power comes from knowledge. Many lawyers do everything, jack of all trades. Not us, and we don't charge an hourly rate. You only pay us if we win. If you want to hire us, it's easy. Dial Pound Law on your cell phone, pound 529, or visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer from the comfort of your own home. Let us get to work for you. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Using chat to research your next home improvement project? Forget all the prompts. If you want replacement windows and doors without the hassle, look up Window Nation. Homeowners love the one-day installation process, especially since Window Nation installers leave your home cleaner than when they started. This month, you could get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 2 years. Visit windownation.com to get the windows featured on HGTV's Designing Spaces. I'm telling you, Window Nation, they're the real deal.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Looks good this morning. No accidents or disabled vehicles anywhere around the Beltway. No problems. 95 southbound, no delays toward the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 895 looking good toward the Harbor Tunnel with no delays. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
Looking to end the series with a sweep, the Orioles instead stumbled in the finale against the Angels. They couldn't take advantage of Ryan Johnson, who came into the game with an ERA above 7. The right-hander held Baltimore to 1 run on 3 hits over 4 2/3 innings, working around 5 walks while striking out just 1. Manager Craig Albertaz spoke when the Bird struggles at the plate.
He did a great job of making him work. Bat quality was great. I mean, like you alluded to, 8 walks, hit by pitch. We just couldn't get that big hit that we needed.
Despite the loss, the O's remain just 1 game out of the final American League wildcard spot. They'll have the opportunity to gain ground this weekend with a crucial series against the Rangers in Texas. Shane Baz and Nathan Eovaldi are the probable starters for the series opener tonight. You can hear all your pregame coverage on The Fan with BBT, sponsored by Jerry's Home Services, with Tim Barbalace and Ryan Ripken starting at 6. First pitch from Globe Life Field is set for 8:15. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-80s with partly cloudy skies. Tomorrow is expected showers and a high of 89. This Fan Flash is sponsored by the Dr. Lairfield Smile Design Center. Call 410-321-1100 to schedule your appointment today. I'm Ben Hall, O's, Terps, and your home for the most Ravens training camp coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Highlighting stupid around the world. It's time for Jeremy Kahn's
Come on, dumbass, play it.
World of Stupid.
All right, here we go.
You know what? Yeah. You could do a whole segment over there. Today's 101.9 FM with Gina Crash, and it'd be the world of stupid between you two.
Goodness. Where do you think I got the idea from? No. All right. So Mama June's daughter, Pumpkin, Lauren Shannon is her name, but Ed, feel free to look up Pumpkin if you want. She's now starting her brand new OnlyFans where they're saying she's going to go, quote, hardcore. Now, we talked about this the other week when Donna Mills decided to launch her OnlyFans. What was she on? What was it?
The show she was on?
Yeah, I can't remember. Not Dynasty, the other one. The
Knots Landing.
Knots Landing. Yeah. So, and again, she said she just wanted to connect with her fans.
Yeah.
I think she's probably doing like bikini stuff and videos and talking, whatever. So they get into this whole thing about how Honey Boo Boo's sister Pumpkin is going hardcore on OnlyFans. $23 a month if you want to get involved. She's getting some promotion here. She's a thicker gal.
She is.
She's not. Yeah, she's
heavier set.
Yeah. Tatted up. Yeah.
It looks like she's got like the what is it? The face with the X's for eyes and the smiley face on her ass. That's what it looks like to me. I think it looks correct, is what I'm saying. That's exactly what it is. We've seen so much of this where people are going, and I've always said I only need one thing. Maybe that one thing's meeting Honey Boo Boo. I mean, she's just so thought-provoking. Like we're seeing more and more people do this, and sometimes it's very questionable, Ed, of who's doing it. I'm not saying it's questionable for her, but when I heard Donna Mills is 80-some years old, and I'm going, I can't afford this, too. I mean, I don't want to see that.
That was well set up.
I've got too many subscriptions already.
Donna Mills, but back in the day, was a hottie, though.
Oh, there's no question. I feel like we're in the office now. Well, there's nothing hotter than a pregnant Helen Mirren, right? Like, anyway.
Man, don't get me started on that.
Ed, are we
That's next to feet.
I told you, 16, the best pose position.
That's next to feet for me, man.
I mean, this is something too now where you're seeing OnlyFans stars who are making millions upon millions of dollars. Sophie Rain has shown what she's made before, and Piper Rockwell. But they had these two walking. What was it? For Beach Week or whatever? A bikini runway. And so now you got OnlyFans models that are now dropping the OnlyFans and becoming models, I guess. But we're going to see more and more of this as life takes over and more people are looking for ways to make a quick buck. But you guys can check that out for yourselves.
Yeah, I just sent you 16. There you go.
All right, I'm going to check that out in a second. I'm not looking at it during this segment. I got 2 more stories to finish here. And you're probably going to ask me to play the audio of the last one twice. Ex-Rams wide receiver Stedman Bailey. Also formerly of University of West Virginia.
Okay.
And his girlfriend.
He was there with Gino.
Yes.
That's why I know the
and
name.
Tavon Austin.
Yes.
So here he is.
Yes.
And Ben, you said he got, like, I don't remember the story exactly, but I do remember parts of it. He got shot.
In 2015 or 2016, somewhere around there, he got shot in the head.
Yeah. So you can see the picture of he and his gal. I just going to read you the story here. Former NFL wide receiver Stedman Bailey and a woman were arrested on indecent exposure charges after police said a pair engaged in public sexual activity at a bowling alley. I mean, where else are you going to put your finger inside those 3 holes, right?
Well, you get all those pins, too.
I was talking about the balls. But anyway, Bailey, who's 35, and Karina Manderson, who's 35, of Pembroke Pines, were accused of having sex in the bar area while other customers were present. Officers responded after receiving reports of 2 people engaged in sexual activity at the bar. Surveillance footage showed police that Manderson leaned over at the waist with Bailey behind her. A witness told investigators she observed the 2 having intercourse and asked them to stop. Bailey then pulled up his pants, and the pair slowly left the bar.
See, they just
can't even have sex in a bowling alley. Thanks a lot, Bin Laden.
It's like having sex in a bar in Connecticut called Hot Tomato, where you're sitting on this bar stool. And
Who did that?
I've heard.
I don't even want to get into this with you. Hey, you know what?
Nobody knew.
Nobody?
I don't think so.
Did she know?
Yeah.
Oh, man. They said this case remains pending between these 2. But they were saying they just saw, like, straight up ass cheeks in the air, didn't they? That's what somebody said. They looked over and just saw butt cheeks, and he's standing behind her.
Yeah. And hypothetically, just if you think about it, if a woman just sat on your lap wearing a dress, nobody'd really know.
Well, they wouldn't know if I were doing it because I'd be the only one moaning. Anyway, all right, let's get to this last story because I just love this and you guys are too. We've had people make mistakes on TV all the time. This woman is showing off the haircut she had. They're selling Tony Bratton Salon it's a wig, select wigs, and she's showing what it looks like in the back. So she has her back to the TV the whole time. Now I'll turn this around, and Rob, you can kind of see what I'm talking about. It's like a QVC type show. They're selling all these wigs.
Yes.
I can see it too, by the way.
Okay, I'm just making. Well, I didn't know if you were looking at you were always looking at the TV or the computer screen. Ben, just play the audio so they can hear
Rob's
this.
face, not you so much. But
Wave pattern. Again, it looks like you went and got a blow job at your blowout at your salon.
By the way, if you had played the rest of the audio, you had the perfect. I don't know if you have all of it. You can hear her going, "I can't believe you just said that," and she's like ducking down behind the counter. The other ladies can't stop laughing. Yeah, let me hear that one more time. It was, I think,
wave pattern. Again, it looks like you went and got a blow job at your blowout at your salon. And it looks beautiful.
Listen to her.
All right, so here's what's happening today. We're having a huge beauty sale.
She said, salon? She doesn't even turn around and face the camera. She just ducks down behind the table while the other lady is sitting there smiling.
Listen, how many times has Vinny actually said
head job.
Got the head job?
He's not the assistant. He's the assistant coach. He didn't get the head job.
I don't want to get in trouble today. Oh, man.
Rob, did you get the head job?
After I got off work. Man, this is, and again, like we've seen this on TV plenty of times before. The people that have the slip disc and mess that up, or anything you can possibly think of. But this one, and the woman, the best part is the other woman starts like putting her hands through her own hair and just like she's just smiling, trying to like brush it off. But this other woman's just hiding behind the counter as she obviously misspoke. That's your world of stupid.
410-583-1057. That's the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. Andy Claff joins us at 8 o'clock, but on the other side, we're going to talk about Orioles pitch philosophy, or hitting philosophy, I should say. Something happened in the first inning. I'm not saying it's the first time it happened, but it really stood out to me, and it annoyed me. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
Hey, it's Featured Artist Friday. Little White Snake coming your way. Going to be talking about those Orioles. Vinny's back in studio. Going to break down training camp with him and Jonas Schaefer from the Baltimore Banner. 8 days away from the preseason opener against the Eagles. And we'll talk everything else happening in our sports weekend.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store at metalsupermarkets.com. Detroit Lions running back Jahmyr Gibbs signed a record-breaking 3-year contract extension worth $67.5 million, maxing out at $75.75 million with incentives. The deal resets the market to make Gibbs the NFL's highest-paid running back. Wow. I'm Addie Bates.
.5.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And all it takes is a few clicks. We make buying metal online easy so you can spend less time shopping and more time getting things done. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Place an order online today at metalsupermarkets.com.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal.
We got a big deal, too. Right, Mom?
Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid...
Nice.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or 1.9% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Plug-in Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offers end September 8th. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
H&K Group Incorporated.
Calling all heavy equipment operators and pipe laborers. Start your new career with H&K Group Incorporated. HTI Contractors Division of H&K Group wants to offer you the opportunity to be part of the industry leader. Visit hkgroup.com and apply today. H&K is an equal opportunity employer.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread build-it-yourself furniture, that came in 47 different pieces.
Why do I have 6 extra screws?
With extremely vague instructions.
What are these? Hieroglyphics?
Then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Hi, thanks for calling Uline.
Wait, did the phone even ring?
Nope.
Okay, so you answered before the ring. But now you're going to put me on hold, right?
We don't do that here. We're real people answering the phone, ready to help with your order when you are.
Uline has thousands of quality products for your business and warehouse needs, always in stock, ready to ship same day, and backed by Uline's legendary 24/7 customer service. Uline, we warehouse for you.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account. When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything. Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Back to school starts now. Get long-lasting battery life on the Dell XPS laptop powered by Series 3 Intel Core so you can work from anywhere. Now starting at $699 with exclusive student pricing starting at $599. Complete your setup with savings on select monitors and must-have electronics and accessories. Limited time deals and free shipping on PCs and more await you at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And all it takes is a few clicks. We make buying metal online easy so you can spend less time shopping and more time getting things done. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Place an order online today at metalsupermarkets.com.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal.
We got a big deal, too. Right, Mom?
Honey, shh. What's that? Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid...
Nice. Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or 1.9% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Plug-in Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid. During the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offers end September 8th. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Don't let summer or your love life fly by. Lions Den has everything you need to keep the excitement going. A huge selection, knowledgeable staff, and comfortable shopping. Visit Lions Den today. Pleasure, passion, romance. LionsDen.com.
Traffic sponsored by JATC Local 24.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Looks good this morning. No accidents or disabled vehicles anywhere. Around the Beltway, no problems. 95 southbound, no delays toward the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 895 looking good toward the Harbor Tunnel with no delays. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Looking for a great opportunity where you can earn while you learn? Check out the Electrical Apprenticeship Program at JATC Local 24. Go to jatc24.org for more information.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Where did you come from, baby? And ooh, won't you take me there right away?
Wait a minute. Where's Antonio? Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan. Ed Norris, Rob Long, Jeremy Kahn on this fantastic Feel Good Friday. Andy Clapp will join us at 8 o'clock. So yesterday, Ed, first inning. And I'm not saying this is the first time it happened, but it really annoyed me yesterday. So first inning, Dylan Beavers gets up to the plate. And on 4 pitches, he walks. 4 pitches. I don't even recall any of being really close to the strike zone. Pete Alonso gets up, first pitch, swings, he gets out. Third batter, Gunnar Henderson, walks on 5 pitches.
I've got 5 on it.
The Orioles would eventually walk 8 times during this game. So my question is, with a pitcher who is having a problem with the strike zone, why do you swing at the first pitch after he walked the batter on 4 pitches?
You shouldn't. Make him throw you a strike, obviously. But I've noticed it with Pete, though. He's pretty wild. He's a free swinger. He really is. That's just what he does. I've noticed that since he got here.
Well,
and unfortunately, it's not just Pete Alonso, though.
No, I mean, look, it happened later on in the game with Jackson Holliday.
Yeah.
Bases are loaded. He comes up, he swings at the first pitch, he grounds out to second base. Now, you had a great counterpoint to what I brought up. There's different philosophies on this. Like, oh my God, he just threw 12 straight balls or 9 straight balls. He's good, whatever it is. I don't know how many balls do I have? 2. Okay. Anyway, so I think no, but if you walk the bases loaded, there are people that go, oh, he's definitely going to throw one right down the middle. He's got to get ahead of me, so I'm going to jump all over that. And I think a lot of times we see that happen, and it's result-oriented, right, whether or not it was the smart thing to do or not. But you said about those,
you got to
pitches,
pick up spin, man. Yeah. You got to pick up spin. If that thing if it's spinning sideways, I'm not swinging. I'm not, because it's going to move. It's going to move. You have to pick up spin on that, man. And that particular ball that you're talking about with Jackson Holliday, it was a side spin to him. I think it was moving left to right.
Well, if it wasn't, he's not dribbling it over to second base.
There's no need whatsoever to swing at that pitch. Is it a strike? Every strike is not a batter strike. You know, if you got 2 strikes on you, you got to swing at any strike. But less than that, wait for your strike to swing at it. Don't just go up there hacking away just because the ball's over the plate. That ball, that's the batter's advantage. The pitcher's advantage.
I mean, you have some guys in the league, and remember, this happened to Adley for a while, and I think it happened to Taylor Ward quite a bit, is that you take so many pitches or you take that first pitch so many times that you have pitchers that are going to come in and throw first pitch strike knowing you're not swinging at it. But I think this is totally different in that spot because I agree. I understand the thought process. I want to see if he can throw a strike because guess what? If he falls behind me, then I know he's got to come back in the middle and I can just sit on that fastball the entire time.
Starts over the heart of the plate, no strikes on me, side spin coming at me, I'm not swinging. There's a different shape to it. Starts over the heart of the plate and it's a normal shape to it, I'm jumping on it. I understand that. But in both cases, Ed, those were pitchers' strikes, and you've got to recognize that.
Yeah, You do. I mean, these are some of the frustrations we have, I think, with this team, where they should know this at this point, and they should not be doing this. And I can't remember who was pitching. Maybe Seattle. I can't remember right now. Somebody hit Gunnar, and the guy couldn't get the ball over the plate. He couldn't get it near the plate. He was outside by like 12 to 16 inches sometimes. And yet, guys were still giving him, what they shouldn't. Happened like a couple months ago. It really frustrates me to watch this.
My buddy Ben just texted me, and I forgot all about this. Thank you, Ben. Not our producer, Ben. After Gunner's walk, Strand swings at a 2-0 count and grounds into a double play. I forgot all about that. It's like both after walks. I just don't get it. Rosedale, Antonio. What's up, Antonio?
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Doing well. How are you?
Good. TGIF and PYT.
There you go. Sure. It's complete now.
Yeah, babe.
Yeah, babe.
Yeah.
Never gets old.
How important are the next two series against the Rangers and Twins before the Orioles get into the tougher teams on their schedule? Have a fantastic weekend, guys.
You too, and I'm telling you, man, it's almost like why does baseball seem to, sports in general, it seems like it's a script. Like how do the Orioles have to face back-to-back the Twins, the Rangers and the Twins? Of all teams, look at the standings. It couldn't have been better than that. It's almost like this thing is scripted. Here we are in July, and out of nowhere, got to face the Rangers and the Twins. Very important series.
Well, it's weird because of all the teams that are kind of in a logjam. Like I'm watching, was it Cleveland and Seattle that was playing, or whoever? Detroit and Seattle, Cleveland. All these teams are still in the mix, and it's like, who am I rooting to lose now? The only thing I know is when those teams play division leaders, I'm rooting for the division leaders as hard as that is for some people to kind of grasp a hold of. Yes, I will be rooting for the Yankees to beat everybody else in the AL East.
The Rangers are the third wild card spot, Ed. And the Twins are a half game behind the Rangers. And those are the next two teams that the Orioles face. The Twins are a half game in front of the Orioles, and the Rangers are a full game in front of them. It couldn't work out any better for them.
Yeah, well, in a lot of ways. I mean, they're facing the two teams they're fighting with for that wild card spot, and then they're facing the division rivals and the Yankees and the Rays. They can make up a lot of ground right here.
410-583-1057. That's the number. Let's go to Darius in Towson. Darius.
Hey, good morning, fellas. How y'all doing?
Doing well.
Hey, yesterday game, I don't know if it's IQ or guys not on deck, like really taking notes, but there's nowhere in the world Ryan Johnson should have got through 4 and 2/3 innings. You know what I mean? It's the same stuff like in Little League, high school, college. When you got a lemon squeeze pitch on the mound, you got to tee off and you got to take advantage. What they did yesterday was unacceptable. Jeremy, I called in the other day. They couldn't tee off on Grayson Rodriguez. Now, the next two games, they have Nasty Nate tonight, and then they got Jacob on Saturday. If you can't tee off on the weak pitchers, I don't got no faith they got anything good versus the elite pitchers.
Darius, you know that's the same pitcher who went 6 innings of one-hit baseball against them in Anaheim. Same guy.
Absolutely.
Same guy. I mean, they've had problems with him all year. What's this? Is it Liddell?
Oh, Littell?
Littell in Washington. Horrible. Yeah. Horrible. Not against the Orioles.
Well, that guy, so Zach Liddell is one of the guys. Yeah, he's one of the guys that he's routinely in the top 3 in home runs given up in baseball.
I mean, he's given up against the Orioles.
They just got rid of him, too.
Yeah. Designated for assignment.
Somebody will pick him up in this run.
He was with the Reds before, and then I remember last year, all the way up until maybe the last week or two, he led the league in home runs given up. And then he was still having, like if you looked at his numbers, a relatively okay year with all things considered, except for the long balls.
Baltimore, Lamont. What's up, Lamont?
What's going on, fellas? Can you hear me?
We hear you loud and clear.
Man, good morning to you all, man. Listen, I just want to call in to get you guys' feedback on our coaching staff for the Baltimore Orioles.
Okay.
I wasn't a fan to see how it go, to be honest with you. Craig is not making me feel good either. And we're talking about real basic stuff. Swinging at 2-0 counts. I'm like, where's the coaching staff at, coaching these guys up? So I just want to know, like, what do you guys think about, like, Greg or Craig Weather and his whole squad?
Lamont, can I ask you a question? I ask you a question. how much baseball do you watch outside of the Orioles?
Nobody.
Okay.
Only the Orioles.
And so I'm saying it to say this. What you are complaining about, unfortunately, is a baseball problem. And I've been saying it all year long.
Showcase baseball.
I blame showcase baseball because these guys go to these factories and they go to these combines and all they do is look at launch angle, exit velocity, how hard you throw across the diamond, your spin rate. These kids aren't playing baseball. So a 2-0 count and all those things that we're complaining about, that doesn't mean anything to them. That doesn't mean anything to them. They're looking at, man, that's something I can hit, and they're going for it. And unfortunately, we talk about it a lot because it impacts our team, but this is what baseball is right now. I wish it changed. It's not an excuse. It's worse to watch my team do it, but, man, that's what baseball has become, Lamont.
Do you know they're
I'm old school guy, man. I'm old school guy, man. I'm all about, making sure you get a good quality hit, man. You know what I mean?
I'm with you too, man. Thanks a lot.
And I think it shows because there's only 6 people in the major leagues with batting averages over 300.
Yeah. You know why? You know why, Ed? Because this is the generation that was told batting averages doesn't mean anything.
Correct. Yeah.
This is the generation. This is what you're getting right now. And I bet you if you look at OPS is a little bit higher, but this is what it's all about contact damage. That's what they care about now. Garrett Downing from BaltimoreRavens.com joins us at 8:30. Well planted. But on the other side, Massive All Access, Andy Claff on the Fan.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrano. When I'm upgrading my kitchen or prepping for the summer heat, Town Appliance is the only place I go. They carry top brands like GE, Cafe, Monogram, and more. Whether you need a new air conditioner, outdoor fridge, ice maker, or luxury appliance, they have you covered with flexible financing. Head to their showroom right off Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills. Mayor, they're going to take great care of you. Visit the showroom. Call, text, or visit townappliance.com today.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46. And I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
The best time to recommit to your gut health goals? Right now. Take charge of your gut with Nature Made. Our clinically studied ingredients support digestive health, Digestive enzymes break down nutrients. Probiotic and prebiotic fiber nourish good gut bacteria. And Super Greens with probiotics empower daily digestive health. Try the full lineup of gut health support from Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Don't have time to wait for your home to sell? The Lee Tessier team with eXp Realty will make you a cash offer for fair market value. LeeTessier.com.
If you're selling your home, don't make it hard. Just call ETSSIR.
105.7 The Fan is the proud media partner of Merriweather Post Pavilion. Visit merriweathermusic.com for a list of all the great shows coming to the pavilion. And keep listening to The Fan for your chance to win tickets to the shows.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuide.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
With Declan Doyle installing his new offense in Baltimore, the Ravens are hoping to get Rashad Bateman back to the player he was in 2024 when he caught 45 passes for 756 yards and 9 touchdowns. Bateman's production will be a key factor in a bounce-back season from the offense. He spoke on if he feels energized by the new offensive system.
I would say so. As a receiver, you want somebody to believe in. You want somebody, to see your, ability. And I think, Declan is doing a good job of, moving all of us around, not just myself. Zay's been moving on a lot. Y'all see Jacoby Lane out there making plays, Tez Walker. I think there's a lot in store for a lot of guys, this season.
The Ravens will be off today and return to the practice field Saturday at 11 a.m. Shifting to the O's, they'll head to Texas for an important 3-game series with the Rangers over the weekend. Baltimore will start Shane Baz in the series opener tonight, while Nathan Eovaldi gets the nod for Texas. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-80s with partly cloudy skies. Tomorrow has expected showers and a high of 89. I'm Ben Hall, O's, Terps, and your home for the most Ravens training camp coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
8:02 in the AM, Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan. Ed Norris, Rob Long, Jeremy Kahn. Joining us right now from Massett All Access, she is Annie Claff. Good morning to you, Annie.
Good morning. How are you guys?
Doing well. The trade deadline is behind us, is in our rearview mirror. I guess the biggest name for the Baltimore Orioles was Adley Rutschman. And we know statistically what Adley brings to the table for the Baltimore Orioles. But what's the greatest loss, in your opinion, in trading Adley Rutschman away?
It's going to be a big emotional impact, of course, when you trade Adley Rutschman, especially to a division rival in the Red Sox. You lose the face of the franchise, an insane amount of pedigree, being the former #1 overall draft pick, the first draft pick in the Mike Elias era, really kick-started that turnaround and the rebuild for the Orioles and roped the Baltimore fan base back into the Orioles ball club. So that's going to be a massive loss, losing all that from emotional side of things. But from a business and baseball element, it really did bring a big return in terms of pitching prospects and changing the future of what the farm system looks like for the Orioles in the more recent future. And you have guys like Michael Ferret down in AAA who could be an impact very soon. Mike Elias said that he's just a phone call away, and he's a pitching prospect that could be a starting rotation piece towards the end of the season. So it's a little bit of both. Two things can be true here. It's an emotional element to the fan base, the clubhouse. I mean, members like Gunnar Henderson, Colton Cowser, Ryan Mountcastle, people who've been friends and teammates with Rutschman for so long. But it at the end of the day, it's going to provide a completely different outlook and shift to the organization in terms of the pitching talent that it's bringing up and down the entire level of each of the system.
If the Orioles do get into the postseason, and this is a big test now, the next 16 games, facing, the two other teams that they're fighting for the spot with, as well as the Yankees and the Rays. Does their pitching staff stack up with other postseason teams because you know how important it is? Because they adjust the pitching so much during the playoffs that it matters even more than the regular season. And how do you feel about this staff going into the postseason?
The pitching staff has been phenomenal. It's been the best unit for this Baltimore team, especially since the start of the second half. With Trevor Rogers doing extremely well, and now you have him holding on to Rogers, somebody that was expected to be traded at the deadline because of an expiring contract. You're really lucky to see him still in an Oriole uniform for the remainder of the season and maybe even beyond that once he hits free agency. Brandon Young had a little bit of an uncharacteristic start yesterday, but he's been lights out all year. Shane Baz and Kyle Bradish have had their flashy moments, so to speak, but you've locked them down as well to contract extensions, and they've had really, really positive signs and flashes of really good outings. The next piece, whether that's the fifth rotation spot, Cade Povich looked really solid in his first return back to the big leagues after that injury and being down in AAA Norfolk. Chris Bassett should be set to make a return after his injury as well, and he's looked pretty good on his rehab stints. And then you have a ton of really great depth in the minor leagues, specifically in Norfolk, that could pose as that fifth or even a sixth rotation spot. So I think that at this point in time, the rotation is probably the best unit on this entire team. I mean, as of yesterday, before the Brandon Young start, the Baltimore rotation was second best in baseball in the second half of the season in fifth, so that's fielding independent pitching. I know that the defense hasn't been the sharpest for this team so far this season. That's been one of the biggest question marks and concerns. But the fielding independent pitching, so that's just the pitcher's skills, removes any sign of luck or defense. It's been the second best FIP in baseball and also the second best FanGraphs WAR. So I think that they can definitely hold their own moving into the playoffs should they get that last wild card spot.
Yeah, just going back to Adley, I mean, it goes into a situation where both things can be true. It sucks to trade that player, but also understanding with a year and a half left, an impending lockout, and if you can't get an extension done, what could happen? I think they made the right move, and it's funny because like all the baseball people are saying they fleeced them. What are your thoughts on what they got back in that trade?
The return is pretty insane, and you hear all the time Baltimore fans say, draft a pitcher, draft a pitcher. If you look back at the 2025 draft class alone, the Orioles selected Ike Irish and Vahiva Aloy, two really impact bats that are now doing really well. Ike Irish has that injury, so he's out for the rest of the season, but they're going to be phenomenal hitting prospects. And then they also got Joseph Jerwa, a lefty, and then a righty, JT Quinn, in the second round of the last year's draft. In the return for Adley Rutschman, it was third rounder Anthony Ianson, who's now the first prospect, the top prospect in the Orioles organization, and first rounder Kyson Witherspoon. So if you look at the 2025 draft class, in albeit an unconventional way, you get two really impact hitters, the bread and butter for the Orioles drafting techniques as a position player out of college. They get two really great second round arms. And now, in an unconventional way, you have Anthony Ianson and Kyson Witherspoon, who slot into some of the best pitching prospects in the organization. So in an unconventional way, you get essentially drafting a first-round pitcher via trade and a ton of other really great prospects just out of 2025 alone.
Outstanding. Andy Claff, Masson, All Access. Andy, tell us what you're working on the website and how to follow you on the social.
I am on at Annie Claff at Twitter and Instagram, and then at Masson Orioles for all the general good stuff. I'll be making a trip to Norfolk early next week, so stay tuned for all that coverage. I'll have the chance, hopefully, unsure about who's starting on which day, but hopefully getting the chance to speak to Jerron Watts-Brown, a pitcher that was acquired at the trade deadline last year, Michael Ferret, who was reacquired at this year's trade deadline, both really exciting arms in Norfolk, as well as the other guys who have yet to make their debuts, and Enrique Bradfield Jr., Creed Willems, a bunch of really exciting prospects you can see enter the big league fold and make it to the show before the end of the season. So stay tuned for that on Masson Orioles and at Annie Claff.
Hopefully those guys aren't pitching when you get there, because I've learned it's frowned upon when you talk to them on the days that they had to pitch.
Exactly. I might have to stay clear of them if that's the case.
Rob had Dean Kramer on speed dial for his first start with the Twins.
What will be interesting is seeing Dean Kramer who's the probable for Monday in Minnesota against Trevor Rogers. That's going to be an interesting one.
It will be. It will be. Thanks a lot. Have a good weekend, Annie.
Thanks, guys. You too.
All right, 410-583-1057 is the
You
number.
already know he's going to shove it just like Grayson did. And Grayson lost.
But he did well.
I mean, come on. He came out and he looked good.
Yeah. Rashawn in Baltimore. What up, man?
Hey, good morning, fellas.
What's up?
Morning.
Good morning, man.
Yeah.
Talk about these O's, man. Like, definitely a tough series going into Texas this weekend, man. Especially facing all the aces, Nevito, DeGrom, and all that. But at least we ain't got to face Gore, though, man. You know, is he like number one?
No, I think DeGrom and Eovaldi you would debate of those two being their number one. DeGrom.
What did he call them?
I don't know. I'm just trying. Said
who? Call who?
Nathan, the other pitcher.
Oh, Nevito?
Yeah, Nevito. So Nevito is probably
I don't know the guy's name, man. These Spanish guys.
Dude, you're good. Nevito is probably, I would say, been their best pitcher. Mackenzie Gore, when he's at home, he's lights out. He's had one bad start at home. The rest of the time, he's been suspect as hell. And then the rest of the rotation is just after DeGrom, Eovaldi, and Gore, in my opinion, because you got Kumar Rocker, you've got Cal Quantrill would pitch for them a couple times. It's just kind of a who's who of nobodies.
All right, now listen, when it comes to the...
You know Eovaldi's not Spanish, though, right? He's from Texas.
Navaldo.
German?
Huh?
What is it, German? I don't know. Like...
He's German.
Listen, man, about their playoff chances, though, right? I mean,
you know he's going to hate you at some point for doing this.
I think that ship has sailed.
You didn't even let him make a point about Nevado. What did we call him again? I don't even know. I
don't know about these
times.
Spanish guys. He's from Texas.
His name's Nathan.
He's from Texas, dude. Garrett Downing will join us at 8:30, but on the other side. Gibbs becomes the highest paid running back in history. Ed, is the running back position back? Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
Hey, it's Featured Artist Friday. Little white snake coming your way. Going to be talking about those Orioles. Vinny's back in studio. Going to break down training camp with him and Jonas Schaefer from the Baltimore Banner. 8 days away from the preseason opener against the Eagles. And we'll talk everything else happening in our sports weekend.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy. 877-OUCH-911.
Ouch.
Please hold for the next available disappointment.
Or skip the hold music. Call 877-OUCH-911. I'm the attorney that gives a and I'll make sure the insurance company cares too. Real help, real results. 877-OUCH-911.
Powerball is always big fun. Right now, it's really big fun. The Powerball jackpot is estimated at $856 million. That's right, $856 million. Play today at any Maryland lottery retailer, and please play responsibly.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
Hey, it's Brew. Between my radio show, filming content, editing videos, and trying to stay connected with family, reliable Wi-Fi isn't really optional anymore. I just need it to work. That's why I like that with Xfinity, you get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years, guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, Xfinity makes getting connected simple with same-day Wi-Fi so you can get online in minutes. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity. Imagine that.
And Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons. And lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen. And oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live. And you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Ever notice how the little things add up? A cracked phone screen, a dead car battery, bills creeping higher.
Oh, no.
What if your checking account could actually help with all that. It can. With Elite Checking from NASA Federal, you get smart benefits designed to save you time, money, and stress. Like get your paycheck up to 2 days early for a little breathing room. Cell phone protection to cover unexpected damage. Roadside assistance for breakdowns. Bill negotiation to help lower your bills. Identity theft aid for peace of mind. And you can earn dividends on your balance. If your checking account isn't working hard for you, switch to Elite Checking from NASA Federal. You can do it all right online at nasafcu.com/WJZ. And you don't have to work for NASA to join NASA Federal. NASA Federal Credit Union. Smart. NASA smart. Federally insured by NCUA.
Hey, we're all headed out to happy hour. You in?
Definitely, but I need to schedule a ride.
Before you drink, designate a sober driver or plan for a rideshare and make sure everyone gets home safely. You could save your life, those in your car, and others on the road. Be the Make a Plan driver. Be the driver who saves lives. Go to zerodeathsmd.gov. This message is brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
I'm Justin Holloman. After a serious accident, one of the first things you do is to call a friend, then you choose a lawyer. Why not choose a lawyer who'll be a tireless advocate for you and a friend? Get the legal justice you deserve at my firm, the Holloman Firm.
Big Bad Morning Show, Vinny and Haynie, and the Final Drive, live on YouTube, Monday through Friday, 6 till 6. Search 105.7 The Fan, Baltimore, and never miss a moment of coverage on the teams you love. From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
295 southbound at 195. There's an accident. Watch for police direction there. Looks pretty good everywhere else with no delays. 95 southbound looks good headed toward the Fort McHenry Tunnel with no problems. 895 looks good toward the Harbor Tunnel with no delays in either direction. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
I just thought about something, Jeremy and Ed. Rashawn does not have to worry about me hanging up on him next week because I'll be in Minneapolis. It'll be Ben. Ben will be the one that would have to hang up on him.
Well, I could too.
You won't.
I might.
You ain't built that way.
I ain't built that way to hang up. No, you say goodbye. No, you say goodbye.
No, you say together. 410-583-1057 is the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. Jameer Gibbs gets the highest paid contract in league history. This week alone, Ed, 3 running backs have hit the bank. Broken the bank, I should say. Are they the exceptions to the rule, or is the position back?
Well, I mean, I would say this, because I said this going back to last week or earlier this week when Ben and I were doing this before Bijan signed. You had 2 huge names, and this isn't even including Jonathan Taylor, who signed an extension. You have 2 huge names in Jameer Gibbs and Bijan Robinson. And I said one of them is going to sign first, and the next one's going to be the highest paid running back in the league, not knowing it's going to be in history, but not surprised that that's the case. That's what you see. And I think we're fortunate to have a couple of special running backs, but I remember when I thought this before. I thought the Ezekiel Elliott contract was going to be great, and it wasn't. You know, I thought we've seen a lot of this where there's very few Derrick Henrys, Frank Gores, these guys that go into their 30s and still put up numbers. Yeah. So it does make me worry. These guys are still relatively young. It's a lot of money to invest in that position that I think has, I don't want to say, I think the position has faded a little bit as far as how teams look at it.
I think so for sure. There's no doubt about that. I don't know if the position itself is back or you have these 3 guys who just so happen to be the best at their positions. Because it's still about philosophy. Gibbs is 1 year removed from being a split backfield. He's 1 year removed from that.
Yeah.
But I'm glad they got paid. So, Ed, my question is are these the exceptions to the rule, or is this position back now?
I kind of think it's back. I mean, because it's not just Gibbs. Look what happened with the Falcons. They just gave him a nice big contract. So I just think that Maybe it's just there's more talented running backs now, but it's definitely, I think, this is the first time in a long time we've talked about people like Robinson and Richardson and now, Gibbs now. Just think of all the contracts that have been, forged recently.
Okay, if it's back, then in your opinion, who's next to break the bank?
The obvious one was Bijan because he was, I think, the youngest. Right. Yeah.
Well, I think it was down to those two, right? Because, Jonathan Taylor getting an extension was out of nowhere, but it's 2 years.
And that was to make him happy.
Yeah.
I thought they did him real bad the last time. They did. To make him go through jump through the hoops when he was their offense. So I think this time
around. He
really
was the offense.
Yeah, I think this time around they said, you know what? We see where this is going, so let's go ahead and do something now.
So here, so as we look at it, it's funny, I'm looking at it from a fantasy standpoint, but it just shows you numbers. The top tier, the top three are Gibbs,
Cook, right?
Gibbs, Robinson, Taylor. And then you get McCaffrey, Cook, who just got paid too. Derrick Henry, Saquon Barkley got paid. Ashton Jeanty would be probably the next guy if he ends up panning out the way he did. Because Kenneth Walker got a little bit of money, and then goes to Kansas City.
Right.
But I also think that we're going to have to look at and wait and see what Jeremiah Love and even my guy, the one I keep talking about in Seattle.
A-Chain's coming up, isn't he?
A-Chain, yeah, that's another one. But he's a little undersized. Is he going to get this type of money?
Yeah. He's one of the top rushers in the league last year, though.
But I'm saying, like, when you look at Bijan and Jahmyr Gibbs,
those guys are
different.
backs, yeah.
And they're all purpose backs. Whether you're throwing the football, whether you're running it, they both can do it all. Bijan to me is just special. And as I said before, whichever one got paid first, the next one's going to get paid more, and that's how it's going to go the next time when we have a big name that comes up.
410-583-1057. That's the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. Is the running back position back, or are these just the exceptions to the rule? I'm leaning more towards the exceptions. I think you're always going to have 3 or 4 guys in the league that are just better than everybody else. Yeah. And because of that, you got to take care of them differently than you have to take care of everybody else.
You're on this subject, though, how stunning it is when better than everybody else. At 32 years old, Derrick Henry was only like 25 yards behind Cook for the lead.
Yeah. Oh, he was right there.
He's remarkable, man.
He was right there. He didn't have a great game against the Steelers at the end of the season. Am I right?
I don't know. I don't remember if it was
somewhere down the road. He didn't have. I thought it was that last game against the Steelers. I could be wrong. Don't put. I'm not writing that in ink. But he was right there with the league leaders.
Yeah. Well, he's only 5 yards short of 1,600 yards.
Yeah.
And Cook led the league with 1,621. So if he had a halfway decent half in that game, he would have been the league leader.
So that was the last game?
Well, I didn't look at here. I'll pull it up. But again, like when you start talking about running backs and me pulling up the list, and by the way, Jadarian Price is the guy I'm talking about with Seattle. It's still a ways away. I just think that guy's going to be a stud in this league, and that the Seahawks found one of the best running backs in college.
So for you, it's no big deal that they had to let go.
But who's next? You need the next young guy is Jeanty, right? Like Ashton is the next young guy to come up, but is he going to get paid like these guys? I think it'll all depend on how he looks. But when we start looking at all the other running backs, James Cook, McCaffrey, Taylor, Henry, Barkley, Walker.
Oh, Henry scored. He torched Pittsburgh in that last game. Not bad. 20 carries, 126 yards. He torched them.
But you might be right. Did he have one long run that kind of added that in?
In a 41-yard run.
Okay.
He didn't get the end zone. Maybe that's what I'm thinking about. But he absolutely torched them.
Omarion Hampton's another name, but again, we haven't even seen him be a full-time guy. But if you want to take what you said about Jahmyr Gibbs, he doesn't necessarily have to be if he shows the ability to be a number one guy. But we get down to, as Ed brought up, A-Chain, Brown, Chase Brown, Javonte Williams, Jeremiah Love, Kyron Williams. I just don't see any of these guys getting paid like Bijan and Jahmyr. And
he was all right against Pittsburgh with 126. The week before he had 216, so he was all right.
Yeah.
What a drop-off, man.
He's something else, man. I mean, we're so lucky. I mean, remember how excited I was when he came, but, people were like, I don't know, he's almost 30. I mean, he's just, remarkable.
We know it's going to happen because it always does. I'm not willing to bet on it. You know what I mean? No. It's one of those things, Jeremy, where I'm going to enjoy it until the wheels fall off, man.
Yeah.
Ride it till the wheels fall off.
But Derrick Henry, he said he wants to retire as a Raven.
Yeah.
So, and I don't think he's thinking about retiring anytime soon.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, it's odd because I would play the law of averages most time, but he's the one guy that I don't have a problem.
He breaks the law.
Yeah.
He does. We're giving out shovels at 8:45, but on the other side, talking Ravens with Garrett Downing from BaltimoreRavens.com on the Fan.
If you're thinking about it
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan.
Are you suffering from TMJ pain? If you know exactly what I'm talking about. You find yourself clenching your teeth due to stress, maybe doing it in your sleep and waking up with a lot of pain. And how about those unsightly wrinkles it creates? It's an issue. It's an issue for a lot of people. I don't know if you know this, but you know about Botox removing wrinkles. However, it also can decrease clenching and grinding and provide significant and lasting release for TMJ pain and give you back that beautiful, skin you had when you were in your 20s. I've been talking about the Smile Design Center, Dr. Lairfield, for years because I really believe in what they do. They do great dentistry and beautiful cosmetic work, all in a stress-free, spa-like environment. So check out Dr. Lairfield and the Smile Design Center, who are happy to announce they're using Botox now to help rejuvenate the patients' faces to go along with the beautiful smiles. They do it all there. And right now, they're looking for some model patients. So give them a call to see what they can do for you, no matter what you want done. If you have TMJ, you want a crown, a veneer, whatever, an implant, they do everything. Call Nicole at 410-321-1100 for details of a special offer. Again, that's 410-321-1100 and ask for Nicole.
Sponsored by UBO. We make workflow. UBO streamlines document workflow and maximizes output. Think of us as your business technology experts, where satisfaction isn't just a promise, it's a part of our culture. Get started at ubeo.com today.
CFG Bank Arena is officially one of the hottest concert venues in the world with today's top artists like Olivia Dean, Casey Musgraves, Doja Cat, and Niall Horan. Visit CFGBankArena.com to get your tickets today. CFG Bank Arena, the biggest shows, the biggest names, and the best seats in Baltimore.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Ugh. Constipation with belly pain back again? Huh? Who are you? I'm Future You. Future me? Relax, our doctor figured it out. Your symptoms keep coming back because it's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, and Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is the #1 prescribed branded treatment for IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily prescription pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2 years old. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Summer is here, and so are the savings at Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air, formerly Plaza Ford. Shop our summer sell-a-thon for big savings, more inventory, and top dollar for your trade. The deals are hot. The savings are even hotter. Visit BobBellFordBelAir.com or call 410-838-3100 today.
Play more, win big, all summer long during Horseshoe Casino's 12th anniversary celebration. Enjoy 12 times rewards on Friday, August 21st, then join them on Saturday, August 22nd for your chance to win a $1,200 cash prize in their special anniversary drawing. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
295 southbound at 195, there's an accident. Watch for police direction there. 95 northbound at White Marsh Boulevard, the crash is on the right side. 95 southbound, no delays toward the Fort McHenry Tunnel, looks good. 895 southbound, looking good toward the Harbor Tunnel with no delays. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
looking to end the series with a sweep, the Orioles instead stumbled in the finale against the Angels. They couldn't take advantage of Ryan Johnson, who came into the game with an ERA above 7. The right-hander held Baltimore to 1 run on 3 hits over 4 2/3 innings, working around 5 walks while striking out just 1. Manager Craig Albertaz spoke on the Birds' struggles at the plate.
He did a great job of making them work. That quality was great. I mean, like you alluded to, 8 walks, hit by pitch. We just couldn't get that big hit that we needed.
Despite the loss, the O's remain just 1 game out of the final American League wildcard spot. They'll have the opportunity to gain ground this weekend with a crucial series against the Rangers in Texas. Shane Baz and Nathan Eovaldi are the probable starters for the series opener tonight. You can hear all your pregame coverage on The Fan with BBT, sponsored by Jerry's Home Services, with Tim Barbalace and Ryan Ripken starting at 6. First pitch from Globe Life Field is set for 8:15. From the Bob Bell Florida Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-80s with partly cloudy skies. Tomorrow is expected showers and a high of 89. I'm Ben Hall, O's, Terps, and your home for the most Ravens training camp coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan. Ed Norris, Rob Long, Jeremy Kahn. We're hearing a lot of great things about Ravens training camp. Just the coaching staff, everything, a lot of positive information. And we know there's always something negative out there, and it'll show itself normally when the season begins. But I'm loving absolutely everything that I'm hearing. Joining us right now is a man who's been right there front and center of BaltimoreRavens.com. He is Garrett Downing. What's going on, Garrett?
Hey, Rob. Hey, guys. Great to be with you this morning. Thanks for having me on.
Thanks, man.
I'm loving what I'm hearing out at One Winning Drive, Garrett. If you could, in your own words, describe the atmosphere that you see right now with this football team.
I think the vibes could not be higher going into the season. I think the energy around Jesse Minter and this coaching staff and what they've brought is really strong. I think the players have fully bought in to what he is teaching and what he's trying to implement. And I think the players look at the way that he's really specific and detailed, and that's consistent across the entire coaching staff. And everyone's kind of talked to Marlon Humphrey this week, and he made the point that the coaching staff, the head coach, everybody is echoing the same thing, and it's consistency and it's detailed. And I think that everybody is really enjoying that. And I think that in terms of what I've seen on the field, like, these are intense, they're physical, there's tough practices, but they're also getting some really good work in. So I felt really good about the team all throughout the spring going into training camp, and that excitement has only elevated now that we've gotten a couple weeks into camp.
What about the difference in philosophy? I mean, I heard exactly what you just mentioned, but things like, we had a conversation earlier about how heavy the run game is in Baltimore. Like last year was like almost 54% of the plays, which is unusual for the NFL. The Bears were the complete opposite under Declan Doyle. How do you think this is going to impact this offense?
I still think the run game is going to be a huge piece of the equation. Like, one thing with Declan Doyle, the new offensive coordinator, that he's stressed, and this has been consistent in everything that I've heard from him and from the players, is that the playmakers are going to get the ball. Derrick Henry is clearly a playmaker, and they are going to have a really good game plan to have him be a workhorse in this offense, along with the other weapons on the edge. So I think Derrick is definitely going to eat. I think Zay Flowers is as well. I think that you're going to see some subtle differences in comparison to where the Ravens were last year. Like, an easy one to point to is no fullback. Obviously, Patrick Ricard's not here anymore. Also, the tight end usage, I think it's going to be different. I think we're going to see maybe more 3 receiver sets compared to what we saw previously, where there was more tight end heavy, fullback involved. So, like, some of those subtle differences. But I think that the Ravens are definitely going to find a way to get the ball in the hands of their playmakers, and they're going to spread it around as well. And this is an offense in Chicago, if you go back and look at it, where everybody kind of ate. Was involved in, it could be a different guy from week to week in terms of who came up with the big plays and who received the high target share. But I think that the playmakers are going to be involved, and the run game is definitely going to be a focal point for this offense.
Yeah, I'm just wondering who's going to induct Jacoby Lane into the Hall of Fame, because clearly he's going there already. I mean, as much as I want to talk about that, and I've seen some amazing catches from him thus far, but I want to go to the defense, because as much as I think the offense could be a top 5 offense, I think the defense is going to be a top 5 defense.
Yeah, I'm excited about the defense. Like Jesse Minter, his background, of course, is on the defensive side of things, and he's been one of the best defensive coordinators in the NFL the past couple of years. Won a national championship at Michigan, and so he has a great defensive acumen. And I always felt like, even going back to when the Ravens started this coaching search, if you could bring somebody in to elevate the defense, to get it back to kind of the standard that it was a few years ago, then the offense is going to be really good, because you have Lamar and you have Derrick Henry and you have Zay Flowers. You have these pieces in place. And so I have definitely seen that this defense is on the right path. I think when the pads came on this week at practice, I thought the defense kind of picked it up a notch and won some of those days of practice. And the players they're learning the system. Kyle Hamilton talked about kind of tearing down what you know, relearning it to a certain extent. It's not all new, but you sort of have to reframe your mind and how you just absorb everything and the approach that you take. And I think that the guys are getting it. Jesse Minter, great defensive mind. Anthony Weaver, great defensive coordinator. So, like, the Ravens have the coaching staff in place to get the most out of this defense. And a couple of guys on the defensive side that have jumped out to me in camp, like Nate Wiggins is having a terrific training camp. And I think that he has the ability to put himself into that upper echelon of corners this year going into his third season. I also think Trey Hendrickson and Mike Green off the edge have looked really good. And if the Ravens can elevate their pass rush this year compared to where it was the last 2 seasons, I think that's going to make a huge difference for this defense and this team overall.
Garrett Dowling joins us, BaltimoreRavens.com. Garrett, new coaching staff. You got to put a new system in, but we don't expect anything unusual in the preseason, like starters playing more time or more minutes than normal, do we?
Yeah, Jesse hasn't given any specifics on that yet, but he's kind of indicated that it's going to be case by case. So I would be surprised at this point if, like, if you go out there on Saturday night and it's the full, it's Derrick Henry, Lamar Jackson, and Ronnie Stanley on offense. That would surprise me a little bit, but he hasn't made any sort of declarative statement yet about who's going to play. I mean, there will be some starters that play. There always are. Like, I would fully expect, my guess would be that Benga Ioane, your rookie first-round pick, who's going to be a starter on this offensive line, I would expect him to play. But again, we don't have any sort of declarative thing on that yet, and I think it's going to be case by case based on 10-year experience, health, all that stuff.
How much do you, not how much, I mean, not answering my own question. Do you believe the pass rush will be markedly improved with, if Matabike returns to form and you pick up Trey Hendrickson and, I heard Zion Young is looking good, and do you think it'll be a different look for this year, especially with Minter here?
Yes. The short answer is yes, absolutely. I think that Trey Hendrickson is going to be a guy that has double-digit sacks. I've been impressed with him. Like, he just knows how to get after the quarterback. He is a professional pass rusher, guy who's had 17 sack seasons, Pro Bowl player, just knows how to get after the quarterback. And the Ravens gave him the big contract this offseason because they wanted somebody that could affect the game the way that he has. And there's been some periods in training camp where the Ravens simulate some late game situations and they need to ramp up the pressure on the quarterback. And he seems to deliver basically every time. So Hendrickson's going to provide that. And then that's going to take up pressure off the other side as well. I think that Mike Green, the Ravens are looking at him this year thinking, hey, he could be a double-digit sack guy as well. And so if that were to come to fruition, where you have two players coming off the edge that can both get after the quarterback, put up 10-plus sacks, and then the guys in the middle as well, I think that this pass rush is going to be markedly improved, and that's just going to make life so much easier on the guys in the secondary.
I want to ask you about Tyler Loop. I mean, he's the one guy. I'm glad he had a really good day the other day, but his whole offseason was just thinking about what happened last and that miss. Do you have any concerns over him coming into this year?
I think he's looked good in training camp. I think that with him, you can't simulate the real game situation until you're in the real game situation. That's the reality. It's like you don't know how you're going to respond in Pittsburgh in a game-winning field goal situation until you're in that situation. And so the Ravens have tried to, as best as possible in training camp, to create some of those environments and create an end of practice. Hey, there's 50 push-ups on the line here if you make this 45-yard kick, and he's delivered on that. So I think that they've tried in training camp as best as you can to create a pressure environment, and he's delivered on those. Had a really good day yesterday. But I think the biggest question on him is going to be once you get into that real game atmosphere. But in terms of everything I've heard from him, what I've seen from him, I think that he's learned from the way that last season ended. I don't necessarily get the sense that he's like using that as motivation. I think it's more been put behind him based on what he said when he talked to reporters back in the spring. It was more a learn from it, move past it, rather than keep it kind of on the top of your mind. So I like what I've seen from him in training camp. But again, it comes down to once you're in that environment, in that situation, how do you handle it?
There he is, Garrett Downing. Garrett, thanks a lot, my friend. Enjoy your work and continue to do it. Looking forward to the season to begin.
Awesome, guys. Thanks for having me, and talk to you again soon.
Thanks, Garrett. Great stuff. I like Garrett a lot. I mean, look, try to get him back on more. Training camp updates on the Fan are brought to you by Green Valley Marketplace. Camp is here, and Green Valley Marketplace is your summer grilling headquarters. They've got your cookout covered. Visit greenvalleymarketplace.com today. Go get one of those crab pretzels. Man, they're so good.
I got a big green egg. Would you come over and make some burgers for me?
What the hell kind of... What just happened? I ain't even got an invite over your house, and now you want me to come over and cook for you.
Oh, it's going to get worse. He's going to want me to drive him there.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I don't know if you got told earlier, but we were talking about Rob was ordering food. He goes, tell Ed I'll get him something too. And then I said, it'll still get there faster to him than if he ordered it.
Jim Duquette joins us at 9 o'clock, but on the other side, Ed, we're giving out shovels.
Yeah, I was going to give it to Live Golf, but I've changed. I'm giving it to Jeremy, and I'll tell you why.
If you have a shovel, give us a call. Give us a text, 410-583-1057. Hit us up on Twitter at BBMS1057 The Fan. Shovels next.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
Hey, it's Featured Artist Friday. Little White Snake coming your way. Going to be talking about those Orioles. Vinny's back in studio. Going to break down training camp with him and Jonas Schaefer from the Baltimore Banner. 8 days away from the preseason opener against the Eagles. And we'll talk everything else happening in our sports weekend.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Four-time Pro Bowl wide receiver Stephon Diggs signed a one-year contract worth up to $12 million with the Washington Commanders. The Maryland native returns home following a 1,000-yard season with the New England Patriots, providing quarterback Jaden Daniels a premier veteran target alongside star receiver Terry McLaurin. I'm Addie Bates.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
John's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, where he can get a battery for under $100. Lonnie, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge, and Lonnie does that for free too. In no time at all, John is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Hey, this is Lauren. And a little thing I love about the hash brown scrambled burrito is that it's going to add the protein that you need. The eggs with those crispy nuggets. It's the ultimate combo.
Hi, this is Maya, and a little thing I love about the hash brown scrambled burrito is that it's packed with protein. Having Chick-fil-A chicken in a breakfast burrito is just phenomenal to me. You have the chicken, you have the eggs, and then you add these hash browns. It's just complete, honestly.
Order the Chick-fil-A hash brown scrambled burrito and Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Traffic is brought to you by Jerry's Home Services. Just ask Jerry's. Jerry's Home Services is the choice of Maryland homeowners for all their interior and exterior renovation needs. With an impeccable industry reputation, just ask Jerry's for a fast, free estimate by calling 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com.
Powerball is always big fun. Right now, it's really big fun. The Powerball jackpot is estimated at $856 million.
That's right, $856 million.
Ryan. Play today at any Maryland lottery retailer and please play responsibly.
Using chat to research your next home improvement project? Forget all the prompts. If you want replacement windows and doors without the hassle, look up Window Nation. Homeowners love the one-day installation process, especially since Window Nation installers leave your home cleaner than when they started. This month, you could get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 2 years. Visit windownation.com to get the windows featured on HGTV's Designing Spaces. I'm telling you, Window Nation, they're the real deal.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy one Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip Deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip Deal. Get it in the app. Participation may vary.
What do parents think of back to school at Staples, where 24-pack Crayola crayons are just 50 cents?
Staples has folders, notebooks, and pens at great prices.
I'm smiling from ear to ear.
It's the most wonderful time.
Mom, I missed the bus of the year.
It's a wonderful time at Staples, where school supplies start at just 25 cents. Staples. That was easy. Visit your local Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
I love days like these at the pool, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. I'm ready to make a splash with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza. Skyrizi is a prescription-only injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. At 4 months, most people saw 90% clearer skin when measured from head to toe, and many were even 100% plaque-free. People also saw significant improvement in psoriasis symptoms of pain, redness, itching, and burning.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Now there's nothing on my skin thanks to Skyrizi, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
John's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, where he can get a battery for under $100. Lonnie, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge, and Lonnie does that for free too. In no time at all, John is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Hey, this is Lauren. And a little thing I love about the hash brown scrambled burrito is that it's going to add the protein that you need. The eggs with those crispy nuggets. It's the ultimate combo.
Hi, this is Maya, and a little thing I love about the hash brown scrambled burrito is that it's packed with protein. Having Chick-fil-A chicken, breakfast burrito is just phenomenal to me. You have the chicken, you have the eggs, and then you add these hash browns. It's just complete, honestly.
Order the Chick-fil-A hash brown scrambled burrito and Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Don't let summer or your love life fly by. Lions Den has everything you need to keep the excitement going. A huge selection, knowledgeable staff, and comfortable shopping. Visit Lions Den today. Pleasure, passion, romance. LionsDen.com.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center. Sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
95 northbound at White Marsh Boulevard, a crash there on the right side. 295 northbound at 175, disabled vehicles on the left side. The right lane is getting by. Watch for direction there. Still looks good. 95 southbound toward the Fort McHenry Tunnel. No delays there. 895 looking good toward the Harbor Tunnel with no delays. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
The Big Bad Shovel of Wisdom.
He might get this shovel. We're giving out shovels right now. Ed Norris, who gets yours?
I'm giving mine to Jeremy Kahn.
I love this.
And maybe a little one to myself, and I'll tell you what. Jeremy had revealed earlier that he is going to be playing competitive basketball again. We're going to give it a shot.
In a few months.
In a few months, whatever. How old are you now?
Some shots afterwards.
How do I look or how old am I?
I know how old you look. I mean, how old are you actually right now?
I'll be 47 next month.
47? Mm-hmm. Okay. Now I'm going to make fun of myself. When I was police commissioner, I was in my 40s, early 40s for those years. Two things happened. One, I went out, nobody knew me because I wasn't from here. So they asked one of my bodyguards, one of my drivers, Mike Mancuso, who's now the president of the FOP. Somebody said, "What's he like?" He said, "Well, you never know what to look at him, but he's really smart." So there was that, which made me really wonder how I present. And then, related to your story, we played the mayor's office in two-hand touch in the winter in a freezing rainstorm. And I'm competitive too. So I played as best I could. And again, the quote was from somebody on the other team, one of the mayor's guys, goes, you never know what to look at him, but he's pretty fast. So there was that. So it looked stupid and slow to everybody. The point is...
Slow and slow.
Yes, slow and slow, both ways, yes. After the game, my calves, they knotted up, and I'm not joking. They felt like I had baseballs inserted in them. I couldn't walk for like 2 days. They were so cramped up and tight. To touch them, you couldn't even squeeze the muscle. It was so hard. And I'm just telling you, you may want to rethink this because you're closer to 50 than 40, and you're going to go out and play. And I know you're going to be competitive. You're going to play as hard as you can. And I just want to see, given the fact that, Rob, not me, I would never do. Rob was making fun of you earlier about how you walk. Could you imagine what it's going to be like after you play this game?
Oh, look, the guys that I played sports with back when I was doing flag football and even basketball, they were like, you always talk about how you look fine when you're out there. And I'm like, yeah, wait, drive with me home and see what I look like for the next 2 or 3 days. But that's what I'm saying. If I'm going to do this, to be able to play on a basketball team with both of my sons, it's something I always wanted to do.
Yeah, do it.
And if I'm not playing sports after that, I'll be miserable. I'm going to have back surgery. I'm going to have neck surgery. Hell, I'm even getting another sleep apnea surgery that's coming up later on this year. So, yeah, it's going to be fun.
I'm with you. I said if I could play in the men's league one more year, baseball, I'd do it, but I just know better.
I'll be quick.
Get your shovel.
I'll be quick with mine. I'm going to play the sound of the new Purdue AD. He gets the shovel for something he said, talking about championships. There you go. It's coming up. It's coming. I swear we have it. It's ladies. It's almost there.
Hey, give this.
Every recruit, every current student athlete will hear this message repeatedly. We are here to win championships. If you don't want to win championships, go to Indiana.
Let me check. Let me pull my Nipsey Hussle. Last time that I checked, Indiana just won the national championship in college football. And I don't know if you guys know this. Do you know how many national championships across all sports Purdue's won?
0.
It's more than 0.
Is it?
It's 3. But listen, it's men's golf in 1961, women's basketball in 1999, and women's golf in 2010. You shut the hell up, and you shut the hell up, sir. To say Indiana right after they won a national championship?
Yeah. They're in the same state with Indiana and Notre Dame. And they get the balls to say something.
Yeah. Go to Indiana.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, come on.
Pathetic.
Oh, man. My shovel goes to the people putting the MTA mobility bus in danger this morning. All right. The MTA mobility bus, we do know that it often has passengers who are disabled. Often.
Yep.
If not all the time. So there's a certain speed and certain care that these drivers have to operate. Because you don't want people shaking all over the place on your bus. You have them belted down and so they can't move around. So coming down Falls Road this morning, the bus was going at about maybe 25 to 30 miles an hour around the curve. I don't know who's on this bus for him not to hit the curb hard, but I'm cool with that. 2 cars stacked behind one another in front of me went left of center on the solid line to pass the bus, putting everybody in danger. There's nothing that's that important that you have to risk not only your life, but other people's lives. More importantly, if you're ready to go, fine, go. Go somewhere else, but don't put my life in danger because you're going. Solid lines means there's a curve somewhere coming. That road is about to bend somewhere. Solid lines means don't go left of center. And if somebody comes around that bend and hits you, and you guys know how tight that road is, we're all in danger.
You see that train a coming.
Yeah. We're
rolling around the bend.
We're all in danger, man. So come on, it's MTA mobility, man. People on there who can't get around on their own. They have to be careful. And if you're in a hurry, then leave earlier. That's it. Bottom line. 410-583-1057. That's the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. Ed, tell us all about our 8 o'clock sponsor, my friend.
8 o'clock every day, brought to you by the Lions Den. And right now it's very fitting because, well, think about it. You know, opening day, baseball, seems like it was yesterday, right? Now we're talking about the NFL season. Football's here. It's here. So don't let your summer or your love life fly by. Lions Den has everything you need to keep the excitement going. They really do. They have a great selection, great staff, and a really comfortable shopping environment. So check it out. Check them out locally, Catonsville, Cockeysville, Severn, Pasadena, or go to lionsden.com today. And please tell them I sent you up there. I like when I walk in, they say that they know that.
Hey, you'll hit the golf ball around this weekend?
Yep, I am going to do that. I'm actually working at the golf course on Sunday, and I'm probably going to play today and maybe Tuesday.
There you go. Talk to you on Monday.
Yep, I'm sure we'll talk 500 times over the weekend. So.
See you, man.
410-583-1057. That's the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. The O's are down in Texas to take on the Rangers. We'll preview that series at 9:15. But on the other side, we're going to talk baseball with our GM. Jim Duquette joins us up next on The Fan.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan.
Brad Evans here to help you beat the Bulls with Westwood One Sports. Grab a golden ticket. The Packers WR is on the brink of a breakout. Elite in separation yards last season, he and Jordan Love should bubble the chemistry in year 2. A locked-in starter outside, Golden goes over 650.5 receiving yards at -110. Hashtag Team Huevos. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46. And I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
It's the summer send-off sales event at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction. Go see Kevin Brammer, sales director, and get you a great sales experience. Save with 0% 60-month financing on 2026 Santa Fe's and Tucson gas and hybrid. Test drive the 26 Elantra hybrid. It gets over 50 miles per gallon and make no payments till November 2026 on every new Hyundai. Now, we got banks on site for instant credit approval. Kevin, it's going to give you $500 more than CarMax or Carvana for your trade. Get America's best 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty owner assurance. Plus, you get Jones for a lifetime, which includes free oil changes, free car washes, and an engine guaranteed for a lifetime with over 2 million likes and reviews. You can and you will be a satisfied customer. How do I know? Purchased 20 cars over the years. Been to every department. Sales, service, parts, collision. They're all spectacular, so save thousands now at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction, 1504 Bel Air Road, only 15 minutes from the White Marsh Mall. See that great selection at BelAirHyundai.com and get you a Jones Junction tag frame just like me, my wife, Vincent, Charlie, and Rachel.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
And Doug.
Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Hey, we're all headed out to happy hour. You in?
Definitely, but I need to schedule a ride.
Before you drink, designate a sober driver or plan for a rideshare and make sure everyone gets home safely. You could save your life, those in your car, and others on the road. Be the Make a Plan driver. Be the driver who saves lives. Go to zerodeathsmd.gov. This message is brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation. This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. For great food, great drinks, and a great time, Cross Street Market is Baltimore's spot in Federal Hill. With stalls like Pizza de Joey, Theo's Rolls and Bowls, Dashi Ramen, and the Red Hot Jollof Bowl, along with the Watershed Restaurant. It's the perfect place to meet for a bite or a drink. Just say the words, "I'll see you at the market."
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
With Declan Doyle installing his new offense in Baltimore, the Ravens are hoping to get Rashad Bateman back to the player he was in 2024 when he caught 45 passes for 756 yards and 9 touchdowns. Bateman's production will be a key factor in a bounce-back season from the offense. He was asked if he feels energized by the new offensive system.
I would say so. As a receiver, you want somebody to believe in you. You want somebody, to see your, ability. And I think, Declan is doing a good job of, moving all of us around, not just myself. Zay's been moving on a lot. Y'all see Jacoby Lane out there making plays, Tez Walker. I think there's a lot in store for a lot of guys, this season.
The Ravens will be off today and return to the practice field Saturday at 11 a.m. Shifting to the O's, they'll head to Texas for an important 3-game series with the Rangers over the weekend. Baltimore will start Shane Baz in the series opener tonight, while Nathan Eovaldi gets the nod for Texas. From the Bob Bell Florida Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-80s with partly cloudy skies. Tomorrow has expected showers and a high of 89. This fan flash is sponsored by Window Nation. For replacement windows and doors, choose Window Nation. Right now, you can get 50% off all windows, plus no payments for 2 years. Visit windownation.com today. Window Nation, they're the real deal. I'm Ben Hall, O's, Terps, and your home for the most Ravens training camp coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
.903 in the AM, Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan. Trade deadline is past. Playoffs shape up once again. Joining us right now, our resident general manager. He is Jim Duquette. What's going on, sir?
Hey, good morning, guys. How we doing?
Doing well. I think the shock factor of Adley Rutschman, the initial shock factor was there on Monday, even though we heard rumors that he would be on the move. Going to Boston didn't help at all. This team finds itself right now 1 game out of the final wild card spot. Jim, in your opinion, after getting rid of Adley, after getting rid of Dean, after getting rid of Tyler Wells and also Taylor Ward, is this team in a better, worse position to get into the playoffs?
Well, I think getting into the playoffs for this year, I don't think that anyone would argue that they're in a better shape. They don't have the type of depth to replace. Listen, Adley's on the injured list, so that wasn't as much of a factor at the moment. But to replace Ward, and I know Ward's not having a great year, Wells in the bullpen, replacing those guys, replacing the depth that Kramer had there in the back end. I know that each one of those guys not necessarily were having great years. I think that trying to replace those guys and their experience and what they've done, what they're capable of doing down the stretch and pitching in a postseason run. I mean, all that pitching as you guys know, pitching in a postseason stretch, there's a lot of pressure that's involved with that. Yeah. And there's certainly veteran guys that are more capable of handling that than rookies or inexperienced guys. So I think from that side of things, and I just look at the other teams around them that are also in it that actually added players, and I think it's going to be a difficult run for them. Can they do it? Yeah, of course. Anybody can, but it's a little more difficult for the O's.
A couple of things, Jim. Like so many people upset that they traded within the division. Do you have an issue with that, or is it just take the best haul you can possibly get? And on the flip side of that, I've heard people say, well, you're going to see Adley Rutschman coming to Baltimore, and you're going to have to deal with playing against one of your own players. If any of these prospects work out, the Red Sox are going to have to deal with the same thing.
Yeah, so, Jeremy, I don't have a problem in general, trading within the division if you get what you want. And listen, I don't know anyone that I've talked to that would disagree. Like the haul that the Orioles got for the long term is really good. I mean, those guys, those pitchers in particular, are going to be, I think, excellent starting pitchers for a long time. And to the credit of the organization, they haven't done a lot of drafting of pitchers or developing of pitchers in the organization. So to use a huge chip to go out and get two potential ones, I thought it was a really good move for the long haul, right? So that part of it, and it really, Adley for the remainder of this year. Listen, the Red Sox are getting to the postseason. It's a really fun team.
They're
really
a half
team.
a game behind the Yankees now after being 15 and a half back.
And they're all in. I mean, they were getting a ton of credit earlier in the year for not being really good. Now they've gone on this run. So, it doesn't take much, especially in the American League, to turn things around. That's why you still hold out hope for the O's. But that deal, you have to judge these especially when it's involving prospects. You got to look at it over the long haul. Yeah. And I think that the Orioles fans will be happy about that aspect. It's just about, the now right now, which is we've seen two bad seasons for the most part, not getting to the postseason when they were telling everyone that they were buying and going for it.
Jim Duquette joins us, Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan. Okay, you talked about the right now, the Boston Red Sox are the hottest team on the planet. Once again, on a winning streak, this time of 8, and still counting winners of 9 out of the last 10. So they are the best team in the American League right now. However, season doesn't end until the end of the last weekend in September, and then the postseason. Who's the best team, in your opinion, right now in the American League?
Well, it's hard to pick against Tampa, and I really like the moves that they made at the deadline. Not just Wells, but we saw Peralta, and that his first start with. Yeah, his first start wasn't very good, Peralta's, but Liam Hicks, very good, right? Hit a grand slam the other day. So I thought what they did was really good. I didn't like what the Yankees ended up doing, but they have some really good players coming off the injured list. I think those are the two that are the most interesting and maybe the best right now in the American League if you look at it long term, but you got to throw Boston into that mix too. And I really don't think there's any other team that can compete with those three, not in the Central and really not in the West, even though Houston's gotten hot already. So the frustrating part of this is you don't have to be great to get to the postseason or to make a run in the postseason in the American League this year.
So, Jim, I wanted to ask you about the MVP race in the National League. I saw Harold Reynolds and the guys at the MLB Network going over it. I've said for years, once you give the MVP to Shohei Ohtani, it's his to lose every single year. Now the big argument's been that PCA is the best center fielder in all of baseball. I just don't know how he's having an amazing season, PCA. But how do you take away from a guy that looked like a damn Cy Young in the first half of the season? And then you add in similar batting numbers. What are your thoughts on who should get it and who may?
Yeah, last year I thought, in the American League when it was this close, I thought you could create an argument for Cal Raleigh over Aaron Judge because of the position, because of some of the other behind the scenes, how he affected both the pitching and the offense. And I feel like on the National League side with Shohei, like he affects not just the offense but the pitching. Even though he's not pitching right now, that first half he had, like you said, Jeremy, it was impressive. If he had stayed healthy, could have continued it, he might have won the Cy Young. So you take the two combined, and I just don't know how it ends up being better than what PCA season is. And Pete Crow Armstrong is a really good player. Like if you're not competing against a two-way player, he's the guy. Like he might be the best guy, not named Ohtani in either league, the way he's been playing.
It's a shame Ed's not here. We could ask him who traded him away. But you know that too.
Yeah,
so.
the Mets. Yeah, I know who traded him. I know who traded him away. But and that GM's been wearing it like I did when I traded Kazmir. But nonetheless, I think that it's going to be hard to overtake Ohtani, unless Ohtani misses some time. That knee's been bothering him here for a while, and they might need to give him a spell on the injured list.
There he is, Jim Duquette. Jeremy, I got to tell you this, man. I listen to this man on most days. He's pretty good.
Who?
Jim Duquette.
Oh, I thought you were talking about somebody. No, Jim's the best,
he's
man.
He's pretty good, man.
Rob, we always appreciate you paying the salaries, man.
Hey, Jim, thanks a lot, my friend. We'll talk to you soon.
All right, have a good weekend. See you guys.
410-583-1057 is the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. What are you frowning for over there?
Frowning? I'm not frowning.
Oh,
no, I'm just rocking.
It's that natural wrinkle in your forehead.
My butt forehead. I can blow my nose and wipe my ass at the same time, Rob. I was doing, look, it's not going away. And somebody told me the only way to get rid of my butt head is to do Botox. And if I ain't dyeing my beard, I'm not doing Botox. So I'm just going to have an ass in the middle of my forehead for the rest of my life. My wife thinks it's from my resting bitch face. But I don't know. Do I have an RBF?
Yeah, you do.
Okay.
That's what just now I asked you what you frowning for. It just went, you've been looking like a grumpy old man since you were young, man.
Well, get off my lawn, man, and leave me the hell alone.
Daily Line with Jeremy Conn at 9:30, but on the other side, O's travel to Texas to take on the Rangers. Preview up next on The Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
Hey, it's Featured Artist Friday. Little White Snake coming your way. Going to be talking about those Orioles. Vinny's back in studio. Going to break down training camp with him and Jonas Schaefer from the Baltimore Banner. 8 days away from the preseason opener against the Eagles. And we'll talk everything else happening in our sports weekend.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
I'm Justin Holloman from the Holloman Firm. When you're hurt in an accident or facing injustice, I'll stand with you as your dedicated advocate and be a friend in your corner. Remember to call me, Justin, for justice at the Holloman Firm. TheHollomanFirm.com.
Diagnose, repair, connect. Own your next move by training at Lincoln Tech's Columbia campus. Gain hands-on skills using industry-standard tools and technology, and prepare for a career in fields like automotive service, electrical, HVAC, or welding. Benefit from Lincoln's employer connections that can help you open doors to new opportunities. Don't just imagine a better future. Start building it. Visit lincolntech.edu today to schedule a campus tour.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for auto pay and emailing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrato. Getting ready to host friends and family this summer? You need a great setup, so check out Town Appliance. Whether you want the everyday reliability of Whirlpool, the iconic design of KitchenAid, or the high-end luxury of JennAir, they have exactly what you need and more. Plus, they carry outdoor grills, beverage centers, and air conditioners to beat the heat, all with flexible financing. Head to their showroom off Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills, where Mayor will take great care of you. Visit, call, or text. Go to townappliance.com today.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $3 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Every week on the Moth Podcast, you'll hear true stories that will intrigue you, inspire you, and make you laugh.
He said, is there anything in your diet that might be spiking your blood sugar? I said, sometimes I eat pizza until I'm unconscious. He said, I think that might be it.
For real stories live on stage from comedians, astronauts, accountants, farmers, and people just like you, follow and listen to The Moth wherever you get your podcasts.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. And, Jim DeCat on. And I get it, Jim. Based on what you gave up, your chances of getting to the playoffs aren't very good. But based on being one game back at the final wild card spot,
yeah,
they are pretty good.
Based on watching the American League, everybody got a shot. It feels like you can cross off about 2 or 3 teams, and I didn't even realize it until you said it yesterday. I was like, man, what are the Blue Jays? Oh, what's that?
The Blue Jays just 3.5 back now in that final wild spot.
Yeah, I mean, it's a steep hill to climb, even just 3.5 games with all those teams, but at least you're there.
The only teams that are out of it are the Royals, the Athletics, and the Angels. Mm-hmm. That's it. Everybody else is in it. And you talk about the steep hill to climb, and the Blue Jays had the same situation that the Orioles have, man. They face a lot of the teams that they got to beat. They have Boston on the schedule. They had the Yankees on the schedule. They had the Rays on the schedule. They have Seattle, Cleveland, the Orioles, Detroit. Those are all the teams that are in front of them. Yeah. They still have those guys remaining on the schedule. They're in it. Well, if in my opinion, you're within 5 games right now, and you have maybe up to 10 games remaining with teams that are in front of you, then you have a legitimate chance because you control your own destiny. The Orioles are one game back, and they face a team that's ahead of them in the wild card standing.
Well, yeah, you're going to get all these opportunities, as you're pointing out, to face the teams you need to beat. And let's be honest, none of them are really good. No. You just hope that maybe you get the better of the pitching matchups. When you look at it this weekend, maybe you didn't get what you wanted from Texas because you're going to see Eovaldi and Jacob deGrom. You get Kumar Rocker. If you're looking at it as kind of like a silver lining, they're all right-handed. You know how we've struggled against lefties. So, and then it sounds like you'll see Dean Kramer on Monday.
You know why that's one bad thing for me? You're facing all righties. That means what Kobe Mayo's going to play 1 game out of the 3?
I hope not.
I mean, right now you got to play him.
Yeah.
Based on what Samuel Basallo's not, unless he's getting activated this weekend, which I haven't heard. You got to have some bangers in there.
Yeah. Well, you brought it up yesterday when we were looking at the pitching matchup, and I felt the same way you did. I understand the lefty-righty stuff, but looking at this kid, I mean, he could have. I could go up there with no arms and he would have walked me. You know, like, what does it matter what side of the plate I'm hitting from if if that guy can't throw a strike and if I can go up. And, oh, by the way, if he falls behind an account, lefty, righty, whatever it is, fastball over the plate is a fastball over the plate.
And hear me out, folks. I understand you like manufacturing runs. I get it. But 3 singles to have to score a run, put that together in 1 inning before you get 3 outs. All right. This team hadn't shown the ability to do that. So I am hunting home runs. I'm for my lineup, I'm hunting home runs. Because they haven't strung together long innings without home runs. Not often. I'm not saying ever, but for the most part, put the bangers in the lineup. You hit 3 or 4 solo home runs, just 3 or 4 runs.
Hey, if you're struggling to get, we've talked about it, how this team it felt like they were home run hunting the past few years, and maybe that's what went wrong in the postseason when you face better pitching and all those things, whatever it is. But when it comes down to it, if you're not scoring, you're not going to, do I have any confidence for them to string together 3 hits in an inning? Not really. I know they can do it, but I don't expect it. You're probably going to have to rely on an Earl Weaver. Maybe a bloop and a blast, a walk, a schmoke and a pancake, a bong and a blintz, whatever it may be. Oh, sorry. Oh, man.
But that's why I want O'Neill in the lineup. That's why I want Mayo in the lineup, because those are the guys that can run into one.
And now I hate saying this because, look, I love the fact that we had 2 catchers and the way you could set up the lineup with Adley, Basayo, and Pete Alonso. You now have flexibility with the DH, which they used it. You want to spell Gunner here or there and keep him in the lineup. I get you. But also, this should be a time where we get to see some of these right-handed bats. And I like CES. I think I know what CES is. Maybe he changes my mind in the long haul. But I want to see more of Kobe Mayo. You guys held on to him for a reason.
By the way, for those of you that keep yelling about Jackson Holiday playing shortstop, did you see those lollipop throws that he made yesterday? Mm-hmm. I mean, he's like in front of second base, throwing 1-hoppers to first base. He doesn't have a shortstop arm, folks. I'm not making fun of Jackson Holiday. I want Jackson Holiday in the lineup every day at second base. He doesn't have a shortstop arm. He made a couple of throws yesterday. I'm thinking, man, I hope these people watching, they keep yelling about him going to shortstop. He's showing you right now he does not. His arm is not like that. Your shortstops on his team are Gunner, Blaze,
maybe even Westberg before that.
Well, he's healthy. He's definitely a shortstop.
I'm just saying.
He played shortstop in college.
Blaze isn't healthy either.
Well, he's coming back. You're right. You ain't wrong.
What's the deal with Zach Eflin? He's done for the year?
Yeah.
Because I
didn't he have TJ?
That's what I thought.
But TJ.
I heard him being around the ball club talking about that Boz Inc. hat that he had on. I saw that floating around social media. I'm like, is he back around?
Yeah, he's been around.
I see. That's what I didn't
He was
know.
around when his arm was in that little bionic thing. Yeah, Ben, what did he take? 2 weeks off, maybe? If that long.
It was not long before he was back around. He's been around ever since.
When I saw it, I'm going, I thought you were out for the year.
But him and Bassett didn't stay. Bassett probably was out for maybe a week or 10 days?
Yeah.
Before he came right back.
And then they go out when guys are playing catch, and they're talking to the younger guys. I think they know kind of what their role is.
They even travel. I mean, they even traveling with the team, man. Yeah, he didn't. Zach Eflin took his 2-week vacation and came back to work. And like Ben says, when they go out to do their long tossing and things like that, Eflin and Bassett go out with them. They're not just kicking back in the easy chairs in the clubhouse. They're working. And that's why I told you before, listen, I didn't like the Bassett move as far as the pitcher that he is right now at this point of his career.
You like him in the clubhouse.
And I still don't. But in the clubhouse, the guy's golden. He's funny, not just sarcastically funny. He's over the top funny. When he's got something smart to say because he'll walk by you with that little crap-eating grin on his face, and then he'll circle back to you and say what he has to say. He's going to make a good pitching coach one day, I think, Ben. I think Bassett makes a good pitching coach one day.
Really? You think that's what he wants to do?
I don't know, but it kind of seems like he does.
Yeah, no, he's very talkative, and again, I said it, like the younger guys, he's always around them, and he also owns it. I remember when he first signed, time and time again, he talked about being a leader and being around these guys. And it's also somebody, when you talk about being a pitching coach, who's been around a ton of organizations and been around a ton of different pitching coaches and worked with a lot of guys coming up. And then when he's been older, works with some of the younger Blue Jays pitchers. We know Savage and how exactly how they talk about him. So, yeah, well, it wouldn't shock me.
He just strikes me as that guy, Jeremy, because of his personality and Ben talking about his experience, he would add so much to a pitching staff.
Really?
Oh, yeah. He would add so much.
Going back to Buck Showalter, like he talked so highly of him in the offseason, just saying like he's just one of those guys. And the weird thing is, the one thing I liked about signing Bassett is I said if you check his history, he's dominated the Yankees. It's one of the weirdest things I've found. His numbers against the Yankees are ridiculous. And he never even got to face him this year. So.
And again, on the field, I'm still not a fan of the move. I'm not. However, I like the dude.
Yeah.
I like the dude. He's become one of those guys, 410-583-1057. That's the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. Ben Hall's encore at 9:45, but on the other side, it's the Daily Line.
Yeah, a lot to go over. There's a bunch of spots today for weather. I don't like any of the WNBA games. I'll tell you what happened last night. I went 2 and 3 in my top plays.
What happened?
Yeah. There were a couple of spots we were really close in, a couple of great calls, and God bless it, the damn Red Sox keep doing that thing. They keep hitting home runs and scoring runs. What a crazy-ass comeback that was. We were on the over yesterday. We didn't even have to sweat that damn thing. I'll tell you the best plays for today, and surprise, we might be going back to Boston. We'll do that next here on The Fan.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan.
The summer sell-a-thon is on at Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air. Shop a huge selection of new Ford trucks, SUVs, and quality pre-owned vehicles with deals worth the drive. Your best drive starts this summer. Visit BobBellFordBelAir.com or call 410-838-3100 today.
Constipation with belly pain back again? Huh? Who are you? I'm future you. Future me? Relax, our doctor figured it out. Your symptoms keep coming back because it's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, and Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is the #1 prescribed branded treatment for IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily prescription pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2 years old. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Hear that? The beach is calling, and so is that family vacation you've been dreaming about. Stop putting it off. Whether it's a weekend getaway, a road trip, or making unforgettable summer memories, Security Plus is here to help you with a summer flex loan. With rates as low as 7.99% APR, getting away has never felt so within reach. Learn more at securityplusfcu.org/summerflex or call 410-281-6200. Security Plus Federal Credit Union, the plus side of banking.
Using chat to research your next home improvement project? Forget all the prompts. If you want replacement windows and doors without the hassle, look up Window Nation. Homeowners love the one-day installation process, especially since Window Nation installers leave your home cleaner than when they started. This month, you could get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 2 years. Visit windownation.com to get the windows featured on HGTV's Designing Spaces. I'm telling you, Window Nation, they're the real deal.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread build-it-yourself furniture, that came in 47 different pieces.
Why do I have 6 extra screws?
With extremely vague instructions.
What are these? Hieroglyphics?
Then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
I'm Dan Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, millions of people called us for representation. Why? Because trust grows when you win, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion and counting. When you call America's largest injury law firm, you're calling a family. You're calling an army. our army. You're calling somebody who will fight for you. Injured? Let our family fight for your family. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey Maryland, it's our election. There are 3 ways to vote. Election Day, November 3rd, early voting, October 22nd through the 29th, or by mail at a drop box, post office, or a local board of elections. Check your registration, ballot, and polling place information at vote.md.gov/vote2026. For trusted information on registration deadlines and voting options, download the Go Vote MD app. Sponsored by the Maryland State Board of Elections and the Maryland, D.C., Delaware Broadcast Association in cooperation with this station.
This Fan Flash is brought to you by Vinny Steel, your home sold guarantee. Call Vinny at 410-793-1801. That's 410-793-1801.
From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
Looking to end the series with a sweep, the Orioles instead stumbled in the finale against the Angels. They couldn't take advantage of Ryan Johnson, who came into the game with an ERA above 7. The right-hander held Baltimore to 1 run on 3 hits over 4 2/3 innings, working around 5 walks while striking out just 1. Manager Craig Albernaz spoke on the Birds' struggles at the plate.
He did a great job of making them work. Bat quality was great. I mean, like you alluded to, 8 walks, hit by pitch. We just couldn't get that big hit that we needed.
Despite the loss, the O's remain just 1 game out of the final American League wildcard spot. They'll have the opportunity to gain ground this weekend with a crucial series against the Rangers in Texas. Shane Baz and Nathan Eovaldi are the probable starters for the series opener tonight. You can hear all your pregame coverage on The Fan with BBT sponsored by Jerry's Home Services with Tim Barbalace and Ryan Ripken starting at 6. First pitch from Globe Life Field is set for 8:15. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-80s with partly cloudy skies. Tomorrow is expected showers and a high of 89. I'm Ben Hall, O's, Terps, and your home for the most Ravens training camp coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Overs, unders, favorites, and dogs. It's Jeremy Kahn's Daily Line. Sponsored by Life Med Institute. Guys, regain confidence and performance in the bedroom with Gaines Wave Therapy at Life Med Institute. Gaines Wave is a revolutionary non-invasive ED treatment. Call 410-575-1200 or lifemedinstitute.com. On 105.7 The Fan.
You gonna get that joke that your nephew sent?
Oh, what did he? Yeah, I'll tell
Hey,
it.
Ben, listen to this one.
My nephew said, "Could you imagine if Lions Den had rentals?" I guess that's like be kind, rewind. Don't be mean, please clean.
No.
That's like a disease waiting to happen.
That is not like be kind. Rewind. Nothing like that.
Well, I remember when I turned my Blockbuster Video, they would charge me extra if it wasn't rewound. So I don't know.
How do you know whether you cleaned it or not?
I mean, it smells kind of clean. Anyway, what am I doing? You know what? It's Friday. I just want to get the hell out of here. All right.
But you want to be able to come back. So that's chill.
That is true. All right, let's get to the games today. I went 2 and 3 in my top plays last night just to go over it real quick. Red Sox Athletics, you heard that. One of the craziest games you'd ever see. I'm sorry, Red Sox Athletic. Red Sox White Sox. I'm looking at today's plays. That was one of the craziest games. The White Sox had a lead in every inning from the 3rd inning on, and the Red Sox still came back and won it.
Wasn't it the first time this year the Red Sox have won a game where they trailed by more than 4 runs?
I don't know that, but it wouldn't surprise me.
Ben says yes.
Yeah, so
like 0-30 or something.
It's just been crazy watching them. And I just saw, Adley and Trevor Story were talking in the dugout yesterday. So it's like
0-26.
Man. So yeah, we had that. That was a loser for us. The one that really hurt was the over in the Fever game. Because I don't want to say really hurt, like they just couldn't make a shot. It was so ugly. We talked about it being played into the 190s that both teams might reach 100. Mm-hmm. I think you look for the Fever game against the Sky tomorrow for that same type of deal where we're going to have a fast-paced game. Total there's like 195. But the problem I see right now is we have a situation where the teams that were playing last night, they just couldn't make anything. And we got to overtime, and it still didn't go over. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Like, it was so strange. Now, The other games that worked out for us, Reds game went over the total. I think everybody hit a home run in that. Sal Stewart, Tyler Stevenson, J.J. Bleday, Ellie De La Cruz. Cincinnati was hitting bombs, and Oakland, listen to me, Athletics scored a ton of runs as well. So let me go to the games today.
We'll go there this year.
What? You want to go there?
Yeah.
What, Sacramento?
Yeah. That's
Did you
the
go there
worst
before?
trip last year. It's the worst.
Is there anything to do there?
No.
No? Okay.
That's the worst trip.
I don't like any WNBA tonight. As far as the weather goes, I want to point out Pittsburgh over, lean to that. Toronto over, lean to that. Red Sox over is an absolute smash spot again. I'll get to it in a second. And the St. Louis over. So where am I looking today? I do like that St. Louis over, although I didn't make an official play. I've got 7 baseball plays for today. They are, I like the Orioles and Rangers to go under 8. I like the Cubs and Royals over 9.5. It's another great hitting environment there with Kansas City and Chicago, and that's why you see that high total. Kevin Gausman pitching, and I think it's this is like a throwaway game for Kansas City, if I remember correctly, who's starting for them. Now, LA Angels, Miami, I like that one to go over. Pittsburgh, New York Mets, I like that to go over. Cleveland, Chicago White Sox, I like that to go under. I like the Yankees minus 145. Now, let me talk about this Boston Athletics game. Red Sox, A's. If you've been watching, the A's have scuffled. They've looked like one of the worst teams in baseball. Their best players are beat up. So when you think about it, I think Tyler Soderstrom is probably maybe the most known player on that team right now. I think Jonah Heim's been batting cleanup. They've alternated righty-lefty up top, whether it's Henry Bolte or one of the other guys. There's still speed and power. But that lineup looks a lot different without Langoliers and Nicholas Kurtz. So as he's been out too with was it wrist or hand or something?
Coward.
So coward. But with the Red Sox here, surprisingly, Jaron Duran just started hitting. He was on up until last night. I don't know what he did in last night's game.
Trade rumors.
He was on one.
Yeah, trade rumors.
Oh, he got hot,
yeah,
man.
he did. I want to stay.
They're still hitting him at the bottom of the lineup. Wilson Contreras was sick and missed last night, so I don't know if he'll be in the game tonight. But either way, this is an absolute smash spot for an over. If we're talking about just the weather and how it impacts, let me give you the numbers and what it dictates here. We have the wind blowing out. We have home runs hit at a 22% higher rate. It's going to be 90 degrees there. Runs scored over 22% more in games like this. ERAs go up 18% more. It's hot. Blowing out to right field. You've got a righty on the mound for the Athletics. There's this left-handed guy on the Red Sox that I've been talking about all week. If you bet him over 1.5 last night, you hit. I recommended him over 2.5 because the price tag was better. But Wilyer Abreu, you've got the wind blowing out to right. It's hot. And I got an A's pitcher that is going to put the ball over the plate.
They're playing in Sacramento?
No, this is in Boston. If it were in Sacramento, it would be with that bandbox.
Oh, that bandbox in right field in Boston.
I don't even need the wind blowing out there. I don't even need it to be hot there. But
It's
sometimes
always
you get
hot,
that.
though.
But here's what you get with this. You've got 2 teams and 2 pitchers, by the way, that, like, again, I'm not scared to go after here. Peyton Tully has been really good. But I do like the right-handed lineup that can be presented by the A's in this spot. Now, as far as pitching goes, on the other side of it, Jack Perkins, he's been very unlucky this year, but he still hasn't been good, and I don't think his offense has helped him out to try to keep him in games. I think this is another game with watching last night how many runs were scored, how many bullpen changes, it went to extra innings. You got to tax bullpen today, too. So if Tully can't go deep in the game, maybe there are some advantages throughout the game for the A's. So give me the over. That's my favorite play. Just to recap my top 5, and then I'll get to the prop plays that I like. It's Boston and the Athletics to go over 9. I like the Angels and Marlins to go over 9. I like Baltimore, Texas under. I like the Yankees minus 145 and Cubs, Royals over 9.5. Now, for prop plays, there's so many good spots. Love PCA today, but he's minus 180 over 1.5. So I'm going to scroll down the algorithm just a little bit, go ahead and drink and see Michael Busch, and he's sitting there at minus 140. But according to this list, according to what I'm spitting out here, we have a lot of Cubs in the top 20 of hitters. Seiya Suzuki's up there. Michael Busch is up there. Bobby Witt up at the top of this, along with Yordan Alvarez. So Yordan Alvarez, my favorite prop play today, minus 130. I do like Wilyer Abreu to homer. So if you want to bet that, you can throw a couple of shekels on it. But he's minus 170 to go over 1.5. So here's my 4 prop plays today. Michael Busch, minus 140. Yordan Alvarez, minus 130. Bobby Witt, minus 150. Yeah, I don't like the big price tags, but I thought these were the best ones in situations. And I like Luis Garcia, the Yankees, minus 110. Here's the list of guys that I had written down that I was going to go to, if that does anything for you. But Lars Nootbaar, Zach Neto, Mike Trout, Kyle Stowers, Otto Lopez, PCA, Seiya Suzuki, CJ Abrams, Jordan Walker in a great spot tonight, JJ Weatherholt, Francisco Lindor, and Sal Stewart. They were all my favorite bats for today. But when I narrowed it down, I went to Michael Busch, Yordan, Luis Garcia, and, of course, Bobby Witt. So there you go.
There you go. 410-583-1057. Jeremy, that message that you got about Gunnar Henderson at shortstop, was that Twitter or?
It was a friend of mine that sent me a message on Facebook. Where are we at? Drew sent it. Drew, Holiday doesn't have the arm for shortstop, but Gunnar obviously isn't a shortstop either. I think Gunnar would be great third baseman in the field, wouldn't have to range around so much.
Well, you guys, number one, Gunnar's range is fine. You guys always change the argument. If you're an Eagles fan, you may not like Jalen Hurts as your quarterback, but he's better than Tanner McKee. Mm-hmm. I'm not sitting here saying Gunnar Henderson's a Gold Glove shortstop. I'm saying he's your best shortstop. Mm-hmm. He's your best shortstop. Moving him to third, think about that later. You don't have a better option at shortstop. Jeremiah Jackson is not a shortstop. He can't go to his glove side at second base. So what do you think he's going to do at shortstop? Jackson Holiday doesn't have the arm to play shortstop. He is your best option right now. You keep forming this argument about what he is at shortstop. Right now, you don't have an answer.
I don't like
you don't have one. I'm not sitting here saying Gunnar Henderson defensively one of the best shortstops in the league. I'm not sitting here saying that.
I don't think his range is bad. I think he gets to a lot of balls.
Yeah, so that's the part I'm arguing about the message he said, his range. His range is outstanding. It's the throws.
Well, I guess we'll find out. Who is it? Rashad sent me a message saying, who do we have a better chance against, Nathan Eovaldi or Jacob deGrom? And ironically, I told him DeGrom just because I don't know what it is about Eovaldi, but I feel like every time we face him, he just shoves it on us.
He does. Yeah, but I'm not defending Gunnar Henderson as a defensive shortstop at all. There are times that we hit it to him, he feels it, I'm like holding my breath, want to throw. However, right now, he's your best option.
Yeah, I don't think it's close either.
It's not even, Jeremy, it's not even a conversation.
But it's like, some people will be like, oh, if you move Gunnar to third, he'd be your best third baseman.
Who's your shortstop?
Exactly. So which one of those positions is more important? And what have they always told you? So that's shortstop. Why he's playing short.
I agree. If you brought in a shortstop next year who's a better defensive shortstop, you move Gunnar to third, I'm good. But right now, Jackson Holiday, a day every 2 weeks or so, at short is good.
How do you think Gunnar would feel about that?
But if
you asked him to move to third,
I don't think he.
You don't think he'd care?
I don't think he'd care. But I think if you brought it's and I'm not saying Gunnar is Cal Ripken. Please don't. But when you told Cal you were getting Mike Bordick, okay, you getting Mike Bordick? Mm-hmm. Okay, I'll move to third. You got Bordick.
That's like
you understand what I'm saying? So I'm not moving to third for just anybody. I'm moving for Bordick.
Jason, who's here, Bourgeois. How do you pronounce it? Bourgeois. Yeah. When he was
Bourgeois, I'm sorry.
When he was put in with the Angels, he went to center field and Trout went to right.
There you go.
Trout was one of the best center fielders, and I think we all know how great he was. But there were two guys that they put in all the time, and Bourgeois was one of them. Who's the other outfielder the Angels had? They would throw in center all the time, and then Trout would just slide over.
Right. And it's just certain guys. If you brought in the right shortstop, I'm sure Gunnar Henderson. Gunnar Henderson said, I'll play third base on Team USA. You know why? Because Bobby Witt was at shortstop. He ain't getting no problems.
Yeah.
Ben has the encore. You don't want to miss it. Find out what we learned today on The Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
Hey, it's Featured Artist Friday. Little White Snake coming your way. Going to be talking about those Orioles. Vinny's back in studio. Going to break down training camp with him and Jonas Schaefer from the Baltimore Banner. 8 days away from the preseason opener against the Eagles. And we'll talk everything else happening in our sports weekend.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute. It was a landmark week for NFL running backs as 3 stars reset the entire market. Detroit's Jahmyr Gibbs led the way with a record $67.5 million extension, followed closely by Atlanta's Bijan Robinson at $66.75 million. Meanwhile, Indianapolis re-signed Jonathan Taylor to a 2-year, $44 million contract. I'm Addie Bates.
.1057 The Fan Studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot, doot, and sometimes it's like
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh, yeah.
And we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the
Not with Fix Finder. Free at every AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal.
We got a big deal too, right, Mom?
Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid.
Nice.
Deal so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or 1.9% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Plug-in Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offers end September 8th. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrano. When I'm upgrading my kitchen or prepping for the summer heat, Town Appliance is the only place I go. They carry top brands like GE, Cafe, Monogram, and more. Whether you need a new air conditioner, outdoor fridge, ice maker, or luxury appliance, they have you covered with flexible financing. Head to their showroom right off Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills. Mayor, they're going to take great care of you. Visit the showroom. Call, text, or visit townappliance.com today.
Circulating Knowledge is sponsored by Vascular Surgery Associates.
Hi, Weekend Warriors. I'm Dr. Micah Girardi with VSA, Vascular Surgery Associates. Are your knees bothering you? Have you been diagnosed with knee arthritis and tried various painkillers, injections, and physical therapy, but not ready to have surgery yet? We here at VSA have a solution with a minimally invasive outpatient procedure that helps the actual blood flow in your knee joint, decreasing your painful inflammation and stiffness. If this sounds like you, visit us at coolknees.com. That is coolknees.com.
To make exercise a habit, find something you enjoy, like shopping. It counts as a workout when it's Kohl's Active Sale. Get 20% off across the store and 25% off top active brands that'll have you feeling your best. Adding to your cart is pretty much cardio, right? Find out at Kohl's. Select styles. 25% offer ends August 15th. 20% offer ends August 16th. Exclusions apply. See store or kohls.com for details.
In today's fast-moving job market, staying ahead means keeping your skills sharp. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we help keep your capabilities cutting edge with our skills-based education programs designed to move your career forward. Explore more than 100 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, and more. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot, doot, and sometimes it's like
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh, yeah.
And we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the...
Not with Fix Finder. Free at every AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal.
We got a big deal too, right, Mom?
Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid.
Nice.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or 1.9% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Plug-in Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid. During the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offers end September 8th. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Mic check 1, 2.
Thank you. Far too. Can I get an encore? Do you want more? One last time, I need y'all to roar.
Ed, in the Revolutionary War, when you were there, did they have to show everybody how to set up in line when they were in the firing squads and all that stuff? No?
They did.
Yeah.
And I would wear a red jacket just so I blend in with the Brits because I didn't want to get hurt.
By the way, you weren't here for this. Ed sent me this great video of like the 10 toughest fighters of all time. And literally, he said, I told him my favorite fighter who died in like 1910. And Ed said, I used to take my bicycle to go see him. And I sent him the picture of the bicycle with the giant wheel and the little wheel. Right. And I said, oh, man, here it is. He just goes along with it. Everybody's called him so old for so long. Here I am making fun of him being old. And then somebody looked at me and said, man, I wish you'd shave off all that gray. You look so old. Shut up.
It's not the gray that makes you look old. It's when you stand up or try to stand up.
You guys haven't heard. So
that's what makes you look old.
I'm doing one more go round. I told my kids I'm going to take the next couple months, kick it in gear so I can play in one basketball league with them. And then that's it.
That's a great idea. Yeah.
It's free. It is a great idea.
Was that sarcasm? Was that sarcasm? Yeah, I can deliver pretty dryly. Yes, you look like you're gonna look like that Open W. What was that? D League, G League tryouts. That's what you're gonna look like.
Hey,
he's gonna come to work shaped like a question mark.
Oh, shut up.
You know that walk he has when he's hurting, who looks like he's walking on hot coal.
What do you mean when I'm hurting? That's my walk.
He makes Fred Sanford look athletic.
Hey, shut up. I think I told Ed to shut up 4 times there.
He did. Let's go out to the phone lines and get Kyle in Ricestown. Kyle, what ridiculousness are you spewing today, man?
Listen, man. Somebody told me. What's up? What's up, Jeremy? What's up, Rob?
What's up, man?
Listen, man. Somebody told me, Kyle, you say this every year, man. I said the Ravens have the opportunity to do something very special, and for some reason, I'm feeling Rashad Bateman. I'm feeling the Rashad Bateman.
Me too.
Sighting. He's happy. Lamar's happy.
Me too.
They got a plan, and that's the problem with the last regime. We didn't have a plan.
The plan was Lamar win for us.
Yes, and I think these guys have a plan, and everybody knows they got the big contract. They're going to get some over the top. You're going to see some over the top. You're going to see some double teams. Rashad Bateman has to be the guy this year. And anyway, on the defense, I think Starks, man. Starks is going to be that guy, just like I said, Bateman is. You know, everybody knows Zay the guy. Everybody knows Hamilton the guy on the other side. Starks is going to be the guy this year that helped the defense tremendously because he's going to be moving all around, man. Just keep an eye on it.
Hey, God, this phone call was disappointing, man. It made sense. Now time for you to find out what we learned today.
What we learned on the Big Bad Morning Show.
What we learned today, presented by Elephant in the Room, Veterans Highway in Millersville. Go over there and get some of those bacon wrap dates that Jeremy Kahn loves. How about the crab mac and cheese balls or the fried green tomatoes, the pulled pork sliders or the short rib sliders? They're all good.
And they're always doing specials and all kinds of like events and stuff. So, yeah, check it out.
Check them out. Today, a couple of days to remember today is Cycle to Work Day. Maybe I should have told people that earlier today because most people are already at work. Today is also Water Balloon Day. Did you ever throw water balloons at people?
Oh, yeah, we would do that all the time. Well, not at people. I wasn't one of those jackasses that would go up on the roof.
My friends, I mean.
Yeah. We would fill them up all the time. It was so much fun throwing water balloons. I got to admit, it was so annoying filling those damn things up and trying to tie them.
Because it took so long. Some birthdays today in sports and entertainment. Alan Page, former NFL player, turns 81 today. Also, he was a politician.
Yeah.
Wayne Knight turns 71 today.
Newman.
Yeah, Newman. Also, Maggie Wheeler. You know her.
Yes.
Janice from Friends. She turns 65 today.
Oh, my God.
Danny Graves turns 54, former pitcher that is. Charlize Theron, she turns 51 today. Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. Sidney Crosby, only 39? Is that right?
Yeah.
Damn. DeMar DeRozan turns 37 today, and Mike Trout turns 35 today. All right, you ready? Kyler Murray and Jalen Hurts share a birthday today. Ben, who's older? Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, that's a good one.
That is good. I'm trying to...
Is one like a month older than the other one?
They share today. Today. Today.
You know, I just realized
It's about a month older. Same damn day.
I said minutes.
I'm going to go Kyler.
Okay. Jeremy?
I'm going Jalen's a month older.
Man, you are on a roll, Ben.
Yes.
Kyler Murray, 29. Jalen Hurts, 28.
Oh, there you go.
I just ended my streak. 2 months off. Just 2 months off.
One a month older.
Here you go. Where is that? You can take my fireworks when you pry them from my cold, dead hands, which are over there on the sidewalk. I live my life by a couple of simple rules. No pee jokes. That's number 1. No poop jokes. That's number 2. Yeah. What do you call an Egyptian witch? A sandwich. Yeah. My next door neighbor couldn't pay their water bill, so I sent them a get well soon card. Get well. I have a pun about the wind, but it blows. Did you hear about the 2 radios that got married? The reception was amazing. What do you call a crab that plays baseball? That's a pinch hitter. And the guy that invented pants, he was a real slacker. Sorry, it was only a sneeze. I didn't mean to yell at you. These are all short and stupid. I almost died from radiation poisoning. My half-life flashed before my eyes. That's something. Here we go. My teacher told me I could never do poetry because of my dyslexia, but so far, I made 3 cups in a vase. So there, Mr. Peterson.
Vinny and Haynie up next. Vinny back in studio today. Have yourselves a safe and wonderful weekend.
Poetry.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan. And Doug.
Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Your home is filled with memories with your family. But if your kids are older and have left the Baltimore area, maybe you want to move closer to them. You got to work with Lee Tessier if you're thinking about selling your home. Lee guarantees results. If he can't find you a buyer at a price and a deadline you agreed to beforehand, he'll buy your home himself. It helped Tom and Sue know that they would be in good hands with Lee. They'd been living in their home for more than 30 years, but wanted to live closer to the grandkids. They weren't sure where to start with the home selling process. They called Lee, and they were amazed at how easy the process was. There were multiple showings right away. Their home sold fast and for top dollar. It's all thanks to guess who? Yes, it is Lee Tessier. So call the only agent I qualify to sell my home. Just give Lee a call, 410-638-9555, or go to LeeTessier.com. And when you call Lee, just start packing.
If you're selling your home, don't make it hard. Just call ETSSIR.
Does it feel like it's time to refresh and renovate your home? Jerry's Home Services is the only company to call in Maryland for all your home improvement needs. Specializing in siding and roofing, along with kitchens and baths, Jerry's is your all-in-one stop. Don't put off the renovations needed to make your home feel new again. Just ask Jerry's. Call the family-owned and operated company with over 40 years of experience and make your home a Jerry's home. For a free estimate, call 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com today.
Hey, we're all headed out to happy hour. You in?
Definitely, but I need to schedule a ride.
Before you drink, designate a sober driver or plan for a rideshare and make sure everyone gets home safely. You could save your life, those in your car, and others on the road. Be the Make a Plan driver. Be the driver who saves lives. Go to zerodeathsmd.gov. This message is brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world is noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
As a fitness coach, my active psoriatic arthritis can slow me down. With Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, I'm treating my skin and joint symptoms so I can keep moving. Skyrizi, a prescription-only injection for adults, helps me move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. And for those who have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible. With Skyrizi, there's no daily dosing. It's just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement. And that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
Don't let summer or your love life fly by. Lions Den has everything you need to keep the excitement going. A huge selection, knowledgeable staff, and comfortable shopping. Visit Lions Den today. Pleasure, passion, romance. LionsDen.com.
Powerball is always big fun. Right now, it's really big fun. The Powerball jackpot is estimated at $856 million. That's right, $856 million. Play today at any Maryland lottery retailer, and please play responsibly.
Dream big. The Maryland State Fair presented by Toyota returns to the Maryland State Fairground in Timonium for 3 weekends. August 27th through the 30th, September 3rd to the 7th, and September 10th through the 13th. Enjoy rides, music, entertainment, food, and more. Visit MarylandStateFair.com for details.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
With Declan Doyle installing his new offense in Baltimore, the Ravens are hoping to get Rashad Bateman back to the player he was in 2024 when he caught 45 passes for 756 yards and 9 touchdowns. Bateman's production will be a key factor in a bounce-back season from the offense. He was asked if he feels energized by the new offensive system.
I would say so. As a receiver, you want somebody to believe in. You want somebody, to see your, ability. And I think, Declan is doing a good job of, moving all of us around, not just myself. Zay's been moving on a lot. Y'all see Jacoby Lane out there making plays, Tez Walker. I think there's a lot in store for a lot of guys, this season.
The Ravens will be off today and return to the practice field Saturday at 11 a.m. Shifting to the O's, they'll head to Texas for an important 3-game series with the Rangers over the weekend. Baltimore will start Shane Baz in the series opener tonight, while Nathan Eovaldi gets the nod for Texas. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-80s with partly cloudy skies. Tomorrow has expected showers and a high of 89. I'm Ben Hall, O's, Terps, and your home for the most Ravens training camp coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Neto drives one to right center field. He's going to watch it fly to give the Angels a 3-0 lead. The guy who crushes right-handed two-seamers got a right-handed two-seamer.
Sitting on a slider right there, but think about sitting on one. Pretty good charge here.
Deep to left, and Joel Pozo has his first home run as an Oriole. With L.A., and the pitch is thrown to the backstop. Henderson hesitated. He's going to be out at the plate. Oh, disaster strikes. Trying to get on by any means, but he will take strike 3 down the middle, and the Orioles drop the finale 4-1 to the Los Angeles Angels.
As soon as he stops, he just has to stay. We all know Gunna's aggressive, making things happen. He sensed that, we need to get another run across, and, but if he was trusted his first instinct, if he was going to go. But as soon as he stopped, you just have to get back.
Get back. Get back. Get back to where you once belonged, which was third base. For Gunnar Henderson was thrown out as the game didn't end there, but whatever Orioles uprising came to an abrupt halt in that situation in the eighth inning. Well pitched. Gunnar hesitated, as Craig Alvarez, Orioles manager, said. Then he tried to get in, aggressive, hair flying all over the place. Pitcher covers the bag. He's done. And that was it. That was the end of the inning. Orioles go quietly in the ninth, and they go quietly throughout the afternoon. They lose that finale 4-1. Brandon Young labors through 4 and a third. Oriole bats could not get anything generated. A day in which the Angels walked 8 guys, but the Orioles could only cultivate 4 hits. And given the traffic that they had, they only had 3 guys in runners in scoring position throughout the course of the day. I don't want to sit here and lambaste them because they sit a game out of the wild card, but frustrating loss going up against Ryan Johnson, who threw a 1-hitter at the Orioles back in June. This is a guy with a 7.5 earned run average. And yesterday was giving away free passes like you were going to watch the new Star Wars movie and plunked a guy, and they just couldn't get anything done. And Encarnacion Strand hits into a double play. Jeremiah Jackson hits into a double play. Jackson Holiday swings at the first pitch after he had loaded the bases, grounds out weakly to second. Not a good day for Jackson Holiday at shortstop. Sun in his eyes, I get it. But they go quietly into the Baltimore night on their way to Texas, still very much part of the playoff scenario. But it's disappointing because they faced this Ryan Johnson twice, who usually everyone lights up, getting up 12 homers and like 50 innings pitched. And they just can't seem to get a read on this dude. And he was still allowing you base runners, and they couldn't get it together. Brandon Young, not one of his sharper outings. He did get himself out of a bases loaded, nobody out jam. But no run support. Pozo hits the home run. And if you look at the series in total, if the Orioles weren't hitting home runs outside of Alonso's 2-run single in game 1, because they hit 3 homers in game 2, and their only run yesterday was a solo home run, they can't put things on the board. Inconsistent lineup. Mayo and O'Neill reduced to pinch hitting roles because they've been on heaters, and I know the Orioles like to play the matchups, and we can get into why this has not really worked well for the Birds of Baltimore. Defensively, they're still not a strong team, let's be honest. They make spectacular plays, but outside of Alonso and Colton Cowser, they really don't have a plus defender running around anywhere. Adley was, but he's now in Boston with the Red Sox. You win the series. And yes, we're sitting here on a Friday on August the 7th. We've already had a football game played, which we'll get to. And there's still a game out of the wild card. Yeah. And it's all because of the mediocrity of the American League, where there's 3 teams. It's Tampa. I'm going to put Boston ahead of New York because they're actually breathing down their necks in the standings. Yankees are a struggling team. They got the pitching.
If they don't get Judge back, forget it.
And for real. I mean, and who knows if that's happening. But they're offensively. Ben Rice can only do so much.
Yep.
And maybe Lombard Jr. will provide some. They might see Stanton. Who knows? They didn't get the Adley trade done because they were kicking the tires, as Brian Cashman admitted. So even though the standings might not say it today, I'll say Boston's ahead of New York right now in the pecking order of the division. And then after the Yankees, it's really, I mean, the AL Central, the Red Sox just won to Chicago and laid waste to the White Sox. Competitive game last night, which we'll get into during the AL East report. But, you know, Minnesota, laboring. Cleveland, laboring. In the West, got Texas, who the Orioles are playing tonight. Wild card worthy, but then you have Houston ahead of them. Seattle's still around. I mean, it's just, the Orioles are here because everyone else is just as poorly constructed as they are. And Detroit's only a game out of the wild card. And like Baltimore, They sold at the trade deadline, and they're hot right now. So the Birds are in it. They're in Texas. But yesterday was a very frustrating day. I don't want to go into effort level by any stretch of the imagination. But could this have been, and we don't have a leather couch, and we don't have Albie and his players sitting next to us. We just won the first two. Got some slappy who gives up 7.5 runs a game. Yes, he got us, but now we have the book on him. They traded away a couple of players. Now, one of the guys that can hit, Zach Neto, hit his 20th home run, 3-run shot. Maybe, just maybe, we got Brandon Young on the mound, and we win way more often than we lose when he pitches. Oh, it's a dub. Could that have been maybe part of the equation? I don't know. Because opportunities were there for the Orioles to take advantage.
And they were probably saying, the Angels suck. I mean,
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like, we're about to sweep these fools.
Yep.
And if we win today, we will actually be in the wild card scenario.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with you, Bob, on that one. I mean, because like you talked about, John, Bob, he threw 78 pitches, 37 strikes. 37.
Yeah, he was. We were sitting here watching the first. Well, how long were we here? 6 innings, I guess, before we got out of Dodge, and it was just like there's ball.
Yeah.
But Young wasn't as sharp. He had the infield hit, the lost in the sun. I mean, there was some. He threw ball up the line, so he didn't help his cause fielding his position. But it was just a frustrating game to watch, and I didn't necessarily like the lineup all that much. I know he went right heavy, and Narvaez isn't going to catch after catching 2 night games, but Pozo did provide the only offense of the day. But the fascinating thing is that there's still a game out of the wild card. But I will say this, and I posted a video on Facebook this morning at 5:30 in the morning. I'd taken a shower, still wearing my AC/DC shirt that was all ripped up.
I saw it.
Before I put on my Turtles thing, trying to go Homer here today. I don't think the defense is solid enough, and I don't think the offense is consistent enough to run produce. I don't know if they're going to win pitching duels against, you go up like Evaldi against Boz tonight. Shane Boz, he throws out there every 5th day. What happens? Earned run average keeps dropping. And his loss total keeps rising because they can't score runs for him. His last start against Philly, they scored 0. They literally gave him no run support. And Evaldi's a guy, Texas is in a playoff spot, and he ramps it up when, things are on the line. I just don't see it. I hope it happens. I'd be thrilled that it happens, but there are too many inconsistencies and, quite frankly, weaknesses in this team where I could see them overcoming anything. And no team, and I'm going to keep stressing this, no team that finishes below 500 is making the playoffs. Yeah. That is not happening. Whoever gets all 6 postseason teams in each league will be 500 or above. Maybe not 20 games above 500, but no 80. And Rob and I and Jeremy and Vinny were talking about it during the changeover. 80 and 82 ain't getting it in. Now, if it does, babe, so be it. But it's not happening. I truly believe that. Outside of strike years or COVID years, that has never been an issue.
Bob, you know what's interesting? When you look at the wild card standing, because you talk about, the division or the whole, all the teams that are competing right now. I mean, Yankees are 5-5. Put Boston aside. Texas 4-6, Minnesota 5-5, Cleveland 3-7, Baltimore 5-5, Detroit 6-4, Seattle 4-6. I mean, that's what it's been, for the whole time. Nobody other than Boston, nobody's been on a heater.
Yeah, Tampa gets on their runs, and they're on one right now.
Yeah, but they're for they're
but it's like who's going to be the most mediocre of the mediocre
exactly.
or team or slightly above mediocrity. But the Orioles go to Texas tonight, 8:05, start of a big 3-game series. It's a 10-game trip. They go to Minnesota and then the Trop for 4 games where they could say hi to Baker and Wells and Hyder and everyone else part of the Oriole crew from days gone by. But get in at 410-583-1057. It's Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw. It's Vinny and Haynie. It's Featured Artist Friday. Vinny's got breakdowns. He's been to training camp for over a week now. We've got 3 padded practices under our belts. Yep. Off today. Back at it, tomorrow?
Saturday. I'm going Sunday because they're going to be in pad Sunday. I'm guessing they're not on Saturday.
And then they're off Monday, too. And then we're 8 days away from the start of the preseason as well. That started last night, and actually an exciting game. I saw some of it. I'm not going to sit here and lie to you, but you get it. Running backs getting paid, getting all of that and more. But the Orioles came out of the wild card. It's going into the second week of August. How does that make you feel?
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie and the Final Drive. Live on YouTube, Monday through Friday, 6 till 6. Search 105.7 The Fan, Baltimore. And never miss a moment of coverage on the teams you love.
Hi, I'm Justin Holloman from the Holloman Firm. Injured in an accident, lost a loved one? At my firm, the Holloman Firm, you'll get a personal injury lawyer who truly cares. With me, you're more than just a case. So remember to call Justin for justice at the Holloman Firm.
Why do landscaping pros prefer Echo outdoor power equipment? In a word, power. Echo Power means extreme power, day in and day out, sun up to sundown. Professional-grade Echo blowers, string trimmers, and chainsaws maximize productivity, powering through the toughest jobs nature can throw their way. Experience Echo Power for yourself at Liberty Discount Lawn Equipment in Upper Co. or visit libertydiscount.com to learn more. That's libertydiscount.com. Echo. Power on and on.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code SNAP to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SNAP for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code SNAP for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Here's the deal. The government is over $38 trillion in debt, which means the IRS isn't slowing down. And the tax code is complex and unforgiving. So it's not surprising if you're one of the millions of Americans that owe back taxes to the IRS. Unfortunately, they're the world's most powerful collection agency, with the ability to garnish your wages, seize your bank accounts, and even take your home or business. But don't be stressed or worried any longer. We're Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. We have resolved over $3 billion in tax debt for our clients. Our award-winning professionals deal with the IRS every single day, protecting our clients and preparing them for the best possible resolution. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, give Optima a call today.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Rolled your ankle playing pickleball? Pulled a muscle on the golf course? Feeling that shoulder after a weekend workout? Skip the long wait at the ER or urgent care and go straight to the orthopedic experts. Ortho Maryland has walk-in care in 5 locations throughout Baltimore and Harford counties. The newest location in Reisterstown now offers convenient day and evening walk-in care, on-site x-rays, DME, and physical therapy. Visit orthomaryland.net for hours and locations.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrano, Nolan McGraw. The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
White Snake. Featured Artist Friday is chosen by the one person who voted. Anything you want to hear from them, send your request to the Plaza Ford text line at 410-583-1057. Saw White Snake 1990 at Merriweather. Faster Pussycat opened for them. It was a great day. Me, Brian Fiore, and a couple of other people. We were sucking down Meister Browse. Actually, Faster Pussycat was kind of better. Got your number on the bathroom wall. Google it. All right, Orioles in Texas taking on the Rangers. Texas right now in a position of strength. Orioles only a game back. 3-game series. Who knows how fortunes could change over the weekend. The Twins got the Brewers. Cleveland's against the White Sox, who just got their pants pulled down by the Red Sox. A lot going on. We got Ravens training camp stuff coming up. We're almost pretty much 2 weeks through camp. Padded practices off today. Vinny's going to be breaking down certain players, talk about the rookies. And is this Jacoby Lane love? Is it real, or is he just another camp standout? Let's go to the phones. Go to Tony in Rosedale. Tony, thanks for holding. What's up?
Hey, how you guys doing today?
All right, man. Tony, let me ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
Because there was a clueless listener a couple weeks ago. Is Baltimore the DMV?
No, heck no.
And explain why to the uninitiated.
Because there's an old Heavy D song called "We Got Our Own Thing." I explained this to a national announcer because I went to college with Gus Johnson, and he announced games with Bill Rafferty, and there was a game back in the 90s where Bill Rafferty said Michael Lloyd and Lawrence Moulton, who's from D.C., is the D.C. connection. And when I saw Gus up in Madison Square Garden at Big East conference, I talked to him. I said, Gus, you know better than that. He said it was Rafferty. He said Baltimore and D.C. are 2 separate entities. There's only one other place like this in this entire country where 2 quote-unquote major cities are near each other, and that's San Francisco and Oakland. I said, but Baltimore, we talk different, we dress different, we just go about things different. It's just 2 separate entities. And I went to Howard University over there. I know. We're not part of the DMV.
So that's for you, douchebag, if you're listening to the show. Baltimore's Baltimore. Yes, it's in the state of Maryland, but talk to any coach, any player. Derek Queen didn't say, I'm from the DMV. He said, I'm from Baltimore. No. Mofos. All right, sorry, Tony, what's up?
That's good. I wanted to get that off my chest anyway. But this pennant race is like nothing I've seen. This is the longest pennant race for a final wild card spot I've ever experienced in my entire baseball life since following baseball since 1976, and nothing's going to change. And my question to you guys with the Orioles, these next few weeks before we get to September the 1st, do you think we're in a situation these next 3 weeks where the manager is trying to figure out who's really going to be, our starting lineup going down the home stretch from September the 1st on? Because that's what it's going to come down to. It's like we're still trying out what's the best combination. One game this week, he replaced an entire outfield at one time. It was 3 of them. They came out and the next crew came in. I thought I was watching a Schoolhouse Rock 3's the Magic Number commercial. But, these next few weeks, I think the manager is trying to find the right combination that's really going to, be there when we go down the stretch from September the 1st on. Because I want to ask you this too, Bob.
Yes.
Can you imagine right now trying to figure out the magic number for the final wild card spot? It's not going to be decided until the 8th inning of the last game of the season.
And Tony, thanks for the call, and thanks for clarifying why Baltimore's not in the DMV. You're minus Samuel Basallo, which is a huge loss to the lineup. You're minus Blaze Alexander. We're talking in early April, Blaze would be an integral part of the team. Nobody knew that, but he has been. So you got two really important pieces that are no longer part of the equation. But they haven't really figured out a lineup. How many games are we on here?
100 and some.
115. Haven't figured it out by now.
Yep.
Now, I'm assuming Basayo will get a lot of at-bats when he returns, hopefully within a couple of weeks. Who knows with Blaze? He had a broken hand. Hopefully he comes back. But outside of that, you want Gunnar to heat up. But we've been saying this for 4 months now. Is he going to heat up? And we don't see any signs that that's going to be part of the equation. So figuring out a regular lineup, Tony, I don't really think they have one unless you're going to throw O'Neill and Mayo out there against righties and hope for the best. Because right now, O'Neill's been killing it as a pinch hitter, by the way, but he's getting paid to be your starting right fielder, which he's not. I don't know. I don't see an everyday lineup because, quite frankly, they don't really have one right now.
I totally agree with you, Bob. I mean, is he looking for one? No, I think they're playing. He's not playing the hunches or his gut. You know, he's playing lefty, right. He's playing matchups is what he's playing.
Let's get back to the phones. Let's go to Eddie in Kansas City, who's from Baltimore. Baltimore, the DMV, Ed?
No, you should call that Delmarva. When you're down Ocean City, like our radio station will down there will say Delmarva, but that's like on the Eastern Shore kind of thing. Delaware, Maryland, Virginia, but that's Eastern Shore. It has nothing to do with Baltimore. That's
DMV, D.C., Maryland, Virginia. Is Baltimore part of that?
No.
Yeah,
but like I said, you're down in Ocean City. There's a radio station I used to listen to.
Yeah.
When I would go down there, and they would play stuff for Delmarva. That was Delaware, because Delaware Beach, and then Virginia Beach and Maryland and Ocean City. But the reason I'm calling today is usually sometimes I'll call and say some off the wall stuff to get everybody riled up. But watch the game yesterday, and what's really been on my mind is if the one person that played for the Orioles that you have on a lot in baseball tonight when you had Pickles is Mike Bordick. Now everybody who remembers Mike Bordick remembers he gave a little of everything. He had great defense. I mean, he had a really incredible streak. And he hit, doubles, and he had some pop. He was a ball player, which, like we used to call, lunch pail guy. And his analysis of the Orioles is always dead on. And like when he talks about guys coming up and swinging, crazy trying to hit a home run every every swing. He's like for a Major League Baseball player from the outside to see that, and the manager not, is telling you a lot. There's something fundamentally wrong on this team. To me, they play individual baseball. They don't play as a team. And then Adley got traded. Look, I'll be honest, he was a good guy. I liked him. But like I said, if you're not winning with him, then and if you don't want to be here, what's the sense of it? And the same thing with Gunnar and Holiday. If the things we're reading are true, and we don't know that, if they don't want to be here, well, so be it. But my point is there has to be a reason why. Now, if Adley goes up to Boston, he's the toast of the town, he talks a lot, he may squeak out some stuff that happened here that we don't know about. Sometimes that happens. But there is the rest of the American League stinks. A lot of times when we're good, the rest of the American League stinks too, but we don't really care about that because we're playing better. Something is fundamentally wrong on this team, and no one's stepping up. Yeah, Alonso's the leader, but I'm talking about on the manager side. Albie, the lineups, we've talked about it the whole year watching your show. He doesn't seem to know what he wants to do from day to day, and sitting people that are hot and not letting them let it play out, it's mind-boggling. So my point is something's wrong. And until we can figure that out, I don't think we're going anywhere because, and the last thing I'll say before I get off is every series we're like, hey, we can beat that one guy, but we might have trouble with the next two. Well, if you make it into the wild card series, you better be able to beat everybody they throw at you and win the series. So there's a big mystery going on, and it has to be solved, or we're heading for another miserable offseason.
All right, Ed.
Thanks for taking my call, buddy.
Well, thank you for calling. That's Ed in Kansas City. And Bordy said, getting back to Holiday, since the 8-for-11 against KC, or Detroit, rather, he said everything in the air now. He's not hitting it up the middle, going with the pitch. Maybe started feeling himself, and everything has become kind of pop-ups this, pop-ups that, being aggressive on the first pitch instead of let it. So Bordy is on point. Guy's an Oriole Hall of Famer. He played in the World Series too. He played in playoffs multiple times with 3 different teams. I mean, that's a guy that's been there, done that. He knows what the hell he's talking about.
And the thing I like about Bordy is he's about fundamentals, and he calls people out if they're not doing fundamentals. And we've heard a lot of veteran guys talk about the fundamentals stink, and because when they're younger they're playing what are those baseball tournaments?
The travel leagues,
the travel leagues and stuff. So they're not learning, and I appreciate, because if you're a fundamentalist and like Bordy is, probably makes him sick when these guys are doing, like, how are they doing that? All he wants them to do is learn how to play baseball, you know?
And some things they're naturally athletic, but there's no natural, like Mayo loses his athleticism trying to just throw from third to first on a routine ground ball. For instance, we're game out of the wild card, right? We're crushing them like they're 10 games out. It's Vinny and Haynie, Nolan McGraw. If you're on the phones, we'll get you. Jonas Schaefer is going to be joining us top of the hour, Baltimore Banner. Get his thoughts on how the Ravens have kind of progressed here as they get closer, 8 days away from the preseason opener against Hollywood Brown and the Philadelphia Eagles, who've had their own drama this offseason. But we got a ton of phone calls. We'll get you next here on The Fan.
Football coverage on 105.7 The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Jeremy Kahn here to tell you this summer, treat yourself and taste the Baltimore tradition. That is the legendary Costas Inn. And this summer, you can enjoy hot steamed crabs for carryout or right in the comfort of their dining room. And it's at the original location on North Point Boulevard. And when you do, make sure you tell them Jeremy Kahn sent you.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread build-it-yourself furniture that came in 47 different pieces.
Why do I have 6 extra screws?
With extremely vague instructions.
What are these? Hieroglyphics?
Then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Using chat to research your next home improvement project? Forget all the prompts. If you want replacement windows and doors without the hassle, look up Window Nation. Homeowners love the one-day installation process, especially since Window Nation installers leave your home cleaner than when they started. This month, you could get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 2 years. Visit windownation.com to get the windows featured on HGTV's Designing Spaces. I'm telling you, Window Nation, they're the real deal.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Hear that? The beach is calling, and so is that family vacation you've been dreaming about. Stop putting it off. Whether it's a weekend getaway, a road trip, or making unforgettable summer memories, Security Plus is here to help you with a summer flex loan. With rates as low as 7.99% APR, getting away has never felt so within reach. Learn more at securityplusfcu.org/summerflex or call 410-281-6200. Security Plus Federal Credit Union, the plus side of banking.
Hey, it's Vinny Strauder. Serrato. Getting ready to host friends and family this summer? You need a great setup, so check out Town Appliance. Whether you want the everyday reliability of Whirlpool, the iconic design of KitchenAid, or the high-end luxury of JennAir, they have exactly what you need and more. Plus, they carry outdoor grills, beverage centers, and air conditioners to beat the heat, all with flexible financing. Head to their showroom off Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills, where Marin Mayer will take great care of you. Visit, call, or text. Go to townappliance.com today.
Riding a motorcycle requires balance, alertness, and quick reactions. There is no margin for error. If you're thinking about drinking and riding a motorcycle, then you're not really thinking. When your abilities are impaired and you make a mistake, it could be deadly. Make the smart choice if you plan to ride. Be the sober driver. Be the driver who saves lives. Go to zerodeathsmd.gov. This message is brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
If you're thinking about it,
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
Looking to end the series with a sweep, the Orioles instead stumbled in the finale against the Angels. They couldn't take advantage of Ryan Johnson, who came into the game with an ERA above 7. The right-hander held Baltimore to 1 run on 3 hits over 4 2/3 innings, working around 5 walks while striking out just 1. Manager Craig Albertaz spoke when the Bird struggles at the plate.
He did a great job of making them work. Our bat quality was great. I mean, like you alluded to, 8 walks, hit by pitch. We just couldn't get that big hit that we needed.
Despite the loss, the O's remain just 1 game out of the final American League wildcard spot. They'll have the opportunity to gain ground this weekend with a crucial series against the Rangers in Texas. Shane Baz and Nathan Eovaldi are the probable starters for the series opener tonight. You can hear all your pregame coverage on The Fan with BBT, sponsored by Jerry's Home Services, with Tim Barbalace and Ryan Ripken starting at 6. First pitch from Globe Life Field is set for 8:15. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-80s with partly cloudy skies. Tomorrow is expected showers and a high of 89. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Window Nation. For replacement windows and doors, choose Window Nation. Right now, you can get 50% off all windows, plus no payments for 2 years. Visit windownation.com today. Window Nation, they're the real deal. I'm Ben Hall. O's, Terps, and your home for the most Ravens training camp coverage? We are 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Featured Artist Friday, White Snake. Anything you want to hear, send your request to the Window Nation text line, 410-583-1057. Window Nation brings us the text line and the guest hotline, which Jonas Schaefer will be joining us on coming up top of the hour. Get his thoughts on the Ravens so far through the first week plus of training camp. Bill Bender's going to be joining us too. Get an NFL preview from him coming up at 11:30. Orioles in Texas tonight, taking on the Rangers. Shane Baz against Nathan Eovaldi. Texas is in, game ahead of the Orioles, 3-game series. Things are going to change there, hopefully for the positive, as Baltimore sees it. But let's get out to the phones. Go get Kevin in Ellicott City. Kevin, what's happening?
What's going on, Bob? How are you?
All right, dude.
I think obviously pressure is mounting on Gunner. You know, we start off hot with the 2 games and we just, fizzle away a little bit again. But my thing is, right before you went to the break, if these guys offensively, if they could stay middle-centric with the hitting, you can then start to shape the bigger swings in your next at bats. You know what I mean? Like when you watch like Mike Trout, you see him looking to hit right side a lot, and all he's actually doing is shaping the potential for a bigger swing. Our guys just seem like they go in there and just keep swinging. Now, for me, it's all good. Let's hit the ball and see what happens. But, you know, running Dylan Beavers on a steal when he's not even close to getting in there, I mean, that ruined that whole inning for us as far as I'm concerned. But maybe these guys could keep fighting. Maybe we keep running a lean lineup and see what happens. But I don't think Gunnar Henderson's going to come back to Baltimore, Bob. I really don't, man. I just had that weird gut feeling he ain't going to come back here.
Yeah, well, hey, thanks, Kevin, for the call as always. We're talking about a couple of days ago. The dance, they just danced with Adley. They're going to be dancing with Gunnar a year from now, unless the Orioles are doing well and he's kicking ass and playing like the 2023, 2024 Gunnar version. But for now, just get it together. I mean, he just frustrated. He ran into an out yesterday. Even Alvarez said, you know, once you hesitate, just go back to the bag. But he tried to make it happen. He's an aggressive player. He knows he's been disappointing in totality to the season. It was just, quite frankly, another in a long line of base running blunders he's had this season. This isn't the first time he's made a poor mistake on the base paths.
Well, Bob, just think of, as a whole team, the mental errors that they have all the time. Just like, you know, like Morty's talking, you know, just fundamental stuff.
All right, let's get out to the phones. Go to Justin in Hamilton. Justin, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, Bob? Vinny, what's going on?
Not much.
One game out, man. That's all. That's what's going on.
One game out. So, I mean, I'm not going to take it lightly. Like, just give us a reason to watch and pull our hair out every day, right?
Hell yeah.
You know, it's going to be, you know, every game's nip and tuck all summer. I mean, I'm not feeling great about this road trip. So hopefully we'll come back no less than our, you know, your T-shirt, two games out, 2.5, something like that. Because those teams, I just don't like the pitching matchups in this series right here. So we got 3 right-handers. What do you say? Mayo over under 1.5 games start.
I'll go. I think that's appropriate. I think that's a push.
So maybe 1, hopefully 2. But
yeah. What about Muscles too? I mean, you know, he's earning himself some ABs here.
Yeah, two home runs in a row and finds himself on the bench yesterday. It's typical. We got to check the stat chart before we make our lineup. I mean, the mathematics. You know, you can't just go off of gut feeling and what you see with playing baseball. But yeah, what Kevin said, it's not a gut feeling, man. It's reality. Gunner's going to be gone, so we just hopefully he can pick it up and we can make a run before he leaves. But I'm also worried, like, this team has a history of not hitting in, like, when the weather's not the best, and they're not even hitting good in the summertime. So hopefully we don't fade down the stretch. I mean, it's hard to fade less than what we've been doing. Just keep the fight up, hopefully, and give us something to root for.
All right.
All right, man. Y'all have a good weekend.
All right. Thanks, Justin, who was wearing a Grayson Rodriguez T-shirt. Thanks, Justin. On Tuesday when he was down Oriole Park, Camden Yards. It's funny, and maybe we set the tone. We're sitting here talking about the Orioles game out of the wild card, and it's like they're going there to get executed by the Texas Rangers. All right, let's get another call in. Go to Warren in Owings Mills. Warren, what's up?
Morning, Bob, Vinny, Nolan.
What's going on, man?
Yesterday was a microcosm of the Orioles season. And you guys are harping on what I always harp on, fundamentals. I'll tell you, when I said game over, I was hoping I was wrong, but I think it was in the bottom of the third or bottom of the fourth when we had bases loaded. That pitcher hadn't thrown a ball anywhere close to the strike zone in the previous 2 batters. Holiday comes up and swings at the first pitch, and instead of popping up like you guys said earlier, which he's been doing for the last 6 or 7 days, he hits a weak ground out to second to end the inning. You just can't do that. That's just stupid baseball. And you put that on top of the fundamental blunders that we typically do, like throwing to the wrong base, missing the cutoff man, stuff that we learned in Little League. And it's just, it's a microcosm of the season. But I knew right then we were going to lose when you got a pitcher who hadn't thrown anything close to a strike for 8. In fact, remember the pitching coach came out.
Yeah.
after the first walk, and the guy then proceeded to walk another batter. So, that's just stupid baseball. And you might remember talking about Gunnar. Yeah, he might be gone, but he's not going to be gone for a big contract we talked about. Nope. I said back in May, I remember you disagreed with me, but I said Gunnar is playing himself out of millions of dollars every series. And you had, was it Jacob Calvin Myers or was it Jerry Coleman who was on yesterday? Who was saying Gunnar went from
Jerry
a
Coleman.
$5 million player contract to a 2 or 3, and right now I think it's a lot closer to 2 than 3 if this keeps up. So, and then finally I'll let you go. I think your buddy Eddie is right. Something is going on here. I don't understand why, unless the Orioles are really lowballing these guys, why people want to get out of here so fast. I would love to hear in a year or two when the dust settles why Gunnar doesn't want to be here, why Adley didn't want to be here, unless we gave him insulting offers. But it's really curious. But I don't think we're going anywhere. I hope I'm wrong. I've been saying that for months. I'm a lifelong fan, but yesterday was a microcosm, and it's going to keep up. Thanks, guys. Have a good weekend.
All right, Warren. Thank you. I mean, Grayson Rodriguez. And we were talking about it yesterday, me and Nolan, after his start against the Orioles on the series opener. They gave me a chance to get healthy, referring to the Angels, even though he started the year on the IL. But who knows where I'd have been if I was still over there, implying that, the Orioles may not have done him right by allowing him to get back together. But as we also talked about, we'll talk to Nolan when we come back, take some phone calls, of course. He missed an entire season and still started the year on the IL. So I don't necessarily know if he's on point with that one. And that was by far his best start of the season. We'll come back, take your calls. Jonas Schaefer, top of the hour. Talk Ravens from the Baltimore Banner. It's Featured Artist Friday. It's Whitesnake, man, here on The Fan.
The teams you grew up with.
Ravens are world champions.
Are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Washington Commanders absolutely had to sign free agent wide receiver Stephon Diggs, and it's a great signing by the team. You can't go into the season a make-or-break year for head coach Dan Quinn with Antonio Williams and Treylon Burks, De'Ami Brown, Luke McCaffrey, and Jalen Lane as the receivers behind Terry McLaurin. Stephon Diggs gives the Commanders offense a chance to have a good passing game this season. I'm Nick Costos.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's smiles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my home insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check to see which type of soap I put into the dishwasher. Not so good. Well, it looks like the kids are enjoying their new indoor slip and slide.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. Not available in every state. Potential savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Now at Lowe's, faster quotes start at the Lowe's Pro Desk. Got a material list handwritten on a sticky note or saved as a photo? Perfect. Bring it to us and get a quote in minutes. And if you don't see what you need on the shelf, we'll help you get it. You can access thousands of products beyond what's available in-store or on Lowe's.com, right from the Lowe's Pro Desk. Build quotes faster and source the materials you need to keep your jobs moving. Just like that, at Lowe's.
In some cases, shoulder and elbow pain can slow you down. In other cases, it can stop you in your tracks and prevent you from living your best life. Don't allow that to happen. The experts at Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland, a division of CAO, will provide the comprehensive care you need to keep your shoulders and elbows well and working. Schedule an appointment with one of our shoulder and elbow specialists quickly and easily at mdbonedocs.com. That's mdbonedocs.com.
Here's Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and nearly 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. Left untreated, these veins can cause tired, heavy legs, swelling, burning, cramping, aching, even restless leg syndrome. In some cases, it can lead to serious health risks, like blood clots. USA Vein Clinics offers minimally invasive treatments that take as little as 15 minutes, covered by most insurances. Call 410-921-0667 and schedule your appointment today. Don't wait. Call 410-921-0667 for free information today. Imagine walking, exercising, and sleeping peacefully again. Varicose and spider veins won't go away on their own. USA Vein Clinics can help. Call 410-921-0667 for fast, easy, and affordable solutions. USA Vein Clinics treatments are covered by most insurance plans. Don't put this off any longer. Call 410-921-0667.
I scream. You scream. We all scream. Because Wendy's famous small classic Frosty is just $1 for a limited time. More screaming, happy screaming, summer screaming, dollar small classic Frosty screaming! But please don't scream in the drive-thru. It hurts the employees' ears. Get a $1 small classic Frosty for a limited time, only at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. A la carte only, not valid for delivery. Limit 10 per transaction. Price may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my home insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check to see which type of soap I put into the dishwasher. Not so good. Well, looks like the kids are enjoying their new indoor slip and slide.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Not available in every state. Potential savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Now at Lowe's, faster quotes start at the Lowe's Pro Desk. Got a material list handwritten on a sticky note or saved as a photo? Perfect. Bring it to us and get a quote in minutes. And if you don't see what you need on the shelf, we'll help you get it. You can access thousands of products beyond what's available in-store or on Lowe's.com, right from the Lowe's Pro Desk. Build quotes faster and source the materials you need to keep your jobs moving. Just like that, at Lowe's.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrano, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Featured Artist Friday. It's Whitesnake. Anything you want to hear from them, send your song request to the Window Nation text line. Window Nation's also our hotline, and Jonas Schaefer will be joining us on that coming up at 11 o'clock. Talk about the Ravens through training camp first week, plus 3 padded practices. Preseason opener coming up in 8 days against the Eagles. Orioles taking on the Rangers tonight. Birds game back of the final wildcard spot, which is held by the Texas Rangers, who were in first place for a minute. Then they had a 6-game losing streak, and now they're kind of doing what the Orioles are doing, treading water. It's Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrano, Nolan McGraw. Let's go to the phones. William, Northeast Baltimore. William, thanks for holding.
Good morning, guys. How you guys doing this morning?
All right.
Okay, I want to talk about fundamentals. Warren sort of stole my thunder a little bit, but when I was a kid, as I told you guys before, I was on a James Mosier Little League, 1960, 61, and 63. Now, one of the first things the coaches talk to us about is that is no shame in taking a couple of pitches if the pitcher is wild. Now, I'm going back to last Saturday's game. I think Sanchez, the pitcher, one of the best pitchers in the league, all of a sudden got wild. He walked 3 batters in a row. Leo Tavares come up there at the plate, and I told my wife, I said, watch him lunge at some pitches. And sure as hell, he lunged at the first 2 pitches, and then I told my wife, I said, I guarantee you he's going to stand there and watch a 3rd strike. And that's exactly what happened. And my question is to you guys, Where is the accountability on major league ball players acting like little league players? And this is so ridiculous because somewhere along the line, somebody got to sit these guys down and show them the film and say, you cannot continue to play like this. There's no excuse. So I'm going to hang up and listen to you guys' response.
All right, William, thank you for the call. And keep in mind, Sanchez won his game last night for Philadelphia, who's, I believe, leads the majors in wins. Look, first of all, Leody Taveras stinks against lefties. So you're in a tough situation there. But this isn't just an Orioles thing, Vinny and Nolan. This is kind of a major league-wide scenario. And I know Rob Long likes to talk about where you travel league, but there's got to be somebody along your baseball journey that teaches us some level of fundamentals. Bunting has obviously become a thing of the past.
No doubt.
That's dinosaur level. But the first thing pitchers do when they get to spring training is pitchers fielding practice. The first thing they do, where you cover the bag, who do you back up, all of these things, what base do you throw to in certain situations. But I think it's more of a hitting thing. But then again, you watch these guys can't hit cutoff men because they're all super terrific, athletes. Screw the cutoff man. I can hose you from right field. And like O'Neill did it last week, where he allowed a guy to go who would have stopped at first if he would have hit the cutoff man. He tries to make a play. I think it was at home. Runner advances to second and winds up scoring on the next hit. It's like, I don't know, man. Isn't that kind of an inherent skill that you learn?
Well, do you think that analytics has played a big part of all this? Because when you're a kid now, it's all about velocity. It's about how hard you throw. If you're not throwing 90 miles an hour as a pitcher in high school or whatever, you're not good enough.
But still, you still got to hit the cutoff, man.
I mean, that's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
You could go to an average high school baseball team right now, and there's probably at least one kid on that team that's just a defensive wizard, but can't hit. Right, but you look at this, man, this kid's a natural. What an athlete. Like, maybe his dad played ball or something, taught him growing up. Like, he's never booted a play. He always makes the throw. No scout will give that kid the time of day. None. Won't even acknowledge him.
Okay.
When we look at him, because it's all, there's just thousands and thousands and thousands of baseball players across the globe that people want to scout. And they filter it down by doing what Vinny said. They look at the raw numbers. Give me all the kids who swing at this speed and up. Filter out everyone else.
Yeah.
Give me all the kids who have hit this many bombs. Filter out everyone else. They don't even look at them.
Yeah,
they don't even consider them.
Yeah,
there's no actual scouting going on.
There's no Lupuses on the travel team.
No.
From Bad News Bears. As Buttermaker famous Lupus, who did make a great catch in a big game for them in the movie. But yeah, it's not. I played Brooklyn Curtis Bay Little League back in the 70s, and there were some players that were better than others, but the coach still like, I don't care if you're Reggie Jackson or Brooks Robinson or Paul Blair, you still need to do some fundamental things. The first thing you did when we did batting practice with wood bats, by the way, was bunt. You can't even take a hack until you could show that you could drop a bunt.
Yep,
that's fair. And I think
I would not have been on the travel team, by the way. No.
Major college programs is where I raise an eyebrow, though, because that's, as close as you can get to pro ball. I mean, there's a lot of money being put into some of these SEC schools. It's a big deal down there. So, I mean, they can't be ignoring fundamentals. They shouldn't be. But for some reason, even guys that come out of the most elite college programs, show me the best high school program in the country, whatever it is. All these guys are flawed. I almost wonder if this could lead to like a small ball renaissance. They might go hand in hand. Like, think about it. Like, if defense is so bad across the league, infield defense too, pitchers can't field their position, shouldn't that encourage more teams to, all right, I'm going to lay down a bunt because I know they're going to boot it. They can't field it. It might take one team like a Rays who plays more small ball to actually break through, win the World Series in very exciting, dramatic fashion by doing a lot of the small ball stuff to have a trickle-down effect. But it would take years. I mean, everyone's so locked into their way of thinking, they won't budge on it.
I totally agree with you, Nolan. Because you know what? like with the fun and Bob, I don't know if either one of you guys, when the last time you were like at spring training, like do they do a bunch of fun? I would think they would do, because like when I'm out at the Ravens practice, I mean, there's fundamental periods throughout practice, and especially at the beginning of practice, just working on the little things and, like tight hands and your foot in the right position and all that. They've got to be working on that stuff. And Bob, maybe like with a gunner who missed all of spring training because he's at the WBC and, that kind of stuff.
There are other players that played in that thing who are doing okay. That's just kind of a built-in excuse. But, these are issues that the Orioles have been dealing with for a couple of years. I think gunners like He-Man, superhero, thinks he can make all these spectacular plays, and, which he can. But sometimes he struggles just to make the basic fundamental play.
Right.
You know what I mean?
And even if league-wide defense is in decline, you're right, Bob. There are plenty of players in the league that'll win Gold Gloves this year and be very deserving of that, and they're great defensive players. It can't be a blanket thing. So the only way you fix it is by changing the roster. And that's where I think the real blame is assigned, and Elias even said it himself. We knew this was going to be a defensively challenged team when we constructed it. We thought we could get past it, but you can't. It ended up being a major reason your season's over.
Yeah, and he also said last year, I think our pitching staff's good enough to get there. Whoa, who do we keep pointing fingers at all of a sudden with these two flaws? We'll come back, shift gears, talk some Ravens. As Vinny said, they've been working on the fundamentals, new coaches, new head coach, new coordinators. Anthony Weaver's been here before. Well, hell, Jesse was here as a linebacker coach during the early Lamar years. But how have things progressed? We'll talk about that with Jonas Schaefer from the Baltimore Banner. Whip around 11:15. Talk about what happened in the world of sports last night. First preseason game turned out to be an exciting one. On top of that, Bill Bender, Sporting News, get his thoughts on the upcoming NFL year. Is Aaron Donald ready to go back to the Rams?
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan.
Vinny Serrato here. Holy crab cakes, famous Box Hill crab cakes, supersized salads, Greek specialties, and more can now be delivered right to your door with DoorDash. BoxHillPizzaRestaurant.com.
Support, assist, care, own your next move by training at Lincoln Tech's Columbia campus. Gain hands-on skills using industry-standard equipment and prepare for a career as a medical assistant. Benefit from Lincoln's employer connections that can help open doors to new opportunities. Don't just imagine a better future. Start building it. Enroll now for August classes. Visit lincolntech.edu today to schedule a campus tour. That's lincolntech.edu.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owed the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $3 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Why do landscaping pros prefer Echo outdoor power equipment? In a word, power. Echo Power means extreme power, day in and day out, sun up to sundown. Professional-grade Echo blowers, string trimmers, and chainsaws maximize productivity, powering through the toughest jobs nature can throw their way. Experience Echo Power for yourself at Liberty Discount Lawn Equipment in Upper Co. or visit LibertyDiscount.com to learn more. That's LibertyDiscount.com. Echo. Power on and on.
This is the Game of the Week report, brought to you by Hyundai.
Pro baseball action continues next week as the regular season plays on and the stretch run toward the postseason begins. One highlight is the classic field game return to Dyersville, Iowa on Thursday, August 13th, the first edition since 2022, as Philly takes on Minnesota for the showcase event.
The Game of the Week report is brought to you by the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Learn how it's so much more than just another SUV at HyundaiUSA.com.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal.
We got a big deal, too. Right, Mom?
Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid...
Nice.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or 1.9% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Plug-in Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offers end September 8th. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
For all 105.7 The Fan station contest rules, please visit 1057thefan.com.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Yesterday's sweltering temps led to some extra tension at Ravens training camp, with multiple players going at it, including Carson Vincent and Tavius Robinson, who had a brief dust-up. Nothing got too out of hand as Jesse Minter put his team through its longest and most intense practice so far. He's already made his feelings well known when it comes to camp fights and doubled down on it yesterday.
I know that in a game, like, people do things, man. People tug on your jersey after the play, try to get you to respond, chirp in your ear, try to get you to respond. And so we just got to be so dialed in on why we're out here, making each other better.
No practice for the Ravens today. They'll be back in action tomorrow morning with 1 week to prepare for their preseason opener against Philadelphia. Elsewhere in the league, the Panthers and Cardinals clashed in the annual Hall of Fame game last night with a surprisingly entertaining result. Carolina came away with a 33-30 win thanks to quarterback Haynes King's scramble and dive for the goal line as time expired. He also threw for 2 touchdowns earlier in the night. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, heavy thunderstorms expected this afternoon and into this evening. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show, 105.7 The Fan.
Sing it, David Coverdale. The White Snake for you, featured artist Friday. It's Vinny and Haynie, Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw. He's on the other side of the glass. Anything you want to hear from White Snake, send a request to the Window Nation text line, which is also hotline. Ravens off today. Basically, week and a half into training camp. We've had 3 padded practices. Here to share his thoughts on what he has seen. Baltimore Banner, let's welcome back, as we do every Friday, Jonas Schaefer. Jonas, first of all, good morning. How you feeling?
I'm enjoying this nice day off. How are you guys doing?
I thought you were going to say you're enjoying the White Snake, but it's all good. Now, the Jacoby Lane, he's been one of these. We're talking about him, guys, through the first week plus of training camp. Is this a real thing? 3rd-round draft pick, kind of doing what he did at USC. Is Jacoby Lane someone that Ravens fans should be really excited about once we get into pads against the Eagles next Saturday?
Yeah, I guess it depends on what your kind of quantitative definition of real excitement about. Like, I don't know, then if you kind of established a way too early over-under for receiving yards for Jacoby, I don't know where I would put it. I think, obviously, what he has done is make some incredible catches, but what he hasn't yet done, and I think partly because of this is a function of just how many short drives the first team offense has had on some of these days, is like there hasn't been a huge volume of targets. Zay has obviously gotten more Rashad Bateman on his good days has gotten considerably more. The tight ends, just because of all the checkdowns and play action bootlegs, have gotten more. But when he's gotten the chance to make plays, he typically has made them. Yesterday was kind of notable because there was a play down the right sideline where it's Lamar throwing him like a 20-yard pass down the right sideline. It's looking for laying on a go ball, and there's Nate Wiggins, and he's breaking it up. And, that there wasn't really a whole lot of other opportunities for him to make plays. So would it surprise me if he becomes a guy who, maybe makes an incredible catch every 2 or 3 weeks in the season? But then you look at his stats, and it's 2 catches for 50 yards, 3 catches for 43 yards. Not really, but I think just because of the kind of skill set that he has and the kind of thing that Lamar maybe needs in this offense, especially in the red zone, I don't see why he can't win the starting job here.
And Jonas, I agree totally with what you're saying. I think that he is going to be, because you look at all the stuff and all the drills that they do when they get down at the red zone. Like the other, I can't remember, was it yesterday or day before, they were doing one-on-one red zone, and all the quarterbacks, all the quarterbacks, all they did was, throw him the fade route in the end zone. He's going to get used at that. And then the one where, across the back of the end zone the other day where they threw it up high. I think that, and I think we heard Declan talk about it, that Lamar is learning the receivers, the framework of where he can throw them the football.
Yeah, and I think, Lamar just, I'm sure you guys had this narrative discussed for tens or hundreds of hours, but Lamar just has not really had in his prime big body receiver, and I think that's affected the kind of throws that he's willing to try. I always kind of referring to the statistic. Maybe I've even done it with you guys, but I think the number of back shoulder fades that Lamar has completed over his career to outside receivers. So I'm just talking about guys kind of running parallel to the sideline, not any of the slot fade stuff where you have a little bit more margin for error. I think he's completed maybe 2 or 3 in his career, and that's what Joe Burrow might do over a month, over 2 months in Cincinnati, having Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. We saw him take chances and have faith in DeAndre Hopkins last year. But obviously that petered out, and maybe D-Hop wasn't getting as open as Lamar would have liked, just in terms of having that comfort level there. But we know Jacoby's a sub 4.5 guy. We know he's got probably an even better vertical than D-Hop. We're still maybe having some questions about his ability to be physical as he kind of goes through the route stem. But I think it's important for Lamar and for Declan Doyle and for just the health of this passing offense in general that Lamar be pushed to throw the ball in different ways. And I think if Jacoby Lane is kind of the skeleton key for that, then this offense will be all the better for it.
Yeah, don't you think, Jonas, to me, a huge key for this offense is going to be Bateman. And he's got to be consistent. I thought yesterday, he was. A lot of days it's where was Bateman today? It can't be that he cannot have games where he doesn't show up.
Yeah, and I think it was probably a good thing for Bateman that we were talking to him yesterday as opposed to after, Tuesday or Wednesday, where he didn't really seem to get a single target. Because, that has been the issue. Even when a couple of years ago, I think he was getting open, he wasn't really that much of a primary focus in the passing game. I think that's always been an issue for him, is just he could be maybe the Ravens' second best route runner over a given season, but he's 3rd or 4th in the pecking order in terms of his first read share. So, I think it was interesting to hear him talk yesterday about just how he feels like there's a new role for him in this offense. And, want to shout out Matt Harmon, who does good work for Yahoo and for what his wide receiver perception series. And, he's talked about basically the Ravens have treated Rashad Bateman like he is this X receiver. He's up against the line of scrimmage. There's very little pre-snap motion for him because Zay is the designated pre-snap guy. But if you are putting him in situations where he doesn't have to deal with press coverage as often, where maybe you can give him more leveraged looks, whether it's through motion or stacks or whatever, then I do think you'll be able to see his ability as a, route runner manipulator, flower and flourish in this offense. I don't know if I'm, ever going to be as high as I was before last season when I was, one of my hot takes was that he was going to outproduce Day because of just how good he was in training camp. But I just think that there is still more than he's shown us over his career. Until he gets hurt one more time, knock on wood, I will forever remain a Rashad Bateman believer just because I know what the tape shows me.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. Now, Jonas, on another subject, what's your opinion of what you've seen of the tight ends?
Yeah, I think my concern going into camp, and I think it still is one, is that what happens if Durham Smythe gets sick or gets hurt for even a couple weeks? Like, you need to have that blocker on the end of the line of scrimmage. And last year, the Ravens had two really good ones. You had Pat Ricard, and you had Charlie Kohler. And, obviously Durham Smythe, by virtue of his contract size, probably isn't in the same tier as those guys as blockers. But I think he can, Declan Doyle obviously trusts him to give you that kind of flexibility if you want to run duo or inside zone to that particular side. But I guess they're really counting on Grassi, the tight ends coach, and Declan Doyle to get the rookies up to speed because there hasn't really been a whole lot of production over the middle. We've seen some touchdown catches from Cuevas. We've seen one or two nice catch and runs from Hibner, who I do think at this point probably has the highest ceiling, although it's probably pretty low floor for him. And then I'm just kind of waiting to see whether over these next 2 weeks of camp that we get open to us, whether the connection between Lamar and Mark Andrews will pick back up, because I think it's a good sign that he's getting targets, but I think it's a bad sign that there are not a lot of completions. And maybe that is a situation where you just tip your cap to the safeties on this team, who I think might quietly be like the strongest position on this team besides quarterback. You tip your cap to Roquan as well, who I think is having a nice camp, but just that there's not really been a lot of open looks for him in the way that we've come to expect from him and Isaiah Likely and in years past. And, that is even begin to cover some of the drops that we've seen, which I'm not really going to be overblown about, but it does add to your wariness a little bit about position.
Jonas Schaefer, Baltimore Banner. What's happening, Jonas, on the Banner here on this Friday, heading into hopefully what'll be a beautiful weekend?
Yeah, I got our pal Charles Walker and his 5 things that we've learned from camp. That's up right now on the Banner, so check that out. My pal Andy Koska just did a story on all the Adleys in the Baltimore Orioles fan base who are now reckoning with the departure of one Adley Rushman. So plenty of good stuff, and obviously we've got the passing charts and notes galore from the weekend practices. So be sure to check those out. Jonas, appreciate the time as always. Have a great weekend.
Thanks, Jonas.
Thanks, guys.
There's Jonas Schaefer, everyone. We'll come back at the whip around. What happened in the world of sports last night? Well, the first preseason game of 2026 happened in Canton, Ohio, and an exciting game at that. And we'll talk college football with Bill Bender from the Sporting News. Ohio State comes in number 1 in the coaches poll preseason rankings. Maryland, back-to-back bowl-less seasons. What are the expectations for the Turtles here in 26?
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 1057 The Fan.
I'm personal injury attorney Justin Holloman. When an accident or injustice turns your life upside down, you need a strong voice on your side who truly cares. A law firm where you're more than just a case. Call my firm, The Holloman Firm. TheHollomanFirm.com.
That's Elena's family group chat. It never stops. Someone's always sending a blessing
or starting a poll about the baby shower theme at midnight.
With Real Unlimited from Total Wireless, she's always in the loop, whether she wants to be or not. Switch to Total Wireless Total Starter Plan or higher and get a Samsung Galaxy A16 5G on us. Total Wireless, your own Real Unlimited. Offer ends 11/4/2026 or while supplies last. Devices, taxes, and fees may apply.
And Doug.
Hot dog, get Gotcha, hot dog!
Customize and save with Liberty Mutual.
Hey, what are you doing?
I like your method. Direct, to the point. A little loud, but...
Listen, people don't buy car insurance the same way they do hot dogs.
Not yet, but both are customizable.
Popcorn! Get your popcorn!
Hey, this is a hot dog area.
And customize and save area. Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty. You know, every summer I say the same thing. Way to go. 1 minute, it's Memorial Day. Next thing you know, football's around the corner. Don't let your summer or your love life fly by without making the most of it. Whether you're looking to spice things up or just have a little fun, Lions Den has everything you need to keep the excitement going. With a huge selection, knowledgeable staff, and a comfortable shopping experience, it's easy to find exactly what you're looking for. Summer won't wait, and neither should you. Stop by Lions Den today. Pleasure, passion, romance. That's lionsden.com.
Circulating Knowledge is sponsored by Vascular Surgery Associates.
Hello, I am Dr. Michael Osgood with Vascular Surgery Associates, or VSA. Do you have heavy, achy, painful legs? Do you notice swelling in your feet and legs throughout the day? Do you have unsightly or uncomfortable varicose veins? If you have any of these symptoms, you may be suffering from chronic venous insufficiency, and we at VSA can help. Visit us at vsaveins.com. That's vsaveins.com.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and nearly 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. Left untreated, these veins can cause tired, heavy legs, swelling, burning, cramping, aching, even restless leg syndrome. In some cases, it can lead to serious health risks, like blood clots. USA Vein Clinics offers minimally invasive treatments that take as little as 15 minutes, covered by most insurances. Call 410-921-0667 and schedule your appointment today. Don't wait. Call 410-921-0667 for free information today. Imagine walking, exercising, and sleeping peacefully again. Varicose and spider veins won't go away on their own. USA Vein Clinics can help. Call 410-921-0667 for fast, easy, and affordable solutions. USA Vein Clinics treatments are covered by most insurance plans. Don't put this off any longer. Call 410-921-0667. Hear that? The beach is calling, and so is that family vacation you've been dreaming about. Stop putting it off. Whether it's a weekend getaway, a road trip, or making unforgettable summer memories, Security Plus is here to help you with a summer flex loan. With rates as low as 7.99% APR, getting away has never felt so within reach. Learn more at securityplusfcu.org/summerflex or call 410-281-6200. Security Plus Federal Credit Union, the plus side of banking.
Vinny and Haynie's Whip Around.
Every sport, every game, everything.
Brought to you by Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes. Best crab cakes in Maryland.
Time for the Whip Around. Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan here on this Featured Artist Friday, which is a White Snake. Send your song request to the Window Nation text line, and Nolan McGraw will make sure it gets through. Orioles in Texas tonight, taking on the Rangers. We'll talk about that as the show rolls on. Birds came out of the last wild card. Steve Molesky will be joining us around 1:30. But NFL preseason started last night. Hall of Fame game. Before we get to the highlight, Nolan, how much of the game did you watch? And you can be honest because, I watched the pregame interview stuff when they were all going through the Hall of Fame bust with Garrett and Tomlin and McCourty and all of those guys. And saw Kuechly and these guys.
Yesterday I said I'd be lucky to get through a quarter. I didn't watch a single second. So I caught none of it until this morning to see the finish. And boy, am I sorry, because this is actually the first entertaining Hall of Fame game.
Yeah, and it was entertaining for sure. But
Yes,
it gives you this, I'm still way in baseball mode. But I was like, you got the NFL music, Football Night in America. I was like, okay, it's on. I looked at my TV hanging overhead over my computer in the office, making sure it still works so I can get the red zone and the games going at the same time. So we're still in preseason mode there. But I will say this. I thought the NBC broadcast was, Siskel and Ebert, 2 thumbs up. I thought Tomlin was a natural on TV yesterday.
I totally agree with you, Bob. I thought Tomlin sounded like Tomlin's press conferences and stuff, and he was smooth, no hemming and hawing. I thought he was real good. And like you, Bob, I mean, because like normally I'd have watched a series or two, this crap looks like garbage, but both offenses, they're moving the ball and watching Carson Beck. kind of intrigued me. I said, all right, let me watch another drive, and because he 15 and 19 for 188.
Yeah, and with Arizona, who knows? He might actually get some snaps for the Cardinals. But it came down to the final play of the game. And Georgia Tech standout, kind of a poor man's Lamar Jackson, came through in the clutch.
Off box. Quarterback ball. Have a chance. Game on the line. King, he's going to step up. Pumps, runs, goal line. Is he in? Yes! Carolina wins! King of the night.
That was NBC Mike Tirico on the call. I'm pretty sure Arizona's 1.5-point favorites, and I took the under. So, yes, we lost in all of that. But Haynes King, Georgia Tech, he was a big game player, 21 of 34, 2 touchdowns, and had the rushing TD that won it. University of Maryland's own Chad Ryland, 3 for 3 on the field goals and hit all 3 of his extra points. So, good to see a turtle out there doing his thing.
Yeah, and the biggest thing with Chad was because he got drafted by New England, and then they released inconsistencies. And he's been more consistent with Arizona, which is a good thing for him.
Also in the NFL, Jahmyr Gibbs, 3-year deal, $67.5 million, could be worth up to $75.5, $51.5 guaranteed. So Jonathan Taylor, Bijan Robinson, and Jahmyr Gibbs all get paid this week.
And Gibbs got the most.
Yep.
So, good for them. Because people have been crapping on running backs for a long time. And, with Robinson, agent was talking about, well, my guy's a receiver, because kind of like the Suggs thing, is he a outside linebacker?
Reinvented a position for sure.
And that's kind of what Bijan is, because I'm sure the agent, there's 40% of the time he's lined up wide as a wide receiver. Why shouldn't he get into the $30 million? All those kind of things.
Now, as we're still in baseball mode, Orioles came out of the last wild card, starting a big 3-game series against the team they're chasing, one of them anyway. And NFL, we're sniffing it, we're seeing it. I mean, it's real stuff. 8 days away from the Ravens preseason opener. I'm not ready to go full-on basketball at all, quite frankly.
No.
But the Wizards and Anthony Davis have tabled extension talks. That's Rich Paul. Until the season starts. What? Wouldn't you rather do it now?
Yeah.
I think AD's waiting for the Wizards to suck, and maybe the Wizards are waiting for a way to get him out of D.C.
So, it's best to wait then.
Yeah.
Not do it now.
Yeah, okay.
No, I think it makes total.
I don't think he's long for Washington, right?
No shot.
I mean, they got Sarr. They just drafted DeBonta. They got some young players. He's a dude that could be an attractive trade chip for them, perhaps. If he stays healthy and proves he can still play.
And I don't blame him at all for this being the offseason, or I guess go back to last year with the trades, to finally make that shift from, all right, we're just going to intentionally lose and tank. We got to inject some sort of veteran presence in here and see how it mixes with the young group. But for those to be your 2 veteran choices, it doesn't add up. I don't see the chemistry between the 2 of them, Trae Young and Anthony Davis. I don't see that being a fair match at all.
0.0. And they brought in DeAndre Ayton, too. So they have 2 former number 1 overall picks. Oh, they have 3 now. They have 3 number 1 picks on their roster. Anywho, again, not ready to go full on. This day in Orioles history, it's the whip around. Vinny Haynie, 105.7 The Fan with Nolan McGraw. Today's August the 7th. 30 years ago today in Milwaukee, Brewers still in the American League at the time. Jeffrey Hammonds, Robbie Alomar, Rafael Palmeiro, Olga Yard. Scott Erickson got the win, 12-2, puppy pants, Birds over the Brewers. Let's see, 10 years ago in Chicago against the White Sox, Manny Machado hit 3 home runs. J.J. Hardy, Chris Davis go deep. Dylan Bundy got the win. Ubaldo Jimenez the save. Orioles 10-2 over the White Sox. And then 2 years ago in Toronto, Tony Taters hit 2 bombs where he now resides on the IL. Jackson Holiday went deep. Birch got the win now with the Tigers. And let's see. Birch Smith got the win. Birch, who knows? Birch. He got the win now with the Tigers, as we said, but this was 2 years ago, 7-3 Orioles over the Blue Jays. What do they all have in common? Those 3 teams, they all went to the playoffs. This year's team to be determined. in Texas tonight. Big 3-game series against the Rangers. Then it's Minnesota. Then it's the Trop. 10 games. We'll know where the Orioles might stand when they come back to Oriole Park, Camden Yards. But college football, we're about a month away from kickoff there. Matter of fact, a month from today, Maryland starts their season down at CQ Stadium in College Park. But Bill Bender, top 25 coaches poll came out. Ohio State, they're number one. 3 Big Ten teams in the top 6. Is this appropriate? What does he think of the Turtles? Stick around, we'll tell you.
Big Bad Morning Show, Vinny and Haynie, and the Final Drive, live on YouTube, Monday through Friday, 6 till 6. Search 105.7 The Fan, Baltimore, and never miss a moment of coverage on the teams you love.
I'm Eric Sobel from Ace Law. If you're injured in an accident, the last thing you need is to fight with the insurance companies, find doctors, and file more and more paperwork. That's where we come in. We treat you like family and handle everything. Call us at 8888 Ace Law and come up Aces.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-497-8091. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-497-8091. That's 800-497-8091. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, it's Ken Wyman. Final Drive is brought to you by FanDuel. Baseball fans, the MLB season is in full swing, and FanDuel's giving you a chance to call your shot with daily dingers. Joining the action is easy. Just make your free pick on who's hitting a home run in their game, and if you're right, you'll get a profit boost to use on your next bet for a chance at extra winnings. It's just another reason why FanDuel is the home of home run. So are you ready to play your game? Head over to FanDuel.com/local to get started. That's FanDuel.com/local to opt in for daily dingers and make your free pick on who's hitting a homer. Play ball and swing for the fences on FanDuel, an official partner of the MLB. FanDuel Sportsbook's the official sportsbook of 105.7 The Fan. 21 plus and present in Maryland. No purchase necessary. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Please play responsibly. For help, visit them at mdgamblinghelp.org or give them a call at 1-800-GAMBLER.
Alex B. and Zach came to the rescue when we lost our heat. The commercial I hear every day on my way to work is true. Amazing.
Greg did a great job.
Tony saved us tens of thousands of dollars because he was able to determine that our system's heat exchanger is fine.
Andre was over the top impressive, professional and diligent. He took his time to work the problem, not just diagnose a quick fix.
Zachary was able to remove and replace our AC system in what must have been record time. Amazing was amazing.
Anthony and Jamal were outstanding. The entire install completed in one day.
You can tell this company truly lives up to its name. Amazing. Their owner says he has the best people, and after this experience, I completely agree.
Those are snippets from 7 different Google reviews for amazing plumbing, heating, and air. And yes, I proudly claim to have the best techs, installers, and plumbers in Baltimore because I do. You can count on it at
CALLAMAZING. Go to callamazing.com.
Diagnose, repair, connect. Own your next move by training at Lincoln Tech's Columbia campus. Gain hands-on skills using industry-standard tools and technology and prepare for a career in fields like automotive service, electrical, HVAC, or welding. Benefit from Lincoln's employer connections that can help you open doors to new opportunities. Don't just imagine a better future. Start building it. Visit lincolntech.edu today to schedule a campus tour.
Powerball is always big fun. Right now, it's really big fun. The Powerball jackpot is estimated at $856 million. That's right, $856 million. Play today at any Maryland lottery retailer, and please play responsibly.
If you're thinking about it
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan. From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Orioles had a prime opportunity to finish off a sweep of the Angels yesterday and send themselves into their road trip on a high note, but the offense was nowhere to be found. For the second time this season, LA starter Ryan Johnson embarrassed the Baltimore lineup. His arsenal is not that threatening, and his numbers against everyone else this year have been abysmal, yet for whatever reason, the Birds just can't figure him out. Here's what Dylan Beavers had to say after the Birds let 5 walks go to waste.
It's frustrating. They definitely gave us opportunities offensively, and I think our pitching was plenty good enough for us to win that game. So we don't capitalize on their mistakes. It's definitely frustrating.
A series win still keeps Baltimore afloat for now, but they'll have a tough task ahead with a 10-game road trip. Their next 2 matchups against Texas and Minnesota will provide them an opportunity to overtake a pair of teams that sit ahead of them in the wild card standings. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, heavy thunderstorms expected this afternoon and into this evening. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show, 105.7 The Fan.
Featured Artist Friday, it's White Snake. Anything you want to hear from them? Chosen by you. Send a request to the Window Nation text line. It's the Window Nation guest hotline as well. Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw. Orioles in Texas tonight taking on the Rangers. Birds game out of the wild card as they lose yesterday quietly to the Los Angeles Angels. They do win the series, so we get it. Or Ravens open their preseason 8 days from today against the Eagles. Maryland football, they start in a month. And here to talk about some college football fun, Coach's poll came out a couple of days ago. From the sporting news, as we said on the Window Nation guest hotline, let's welcome back to the program. I haven't talked to him in a few months. Bill Bender. Bill, good afternoon. How you doing today?
Hey, Bob, Vinny, how are you guys? Thanks for having me on.
Doing all right. I know we're here to talk some college football, but last night was the preseason opener for the National Football League. And Haynes King, who was doing some special things for Georgia Tech, he did some special things last night, granted, in a preseason game, including the game-winning touchdown. A little long in the tooth, I guess, for a collegiate dude going into the next level. But is there any sort of shelf life for Haynes King in, Carolina? They got Bryce Young, and then Carson Beck, of course, in Arizona. But the 2 young guys, Haynes King, Carson Beck, what do you think?
Well, it took me back to a really good game between, Georgia and Georgia Tech a few years ago. They played 8 overtimes. And I'm like, and it was just as exciting. That's one thing the NFL does well, packages well, is I had no business sitting there watching the last drive of that game, but I did. And, watched Haynes King make some plays with his legs, which I think he may stick in the league as a backup because of that ability. And, he got the ball out on time, and what a fun way to end the game. So, that's what preseason football is. I had my moment last night when A.J. Dillon ran the ball in the end zone. I was like, whoa, there he is. So it's good for that, and it's good to have football back.
Real quick, get to Maryland as we're talking college football here. And the Terps, Chad Ryland, he made his 3 kicks and his 3 extra points. But Mike Locksley coming into this season, I guess fair to say, Bill's on the hot seat after 2 bowlless seasons. Very unacceptable end to the 2025 season that started with such great promise. But they do have Malik Washington. They brought in Zion Elay. That Mathis is back. Stewart's back. They do have some other talented players. Tight end looks to be pretty fortified for the Terps, but expectations for them not high in the Big Ten. Were 3 of the top 6 teams in the coaches' poll reside. But what about Maryland? Is Mike Locksley on the hot seat? Is it a deserved hot seat? And, could Maryland maybe have a mini renaissance here, given the fact that they do have some talent on that roster?
He might, you could say he's on the hot seat, but in some ways everybody is.
Yeah.
I like Mike Locksley. I've had talks with him in the past. He's just a good dude, good coach, good person. And, the problem you run into is the Big Ten's loaded. It's not just Oregon, Indiana, and Ohio State. By the way, 3 schools that have been in the college football playoff each of the last 2 seasons. So you're already dealing with that. On top of that, you're dealing with Michigan and Penn State just brought in good coaches, quality coaches. Matt Campbell, Kyle Whittingham. USC is supposed to be better. Iowa, Illinois have their act together. Washington should be good. So when we say it's a disappointing season. It's like when you look at Maryland's schedule, you're like, it's not easy. And I like Malik Washington. I've heard from some people I talked to that, he could have a really great year. And if he does that, they could steal a couple games. But again, look what you're up against. That the Ohio State machine. Indiana's a machine too. I won't back off that. I think they're going to be, I don't think they'll be just as good, but just as good as 16-0, one of the best teams ever.
Right.
But they'll still be in Big Ten contention.
Hey, Bill, a team who I think has got a chance, you mentioned Penn State. And the reason I say that is he brought, roughly 20 guys from Iowa State in, kind of like Cignetti did at Indiana when he brought his guys in. So you got some older guys who kind of know what they're doing. And their schedule sucks. So talk to me a little bit about Penn State.
Yeah, the difference between prognosticating Penn State and Michigan is one of those teams plays Ohio State, Indiana, and Oregon. The other doesn't. Penn State, they get USC at home, and that's probably a whiteout. They get Washington. They do have to go to Michigan. That would be a tough game. But, yeah, the pieces are in place. Rocco Beck's played a lot of football. 3-year starter. A ton of football. And I guess what I can't gauge until you kind of see it is, what does it look like having 20-plus Iowa State players on the field in the Big Ten? They've played Iowa, but, that kind of thing. So I like Matt Campbell. I like the hire. I do think they're going to be a team in November that's sitting there at 8-1 or 7-2, and we still don't know how good they really are. But that's part of the problem when you have unbalanced schedules.
Now, Bill, is Notre Dame going to be right up there? Because everything that I read and you hear about the Irish, they're going to be good, but you lost some pretty good studs to the draft.
Oh, I think they're going to be awesome. I do. I think, we do the Notre Dame hype thing all the time. It happens, and probably been happening since 1988. But this team feels very real, right? This feels real because you have the quarterback in place, C.J. Carr. You have a really good offensive line that they've shuffled some guys around. Receivers good. Defense, I love. Their secondary, they had 2 guys on our preseason All-American team, Bronte Johnson and Leonard Moore. Drake Bowen, too. So, and you add on the motivation from last year, being taken out of the playoffs. So, yeah, I think Marcus has a team there that's capable of doing it. They're one of the, right now, I'd say there are 7 teams capable of winning a national championship, and they're one of them.
Bill Bender, Sporting News, joining us here. Vinny at 8105.7 The Fan, featured artist Friday. Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, other side of the glass. Who's this year's Tulane? Who's this year's James Madison? If we can even get that far ahead with the Bill Bender crystal ball right now.
But UNLV and Boise State are always in the mix, right? And I think UNLV and Dan Mullen have a good roster. Boise State brings back Maddox Matson, Spencer Danielson. He wins a lot of football games. Who I'm most interested to see is, how does North Dakota State make the jump? They're in the Mountain West. They obviously had a ton of success for a long time at the FCS level. Can they make that conversion? It's going to be cool seeing the Fargo Dome as a Division I stadium, FBS stadium. And I'm wondering how they do. So I'm very curious about the Bison this year in the Mountain West, making that move up. So those are a couple teams that stand out. Obviously there'll be Navy and the American as well. I like what they've been able to do. And I'm one of those guys. Hey, I was in Maryland a couple weeks ago with my son for some lacrosse stuff, summer stuff, and had a chance to tour the Naval Academy and just, walk around. And it was awesome. And you're really taken aback by it. So I'm one of those guys that I kind of want to see one of these service academies crack the playoff at some point.
Now, Bill, what about Texas? Arch Manning's going to have a ton of pressure on him. Is Texas and Arch ready, to take that next final step?
Well, if we're hyping Notre Dame, we're hyping Texas too. That's what we do. Hey, we do that in August, right? I've been doing that for 20 years. But I do know that they had 6 players on our preseason All-American first and second teams, including Cam Coleman, transfer receiver, Rasheem Biles, transfer linebacker. Colin Simmons might be the best edge rusher in the country, and then Arch is in there too. So it's there. I think what I need to see out of Texas is what we've been talking about all summer is, okay, they've got the roster, but go out and win one of those heavyweight fights. I was never followed boxing closely, but think of a heavyweight that never really went out and beat the champ. They've got to go beat a Georgia. They've got to go beat an Ohio State, and then you'll start to believe in them a little bit more. And it's bothering me that I said that out loud, because I can't think of one of those heavyweights I was just talking about.
I got you covered. It's Ernie Shavers. Everybody talked about how hard Ernie Shavers hit, and he was the hardest guy I ever got hit by, and they all got up and kicked his ass. He knocked him down, but they all got up and beat him. He's Bill Bender. Why aren't we talking about Bill Belichick, at least from a football perspective? The other stuff we could say for the National Enquirer. What's going on with Belichick here? Has he got a team worth talking about? Yeah, there you go.
That's the problem, is every headline is something else and nothing about football and what's going on the field. They have a tough schedule this year, again. And so at what point do you say, okay, this experiment's not working? They go 4-8 last year. A lot of good teams on that ACC schedule. They do play Notre Dame, too, in Chapel Hill. That's a very interesting game on the schedule to me. But, when Bill Belichick was hired, I'll be the first one to say, hey, I think it's going to work. I think this will work. You trusted his football acumen in the NFL, and it just hasn't. It's just been one, like you said, National Enquirer-like headline after another. So I bet they're one of the happiest. I want to see what they do against TCU here in a couple weeks.
Bill Bender, Sporting News, Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Bill, always great to talk to you. Hope you had a great summer. Now the season is here, and we look forward to talking to you through the next few months here, even in hoop season when the hardwood comes around before you know it.
Hey, you guys call me anytime. This was a lot of fun. Thanks for having me on.
Yep. You got it, Bill Bender. And speaking of Annapolis, of course, Bill Belichick, his roots down there in old State Capital University, or not University of Maryland, State Capital of Maryland. When we come back, we're going to bring old Quick Draw McGraw and Nolan McGraw, get his thoughts on this Friday. Orioles at Texas, one game out of the wild card, taking on the Rangers, the team that right now is in front of them for one of those final spots. It's Shane Baz, Nathan Eovaldi. Based on Shane Baz's luck, that means there's going to be 2 errors, 200 runs, and he'll pitch well enough to get the win, but he won't get any run support. News from the desk coming up top of the hour. We're going to start breaking down some of these players. Vinny's seen them live and in person. The rosters, how things are looking through 3 padded practice off today, back on the field tomorrow.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
Are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Metal Supermarkets, the convenience store for metal. Find a store at metalsupermarkets.com. I applaud the audacity of Red Sox general manager Craig Breslow going for it at the trade deadline, trading for Orioles catcher Adley Rutschman. Some will say that Breslow gave up too much to get Rutschman. I say the Red Sox have been awesome, and this is honoring his team's recent performance. I'm Nick Costos.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Success is picking up extra shifts for your family. Now you want to be the boss. Success is getting your foot in the door. Now you want to take the next step. Success looks different to everyone, and University of Maryland Global Campus can help you reach your goals. And there's never been a better time to get started on your future. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 12th. As an accredited state university, UMGC has been transforming lives for over 75 years. With more than 100 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, Online and hybrid courses, personalized support, financial resources, and lifetime career services. Achieving your dreams is more possible than ever before. Choose the program that's right for your career goals and get started on your next success. Get your application fee waived now. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Treat yourself this summer and taste the Baltimore tradition that is the legendary Costas Inn. For over 55 years, the Costas Inn's been a Baltimore original, dishing out their legendary Fat Delicious award-winning crab cakes at both locations. That's at North Point and in Timonium. It's summer in Baltimore, so enjoy some hot steamed crabs for carryout or in the comfort of their dining room. Either way, Costas has steamed crabs available daily at their original location on North Point Boulevard. So make sure you check out both locations, but stop in when you do. Make sure you tell them that Jeremy Kahn sent you.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Imagine every time your business makes a sale. Inventory updates, an invoice is created, customer records are updated, accounting stays current. That's the power of Odoo. One fully integrated platform where every part of your business works together, automating tasks, eliminating extra steps, and saving you valuable time. Everything connects. Everything works. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
News from the Nest. I'm going to start getting some training camp scouting reports from Vinny Serrato. I do want to remind our listeners, training camp updates and reports on The Fan are brought to you by Green Valley Marketplace. Camp is here, and Green Valley Marketplace is your summer grilling headquarters. Get your cookout covered, man. They got it. Visit greenvalleymarketplace.com today. So we're going to hear Jacoby Lane. Is it real? Where's Surratt? How come we're not talking a lot about Tez Walker here? Going into his third season, how are the offensive linemen looking? All of that fun stuff coming your way here. News from the Nest and beyond. Orioles in Texas taking on the Rangers, 8:05, Apple TV. Boz against Vivaldi. Nolan, how you doing over there, big guy?
Doing pretty good. Pretty good over here. Orioles facing Nathan Eovaldi tonight. Traditionally, a tough matchup for them. He's had a pretty good track record in his career pitching against the Orioles. But earlier this year, go back to April the 1st, they actually got all over him and had a lot of success in that game. 6 earned runs pushed across against him in 4 innings of work. Jeremiah Jackson, Taylor Ward, Leody Taveras doing a lot of the big damage in that one. So we'll see what this lineup has here tonight. But it's just, it goes back to this point. This may be the most unpredictable Orioles lineup I can recall in recent memory. And that includes the good and the bad. There's plenty of years in there where they've had just a terrible lineup, but I know what I'm getting into. This year's team should be a lot better, and every once in a while they do look the part. But man, it's so bipolar. It's on and off, back and forth. The one good game immediately followed by a bad game. They play well tonight. Tomorrow they get no hit. There's no consistency here for beyond a day.
Yeah, and they get no runs at all if they don't homer, and we saw that the last two games. Alonso, okay, when he comes to the plate, I'm hoping and expecting for something to happen. Holiday, since that Detroit uprising, not so much. Gunnar, season-long woes. Third base, I'm guessing Encarnacion Strand will be the starter, and after that Mike Schmidt-like run, we haven't really seen much from him offensively. Left field, guess it'll be Beavers. Shown flashes, but, we're really, whatever. Cowser, he's been terrible. Again, mini uprising he had with the game-winning homers and all of that fun stuff. And since then, he had one ribby in July. One RBI in an entire month. Granted, it's the All-Star break. I get it. And then Tavares will probably be in right field with a righty on the mound. And it goes back to, and Tony and Rosedale brought it up earlier. Switch it up. And throw Mayo out there. Put O'Neill. O'Neill especially, guy we've been drilling for the last year and a half, but who had a really good July. Unlike Cowser, he can't play center field. Cowser's an asset because of his defense, and if you're going to struggle to score, you definitely want to make sure one guy out there fields his position above average, but just twist it a little bit. And then Narvaez will be behind the plate, who after a good year offensively for the Red Sox last year, where he got Rookie of the Year votes, he's been Sam Huff-like.
It's not that bad. Okay. Come on now.
Trump? No?
Probably more in line with that.
But the point is, outside of Alonso, who are you really counting on to give you any sort of, all right, here's a guy, offense?
It's the flavor of the week. Whoever has, whoever has a good series, not even a week. Who's been swinging it the last couple of days. So that's why I'm with you on the O'Neill thing. Kobe Mayo's a little bit different to me. Like the splits are, it's almost funny to look at his splits between left and right. The OPS being double what it is, lefty versus righty. And that's great. I'm joking around here, but the fact that he's doing one thing so extremely well, lean into it. And all right, it's a shame yesterday that he has the pinch hitting opportunity and he goes down looking in the ninth. So, there goes everyone screaming about wouldn't have been nice for him to start. I think the point still stands.
Yeah. Second most homers against lefties this year next to Kyle Schwarber in Major League Baseball. How about that?
Got to be
for Kobe Mayo.
Less than half the at-bats. Yeah,
anyway.
264 at-bats for Mayo. Yeah, Schwarber's got to have double.
Nolan, when we're here on Monday, talking about the Orioles, are they 4 games out, 2 games out? Are they in a position of strength? Because they got 2 teams coming up, Texas and Minnesota, who could do damage to them or they could do damage too. I'll be skeptical when they go to the Trop because the Rays are starting to level up, even though Freddie Peralta didn't look all that great in his start, but they bashed away enough to get things done. What's the storyline going to be here in 24, 40, 72 hours?
I don't think it's going to be radically different.
Okay.
I'm not saying there'll be a game out, but I don't think there'll be more than 2.
They won't be in a position of strength. They'll still be searching.
They'll be in the hunt.
Okay.
Yeah. Look, how many times have we said this year, hey, this next homestand, this next road trip, whatever it is, these next 6 to 9 games are going to determine where this team is going. And yet it all just continues to stick together in mediocrity. I think this is going to run through the end of the season. I really do. Game 162 will be deciding everything in the American League. It's great for entertainment purposes, but boy, does it make it stressful. There has been so many times this year where you felt like we were going to get a definitive answer. I thought we'd have one before the trade deadline that would make that actually more of an easy decision. Didn't happen. They were 2.5 out. Half of the fan base is upset that he didn't buy. So what do I know? These next few series, you're right. You should have some sort of movement one way or the other. Somebody should have the upper hand. It's not going to happen. It's just, I'll call it right now. You got a 10-game road trip here, 5-5 and 6 or 6-4. That's exactly what's going to happen.
Exactly.
They come back home. No more than 2 games out of the wild card.
Hey, keep us intrigued through September.
You know what I'm saying? I agree with you, Nolan. It will be decided the last 5 games of the season. That was the wild card.
Well, and the Orioles close out in New York, I believe, against the Yankees, which I'm not saying they'll be battling the Yankees for positioning in the division.
Could be.
But, okay, let's say the Orioles are out of it and they finally do crumble. You have a chance to play spoiler, maybe. I know that's not what people want to hear right now, but maybe give you some flashbacks to 2011 a little bit.
Yeah, curse of the Andino for the Red Sox. But anyway, we'll come back. You want to get in and talk about the Orioles? You can. We got time for you in the 12 o'clock hour. Later in the hour, around 12:30 at 410-583-1057. When we come back, Vinny's going to start breaking down this Ravens team. He's seen them live and in person. He's seen them in pads. They're off today, 8 days away from the preseason opener against Philadelphia. Then we'll get into we'll start with the offense because we're always encouraged about the defense, and we'll get into that as the show rolls on. But we're going to start breaking down individual performances so far in training camp. We'll start with the offensive side here on the Fan.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan.
Using chat to research replacement windows and doors? Forget the prompts. Look up Window Nation. Right now, you could get 50% off all styles, plus 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 2 years. Get a free quote at windownation.com today. Window Nation, they're the real deal.
Hey, we're all headed out to happy hour. You in?
Definitely, but I need to schedule a ride.
Before you drink, designate a sober driver or plan for a rideshare and make sure everyone gets home safely. You could save your life, those in your car, and others on the road. Be the Make a Plan driver. Be the driver who saves lives. Go to zerodeathsmd.gov. This message is brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
Hop in a John Deere Gator XUV for a day's work. Let's see what's on the to-do list. There goes the tree. And the fence. Not a problem. Because you've got a cargo box filled with solutions. Up to 4,000 pounds of towing capacity, and you're ready to roll.
The power's out!
Here we go again. The Gator XUV, built for every kind of workday. Learn more at johndeere.com/Gator XUV. Nothing runs like a deer.
Let me tell you one of the reasons I think we became the largest injury firm in the world, and it's not even close. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My wife and I had a plan early on. In our firm, our lawyers only work on certain types of cases. Our products liability and dangerous drug lawyers only work on those cases. Same for car crashes, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and insurance disputes. Our thinking is for these lawyers to focus on one area of the law and live it and breathe it. Power comes from knowledge. Many lawyers do everything, jack of all trades. Not us, and we don't charge an hourly rate. You only pay us if we win. If you want to hire us, it's easy. Dial Pound Law on your cell phone, pound 529, or visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer from the comfort of your own home. Let us get to work for you. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
Hey, it's Brew. Between my radio show, filming content, editing videos, and trying to stay connected with family, reliable Wi-Fi isn't really optional anymore. I just need it to work. And that's why I like that with Xfinity, you get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years, guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, Xfinity makes getting connected simple with same-day Wi-Fi so you can get online in minutes. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity. Imagine that.
This summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Girl, it's back. We've been waiting. I love that honey pepper pimento sandwich.
And that pineapple dragon fruit and Sprite is everything. It's got that razzle-dazzle that makes you stop and say, okay, wait a minute.
I love the creaminess of the pimento cheese. It's savory, it's bold, it's flavorful.
Our faves are back. I saw, girl.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
This is the story of the one. The one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Powerball is always big fun. Right now, it's really big fun. The Powerball jackpot is estimated at $856 million. That's right, $856 million. Play today at any Maryland lottery retailer, and please play responsibly.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Mike Green's rookie season was an underwhelming one, with the highly touted pass rusher only recording 3.5 sacks. Now he enters year 2 with an entirely new coaching staff, led by a defensive-minded head coach at the top, but the return of Anthony Weaver as DC has Green even more energized for what's ahead. The two went over film earlier this offseason with an emphasis on showing Green just how close he is to a breakthrough.
It was just like inches away from, making a play and changing the game around. Shout out to Weave for that, because I definitely needed it at that time. Big expectations from last year and big expectations rolling into this year as well.
And after dropping yesterday's series finale 4-1, the Orioles will embark on their longest road trip of the season with matchups against Texas, Minnesota, and Tampa Bay. Tonight's opener against the Rangers will feature a pitching matchup between Shane Baz and Nathan Eovaldi. 8:15 is when all the action will get started. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, heavy thunderstorms expected this afternoon and into this evening. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Your home for the best Ravens coverage. It's time for News from the Nest. Sponsored by Window Nation. Using chat to research replacement windows and doors? Go with Window Nation and get 50% off all window styles. Plus 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 2 years. Get a free quote at windownation.com today. Window Nation. They're the real deal.
As a receiver, you want somebody to believe in. You want somebody, to see your, ability. And I think, Declan is doing a good job of, moving all of us around, not just myself. Zay's been moving on a lot. Y'all see Jacoby Lane out making plays. Tez Walker. I think there's a lot in store for a lot of guys, this season.
It's Rashad Bateman entering, his 6th year?
Yeah.
In the National Football League, talking about Declan Doyle and the new offensive schemes and how it could benefit him and other receivers. It's News from the Nest. Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw. Sorry, Vinny, you've seen Rashad out there with Doyle's new offense, and coming off a year, as we've discussed many times, Bateman statistically, that was underwhelming to say the least. What's the optimism level watching him out of training camp right now?
Well, let me just say this, Bob. We've been there, going on 2 weeks now. He's been out there every day, and that's a huge plus. Now, like Jonas and I were talking about, just don't want like a day here or a day there where it's like, was Bateman out there today? He just needs to be engaged. He needs to be, making a play every day type of thing. Because I can tell, like, Zay does something every day. And who everybody been talking about? Jacoby Lane, whether he had 1 target or 15 targets, he makes a play, and that's a thing that Bate's got to do. And, yesterday he made a couple of nice plays, where he and Wiggins, they threw a flag on Wiggins, but he still made the catch, so he showed up yesterday, and he's got to show up every day.
Now, when he talks about Declan Doyle's new offense and moving receivers around and putting them in a position to succeed, give us an example of what Doyle's doing that maybe Todd Monken wasn't even though 2024 Rashad Bateman in that offense had a pretty strong performance.
They got 3 wides out there most of the time, Bob. So there's 3 of them out there a lot, and routes. Are they different? I think they do a lot more crossing type routes. So does it look different? Not particularly, but I mean, there's no fullback. There's 1 tight end. There's 3 wide receivers. So they're going to throw the ball more. And it just seemed, and what Declan has said in the past is they're going to get the ball to the playmakers, and so right now, if you were saying you're getting the ball to the playmakers, that means they're giving the ball to Henry and they're getting the ball to Zay. That's what, just from what I've seen thus far, those 2 I can definitely count on to be playmakers. And Jacoby Lane, he's making some plays. He's a playmaker right now. And Bates got to consistently show that he's a playmaker, because if you show the coordinator you're a playmaker, he's going to give you opportunity to make plays. And right now, like I said, I think on the air with you guys yesterday, Bob, I mean, like in the 2-minute type thing, every pass went to Zay, down around the goal line and stuff. So, I mean, and I think that it's because I know he's going to make a play, and I think the confidence level that Declan has in Zay, anytime, anywhere, I'll throw him the ball, and I think with Jacoby, he's gaining some trust on, and I think what he's learning, about these guys is, all right, with Jacoby, I'm learning what Lamar likes and what he can do and can't do in the situations that I'm comfortable putting him right now. And that's what we're going to learn over the next 3 weeks. So when they're playing Indianapolis, all right, these are the types of plays I got to have Jacoby involved in. These are the types of plays that I've got to have Bate involved in. And the other stuff, I just got to get the ball to Zay at any position. And that's why, Bob, they're motioning him all over the place, moving him around so people can't identify exactly where he is. Why? So I can create matchups that I want for Zay. And that's what it looks like right now, Bob. It's like I'm going to get Zay on a matchup that I want him on.
Now, we talk about Zay, certainly Jacoby Lane, Bateman. Why aren't we talking about Tez Walker more, going into his 3rd year now in the National Football League?
Because he disappears too, Bob, in practices, and, like all of a sudden you'll go, okay, all right, good job. 81 makes a play, or he just has got to do it more consistently to me. He's got to show up more consistently. Like when you're watching 7-on-7, you're watching team stuff, 81's got to make some plays. And Bob, all you got to do is kind of follow what the media says. Have we heard much about Tez Walker? No. Everybody is like Jacoby Lane, and and that's because those people are basically writing what we're seeing, and we're not seeing a ton of Tez Walker, right? And what Tez has got to do is keep getting better and then make some plays in a preseason game, Bob. I mean, he's got to be the talk of the Eagles game next weekend. And then when we go to Minnesota, that's when, to me, that's going to be the difference. That's going to be the separator, after those 2 practices. And we'll find out, do we need to go get any other positions?
Now we're going to talk about the tight ends later on in the program, probably coming up bottom of the hour. It's news from the Nest, Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan, Bob Haynie, Vinny's Rado, Nolan McGraw. But what about Elijah Surratt? Another drafted receiver this year, as Jacoby Lane's getting all the bright light headline stuff. Is he quietly having an acceptable camp, or is he just getting kind of lost in the shuffle right now?
I would say up until yesterday, Bob, he's been non-existent.
Okay.
He couldn't get open and everything. But yesterday showed a pulse. Yesterday he made plays, and he caught about 5 or 6 balls that, nice. And they did one-on-one down on the goal line, and he did a he torched everybody he was against other than Kyle Hamilton. When they put Kyle Hamilton out there on him, Kyle Hamilton intercepted the ball. They tried to throw a fade route to him, where Hamilton's 6'4", he's 6'2".
Right.
That's going to be a loser every time. But he does show some quickness to be able to get a step separation and stuff, so we'll see. I mean, can he stack more than one good practice in 10 days? And that's all I've seen. Because, some of the practice you come off and you say, damn, I don't know if he's going to make the team.
Right.
Now,
Eric DeCosta was on this program a couple of weeks back, 3 weeks ago, whatever it was, talking about LeJounte Wester, and where's all the hubbub about him right now, other than him being the kick returner?
Yeah, he's a backup to Zay. He plays same position as Zay, and he's a backup to Zay. And let me just say, we hope that Zay never gets hurt, because there's a big drop off. Just watching him in the one-on-one drills, because I guess you get spoiled watching Zay, because when they're doing those drills, because a lot of times in the one-on-ones down in the red zone, the DB's lined up right on him. And Zay gets him off so quick, and he can create separation so quickly because he's got great explosiveness and his feet are awesome. Now, you would think the same thing, with Wester, but he's not as sudden, and it is a big difference between him and Zay. And will he have a role? I don't know. The only time he's going to have a role, Bob, is it's kind of like Monken said. When do you want to give the ball to Wester instead of Zay? Right. That's where he's at right now. And he just needs to keep developing his route running. And then, how you get some plays? Make some plays on punt and kick return. And then they'll probably, we got to get him some plays on offense.
It's Vinny Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. When we come back, Featured Artist Friday, it's White Snake. Buy or sell. Let's count that weekend money, get into the sports subjects, heading into the second weekend in August. We're going to come back with Vinny, bottom of the hour, get into the scouting reports, talk about the tight end room, concerned going into camp. Are we still concerned almost 2 weeks into it, less than 8 days away from the preseason opener? Got NFL lunch coming up at 1 o'clock, American League East report at 1:15, and then Steve Molesky talks Orioles with him as the Birds, according to MLB.com, their farm system after the trade deadline is now number 2 in all of baseball. Yeah, that's great. They were number 1 for how many years?
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan.
Oh, it's a summer send-off sales event at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction. Go see Kevin Brammer, the sales director, and he's going to give you a great sales experience, and you can save with 0%. 60-month financing on 2026 Santa Fe's and Tucson's gas and hybrid. Now, test drive the 26 Elantra hybrid. Gets over 50 miles per gallon. Gas was $3.99 today, so that 50 miles still looks good, and make no payments till November 2026 on every new Hyundai. Now, we got banks on site for instant credit approval. Kevin is going to give you $500 more than CarMax or Carvana for your trade. And you get America's best 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty owner assurance. Plus, you get Jones for a lifetime, which includes free oil changes, free car washes, and an engine guaranteed for a lifetime. With over 2 million likes and reviews, you too. You can and you will be a satisfied customer. How do I know? Over the years, I bought 19 cars from Jones Junction, been in every department, sales, service, parts, collision, and every time I do that survey, 10 out of 10. Save thousands now at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction, 1504 Bel Air Road, only 15 minutes from the White Marsh Mall. See that great selection at BelAirHyundai.com and get you a Jones Junction tag frame just like me, my wife, Vincent, Charlie, and Rachel.
I'm Justin Holloman. After a serious accident, one of the first things you do is to call a friend, then you choose a lawyer. Why not choose a lawyer who'll be a tireless advocate for you and a friend? Get the legal justice you deserve at my firm, the Holloman Firm.
Every summer I say the same thing. Where to go? 1 minute, it's Memorial Day. Next thing you know, football's around the corner. Don't let your summer or your love life fly by without making the most of it. Whether you're looking to spice things up or just have a little fun, Lions Den has everything you need to keep the excitement going. With a huge selection, knowledgeable staff, and a comfortable shopping experience, it's easy to find exactly what you're looking for. Summer won't wait, and neither should you. Stop by Lion's Den today. Pleasure, passion, romance. That's lionsden.com.
And Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
In today's fast-moving job market, staying ahead means keeping your skills sharp. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we help keep your capabilities cutting edge with our skills-based education programs designed to move your career forward. Explore more than 100 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, and more. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
For years, Gone South has been a podcast about crime in the American South. But for our new season, we're widening the lens. Through deeply reported, narrative-driven stories, we're digging into the myths, scandals, and power structures that still shape the South, and, in a lot of ways, the country itself. Follow and listen to Gone South Season 5, an Odyssey podcast. Available now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your shows.
Are you buying
Straight cash, homie.
or selling?
I'm not gonna buy into that crap.
Buy or Sell is sponsored by Jones Bel Air Hyundai. Visit them to buy or sell your car. See Kevin Brammer for a new or used vehicle with over 2 million likes and reviews. You too will be a satisfied customer. Visit BelAirHyundai.com today.
Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan.
Time to buy or sell as we head into this weekend, second weekend of August. The Orioles in Texas tonight taking on the Rangers. Game out of the last wild card. Texas is the team that right now has that spot. Ravens 8 days away from their preseason opener against the Eagles. Got all sorts of other things happening as we head into this beautiful Friday, Saturday, Sunday realm of our lives. Before we get into the sports subjects, though, let's count some dough. Do we got any money for crustaceans stolen abroad, buy or sell?
Well, the Dow's up 94. It's at 53,974. The S&P's up 44. NASDAQ is up 321. DraftKings up $1.58. Under Armour's down 18 cents.
Let's start in college football.
Imitation crab is what you're saying. All right.
Remember we talked about that a couple weeks, and I said Indonesia, and I wasn't sure if I was right. I was right.
Oh, you were?
That's where they import the lump meat that gets used for crab cakes and stuff.
Gotcha.
Not to rain on anyone's parade. It still tastes good.
It's not blue crab? Okay.
Well, I guess it's still blue crab. It's just not Maryland blue crab.
Yeah, I'm eating it either way.
College football season right around the corner. The drama, the storylines will be plentiful, but every great storyline needs a few things, mainly a villain. With that in mind, ESPN's Ryan McGee has picked the 10 best college football villains of all time. I'd imagine Lane Kiffin's antics from a year ago, leaving Ole Miss for LSU. That was the inspiration for this list, and he comes in at number 2, ahead of the likes of Johnny Manziel, Brian Bosworth, the entire 90 Miami Hurricanes team, and even Tim Tebow. But number 1, who's the top villain of all time? Steve Spurrier. As he says here, the visor, a hat-slinging, trash-talking, strut-walking, winning machine who tossed the ball all over the yard as both a Heisman Trophy-winning quarterback and a national championship-winning coach. And after humiliating you on the field, he would pour verbal salt on your wounds. Bob, are you buying or selling him as the top college football villain of all time?
Man, I'd have to do due diligence to look into that a little bit more. You mentioned the 90 Miami Hurricanes. Jimmy Johnson came off kind of douchey.
Oh, yes, he was.
When he was in Miami. So that one comes to mind. Brian Bosworth, I remember the venom he used to get when he was at the, Oklahoma University with the Sooners. So I'm going to sell that. Maybe it's more of a... I figured Nick Saban would get some of that residual heat, too.
He's not on here, surprisingly. Dion's on here.
Tony Mandrich?
No, Caleb Williams. I don't know, that might be too much recent. I don't know. I didn't get that one, but he was number 10. Dion was 9. Tebow 8. It's kind of a tongue-in-cheek article.
Sure, gotcha.
ESPN as a whole was number 7.
Johnny Manziel on there?
Yeah. He was 3. Notre Dame as a whole is also on here.
But Bosworth, not only was he was a hell of a player. And if you look at his numbers at Oklahoma, he was a dude. But he got
hair.
Got popped for roids.
Yeah.
Then wrote a book where he basically said, "Hey, we cheated." You know what I mean? Threw all of his teammates under the bus. The D lineman went to Dallas. Tony Casillas, like, really? You're gonna really trailways us this way? Yeah, I'm surprised he wasn't more of a villainous dude. But Vinny, you were in Washington when Spurrier was the coach.
Yeah.
Was he a villainous guy there?
No. Here's how villainous he was. He calls from the golf course from another guy's phone and says, "Dan, my stuff doesn't work there. I'm done."
Well, credit to a guy knowing when to see himself out, I guess.
Hey, there you go. Know your role.
Don't linger.
Good man always knows his limitations.
Hey, let's hop over to the NFL here. The Cowboys, we know they usually move at a snail's pace when it comes to signing some of their own players. It's always been the way they do things with Jerry Jones and company. Different from the rest of the league, that's for sure. But besides George Pickens in the immediate, Quinnen Williams projects to be their next big negotiation, and there's already been some effort on the Cowboys' part to actually make that happen. 28-year-old has 2 years left on his contract from when he came over in that trade from New York last year. But buy or sell, Vinny, because of their draft capital investment in that trade, the Cowboys will not wait as long as they usually do with other free agents.
You know what? The only thing is Jerry's been spouting off that he's going to make some big deal here coming up. And then is that going to cost them money? And then they can't. But it only gets more expensive. So if they have the money, I could see them. I could buy that.
It really is fitting that the Cowboys and Eagles are in the same division because they're like the exact polar opposites of this.
Yeah.
Howie, as soon as he's able to negotiate, he's signing them. Jerry drags it on until, multiple.
Well, Jerry has to win the deal.
Right.
That's what
But he
it's
never
about.
does. Like you said, he always loses. All right. How about this here? Have celebrations gone too far? That's the question we're asking today. Mets pitcher Jeffrey Yon. Well, he made his MLB debut the other night, put on quite the show after his first strikeout. I don't even know how to begin to describe this. Do yourself a favor, look it up. But he leaped off the mound after picking up the K. Both legs spread wide into the air. He comes down, lands, and then does a little arm and hand pose. Again, I'm not doing it justice, but that wasn't just heat of the moment for his big league debut. He's been doing this throughout his minor league career, going back to his times with the Rockies organization. The crowd in Cleveland, they weren't having it. He doesn't seem to care. Said if they want to yell at me, if they want to boo me, they can do whatever they want. I'm in my zone, and yeah, I'm going to enjoy my game any way I want to. Buy or sell, Bob, the showmanship won't fly in the bigs. He'll drop the theatrics by the end of his rookie year.
I'll soft buy it. And by the way, for those of you, I guess, of a certain age, if you remember David Lee Roth when he was the lead singer of Van Halen, used to do the splits off the drum riser, which separated him from lead singers because he was one of the great frontmen in the history of rock. And they were one of the greatest bands of all time. Van Halen, not Van Hagar. He did that. But my question is, how's it different from a bat flip?
No.
Guy takes him yard and then flips the bat and throws it. And, the Contreras for Boston, by the way. I mean, showmanship's kind of part of the deal. Man, he was a little bit over the top. And I think he actually got touched up a little bit, too, if memory serves.
I think it was the next game.
Yeah. But
yeah.
It was, I saw it. Like, damn, look at this dude. But then, guy hits a home run, you're pointing at the dugout, I think it's part of the current day of baseball. A bat flip would have got a guy like him hit you between the numbers in your next at bat. Now, this guy, he does the David Lee Roth splits. I mean, what do you do? Pitchers don't hit anymore, so you can't throw at him. Mm-hmm. It's our new normal.
Hey, Bob,
where you can't hit cutoff men. You know what I mean? You get thrown out, trying to score you bat flip and you do kicks off the mound, whatever.
Bob, do you remember Randall Hill at Miami?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, like he'd catch a 2-yard pass or he'd get he was jumping up and down. I'd say, what the?
Weren't they part of that hated thing, the 1990 Miami Hurricanes, right?
Yeah. Oh, my God.
And that was Erickson, right? Wasn't it Dennis Erickson, the coach?
Randall Hill. And then when he went to, I think, Arizona, then he wasn't acting like that in the NFL.
No, he had a comeuppance when he got to the next level. Next.
Jeffrey was really flirting with disaster because it wasn't even the final out of the inning. I think it was the first or second out. He proceeded to load the bases and then got out of the jam. Could you imagine? He might get sent back down to the minors if he let up a couple runs.
Now, Cano, and he's our guy, but when Cano gets a K, he sits there and glares.
It did remind me of that.
Yeah.
Because the first time I saw Cano do that, I was like, what are you doing? I was like,
they're bat flipping, they're jumping, whatever.
Yeah.
That's like when Gunnar walks, he throws the bat.
Yeah.
It looks like he's all pissed
Clean my
off.
mess up, bat boy.
Hey, we're going to break here in a second. For one last time this week, tickets to the Maryland State Fair starting up later this month, August the 27th to be exact, running for the next couple weekends there, all the way through September the 13th. We're going to send you there as long as you're caller number 6, 410-583-1057. It's your last chance this week to get some tickets to the State Fair.
It's Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. When we come back, talk more about what's going on at training camp. Week plus in, 3 padded practices off today. We'll talk about the tight ends. You want to get in, ask Vinny questions about what he's seen, feel free to do so at 410-583-1057. We want to talk about the Orioles. Game out of the wild card. They're still below 500. They still have a negative run differential. Is there hope? Is hope still alive for the Orioles to get to the postseason as we head into this weekend against Texas and then off to Minnesota? Can the Orioles impose their will? I say no, because their offense just isn't good enough.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie and the Final Drive. Live on YouTube, Monday through Friday, 6 till 6. Search 105.7 The Fan, Baltimore. And never miss a moment of coverage on the teams you love.
Hey, it's Vinny Swaddle. Baseball season, backyard cookouts, and time outside with family and friends. This is the summer season that we wait for all year long. So if you're upgrading your outdoor setup or replacing that old air conditioner before the real heat hits, tell you what, that humidity yesterday, that was real. Now you got to check out Town Appliance. From premium grills to outdoor refrigeration, ACs, and luxury kitchen and laundry appliances from top brands. They have everything to get your home summer ready. Their showroom right off Reicherstown Road in Owings Mills. I was there about 10 days ago now. Checked out the grills. Oh, they got some outdoor grills. Amazing. All the different sizes. Whatever you want, they got it. And I can tell you firsthand, Merritt, they made the process so easy for me. My GE fridge, they give you amazing customer service just like they did for me and truly care about finding what works best for you. Now with flexible financing, free nationwide delivery on most orders, and their price match guarantee, perfect time to upgrade. Now, before your next big cookout or that first 90-degree day, stop by the Owings Mills showroom. Call, text, or visit townappliance.com today.
Jerry's Home Services is the choice of Maryland homeowners for all their interior and exterior renovation needs. With an impeccable industry reputation, just ask Jerry's for a fast, free estimate by calling 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com.
Circulating Knowledge is sponsored by Vascular Surgery Associates.
Hi, Weekend Warriors. I'm Dr. Micah Girardi with VSA, Vascular Surgery Associates. Are your knees bothering you? Have you been diagnosed with knee arthritis and tried various painkillers, injections, and physical therapy, but not ready to have surgery yet? We here at VSA have a solution with a minimally invasive outpatient procedure that helps the actual blood flow in your knee joint, decreasing your painful inflammation and stiffness. If this sounds like you, visit us at coolknees.com. That is coolknees.com.
Hey, we're all headed out to happy hour. You in?
Definitely, but I need to schedule a ride.
Before you drink, designate a sober driver or plan for a rideshare and make sure everyone gets home safely. You could save your life, those in your car, and others on the road. Be the Make a Plan driver. Be the driver who saves lives. Go to zerodeathsmd.gov. This message is brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
Rolled your ankle playing pickleball? Pulled a muscle on the golf course? Feeling that shoulder after a weekend workout? Skip the long wait at the ER or urgent care and go straight to the orthopedic experts. Ortho Maryland has walk-in care in 5 locations throughout Baltimore and Harford counties. The newest location in Reisterstown now offers convenient day and evening walk-in care, on-site x-rays, DME, and physical therapy. Visit orthomaryland.net for hours and locations.
Here's the deal. The government is over $38 trillion in debt, which means the IRS isn't slowing down. And the tax code is complex and unforgiving. So it's not surprising if you're one of the millions of Americans that owe back taxes to the IRS. Unfortunately, they're the world's most powerful collection agency, with the ability to garnish your wages, seize your bank accounts, and even take your home or business. But don't be stressed or worried any longer. We're Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. We have resolved over $3 billion in tax debt for our clients. Our award-winning professionals deal with the IRS every single day, protecting our clients and preparing them for the best possible resolution. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, give Optima a call today.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Hey, Albert, can you help us plan and budget for a bathroom renovation?
I certainly can. Let me review your finances.
Who are you talking to?
Albert, my AI financial assistant that I can access right in the app. It automates all things finance, moves money, pays bills, creates personalized alerts, finds savings, and so much more.
Your bathroom renovation financial plan is ready. I found cash you can put aside, and to cover the rest, Albert can get you up to $10,000 fast.
Can you find contractors nearby within our budget?
Here's a list of contractors. Would you like help requesting a $10,000 loan for your bathroom renovation?
Yes! Download the Albert app and use promo code FAST to access Genius. Plus, get up to $10,000 for whatever you need. Just download the Albert app right now and use promo code FAST to get up to $10,000. That's promo code FAST.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Hey, it's Brew, and I feel like everything in my life depends on being connected. Whether I'm uploading a video, hopping on a call before my show, or video chatting with my family back in Michigan, I never have to think about my Wi-Fi. And that's why Xfinity stands out. You get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, you can get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Tonight's keys to the game.
And that will do it.
Brought to you by your hometown team, Science and Kirk. Injured in an accident? If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. Visit them at youhavealawyer.com. If you're thinking about it,
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Yesterday's sweltering temps led to some extra tension at Ravens training camp, with multiple players going at it, including Carson Vincent and Tavius Robinson, who had a brief dust-up. Nothing got too out of hand as Jesse Minter put his team through its longest and most intense practice so far. He's already made his feelings well known when it comes to camp fights and doubled down on it yesterday.
I know that in a game, like, people do things, man. People tug on your jersey after the play, try to get you to respond, chirp in your ear, try to get you to respond. And so we just got to be so dialed in on why we're out here, making each other better.
No practice for the Ravens today. They'll be back in action tomorrow morning with 1 week to prepare for their preseason opener against Philadelphia. Elsewhere in the league, the Panthers and Cardinals clashed in the annual Hall of Fame game last night with a surprisingly entertaining result. Carolina came away with a 33-30 win thanks to quarterback Haynes King's scramble and dive for the goal line as time expired. He also threw for 2 touchdowns earlier in the night. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, heavy thunderstorms expected this afternoon and into this evening. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan here on this Featured Artist Friday. It's White Snake. Anything you want to hear from them, send a request to the Window Nation text line, 410-583-1057. As you heard during Nolan's update, Ravens are off today. Orioles in Texas taking on the Rangers. Start of a 3-game set. Start of a 10-game road trip through Minnesota and Tampa as well. We'll talk about the Orioles. Steve Molesky coming up at 1:30. You want to get in, talk about the Birds game out of the wild card, you can at 410-583-1057. Getting back to the Ravens, though, Vinny, we talked about the wide receivers. Encouragement there, sounds like, because you have a proven bona fide dude in Zay Flowers. And Mark Andrews, they have had that guy, but tight ends, and we'll start with number 89, got the contract extension. Again, it's relatively quiet on the Andrews front other than reading about him, or as you've talked about in Cordell, him dropping passes now.
It's like kind of a daily occurrence that he drops passes. He did make one play yesterday, Bob, where he caught a flat pass and you saw him sprint up the field. And that's what, you always saw before from Mark Andrews. I mean, he was a guy that you would talk about at practice because you noticed him, making plays and how hard he practices. And, he's the first one out there, at the beginning of practice and running and doing all that stuff. Now, you don't even notice. You notice him when he drops balls.
Yeah.
But otherwise, you don't notice him. And to me, Bob, totally honest, you don't notice any of the tight ends. They're all kind of non-existent, because we're talking about the wide receivers. And the tight ends right now, they look like just guys.
Now, is it concerning based on the fact that Colston Loveland became a star, quite frankly, for the Bears second half of last season, and Cole Kmet has had moments of success. He had a big catch late in the season into the postseason. Are we worried about this because the assumption was that Declan Doyle was going to do like a Ben Johnson and kind of get these tight ends rolling and being the focal points of the offense?
I think what we're seeing is that really when, because I was just kind of thinking about what you were saying there, Bob, and when you think about like the focal points of the offenses, when we go back to Detroit, Ben Johnson, the focal point was Gibbs, Amon St. Brown, and then it became the more Williams made plays later on, then he kind of got into the act. Now you go in Chicago, Loveland was non-existent to start the season. Then he starts to make plays, and then he's getting 15 targets, and so I think it's about they kind of go with the hot guy and, start to build around the guys that are making plays. And Bob, it could change, as the season goes along, because right now it seems like if Zay doesn't have 10 targets against the Colts, I'd be shocked, kind of thing, because who the playmakers right now? And I think it's going to change, hopefully, maybe Jacoby or Surratt, or maybe one of these tight ends becomes a dude and then they start throwing it to him.
Josh Cuevas, Hibner, who's been more impressive so far?
Cuevas to me, because you know what? I remember one practice, Cuevas caught 4 balls and made some plays. He can catch the ball, and he's got a little separation, a little, more straight line speed, so more of a zone type guy. So he has shown more. I see 85 more than I see 88. 88, Hibner, I don't see him getting open in one-on-ones, and I don't see him making any plays. I mean, they're not getting the ball to him, maybe on a little flat route or something like that, but never down the field. And he's another guy that, he runs 4.5. You go like, what? He doesn't play 4.5. The only reason that he runs 4.5 is if he runs a straight line. So unless you're running him straight down the field, then you're going to see his speed. Or if he catches a pass and, turns up to finish, you can see his speed. But otherwise, you don't see any speed or quickness.
All right, let's get to the O-line before we hit the break. It's Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. You want to get in, can at 410-583-1057 Center. Been a focal point of our off-season discussion. We're a week plus into training camp. Ethan Posick was brought over from Cleveland, coming back from a torn Achilles back in December. But right now, you say Danny Pinter's been running with the ones. Corey Bullock just came back. Vaughn's been at training camp and all the mini camps in between. And he's got the relationship with Ledford going back to his days in Atlanta, which was last year. So is Pinter there's a gap between him and Posick? Because Minter keeps saying that we could see Ethan getting his fair share of opportunities as well.
I think he's being kind to Posick, But, Bob, right now, Pinter's taking...
not Vaughn.
Yeah, Pinter has taken everyone. I don't think we're going to know. We're going to find out when they go up against the Vikings. That's when we're going to find out because it's going to be good on good. Pinter, I'm guessing, maybe he plays, and I don't think he'll play in a preseason game against Philly, but... we're going to find out the men from the boys in that center position is going to separate itself when they play against the Vikings because the Vikings, defensive front is going to be good. So we'll learn if it's pinned because the biggest thing, and even with Posick, because all they talk about is the zone, running off the ball. And Pinter's a decent athlete, not a huge guy, so he can do that. I don't know that Posick's kind of, a taller guy and kind of cumbersome a little bit. He doesn't seem as natural for that. So right now, Bob, Posick, he's with the threes every time.
So is center still an area of concern, I guess?
I'll let you know after the Vikings. It's hard to tell because, right. Bob, right now, with the centers and stuff, they're going against they're not going against any studs because the four studs, what you'd like to see, Jenkins and Travis Jones, how do they do against those guys? Because that's real D linemen, but none of those guys are practicing right now.
It's Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. We'll come back, reset the program. You want to join us, you can right now. 410-583-1057. Ravens 8 days from preseason opener against Philly. The Orioles, they're a game out of the wild card. They took 2 out of 3 from the Angels, but discouraging loss yesterday to the worst team record-wise in baseball. Off to Rangerville, taking on a team that's ahead of them in the wild card standings. But like Baltimore, they're below 500. It's Shane Boz. It's Nathan Eovaldi. He's tough, and he starts getting tougher as we get closer to September. It's the second weekend of August, and the Orioles are still in a playoff conversation. That's kind of a surprising in and of itself.
The teams you grew up with.
Ravens are world champions.
Are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
All the New York Yankee fans that are upset about the team's supposed inactivity at the trade deadline need to realize this. The New York Yankees are the best team in the American League, at least on paper. And I'm expecting Aaron Judge to return this year. And if and when Judge does return, the offense is going to rake. The postseason top 3 in the rotation are ridiculous. David Bednar's a boss at the back end of the bullpen. The Yankees will go to the World Series. I'm Nick Costa.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked In buildings, stay ready. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Alex B and Zach came to the rescue when we lost our heat. The commercial I hear every day on my way to work is true. Amazing.
Greg did a great job.
Tony saved us tens of thousands of dollars because he was able to determine that our system's heat exchanger is fine.
Andre was over the top impressive. Professional and diligent. He took his time to work the problem, not just diagnose a quick fix.
Zachary was able to remove and replace our AC system in what must have been record time. Amazing. Was amazing.
Anthony and Jamal were outstanding. The entire install completed in one day.
You can tell this company truly lives up to its name. Amazing. Their owner says he has the best people, and after this experience, I completely agree.
Those are snippets from 7 different Google reviews for amazing plumbing, heating, and air. And yes, I proudly claim to have the best techs, installers, and plumbers in Baltimore because I do. You can count on it at
Amazing. Go to callamazing.com.
And Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
I scream. You scream. We all scream. Because Wendy's famous small classic Frosty is just $1 for a limited time. More screaming, happy screaming, summer screaming, dollar small classic Frosty screaming! But please don't scream in the drive-thru. It hurts the employees' ears. Get a $1 small classic Frosty for a limited time, only at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. A la carte only, not valid for delivery. Limit 10 per transaction. Price may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Featured artist Friday, it's Whitesnake. Get out the Aquanet, baby. We're jamming till 2 o'clock. Anything you want to hear from them, send your request to the Window Nation text line. 410-583-1057. NFL lunch coming up top of the hour. Going to hear from a couple of the young linebackers here, Mike Green and Zion Young. And we were talking earlier this week, Vinny, when you were out at one winning drive, how the Ravens pass rush, needs to exceed 30 sacks by maybe 15 to 20.
Yep.
And you're hoping that Trey Hendrickson's what he's been, and Matt Abike comes back, and all systems seem go for him. But some of the other younger guys are going to have to step up here. And, you know, Mike Green doubling his 3.5 from last year, maybe even getting, 8 to 10 would be awesome. And, Zion Young. And we'll get into all of these guys Top of the hour. Orioles taking on the Rangers. We'll talk about that with Steve Molesky. Got the American League East report. Kevin Gausman was thanking God he didn't have to face his former team yesterday. I don't know about all that, but it is what it is. But let's get out to the phones. Birds game out of the wild card. Go to Rashawn in Baltimore. Rashawn, what's up?
What's going on, Bob and Vinny?
What's
How you
happening?
doing, man? What's going on, Vinny? I ain't heard from you in a while, man. I know you could be out in training camp and everything, man. You know?
Yeah, I haven't seen you or Trippy at camp.
Oh, Trippy ain't been out there?
Nope.
Oh, I think he probably still barred from out there, so we're trying to get him his access back.
He got barred?
No.
I thought that was they had a frost warning on that. He was allowed to, or melting the frost. For
No,
I don't know what's going
that's
on.
when they wouldn't let him on. They didn't want him on here. Remember?
Yeah, they banned him from the show. They banned him from everything, man. They
What the hell? He's a fan. What did he do?
I don't know. Piss somebody off, I guess.
Yeah, man. He does things, but
Dustin.
Dustin's misunderstood. He's a misunderstood
very
guy.
misunderstood.
With a real job. He does real people stuff.
Yeah, he spent like a whole half an hour last Friday, trying to explain to Bob that it's my fault, and I'll be documenting the videos and edits and stuff that make him look, a little wild and stuff. But, that's the story he wanted to go
Now,
with.
hold on. Nolan, you were there watching this in real time. So Dustin, for those may not know, Dustin's a sometime caller, but Rashawn's dude when they do their many, many road trips. And, they represent Baltimore, of course. And Dustin comes down to Pickles, and he's wearing a Royal Farms is better than Wawa. Wasn't that what it was?
That was exactly it. I gave him props for it, and it went to work right away. Every time I turned around, there was some Philly fan was jawing with him.
Yeah, so Wawa, I guess, is based out of Philly.
Oh,
which I didn't know. But Royal Farms is, it's our mid-Atlantic sort of thing. And so he's wearing a shirt that immediately antagonizes Philly fans. and we go in the air, I got the headphones on because, you got to get in your zone at some point in time. And all I see is him just blah, 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 just fighting and, being misunderstood, Joey.
Maybe use a different name, because I did kind of hear his point about the job stuff.
Yeah, but, but he's a very passionate guy, man. But anyway, on to the O's, man. Yes. Man, that guy we faced yesterday, Ryan Johnson, man. Like, why every time we face him, he turned into like Randy Johnson on us, man. We can't hit him, and he was trying to give that game away yesterday. Many people he put on base.
Well, his first start, when we faced him back in June, he only gave up one hit at 8 Ks. Yesterday, he looked like he wanted no parts of ball-to-bat contact, and the Orioles just couldn't take advantage of it. And one of the fascinating things about yesterday's game, too, they walked 8 guys, and the Orioles could scrape together 4 hits. They had 12 runners on base, but only had 3 reach runners in scoring position, which they wrote for 3, by the way. But it was one of those, what else you got? Running hot.
I know, man. But moving forward with this Texas series, man, I'm not feeling confident about this either because, man, these pitchers we got to face with Evaldo and DeGrom, right? DeGrom we face tomorrow. So you see what happened last weekend when we faced some real pitchers with Sanchez and Wheeler. We didn't even score a damn run Saturday or Sunday. So it's going to be tough.
Kamar Rocker's coming up on Sunday. Hey, thanks for the call, Rashawn. We got to roll in. Stay out of trouble. But, and to your point, and we talked about it earlier, Texas isn't all that great offensively themselves, but the Orioles, there's too many valleys before the peaks, and they're a team, as we've seen all season long, and we saw it for the mini series here against the Angels. If they don't hit home runs, they don't score. And they win Wednesday's game. They hit 3 home runs, and they needed the Tavares 2-run pinch hit homer to kind of put that one away. And their only one yesterday was Pozo, his solo shot early in the ball game. So I could absolutely see the Orioles going 3 games through Texas and scoring what, Nolan? Maybe 11 runs total. Question is, can the Orioles pitching do a number on their offense, which is rather tepid as well? Orioles actually score more runs than the Rangers do.
I mean, I'm setting us up for disappointment here, but Jacob deGrom, as of late, not working very deep. Inflated pitch count every time out, so something's going on. I mean, only 3 1/3 last time out, 5 earned runs against Houston.
Yeah, and Evaldi's tough. Rocker's got potential to be dominant, or, he can be hittable at times. But to Rashawn's point and what we've talked about, Orioles too shaky defensively, too inconsistent offensively, with no bona fide closer. How are things going to go if it's a high leverage situation late in the ball game? But the Rangers are essentially the Orioles too. Are they mirror images? They're better defensively than the Orioles are, though.
Yeah. Well, that's how I look at these next two series, is that these are very similar teams that have, maybe not similar flaws, but they definitely have flaws for sure.
When we come back, it's NFL Lunch. Going to hear from Mike Green, Zion Young, two young rush ends. One's a rookie, one's going into his second season. How can they level up? Can Zion Young have more of an instant impact than Mike Green did last year, for instance, exceeding 3.5 sacks? And for Mike Green, you at least need to double, I would think, your rookie output. And we're counting on Trey Hendrickson to be Trey Hendrickson, too. That's another thing. Got the American League East report. Talk about the scores yesterday. Toronto was looking good till they weren't. We'll get into that. And then the schedule and the standings and everything that goes along with that. And then Steve Molesky will preview the Orioles-Rangers series with him and talk about how the minor league system has leveled up after the trade deadline and the draft.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan.
Oh, home buyers, they're trying to save every cent they can. So if you're a seller and your air conditioning's busted, or you have to flush a toilet twice every time someone uses the bathroom, it's going to cost you thousands at the negotiating table. And that's why you need to work with Lee Tessier. Now, Lee gets it. Those repairs, they're expensive to make. And that's why he's going to help you fix things up before you list your home with no upfront costs. Lee's Rehab Refresh program is going to give you the money you need to get your home into its best shape, and you won't owe a dime for those fixes until after your home sells. It's going to help you sell your home for so much more money that the upgrades, they're going to pay for themselves. Now, Lee guarantees your home will sell for top dollar. Now, if he can't find you a buyer at a price and a deadline you agreed to, he's going to buy your home himself. So call the only agent I call if I had to sell my home. That man's my buddy, Lee Tessier. Just give Lee a call today at 410-638-9555 or go to leetessier.com. That's 410-638-9555. Or find listings at leetessier.com. And when you call Lee, just start packing.
I'm Eric Sobel. After an accident, you need someone in your corner, and I'm there for you. At Ace Law, you're more than just a case number. We're with you every step of the way, and we'll take care of everything while you focus on your recovery. Call 8888 Ace Law and come up Aces.
Hey guys, remember when you actually had energy? When summer weather meant let's go, not let me find a couch. When you were the one making plans instead of canceling them. If the warm weather has you run down, you need a fresh start. And low testosterone might be the culprit. Lifeman Institute specializes in TRT that gets you back in the game with more energy, sharper focus, and feeling like the guy you used to know. You need to get back to your best self. Don't miss a thing this summer. Call Lifeman Institute at 410-575-1200 or visit lifemaninstitute.com for your free TRT consultation. Clinics in Maryland, Delaware, and Pennsylvania.
Ever notice how the little things add up? A cracked phone screen, a dead car battery, bills creeping higher.
Oh no.
What if your checking account could actually help with all that? It can. With Elite Checking from NASA Federal, you get smart benefits designed to save you time, money, and stress. Like get your paycheck up to 2 days early for a little breathing room. Cell phone protection to cover unexpected damage. Roadside assistance for breakdowns. Bill negotiation to help lower your bills. Identity theft aid for peace of mind. And you can earn dividends on your balance. If your checking account isn't working hard for you, switch to Elite Checking from NASA Federal. You could do it all right online at nasafcu.com/WJZ. And you don't have to work for NASA to join NASA Federal. NASA Federal Credit Union. Smart. NASA smart. Federally insured by NCUA.
Support, assist, care, own your next move by training at Lincoln Tech's Columbia campus. Gain hands-on skills using industry-standard equipment and prepare for a career as a medical assistant. Benefit from Lincoln's employer connections that can help open doors to new opportunities. Don't just imagine a better future. Start building it. Enroll now for August classes. Visit lincolntech.edu today to schedule a campus tour. That's lincolntech.edu.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Join 105.7 The Fan's Baltimore Baseball tonight before every weeknight home baseball game at Pickles Pub as we broadcast live. Enjoy their 32-ounce Orange Crush. And on select nights, pick up a free 105.7 The Fan and Science & Kirk bucket hat, courtesy of Science & Kirk Lawyers. YouHaveALawyer.com.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Orioles had a prime opportunity to finish off a sweep of the Angels yesterday and send themselves into their road trip on a high note, but the offense was nowhere to be found. For the second time this season, LA starter Ryan Johnson embarrassed the Baltimore lineup. His arsenal is not that threatening, and his numbers against everyone else this year have been abysmal, yet for whatever reason, the Birds just can't figure him out. Here's what Dylan Beavers had to say after the Birds let 5 walks go to waste.
It's frustrating. They definitely gave us opportunities offensively, and I think our pitching was plenty good enough for us to win that game. So we don't capitalize on their mistakes. It's definitely frustrating.
A series win still keeps Baltimore afloat for now, but they'll have a tough task ahead with a 10-game road trip. Their next 2 matchups against Texas and Minnesota will provide them an opportunity to overtake a pair of teams that sit ahead of them in the wildcard standings. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Petro Home Services. For the best AC system tune-up and repair services, go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. Visit Petro.com or call 844-482-2496 today. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, heavy thunderstorms expected this afternoon and into this evening. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
An insider's look at the National Football League.
That's a W. How many people want to eat a W tonight?
Time for NFL lunch.
Cook you a turducken. There it is. He's probably a Popeye's biscuit away from being a tight end.
Sponsored by Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes. Best crab cakes in Maryland.
Popeye's getting a little free advertising there. It's Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw. Other side of the glass, time to feed you some football, and I am getting kind of hungry, and that doesn't sound half bad right now. Popeye's biscuit and a cold beer. But anyway, Mike Green entering his second year in the National Football League. He was a second-round draft pick in 2025. He actually finished third on the Ravens last year in sacks with 3.5, which goes to show you that's not a good thing for a Ravens team that had 30 on the season. But Anthony Weaver comes back to the organization as the defensive coordinator. And here's Mike Green talking about what AW has been telling him so far.
It definitely had me fired up in the meeting, of course, just to see how many times I got so close and was just inches away from, making a play and changing the game around. Shout out to Weave for that, because I definitely needed it at that time. Big expectations from last year and big expectations rolling into this year as well.
And the Jesse factor, I'm going to say he's going to have at least twice as many sacks as he had. And I think they're allowed to play with more freedom rushing the passer. So I think, that'll help. Plus what Jesse has done and what he did with Olway, makes things real simple for him. You don't have to think. So if you're not thinking, what do you got to do? You get play fast, and that's going to be the key. The key for Mike Green is his get off and his bend, because he has a good takeoff. He can bend, and then your counter. What are you going to do when the first move gets stopped? Because what happens to the young guys is that first move gets stopped. Then it's like, okay, what do I do now? Whereas if you look like, and we heard Jesse talk about how Hendrickson at the top of the rush, he's got so many more moves. Like, you can't stop him. So that's the key thing with Mike Green. All right, I'm trying speed. All right, am I spinning back inside or am I going to power? What am I trying to do? And it's got to come fast and it's got to come natural. And the quicker those things happen, for him and for Zion, the quicker and better they'll be. And instead of, like Mike Green talking about, I got close, how many times he got close? All right, what gets you the last 6 inches where you're getting there? What do you got to improve? And I'm sure those are the things that he is looking at.
But to his point, with Weaver showing him them films, it's not trying to discourage him, more encouraging. See how close you were to getting these and closing the deal? You've got it in you. Now it's just time to take that next step.
Yeah, totally agree, Bob. Because with a young guy, you're trying to build him up, especially a young guy that's got talent and ability, which he does. And the kid's put on about 10 pounds. So, he's got the ability to go, and bull rush because he's got some good jolt. He's got some good pop, because if you look at the body, he's got, thighs and butt to deliver because it comes from your lower body. Your punch, comes from your lower body because you got to thrust into it. So he's got that. And so does Zion. I thought watching the drills and stuff, I thought Zion's got the best punch of anybody.
We'll hear from him here in a second, but you mentioned Jesse Minter. Here's Mike Green talking about learning Jesse's new system here in 26.
It's been great. Definitely one thing that we've been harping on this offseason is just being the best when your best is needed. Regardless what the call is, regardless what any scheme or whatever that we got going on, we have to be the best when our best is needed. And as long as you do that, you'll be successful.
Bottom line is get the job done however you can get the job done. We need your best on this play. Do what you got to do. Give your best move. Do what your best is, and then once you get it one time and you gain that confidence and stuff, I just think that he's going to continue to keep growing.
Now, Mike Green, second year in the league. Trey Hendrickson, he's a veteran and a successful one at that. He's now in the nest. Now, he's only here because the Max Crosby trade fell through, but it is what it is. Circumstances lead us to August the 7th. So, Mike Green, what's it like having a proven Pro Bowl guy right there with you?
Just coming from a pass rusher, seeing a guy like Trey come in here, he's done things that I want to accomplish. It's just great seeing a guy that, puts in the work in and out, comes in here, has the credibility, and continues to work day by day.
I think we've heard Jesse say, I think it was Bisciotti when he talked to the team, before they left after the mini camp. See Derrick Henry, the way he works? Do what he does. And I think that's the same kind of thing with Trey Hendrickson. All you got to do is watch because it wasn't like he was the first pick of the draft and he was, a natural. No, he's had to overcome things. And is he the best athlete? No. Is he the best this? No. But he's one of the best pass rushers. And why? Brains, takeoff, and his hands and his counters. And those are the types of things that he can help the young guys with. And those are the types of things that he can help, Rosengarten with. Hey, this is going to help you. Here's what rushers are going to try to do. He is so gifted and natural as a pass rusher because of technique and his fundamentals. That's why he is so good, and that's why he's unblockable. They can't block him out there.
So he's looking the part out of training camp.
No question. Like Bob, when he says, I'm coming, he's coming. And I don't care who's the tackle, they can't block him.
It's Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan, NFL Lunch here on this Featured Artist Friday, which is White Snake. Anything you want to hear from them, send a request to the Window Nation text line at 410-583-1057. Now let's get to Zion Young, who was drafted this year by the Baltimore Ravens, and a guy that is, he's an outgoing player. Second-round pick, and, maybe one of these steals like Mike Green could prove to be for the Ravens. But here's Zion Young talking about where he has made the most improvements since he became a Baltimore Raven.
Most definitely my alignment. In college, it's a lot of offset back, and then here's a lot of under the center. So my alignment, for the most part, knowing who's beside me and the reason, the whole situation, my whole defense, I'm just understanding that.
I think, he's learning a lot because he's in college. They may just line him up, keep your outside arm, outside leg free, go get the quarterback, and here, because he is a good run player, Zion, very good run player, and he's got long length, and he's got, like I said earlier, Bob, he's got just watching them hit the sled and stuff, he got the most power, but he's got thighs that are humongous. He's big in the lower body. Before it's all said and done, Bob, his body, especially tighten up a little bit, the midsection, the jiggly, get rid of the jiggly, turn that more into muscle. He's going to look like Chris Dolman looked like.
Okay.
And that's what
Hall of Famer,
6'5", 275 pounds. When we had him in San Fran, I think he was like 275. But that's what Zion can be, and you're able to rush the passer too because he's got good hands. I think the thing that he needs to get done is mentally getting over the hump that I'm not tired. Because some of the time, when it gets hot and all that, 3 or 4 plays in, looks like he gets tired. And mentally, he's got to get over that hump that, okay, I can go. And maybe that's being in better shape all the time through camp.
And finally, with Zion Young here on this NFL Lunch, he was asked yesterday when he met with the media, you bring the intensity, pads, no pads. What's up with that?
The main thing is just having fun. I'm doing something I love. I realize that I'm blessed. That's the main thing. So, sometimes when you go to a new place and, just like guys, when they're in high school and they getting ready for the season, they amped up. And the guys, you go to college, you getting ready for the fall camp, the first, the second day, you amped up, you have on just jerseys. That's how it is. You go to the NFL, you amped up first, second day. So just flying around, having fun. Like I said, I'm doing something I love. So, I'm just thanking God.
Yeah, and the thing about it is he's amped up. He's super talented. They love him. And he's just, I think, Bob, that he's going to be a guy that is going to get better and contribute more as the season goes along. I think the more he learns and the better shape he gets in, he's going to become better and better and better as the season goes along.
Yeah.
I think by the end of the year, I think he'll be a real dude.
I'm excited about Zion Young for sure. When we come back, shift gears, talk some baseball. It's the American League East report. Talk about what happened in the division yesterday. Look at tonight's schedule and an updated look at the standings, division, and beyond. And then Steve Molesky. Talk some Orioles with him, our colleague here on 105.7 The Fan. The trade deadline is come and gone. The draft was 3 weeks ago. The Orioles farm system is much more fortified, at least according to the experts, than it was, say, a month and a half ago. Steve's going to explain why, and we'll preview the series against Texas. Believe it or not, everybody, the Orioles only a game out of the playoffs.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan.
I'm Justin Holloman from the Holloman Firm. When you're hurt in an accident or facing injustice, I'll stand with you as your dedicated advocate and be a friend in your corner. Remember to call me, Justin, for justice at the Holloman Firm. TheHollomanFirm.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code SNAP to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SNAP for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code SNAP for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Using chat to research your next home improvement project? Forget all the prompts. If you want replacement windows and doors without the hassle, look up Window Nation. Homeowners love the one-day installation process, especially since Window Nation installers leave your home cleaner than when they started. This month, you could get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 2 years. Visit windownation.com to get the windows featured on HGTV's Designing Spaces. I'm telling you, Window Nation, they're the real deal.
And Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons. And lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen. And oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live. And you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
CFG Bank Arena is officially one of the hottest concert venues in the world. And this summer, get ready because it's gonna be a scorcher. With today's top artists like Olivia Dean, Casey Musgraves, Tame Impala, Doja Cat, and Niall Horan, CFG Bank Arena has got you covered for the best music, fan-filled nights, and all the sensational concert vibes summer can bring. It's sure to be lit, and we're not stopping, with more major announcements on the way. Visit CFGBankArena.com and get your tickets today. CFG Bank Arena, the biggest shows, the biggest names in entertainment, and the best seats in Baltimore.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owed the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $3 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Yankees, Boston, Toronto.
A closer look at the AL East with Vinny and Haynie. 105.7 The Fan. Sponsored by Petro. For the best AC system tune-up and repair services, go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. Visit Petro.com or call 844-482-2496 today.
Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan, here on this Featured Artist Friday. Time for the American League East report. Orioles yesterday lose this series finale to the Angels 4-1. Zach Neto, 3-run homer, his 20th of the season. His first one in over a month, by the way, proves to be the difference maker. The Orioles only scored 1 run. Pozo's homer. Brandon Young labored through 4 1/3. 6 hits, 2 walks, threw almost 100 pitches, got himself out of a bases-loaded jam, had an infield hit. Then Jackson Holliday lost the ball in the sun, so that kind of belabored his point in the early afternoon here at Camden Yards, downtown Baltimore. Ryan Johnson for the Angels, very giving on the mound, only gave up 3 hits, but he walked 5. He didn't even make it through the 5th inning, didn't factor in the decision. But unfortunately for the Orioles, outside of Pozo's homer, couldn't get any run production going on there. Araldo gave up a insurance run for the Angels late. Let's give old Suarez some credit. Kind of forget he's on the team because he goes like days without pitching, but he went 2 scoreless. So the Orioles lose 4-1. They do win the series. Now it's off to Texas, taking on the Rangers, and it's 56-59 for the Birds, 24-29 on the road. Shane Baz, he's on the hill. He's 4-10 with a 386 earned run average. Talk about a hard luck loser. Ton of unearned runs, no run support. Literally had no run support Saturday past against the Phillies. And as I said earlier, he keeps pitching. ERA keeps dropping. And his loss total keeps going up because the Birds just can't seem to do him any solids, either defensively or offensively. But it's Baz on the hill tonight against Texas. They're 57-58, 30-26 at home. They had a 6-game losing streak that knocked them out of first place. Remember, Skip Schumacher is the manager. I want the Orioles to hire Skip Schumacher, even though he's already working with Texas. You knew he was the heir apparent for Brenly, and he got Boshi, and he got another former Giants manager. But anyway, 57-58, 30-26. Nathan Eovaldi, he's 10-9 with a 431 earned run average. He's had, as Nolan said earlier, great success against the Orioles in the past. Usually starts to percolate in August into September. He's had a great track record in big games. Beat the Orioles back at 23, helped the Rangers win the World Series. But it's Baz, it's Eovaldi coming up tonight, 8:05. It's on Apple. Apple TV is where you watch this game. I know a lot of people are running hot about that. There's nothing we can do about it in regards to what Major League Baseball chooses to do in regards to their TV choices. But, find it. Everyone's got 5 bazillion apps, and Apple, that's what you're going to do. Tomorrow they're on Fox, by the way, the Orioles and Rangers. So, game separates the two in the standings. Why not get a little, anything but the Yankees, Dodgers, Cubs, Red Sox sort of thing, even though the Red Sox are, quite frankly, kind of compelling TV, and so are the Cubs, for that matter. Anyway, speaking of that, what a segue, Nolan McGraw. That's professionally done by the old Bobster. American League East report. Cubs taking on the Blue Jays, and then in extra innings, kind of a crappy way to lose if you're Toronto.
There goes PCA. Throw down to third. And it gets away. Here it comes. PCA is in, and the Cubs win it.
Marquee Sports with a call. Pete Crow Armstrong scores on an error to prove to be the difference in the game. 3-2 is the final. Cubs are down 2-0 in the bottom of the 9th inning, and Alex Bregman, who for all intents and purposes has been a disappointment for them this year, but he had a 2-run jack off Louis Varland gives up the home run as they lose this game. Dylan Cease, he's the wrong guy. But the Cubs beat the Blue Jays. Yeah, Cease, he had 10 Ks, and the loss turned out no decision, of course, for him. But 3-2 was the final score. Kind of a one-off game. It was a makeup game from earlier in the season at Wrigley Field. But Pete Crow Armstrong, him and Ohtani, seems like a 2-man race for MVP in the National League. It's got to be Alvarez in the American League, I would think, because he's Triple Crown guy, and Houston's in first place. So we're still a month plus away from that decision. Now the Red Sox, they were the worst team in the American League East. They were one of the worst teams in baseball. They trailed the Orioles by multiple games in June. And then when you win 15 in a row, and since then just keep winning series, you put yourself where you are in a position of strength. And against the first place White Sox, it was one of the more exciting games of the year. And Boston gets the best of Chicago. Listen to this craziness.
Up the middle, base hit. Here he comes. Sogard rounding to throw home. And the Sox win again. What a wild ride on a roller coaster tonight. And that's 8 in a row and another sweep.
Nesson on the call. Caleb Durbin, who was one of the reasons the Red Sox sucked early in the season, came through with a game-winning hit. Colton Wong right now keeping the seat warm for Adley Rutschman behind the plate. He hit a homer. Your boy Meadroth went deep twice, Nolan, for Chicago. Meadroth, ironically enough, was a Red Sox farmhand, got traded to Chicago in the Garrett Crochet deal. but it wasn't enough as the Red Sox win 12-11, 13 innings, overcoming multiple deficits. Ranger Suarez got rocked, and Boston gets the sweep. We'll get to the 8 in a row as their standings position is greatly improved over the last month and a half. They just keep stacking series win after series win. So that's 15 in a row, 8 in a row. I mean, kind of speaks volumes, doesn't it? The Orioles have had 7-game winning streak. But we're not here to pile on the Orioles, at least right now. American League East today, Toronto's at Philly. Rematch of the 93 World Series. Atlanta's at the Yankees. Rematch of multiple World Series, even go back to the Milwaukee Braves. A's are at Boston. Rematch of a playoff series they played in the past. Tampa at Seattle. No postseason love there. And then Baltimore at Texas. They played in the playoffs just 3 years ago. Standings update in Major League Baseball in the American League East. Right now, Tampa 4.5 on the Yankees. Boston's only 5 back, so Boston's a half game behind New York, breathing down their pinstripe necks. Baltimore and Toronto, forget about the division. Right now, Chicago 3 up on both Minnesota and Cleveland, 3.5 on Detroit. Come on. There's a baseball god, the Orioles and Tigers make the playoffs. How about sell-off getting into the postseason? National League, it's 8.5 separating Atlanta from Philly. Milwaukee, 5.5 up on the Cubs. And out west, 8.5 over L.A. versus Arizona and San Diego. There, wild card standings, New York, Boston, Texas in. Texas half game on Minnesota, half game on Cleveland, 1 on Baltimore, 1 on Detroit. Seattle's 1.5. Toronto is only 3.5 out of the wild card. Chicago, Phillies, and Diamondbacks are in. Padres 1 back. Miami's 3. 3.5 St. Louis, 4 Reds, and then 4.5 and 5.5, et cetera, et cetera. Longest winning streak in Major League Baseball right now. Well, 2 teams share it. Red Sox and Braves, 8 in a row. The Cubs and Reds have won 4 straight. Losing streak, the A's, losers of 8 in a row. And the Dodgers have lost 6 straight. They had like a 14-game lead just 3 weeks ago, now down to single digits. Those are your streaks in baseball. Hopefully the Orioles can get on one of these hot streaks over the next couple of weeks for sure. And we'll talk real baseball next. Steve Molesky, stick around for that. Funhouse trip, Nola McGraw, then Final Drive coming up at 2, followed by Baltimore baseball tonight, brought to you by Jerry's Home Services. Orioles and Rangers, game separates the 2. We're talking about it here on The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show, Vinny and Haynie, and The Final Drive, live on YouTube, Monday through Friday, 6 till 6. Search 105.7 The Fan, Baltimore, and never miss a moment of coverage on the teams you love.
This weekend only at Old Navy, get 50% off all activewear for the fam and 50% off all toddler and baby styles. Yep, 50% off all activewear plus 50% off all toddler and baby styles this Saturday and Sunday only.
It's Old Navy, baby.
Valid 8, 8, and 9. Excludes clearance, license, maternity, third party, and Old Navy x Disney.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-497-8091. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-497-8091. That's 800-497-8091. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
It's the summer send-off sales event at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction. Go see Kevin Brammer, sales director, and get you a great sales experience. Save with 0% 60-month financing on 2026 Santa Fe's and Tucson gas and hybrid. Test drive the 26 Elantra hybrid. It gets over 50 miles per gallon and make no payments till November 2026 on every new Hyundai. Now, we got banks on site for instant credit approval. Kevin, it's going to give you $500 more than CarMax or Carvana for your trade. Get America's best 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty owner assurance. Plus, you get Jones for a lifetime, which includes free oil changes, free car washes, and an engine guaranteed for a lifetime with over 2 million likes and reviews. You can and you will be a satisfied customer. How do I know? Purchased 20 cars over the years. Been to every department. Sales, service, parts, collision. They're all spectacular. So save thousands now at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction. 1504 Bel Air Road. Only 15 minutes from the White Marsh Mall. See that great selection at BelAirHyundai.com and get you a Jones Junction tag frame just like me, my wife, Vincent, Charlie, and Rachel.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. After suffering an injury, you may face many hard questions. What will tomorrow bring? Which firm should I choose to represent me and my family? At Morgan & Morgan, we will hold your hand every step of the way. From our one-click sign-up, mobile apps, and 24/7 availability, we make it easy to get your case started right from the comfort of your couch. All firms are not the same. The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and nearly 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. Left untreated, these veins can cause tired, heavy legs, swelling, burning, cramping, aching, even restless leg syndrome. In some cases, it can lead to serious health risks, like blood clots. USA Vein Clinics offers minimally invasive treatments that take as little as 15 minutes, covered by most insurances. Call 410-921-0667 and schedule your appointment today. Don't wait. Call 410-921-0667 for free information today. Imagine walking, exercising, and sleeping peacefully again. Varicose and spider veins won't go away on their own. USA Vein Clinics can help. Call 410-921-0667 for fast, easy, and affordable solutions. USA Vein Clinics treatments are covered by most insurance plans. Don't put this off any longer. Call 410-921-0667.
If you're thinking about it
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan. From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Mike Green's rookie season was an underwhelming one, with the highly touted pass rusher only recording 3.5 sacks. Now he enters year 2 with an entirely new coaching staff, led by a defensive-minded head coach at the top, but the return of Anthony Weaver as DC has Green even more energized for what's ahead. The two went over film earlier this offseason with an emphasis on showing Green just how close he is to a breakthrough.
It was just like inches away from, making a play and changing the game around. Shout out to Weave for that, because I definitely needed it at that time. Big expectations from last year and big expectations rolling into this year as well.
And after dropping yesterday's series finale 4-1, the Orioles will embark on their longest road trip of the season with matchups against Texas, Minnesota, and Tampa Bay. Tonight's opener against the Rangers will feature a pitching matchup between Shane Baz and Nathan Eovaldi. 8:15 is when all the action will get started. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Jerry's Home Services, the choice of Maryland homeowners with an impeccable industry reputation. Just ask Jerry's for a fast, free estimate by calling 410-766-6800 or visit jerrysiding.com. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, heavy thunderstorms expected this afternoon and into this evening. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show, 105.7 The Fan.
Whitesnake, Featured Artist Fridays, chosen by you, the people. One more segment to go. Anything you want to hear from them, send a request to the Window Nation text line. It's also the Window Nation guest hotline. Same number, 410-583-1057. Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw is on the other side of the glass. Orioles tonight in Texas. Rangers game up on the Birds in the wild card. Cleveland, Minnesota, Detroit, a lot of other teams. We just gave the standings, still very much alive in the quest for said postseason. Joining us now to talk about the Orioles and the replenished farm system, he's our colleague here on 105.7 The Fan. Let's welcome back to the show, Steve Molesky. Steve, good afternoon. How you feeling?
I'm feeling rough with a cold, but I'm good otherwise.
Improvise and adapt, overcome, Steve Molesky. Orioles have retooled their farm system. Just go back from 12 months ago. The trade deadline last year brings us Bateman and the Watts Browns, among others. And then you had the draft 3 weeks ago. Then the Adley and Ward and Wells and that whole thing going down. So, Steve, looking at the top 10, 15 prospects as listed anyway by MLB.com, a lot of the top 10 are guys that weren't even in the system a month ago. So how has Mike Elias done, who takes a lot of heat, and we'll get to that in a minute, but to replenish this farm system, now rated number 2 in all of baseball by certain scouting systems here?
Well, I mean, you covered a lot of it, some drafts and some trades. It started for me with the 2023 draft when they got pitchers like Levi Wells and Nestor Herman and Braxton Bragg and Michael Ferret. And at the end of that draft, non-drafted, they signed a right-hander named Trey Gibson. And, Bob, their 25 draft is looking like it could be spectacular if the 3 pitchers who are excelling right now, Joseph Jurwa, JT Quinn, and Caden Hunter, continue to excel. In addition to that, they added couple guys you named, and then they added the pitchers from Boston this year. So all of a sudden, it's top heavy with pitching, and it's really not all of a sudden, Bob, because it's been coming for a while. As I said, it started in 23. Their pitching development program is pretty good on the farm, led by Forrest Herman. And I've been writing for a year or two that it's been a transition from a hitter heavy to a pitcher heavy farm. And if they get back to number 1, it'll be because of the pitchers. The last time it was the hitters.
Now, a lot of criticism has been thrown. You mentioned the offense, Steve, or the hitters, and the fact that there hasn't really been the necessary development for these prospects. And we can go back 2 years ago in April, and you looked at a Norfolk box score, and it was like everyone had an OPS over 1,000. It was like a slow pitch softball team. Some of that success has not translated to the major league level. So is there a disconnect with the offensive development once the players leave the system, once they get here to the Camden Yards Worlds here?
I don't know where the shortfall has come, but the collective young core has taken steps back. We could name the individuals. We know who they are. And these are players, Bob, who produced 800 OPS, Silver Slugger, All-Star, MVP votes. So at one time, they were elite, and they haven't stayed that way. I'll tell you one criticism I have, and I don't know if this has anything to do with anything, but for like 3 or 4 straight years, they changed the hitting coaches. And to me, maybe we're throwing too many messages at these young hitters. And I thought when they had Ryan Fuller and Mac Schulte, they were doing pretty damn good. And they're now somewhere else. So, I mean, maybe the team outthought itself here. Why do you keep changing hitting coaches when you have young developing hitters who are getting probably similar messages, but from different people? And right now, Bob, no one can say they're a good hitting team. They're not.
Steve Moleski joining us here, Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw is on the other side of the glass. Yet here we sit, Steve, a game out of the wild card, and it's been the pitching, starting pitching, that has gotten them to this point. But staying with the young hitters and Colton Cowser after, Steve, that mini uprising in June where it looked like he was getting back to where he was. We saw flashes in 23. Outstanding in 24. Last year was a wash, mainly because of the injury, I guess. But what the hell has happened to Colton Cowser? Why is he a below-average offensive performer? A guy that had 1 ribby in an entire month, the month of July.
I mean, I wish I had that answer for you, Bob. I gave it to the Orioles, and we fixed this in 5 minutes. I don't have it. They don't have it. Colton doesn't have it, which is why he's struggling. So why is Gunnar lost 200 points on his OPS? I don't know why. I don't. I'm going to be honest, and I'm not going to be a guy who comes on here and pretend I have all the answers. I don't, and they don't. And so they got to fix it. That part we got right. But how? I don't know. I mean, Colton Cowser has always had too much swing and miss in his game. And when he's connected with a long ball, he looks great. But it's been a while since he's connected with a long ball. And, you know, Gunnar this year has just expanded the zone too much. Inside fastballs have beaten him more than ever. Other than that, I don't have anything.
Now, hey, Steve, when you like watching Holiday play shortstop, it doesn't look like the arm. You know, he got his arm is questionable, it looks like, from shortstop.
Well, the good news for the Orioles is he's not their shortstop. He's the fill-in guy. And when Holiday played in the minors, he was a plus defensive shortstop. He had good range. He got to the ball. He threw it fine. But Gunner's their guy, and so he's just a fill-in.
Now, Steve, what's your opinion on, the always every day a different lineup, whether it be, this matchup, that matchup? Are you in favor of that lefty-righty stuff all the time?
I think they overdo it. They're wedded to it. It's obviously the Orioles are left-right, man. They are. If the ship is going to go down, it's going to go down with them doing it that way. They never change it. They don't change an approach where Jackson Holiday can go 6 for 8 in a series, and then he doesn't play the next day. I mean, they've been doing that all year. It's eye-raising to everybody but them. And if they go down, they're going down with the left and right. Now, look at Mayo tearing up left. Look at O'Neill now tearing up left. So sometimes it works. Their pinch hitting moves are working. They lead the majors in pinch hit, runs batted in. So it's not all bad, but some of the things you named may be contributing to some of the lack of runs.
Now, Steve Molesky joining us here, Vinny Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Last thing for you, because I know you're struggling to get through this segment and get yourself to convalescing for sure. Oriole fan in you. I know you're a professional and you're an unbiased observer, but the Oriole fan in you, do you have hope that this improbable postseason that we all kind of wrote them off a month ago, could this be a reality? Or is the Steve Molesky Oriole fan still creeping around going, you know what, if this happens, this happened, hey, we could get in?
Well, Bob, they can get in because they're one game out. The bad news is there's about 6 teams that can say that. And several of those teams play in divisions where they can win the division. The Orioles would be 2.5 out in the West right now, but unfortunately, they're in the East where the 3 best records in the league reside. So their only hope is a wild card. They beat Houston head-to-head. They swept them. So absolutely. But by the time they make a run, there's a disappointment, like the 3rd game against the Angels, the last 2 against the Phillies. So I don't see this team putting consistency together to do it. But can they? Absolutely they can. The math says they can. And so we're going to see if they do it. And before I wrap it up, Bob, Substack, Steve on Baseball Substack, I've been diving into these pitching prospects, and I did a deep dive on the Boston pitchers. And today I wrote about all those pitching prospects we talked about. That's led Fangraphs to rank them number 2 farm now, and they're going to go in the top 10 and maybe top 5. So people are going to stay. Steve, I'm tired of hearing about prospects, and I hear it 10 times a day. But if you have pitching prospects, Bob, you have currency that is sought after in Major League Baseball. You could use those pitchers to trade for someone like Adley Rutschman. That just happened. And so the Orioles have so many now, Bob, that this time, the deadline next year, they could move. Let's just throw out 2 names. Speculation completely. No, nothing to it. 2 of their big pitching names like Caden Hunter and Michael Ferret. And they still have Jerwa, and they still have Ianson, and they still have all these other guys. So that's a good position to be in. It could help them get back to winning.
When they get rid of Gunnar Henderson, maybe they'll add some more pitching prospects to the equation.
That could happen too. So, I mean,
And then the next year, holiday.
Steve Molesky, Substack. Check it out, everybody. Steve, feel better. We'll talk to you next week.
You got it.
There's Steve Molesky, everyone. I appreciate his time. Obviously not feeling all that great. And to his point, I didn't realize this. And I guess it should have made sense since he had no ribbies in the month of July. Kowser hasn't homered since the Dodgers series back on June 21st. So much for the comeback. We'll come back, trip through the funhouse, then final drive here on The Fan.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
It was a landmark week for NFL running backs as 3 stars reset the entire market. Detroit's Jahmyr Gibbs led the way with a record $67.5 million extension, followed closely by Atlanta's Bijan Robinson at $66.75 million. Meanwhile, Indianapolis re-signed Jonathan Taylor to a 2-year, $44 million contract. I'm Addie Bates.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case, Skyrizi Risankizumab Riza can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46. And I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey guys, remember when you actually had energy? When summer weather meant let's go and not let me find the couch? When you were the one making plans instead of canceling them? If the warm weather has you run down, you need a fresh start, and low testosterone might be the culprit. LifeMed Institute specializes in TRT that gets you back in the game with more energy, sharper focus, and feeling like the old guy that you used to know. You need to get back to your best self, so don't miss a thing this summer. Call LifeMed Institute at 410-575-1200 or visit lifemedinstitute.com for your free TRT consultation. Clinics in Maryland, Delaware, and Pennsylvania. Make sure to tell them Jeremy Kahn sent you.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world is noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois. Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case, Skyrizi Risankizumab Riza can help you take control of your Crohn's.
Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI.
Bob Haney, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw. The Vinny and Haney Show. 105.7 The Fan.
I hear you, David Coverdale. White Snake, Featured Artist Friday, chosen by you, the people. Hope you've enjoyed the selections. Final drive coming up here in a matter of minutes. Then we got Baltimore baseball tonight, brought to you by Jerry's Home Services at 6. Orioles and Rangers, 8:05. Apple TV is for your viewing pleasure. Nolan McGraw, any closing thoughts for the people of Baltimore as we head into this weekend with apparently a thunderstorm upon us in a couple of hours here?
Let's get that out of here. Let's get some good weather in there.
Hell
we need it.
yeah, man.
Summer will be over. We got the football back on our minds because of last night. I'm not ready for fall just yet. Give me a little more summertime here.
And Mike's closed, my watering hole there in Glen Burnie. So no more Hinkles, no more karaoke for the missus. We're going to have to figure out another place to go spend $200 on a Friday night.
End of an era.
Remembering how I got home on a particular Friday.
But you have the recipe for the drink. You can make it at home.
Yeah.
Probably save a couple bucks.
A lot of bucks.
and you can sing at home, too.
We have a karaoke machine. I told her, I said, you can sing to me, baby. She goes, I'm going to sing to you. I want other people to sing to.
Well, I'm waiting on you.
Who, me?
Come on. We're trying to make this happen.
I can do. I can't sing. I couldn't carry a tune if you put it in the best suitcase in the history of suitcases. I mean, you could pull off a little Jim Morrison. Don't you love her madly?
Yeah.
Be her daddy.
You could croon. You could do like some Sinatra.
Yeah, point it. Have a napkin around my cocktail and point at the crowd. Hey, baby. All right, enough of me. Let's go.
Quick Draws Funhouse.
Sponsored by the Smile Design Center, changing the way you feel about dentistry one smile at a time. For information or to schedule an appointment for care, visit them today at smiledesignDoctor.com.
105.7 The Fan.
Start here. This texter says, yesterday's O's game was over as soon as Holiday had his ground out with the bases loaded. By the time it became 4-1 later on, might as well have been 20-1. They folded, just like they do every time they have a golden opportunity in front of them. I think this is a mentally weak team.
And we just talked with Steve Mileski about this very subject, how they can't just keep this momentum sustained. And with Jackson Holiday, we go back to the Tigers series a week plus ago. He looked like he was having fun. He looked like the 1-1 player that he was. He looked like he had zero fun over the past 2 series at Camden Yards against Philadelphia. And yesterday, that dude was like, man, get me on a plane out of this place. Not forever, but just let's go. Let's get a fresh start in Texas.
Sam in Rosedale here says these guys are playing up to ownership expectations. The owner accepts poor performance and touts yearly runs at the wild card as a product of a very good team. Ownership has created this mediocre work environment. The players are performing to expectations. I'm actually surprised more of them don't want to be here.
Well, that's not what David Rubenstein was saying yesterday in that symposium down in D.C. He said he wants his tombstone to read owner of a World Series champion, not the founder of the company that's made him a multi-billionaire. Keep in mind, he's from Baltimore. So he's got that ingrained in him, this Orioles success that he lived with during his younger days. I disagree. I think he's trying to spend money, and he has spent money. I guess people won't see him as really spending money until he gives somebody $500 million. Am I wrong on that one?
We're trying to put together the pieces of why guys might be disgruntled. And a couple of years ago, I would have said, oh, it's totally contracts. But you start handing them out, can't use that excuse anymore. So something's there, though.
Yeah, the being treated as a utility player when you're the number one pick in the draft, maybe that Jackson Holiday sort of thing. Having 72 different lineups in 72 games.
How about one last one here? If I can get rid of this tickle in my throat, we'll power through. Texter says, I see Ravens fans are tricking themselves with the Rashad Bateman stuff again. This guy isn't a top wide receiver, not even a number 2. He never will be. I'm not surprised he threw shots at the former coaching staff as well. That's who he is. That's always who he will be. Maybe when he's retired, he'll finally mature.
I just think with him, it's about health and consistency. That's what it's all about. And it seems like listening to him and everything else that he didn't like the lapses of attempts, with Monken. But, I think this. I think the same thing. If he's producing, he's going to get balls. If he's not producing, he's not getting balls. I mean, same thing had happened with Monk 2 years ago. Why was Lamar throwing? He was making plays, so they were throwing him the ball all the time. And last year, no. So we'll see what, because they need the real Bateman to show up. They need him.
Ravens taking some heat on the way out the door. Orioles game out of the wild card. We'll have some things resolved, at least for this brief weekend series against Texas. Then it's off to Minnesota. Ravens preseason opener 8 days from today against the Philadelphia Eagles. That's going to do it for us. Final drive coming up next. For Nolan McGraw, Vinny Serrato, I'm Bob Haynie. Stay safe, stay healthy. Talk to you next Monday. Have a great weekend, everyone. For now, class dismissed.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Ever notice how the little things add up? A cracked phone screen, a dead car battery, bills creeping higher.
Oh, no.
What if your checking account could actually help with all that? It can. With Elite Checking from NASA Federal, you get smart benefits designed to save you time, money, and stress. Like get your paycheck up to 2 days early for a little breathing room. Cell phone protection to cover unexpected damage. Roadside assistance for breakdowns. Bill negotiation to help lower your bills. Identity theft aid for peace of mind. And you can earn dividends on your balance. If your checking account isn't working hard for you, switch to Elite Checking from NASA Federal. You can do it all right online at nasafcu.com/WJZ. And you don't have to work for NASA to join NASA Federal. NASA Federal Credit Union. Smart. NASA smart. Federally insured by NCUA.
As parents, we have a million things running through our minds. Playdates, checkups, laundry, diapers, work, groceries. So it's easy to make a mistake. Oh, I forgot birthday candles. We say we'd never put our kids in danger by leaving them in the car alone.
Sit tight, hon. I'll be right back.
But temperatures as low as 60 degrees can be deadly for children left behind. So always bring them with you. And every time you park the car, stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland, a division of CAO, proudly announces the addition of Dr. Hayden L. Hoffler to our team. He is a board-qualified, fellowship-trained foot and ankle surgeon specializing in foot and ankle disorders. Dr. Hoffler's goal is to combine a comprehensive and multidisciplinary approach to treating foot and ankle issues, and he looks forward to helping you with care and compassion. You can schedule an appointment with him at mdbonedocs.com. Again, that's mdbonedocs.com.
There's not much time left to go with Petro for a great deal to save on new AC. Right now, get a new energy-efficient central AC system from America's most trusted brand, Trane, with $0 down and low monthly payments. For expert AC tune-ups, 24/7 emergency repairs, and everything you need to save on AC, go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. Don't miss this special offer for new AC. Go to petro.com, call 844-HVAC-4YOU or 844-482-2496 today.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like head administrator for a state-of-the-art surgical center.
What can I do for you, Doc?
We need to talk about the lights.
Ah, the mood lighting, relaxing, right? Much better than those old hospital vibes.
A hospital's supposed to have hospital vibes.
You seem tense. Let's dim the lights a bit.
This is your time for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Powerball is always big fun. Right now, it's really big fun. The Powerball jackpot is estimated at $856 million. That's right, $856 million. Play today at any Maryland lottery retailer and please play responsibly.
Dream big. The Maryland State Fair presented by Toyota returns to the Maryland State Fairground in Timonium for 3 weekends, August 27th through the 30th, September 3rd to the 7th, and September 10th through the 13th. Enjoy rides, music, entertainment, food, and more. Visit MarylandStateFair.com for details.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Yesterday's sweltering temps led to some extra tension at Ravens training camp, with multiple players going at it, including Carson Vincent and Tavius Robinson, who had a brief dust-up. Nothing got too out of hand as Jesse Minter put his team through its longest and most intense practice so far. He's already made his feelings well known when it comes to camp fights and doubled down on it yesterday.
I know that in a game, like, people do things, man. People tug on your jersey after the play, try to get you to respond, chirp in your ear, try to get you to respond. And so we just got to be so dialed in on why we're out here, making each other better.
No practice for the Ravens today. They'll be back in action tomorrow morning with 1 week to prepare for their preseason opener against Philadelphia. Elsewhere in the league, the Panthers and Cardinals clashed in the annual Hall of Fame game last night with a surprisingly entertaining result. Carolina came away with a 33-30 win thanks to quarterback Haynes King's scramble and dive for the goal line as time expired. He also threw for 2 touchdowns earlier in the night. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, heavy thunderstorms expected this afternoon and into this evening. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Tim Barbalas, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayanbadejo. It's the final drive on 105.7 The Fan.
I feel good, man. Healthy. Blessed. Had a good offseason. And with the new vibes around here, definitely excited. New energy, new offense, doing things that I've never done before. So, I'm blessed and excited to see what we got in store. As a receiver, you want somebody to believe in. You want somebody, to see your, ability. And I think, Declan is doing a good job of, moving all of us around, not just myself. Zay's been moving on a lot. Y'all see Jacoby Lane out there making plays, Tez Walker. I think there's a lot in store for a lot of guys, this season. I feel like the details of it, and like I said, I moved around. I moved around a lot. I'm in the slot, outside, and I think that's a blessing for me. I appreciate him for, doing that. So I get to show my talent, more and more.
That was Rashad Bateman meeting with the media following yesterday's practice. Ravens are off today before getting back to the practice field tomorrow. This is the final drive. Ken Weinman off today and Monday. Kenny will be back with us on Tuesday. So Femi and I will hold it down as you head into your weekend. But a lot to parse through there with Rashad Bateman, talking about it's good to have someone believe in you. And he also mentioned this, Femi, which I found very interesting, him moving around a lot more. We talked about Zay Flowers in recent days, how you never know where he's going to line up. It's not like he's strictly in the slot. Bateman's always been on the outside. Yeah. He's never been in the slot. He's never really moved around all that much, where he brought it up in multiple cuts there that we played coming in. So, Femi, kind of a two-pronged question here. Rashad Bateman, he's such a huge X factor to me in this offense. And I said this yesterday when we were at the Watershed. If he can get back to the 2024 Rashad Bateman or even close to it, the sky's the limit for this offense. And last year, coming off a disappointing season, 19 catches, 224 yards, 2 touchdowns. What does a bounce back season look like for you, for Rashad Bateman? And also, how much does it intrigue you seeing Declan Doyle maybe leaning more into moving Bateman all around, playing in the slot, playing out wide?
Yeah, there's a couple things I want to touch on before I get into the projection. There have been 180 wide receivers to run 500-plus routes since 2021. When Rashad Bateman entered the league, he is lined up in the slot on just 10.3% of his snaps, the third lowest, 178 out of 180 qualifiers in this span. He has consistently taken 80% or more of his snaps lined up on the ball the last 3 seasons in games charted. So say whatever you want. He objectively played in one of the most static roles in the NFL, courtesy of Matt Harmon on X. I thought this stat was mind-blowing.
I saw that as well.
Right, did you?
Crazy.
Yeah, so
and I will say it's not super surprising, Femi, because he kind of just has been what he's been, right? That's never really been a part of his game or a part of the systems that he's been a part of. And obviously it was Greg Roman, Todd Monken, and now we'll see what it looks like under Declan Doyle.
I think the part about Declan, before I get into the projection, is that I like the idea that guys on paper may have a tag of X, Y, and Z, but within the system itself, everybody can be X, Y, or Z, including F and H. And this is pretty typical in systems when you start to learn an offense. To change up, you might have a fullback lineup in the slot. You might have a tight end shift to a different position. Go ahead. You got a question?
And just for clarification for everybody, X, Y, Z, FH, if you could clarify that.
Yeah, those are just kind of when you look at an offensive playbook, those are the different skill positions, and those are the tags. So within a certain personnel group, typically X, Y, and Z are the receivers. I'm sorry, the Y is actually the tight end, but X, Z, and F or X, Z, and H can be the receivers. If a receiver goes out, that H can become a tight end. If another back comes in and a receiver goes out, that H or F can be a second back, right? So it's just nomenclature within a playbook so you understand within the system where you play, right? What I love about Declan that is, it's not unique, but I think it's not a bug, it's a feature. It's the idea that those tags are more mutable and more dynamic. The idea that Zay typically might be a Z, but you might see him lined up in the slot as an H or an F, depending on which system that you're in, right? Everyone doesn't use all the letters the same. It could be different. It's part of it's an alphabet. So to get to the specific part of your question, just for people that don't have these numbers in front of them, in 2024, he had 45 receptions for 756 yards. He averaged 16.8 yards per reception. He had 9 touchdowns. He had 11 catches of 20-plus yards. He had 4 catches of 40-plus yards. Now listen to this. This is the comparison. This is a wild comparison. 2025, 19 receptions for 224 yards, 11.8 yards per reception. He only had 2 touchdowns. His explosive catches fell from 11 to 3. His yardage fell roughly by 70%. That's crazy. And we've been talking about, we know kind of qualitatively, but to hear the quantitative variance is insane. The delta's wild. So my bounce back year, which I think is going to go in line with yours, I'd love to see him have 45 to 55 catches, 750 yards, 6 to 8 touchdowns, and 15 yards per reception.
If you told me,
all day,
sign
right?
me up.
All day, every
sign
day.
Me. Where do I sign?
Yeah.
I will take that every single day of the week. And look, this time a year ago, you probably couldn't find a bigger Rashad Bateman fan. I was all in on Bate. I thought Bateman was just going to build off of 2024 because he was so good, Femi. And you gave the numbers, but when I throw this on top of it, he had 8 downfield touchdown receptions in 2024. That was tied for third most in the NFL. Only Jamar Chase and Terry McLaurin had more than him. In the red zone, Lamar targeting 8 for 10, 93 yards, 7 touchdowns. That's fantastic production inside the red zone. And then to see the fall off In 25, it was crazy. He only had 2 games last season with more than 25 yards receiving. He had the smallest target rate of his career. He was targeted on just 12% of his routes. That was a 5.6% drop from the prior year. His catch percentage, 50%, career low. His yards after the catch per reception, 2.1, nearly a career low. And a 74.9 passer rating when targeting Rashad Bateman. And the passer rating was so big in 24, Femi, 125.9 when targeting Bateman.
Wild.
That's a 51-point drop. So Bateman's the wild card. I keep, when I bring up the pass catching and my concerns with it, Zay's a stud. We know what Zay is. I always put Zay to the side. Andrews, what is it going to look like? I think Mark is going to have a better year than last year. I'm not saying that Mark's completely washed or anything. Is he the guy in 2021 when he was a first-team All-Pro? Probably not. But he'll be better. Who's going to be that number 3 option in the passing game? Who's going to be that number 4? If Bateman emerges, it takes so much pressure off of Jacoby Lane, off of Elijah Surratt, off of Tez Walker. So I really hope, I can't say with the utmost confidence it's going to happen, but it would be a fantastic development if Bateman bounces back to the degree that those projections you gave, Femi.
Yeah, so it's interesting because I actually think, and I want to make sure I get this right, when I go back and look at 2024, Mark Andrews played in 17 games. He had 55 receptions for 673 yards and 11 touchdowns. So
led all tight ends and touchdowns.
So him and Bate, I mean, if you look at the production, I'm kind of thinking like they both can get back to what they did in 2024. You know, maybe the average yards per catch is a little bit lower. Maybe he doesn't end up with 11 touchdowns, but I think my projections for Mark were 60 catches, 650, 700 yards, something like that, 8 to 10 touchdowns. If we could have them both replicate that, sign me up immediately.
I'm with you, but I guess when you're comparing the two players, if I'm going off track record, I feel more comfortable in saying that Mark will bounce back as opposed to Bateman, if that's fair for you. Yeah, just because he's got the resume, he's got the track record.
Well, I just think he's done it more frequently, right?
Exactly.
The frequency is there. Yeah. If I'm triangulating kind of, and I'm gonna like vibe code this right now because I mean that's what I have to go on looking at Rashad, right? I've made the point numerous times that the vibes around Rashad just feel right. And I actually appreciate Rashad's transparency. I don't find him to be mercurial. I just find him to be a person who kind of wears his emotions on his sleeve. Yeah. And he's learned to control that over time. I know there's been some issues about kind of the quick trigger on some of the responses in the past, which, I think you know what I'm talking about. I don't think that matters now because Eric went ahead and actually signed him to a deal after that. Exactly. Yeah. So I think that the people in the building understand who Rashad is. And if I'm triangulating and looking at kind of the messaging, I feel like everybody has an optimistic view for what Rashad can be. And I do recognize the volatility and the range of potential outcomes. I do think the rise of Jacoby Lane, the rise of Tez Walker, probably will make Rashad's life a little easier. Right now, Jacoby Lane is the number 3 receiver in 11 personnel. He's in that role more often than Tez is. I think Jacoby he's one of one in regard to the demographics, right? The 6'4" size, the 4.47 speed, the 40-inch vertical, the 6 foot 9 or 10 inch wingspan, the 10-inch plus hands. He's going to be able to create some opportunities that we've rarely had in Baltimore, right? So I think that right now he's the shiny new object. I'm hoping that he can continue to carry the momentum that he's had through training camp into the preseason and into the regular season, which allows Rashad in a little bit of a way to kind of fly under the radar. I know that sounds weird to say that, but I actually think that can benefit Rashad.
We're going to get more into this as the show progresses. Guest list starts at 3:30. Chris Rose, NFL Network, John Boy Media. We'll talk O's and Ravens with Chris. Jerry Coleman, you got the Be More Baseball podcast, Be More Football podcast about to get underway. And Big Ben McDonald from Masson will be joining us as well. We're going to get into the O's at the bottom of the hour. We've been talking about it a lot this week. The pitching's been great. Can this offense hit enough to keep this team in the hunt? We'll tell you at the bottom of the hour. But coming up next, kind of goes hand in hand with Rashad Bateman. I'll admit, when I was going through the numbers, I was pretty surprised with the deep ball effectiveness from 2024 compared to 2025. What could the deep passing offense look like in 26? We'll tell you next.
If you missed today's Vinny and Haynie show, have segments, hours, or full show delivered daily to your phone. Subscribe to the podcast and listen anytime on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts. Vinny and Haynie, live on the Fan's YouTube channel, tomorrow 10 till 2, 105.7 The Fan.
Hi, I'm Justin Holloman from The Holloman Firm. Injured in an accident, lost a loved one? At my firm, The Holloman Firm, you'll get a personal injury lawyer who truly cares. With me, you're more than just a case. So remember to call Justin for justice at The Holloman Firm.
Diagnose, repair, connect. Own your next move by training at Lincoln Tech's Columbia campus. Gain hands-on skills using industry-standard tools and technology and prepare for a career in fields like automotive service, electrical, HVAC, or welding. Benefit from Lincoln's employer connections that can help you open doors to new opportunities. Don't just imagine a better future. Start building it. Visit lincolntech.edu today to schedule a campus tour.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Hey, Albert, can you help us plan and budget for a bathroom renovation?
I certainly can. Let me review your finances.
Who are you talking to?
Albert, my AI financial assistant that I can access right in the app. It automates all things finance, moves money, pays bills, creates personalized alerts, finds savings, and so much more.
Your bathroom renovation financial plan is ready. I found cash you can put aside, and to cover the rest, Albert can get you up to $10,000 fast.
Can you find contractors nearby within our budget?
Here's a list of contractors. Would you like help requesting a $10,000 loan for your bathroom renovation?
Yes! Download the Albert app and use promo code FAST to access Genius. Plus, get up to $10,000 for whatever you need. Just download the Albert app right now and use promo code FAST to get up to $10,000. That's promo code FAST.
Using chat to research your next home improvement project? Forget all the prompts. If you want replacement windows and doors without the hassle, look up Window Nation. Homeowners love the one-day installation process, especially since Window Nation installers leave your home cleaner than when they started. This month, you can get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 2 years. Visit windownation.com to get the windows featured on HGTV's Designing Spaces. I'm telling you, Window Nation, they're the real deal.
Hey, did you hear about Eric Sobel?
From Ace Law? You heard about him too?
Yeah. After my accident, I called Ace Law. Eric took my case, took everything out of my hands, and got me the compensation I deserved. Best decision I made.
I'm Eric Sobel, and when you've been injured, I'm your guy. I'll handle the insurance companies, find you the right doctor, manage all that paperwork, and fight for the compensation you deserve, so you can focus on getting better and getting back to life. Call Ace Law today. Call us at 8888 Ace Law and come up Aces.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and nearly 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. Left untreated, these veins can cause tired, heavy legs, swelling, burning, cramping, aching, even restless leg syndrome. In some cases, it can lead to serious health risks, like blood clots. USA Vein Clinics offers minimally invasive treatments that take as little as 15 minutes, covered by most insurances. Call 410-921-0667 and schedule your appointment today. Don't wait. Call 410-921-0667 for free information today. Imagine walking, exercising, and sleeping peacefully again. Varicose and spider veins won't go away on their own. USA Vein Clinics can help. Call 410-921-0667 for fast, easy, and affordable solutions. USA Vein Clinics treatments are covered by most insurance plans. Don't put this off any longer. Call 410-921-0667.
Tim Barbalas, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayanbadejo. It's the Final Drive on 105.7 The Fan.
That's not up to me. I'm just here to play football, whatever that looks like. And I don't want to get caught up in that because that's not what it's about. Whatever this team asks of me, that's what I'm going to do. And that's what I've always done. So that's what I'm looking forward to right now.
That was Rashad Bateman meeting with the media yesterday, and he was asked if he'd like to be used more as a short to intermediate threat rather than a deep threat. And he said, look, I'll do whatever they want me to do. I'm down to clown. But Rashad Bateman in the 2024 season, he was their deep threat. And Lamar, when targeting him, this is air yard passes 20 yards beyond the line of scrimmage. He was 8 for 16, which is 50% completion percentage is very good.
High.
Very good. 8 for 16, 292 yards, 5 touchdowns. So he averaged 36.5 yards a catch. Last year, 2 for 8, 60 yards. So fell off a cliff. But what I found interesting, and I use NFL Pro, and I'm not getting paid for them, but I'm just a free plug. It's $15 a month. It's a hell of a resource. It really is, because you get all 22 and you get NFL verified stats where this is the league stats, so you know that they're accurate. But I went back this morning and I was expecting the deep ball passing to have fallen off a cliff last year. And I was wrong, Femi. It was technically better in terms of passer rating.
Yeah.
Lamar last year on deep passes, 19 for 39, 595 yards, 6 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. His 134.3 passer rating led the NFL. You compare that to 2024. Now, it's worth mentioning Lamar missed 4 games, and that plays a factor into this. 23 of 61 passing, 777 yards, 8 touchdowns, no interceptions, 125.2 passer rating. Led the league in passer rating in both of those years. Now, what made up the difference was Zay Flowers. Zay Flowers really, that was a spot in his game that really jumped last year, Femi. 11 for 18 when targeting him, 390 yards, 3 touchdowns. Tight ends, it really fell off a cliff. Mark Andrews didn't have a reception on a pass beyond 20 yards, likely had 2. So, how do you envision the deep passing in the offense this year, Femi?
I think a lot of the kind of, I don't want to use the word depreciation, but maybe the lack of effectiveness, I think it all stems back to the offensive line. Qualitatively, the Ravens offensive line in most advanced metrics in 2024 were in the top third, if not the top 5, as an offensive line. And this last year, they were in the bottom third, in some cases lower in some of these pass blocking advanced metrics. Throwing the ball downfield takes time, and it takes a level of comfort. And when you have somebody in your face within 1.5 seconds of the snap, and we know both guards were not as effective as we would have liked last year. And I think in some situations that put Tyler Linderbaum in a bind as well. So there was a kind of across the board, the line as a whole didn't play as well. Roger had his issues. We know that too, right? We'll say it as a unit across the board. Yeah. My belief is that the Declan Doyle system, the players they've brought in, and just the way everyone took this offseason from fitness to OTAs to mini camps to the draft, I think all levers have been pulled, all hands on deck across the board. I expect them, and look, you've made the point that there's a chance that we may not see and we're not going to see the best version of this passing offense in weeks 1 through 4, probably, right? It's going to get better as the season goes. Yeah. People will emerge, personnel packages will emerge, certain play calls and the system itself will show what's going to be effective. Lamar's going to be a lot more under center. There's going to be so many new things. I am of the belief that the ROI on this change is going to be relatively quick, though. They'll lean on the run early, and they're still going to be a running football team, by the way. We know this. You need only go look at the Chicago Bears and what they did. They were top 10 in rushing and top 10 in passing last year. I think this offense is more talented than the Bears offense. The Bears were a really good team last year. I take nothing away from them. If anything, I tip my cap to their improvement from 2024 to 2025. Okay, this is not a Bears show. Let me get back to the Ravens. To answer your question, I expect Lamar to be at the top of the league in passer rating when it comes to under center, play action, and balls that are 20 yards in air yards or more down the field. I expect him to be one of the best in the league at doing that. He
was the best last year in the down year.
Yeah, I expect him to do it again. Yeah. And I expect him to be better at it because of what I believe is the philosophy, but also the in-game planning that I think is going to be quite different than what we've done. And I'll say it for those that haven't heard me say it, just get used to it. I'm going to keep saying it until the season starts. The Ravens have been known to be a team that says, you know what we're going to do, and we dare you to stop us. That's on both sides of the football. Those days are over. In my opinion, we have two young, savvy, a head coach who's very savvy, play caller, and a new coordinator who I believe is going to be a savvy play caller as well. And predictability will be out the window. Things will not be predictable. That is only going to help this offense, and it's only going to help this defense.
Coming up at 2:45, O's are about to begin a 10-game road trip, and I know we say this a lot: make or break, make or break. This is kind of make or break, given the opponents, given the lack of games remaining. Can the O's stay afloat and stay in the mix? And also, we'll get into David Rubenstein had some very interesting comments about where his organization is at. That's at 2:45. But coming up next, the Orioles offense has struggled for quite some time now. You can go back to June 22nd. We're talking a month and a half now, Femi. There have been 12 series. All of them have been of 3 games. They have scored 13 runs or less in 10 of those 12 series. Is this team going to be able to hit enough to stay in the mix? We'll get into it next.
Baseball coverage on 105.7 The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that.
This weekend only at Old Navy, get 50% off all activewear for the fam and 50% off all toddler and baby styles. Yep, 50% off all activewear plus 50% off all toddler and baby styles. This Saturday and Sunday only.
It's Old Navy, baby.
Valid 8, 8, and 9. Excludes clearance, license, maternity, third party, and Old Navy x Disney.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
To make exercise a habit, find something you enjoy, like shopping. It counts as a workout when it's Kohl's Active Sale. Get 20% off across the store and 25% off top active brands that'll have you feeling your best. Adding to your cart is pretty much cardio, right? Find out at Kohl's. Select styles. 25% offer ends August 15th. 20% offer ends August 16th. Exclusions apply. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this rush hour ad to keep you calm, which could help your driving. And science says therapy is great for a healthy mindset. So enjoy this 14-second session on us. I think you've done everything right and absolutely nothing wrong. In fact, anything that hasn't gone your way could probably be blamed on your father not being emotionally available because his father wasn't emotionally available, and so on. And now that you're calm and healing, you're probably driving better too.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Ed Norris here with Baltimore football legend Jonathan Ogden. J.O., we both know Dr. Lairfield at the Smile Design Center. I know you've been there. How'd that work out for you?
Let me tell you what, Ed, man. The best decision I ever made. Look, if you've been avoiding the dentist, I get it. But they've got sedation options that change everything.
Absolutely. And about 36% of Americans have some fear of the dentist, so you're not alone. Look, Dr. Lairfield completely transformed my smile in just a few visits. The technology they use now, it's just incredible.
You know what? And they work with you on payment plans, monthly payments, whatever works for you, whatever you got got to get it done.
Yeah, and it's important because one thing people just don't know, and this is real, is that bad teeth can mess with your heart and your overall health. So and not just your oral health, it affects your whole body.
No, absolutely. So don't wait, Baltimore, please, because your smile does matter.
Absolutely does. And seriously, if you have fear of the dentist or if money's been an issue or time away from work, all these things, those no more excuses. Just get there. The Smile Design Center, do it.
The Smile Design Center with Dr. Learfield. Call 410-321-1100 or visit smiledesignDoctor.com. That's smiledesignDoctor.com.
Ever notice how the little things add up? A cracked phone screen, a dead car battery, bills creeping higher.
Oh, no.
What if your checking account could actually help with all that? It can. With Elite Checking from NASA Federal, you get smart benefits designed to save you time, money, and stress. Like get your paycheck up to 2 days early for a little breathing room. Cell phone protection to cover unexpected damage, roadside assistance for breakdowns, bill negotiation to help lower your bills, identity theft aid for peace of mind, and you can earn dividends on your balance. If your checking account isn't working hard for you, switch to Elite Checking from NASA Federal. You can do it all right online at nasafcu.com/WJZ. And you don't have to work for NASA to join NASA Federal. NASA Federal Credit Union. Smart. NASA smart. Federally insured by NCUA.
This summer, there are 250 reasons to join T-Mobile.
Girls trip? Booked. And switching to T-Mobile helped make it happen.
With Experience Beyond, switch and get $100 back. Plus, $650 in value in built-in plan benefits. That's $750 in your first year, guaranteed.
And honestly, that $100 back, I'm putting it towards the zip line.
Now that's how you do summer.
Exactly. Best switch I ever made.
This is just one reason to join T-Mobile this summer. There are 250 reasons. Find yours.
Savings based on the value of benefits included with Experience Beyond, like entertainment and 1 year of AAA Classic and Dash Pass on us. Benefits may require activation. See plan for details. Get $100 via virtual prepaid MasterCard with eligible ported, no cash access, and expires in 6 months. Issued by Sunrise Banks, N.A. member FDIC. Allow 8 weeks.
Powerball is always big fun. Right now, it's really big fun. The Powerball jackpot is estimated at $856 million. That's right, $856 million. Play today at any Maryland lottery retailer, and please play responsibly.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan. From the OutSky.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Orioles had a prime opportunity to finish off a sweep of the Angels yesterday and send themselves into their road trip on a high note, but the offense was nowhere to be found. For the second time this season, LA starter Ryan Johnson embarrassed the Baltimore lineup. His arsenal is not that threatening, and his numbers against everyone else this year have been abysmal, yet for whatever reason, the Birds just can't figure him out. Here's what Dylan Beavers had to say after the Birds let 5 walks go to waste.
It's frustrating. They definitely gave us opportunities offensively, and I think our pitching was plenty good enough for us to win that game. So we don't capitalize on their mistakes. It's definitely frustrating.
A series win still keeps Baltimore afloat for now, but they'll have a tough task ahead with a 10-game road trip. Their next 2 matchups against Texas and Minnesota will provide them an opportunity to overtake a pair of teams that sit ahead of them in the wild card standings. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, heavy thunderstorms expected this afternoon and into this evening. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Tim Barbalas, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayanbadejo. It's the final drive on 105.7 The Fan.
He did a great job of making them work. That quality was great. I mean, like you alluded to, 8 walks, hit by pitch. We just couldn't get that big hit that we needed.
That was manager Craig Albernaz talking after the Orioles 4-1 loss to the Angels yesterday. And Ryan Johnson is a starting pitcher that has gotten hammered by everyone besides the Orioles. He has 2 starts against the Birds, and he's pitched... well, it's hard to say he pitched well when he had as many walks and hit by pitch.
Well, the outcomes worked out for him.
Yes, but, he didn't give up any earned runs too damaging. But Steve Molesky, we love Steve. He's got his own Substack, and he had this out this morning. Steve on Baseball. Follow his Substack. Steve's been covering the Birds for forever. Also, Birdland Territory I do with him, Brad Brock. We put out a new episode yesterday. He had this number, and it really is shocking. June 21st, the Orioles killed the Dodgers in that series finale. They won 12-1. They won that series in L.A., Femi. They should have swept the Dodgers. They blew a save Friday. That was when Ryan Helsley was just coming back off the IL. So since June 22nd, this is a month and a half sample size now, the Orioles have played 12 series. All of those series have been 3 games. For the 10th time in their last 12 series, the O's scored 13 runs or less. They're averaging just 4.08 runs per game since June 22nd. If you put that into the season-long numbers, Femi, that would be 28th in runs scored per game. Then they're 22nd in home runs, 23rd in OPS with the 679, 29th in batting average at 218. And it's worth mentioning, Blaze Alexander was still there, Adley Rutschman was still there, Samuel Basallo was still there, albeit not the full sample size. I'll acknowledge that. Yeah. But it's not like this has been the entire time where, the offense just fell off a cliff at the deadline or when they went down. No, it's been bad for a while now. And the Orioles have the 8th best team ERA in that span, and they have a winning record at 19-17, which with offensive numbers that bad, it's shocking. But the pitching has been good enough to keep them afloat. But now, Femi, post-trade deadline, Adley Rutschman, one of their leaders in RBIs, and Taylor Ward on-base percentage at the top of the charts for them. Can this offense do enough to stay afloat?
Yeah, I mean, I think going into this season, it was clear that they sacrificed defense for offense. And that sacrifice has not paid off, right? And then you look at the trade deadline and you look at the injuries and not having Blaze and not having Sam, and then obviously Adley being traded away. It just shows you that pitching truly does win championships. If you have really good starting pitching, which they've had, you already said it. They have above a 500 record in the sample size that you've been using as your time horizon. If the starting pitching can continue to do what it does, and they can just find a way to have intelligent at-bats. I think Ken said it so good yesterday, and I don't mean to be pejorative here, but I'm going to be. You can't play dumb baseball when you have the handicap issues that you have at the plate right now. And I believe, and you and I are in total agreement on this, not only do I want to see Jackson Holiday at the top of the lineup, not only do I want to see Cowser every day, not only do I want to see Beavers every day and CES as much as I possibly can. And obviously, I think the power that Kobe has is undeniable. It's the whiff rate. It's the swings and misses that don't move runners along, the inability to hit fly balls with runners on third base. If they don't find a way to correct these simple things, they'll probably end up being under 500. You know what I mean? And they probably won't qualify for that third wild card spot. And I know the chances, I think Fangraphs has them at what, like 15% right now?
Yeah.
Right? So, yeah, we know the chances aren't high.
I have all the numbers.
Yeah, you do. So
coming up next segment, 16.6% for Birdland Metrics, which, by the way, if you aren't following Birdland Metrics on Twitter, they know ball.
Yeah,
that's a great account.
Amazing data.
6 points. They're the most bullish, if you want to say that. 16.6. Fangraphs gives them 15.4%. Pacoda, who prior to the trade deadline gave him the best chance, now they give him a 9.3% chance at making the playoffs. But you bring up Kobe Mayo, and if you want to look positive, skew positive in this stretch, Jonathan Rodriguez had all of 4 plate appearances in this stretch, and he's not even here with them anymore, so I'm not even counting him. Tyler O'Neill, in 68 plate appearances, has an OPS over 1,000. Kobe Mayo second with an 893, but you bring up the strikeout percentage. He's striking out 36.7% of the time in this stretch. So that's a lot of...
I think one of the things that we note in regard to kind of the metrics and advanced metrics is the whiff rate in general. You know what I mean? The inability to use at bats to move runners along. And obviously, and look, I don't want to steal the data because you gave it to me, but the inability to hit with runners in scoring position, that metric that you showed me earlier today, was that from the account you just noted?
Yeah, Birdland Metrics.
Go ahead and tell them those numbers. These are wild numbers.
This is just the last, was it 5 games?
Yeah.
5 games. They are 2 for 17 and 27 runners left on base this month. 2 for 17. And on the season, they're tied for 16th, which almost seems surprising.
Yeah, it
batting
does.
average with runners.
Well, I feel like it's like in bunches, right? Like
that's true.
You know what I mean? They have these stretches where it's like, wow.
They're hitting 6 for 10 in a game. And
exactly. What you really want is them to go 3 for 10 over 2 games. You know what I mean? That's what you'd prefer.
Absolutely.
But when we talked to Tony Gwynn Jr., maybe when we talked to Brad Brock yesterday, all the callers that we've had that are baseball centric, I think we've all kind of noted that the timely hitting parts of it and the defensive kind of, foils. And I think the O's lead Major League Baseball in unearned runs, correct?
Yep.
Right,
yep.
Exactly. So it's just, and I think what's crazy though is that when you look at the 19 and 17 record over this stretch of games that you're talking about, the defense hasn't gotten any better.
No.
You know what I mean? But they still have they're over 500, which is kind of shocking to think about, because I think batting average across the league is down. Obviously, we know that, and this is why I had this fascination with Luis Arraez, and I talked to Tony Gwynn Jr. about the idea of contact hitters and patient hitting, right, which has kind of been supplanted by launch angles and power. I actually think that there will be a reversion to the mean at some point. And I actually think that reversion is exactly what the Orioles need to do. When everyone is zigging, maybe they need to zag a little bit, because that inability to tether hitters together to matriculate runs is their biggest issue, in my opinion. And that's going to be the reason why they either make the playoffs or they don't make the playoffs, just to bring it down to the lowest common denominator.
Coming up at the top of the hour, we're going to take your phone calls, 410-583-1057. Ed, Mark, I see you guys on hold. I promise we will get to you at 3 o'clock. If you want to jump in, now's your chance, 410-583-1057. Are the Orioles going to be able to stay afloat during this road trip? And are you expecting a bounce-back season from Rashad Bateman? 410-583-1057. That's at 3. But coming up next, we're going to get into this 10-game road trip. What are our expectations for this club? Can this Orioles team still make the playoffs despite Mike Elias selling at the trade deadline? We'll tell you next.
Big Bad Morning Show, Vinny and Haynie, and the Final Drive, live on YouTube, Monday through Friday, 6 till 6. Search 105.7 The Fan, Baltimore, and never miss a moment of coverage on the teams you love.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Panthers beat the Cardinals 33-30 last night in the Hall of Fame game to kick off the NFL preseason. Haynes King with a 5-yard scramble with the touchdown as time expired for Carolina. Carson Beck got the start for Arizona, went 15 of 19 through 188 yards and 1 touchdown. Beck, the Cardinals' third-round pick, looked all right in his first NFL action. I'm Chris Black.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
If Twisted Tea was your best friend, they'd start a dance party in the supermarket that turns into a pool party at your place, and you don't even own a pool. Twisted Tea is smooth, refreshing, and always fun. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Before the season even kicks off, everyone's making predictions. On Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform, you can trade those predictions in a live market. Last week, Buffalo was trading at 8%, meaning a $100 trade would pay out $1,174 if they take home the title. On Kalshi, as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. Download the Kalshi app and use code UPDATE to get up to $500 in bonus credits when you trade $25. Kalshi, trade on anything. 18 plus only, must be present in state where it's legal to trade. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. Bonus credits do not expire. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea just got harder with Twisted Tea Extreme. Twisted Tea Extreme is made with real brewed tea, goes down smooth, and an 8% give of alcohol. Dial up the fun with Twisted Tea Extreme. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Alex B and Zach came to the rescue when we lost our heat. The commercial I hear every day on my way to work is true. Amazing.
Greg did a great job.
Tony saved us tens of thousands of dollars because he was able to determine that our system's heat exchanger is fine.
Andre was over the top impressive. Professional and diligent. He took his time to work the problem, not just diagnose a quick fix.
Zachary was able to remove and replace our AC system in what must have been record time. Amazing was amazing.
Anthony and Jamal were outstanding. The entire install completed in one day.
You can tell this company truly lives up to its name. Amazing. Their owner says he has the best people, and after this experience, I completely agree.
Those are snippets from 7 different Google reviews for amazing plumbing, heating, and air. And yes, I proudly claim to have the best techs, installers, and plumbers in Baltimore because I do. You can count on it at
CALLAMAZING. Go to callamazing.com.
Want to help empower your community? Become an election judge. You'll help set up, check in voters, and make sure voting runs smoothly. It's a paid position, and students can earn service hours. No experience necessary. We'll provide the necessary training. Learn more and sign up today at vote.md.gov/vote2026. For trusted information on voter registration, deadlines, and voting options, download the Go Vote MD app. Sponsored by the Maryland State Board of Elections and the Maryland, D.C., Delaware Broadcast Association in cooperation with this station.
Hot and humid today and low 90s. Storms on Friday and Saturday. Temps in the low 90s through the weekend.
Weather brought to you by Capital One. Capital One offers no fees or minimums on checking accounts. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank guide. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
I scream. You scream. We all scream. Because Wendy's famous small classic Frosty is just $1 for a limited time. More screaming, happy screaming, summer screaming, dollar small classic Frosty screaming! But please don't scream in the drive-thru. It hurts the employees' ears. Get a $1 small classic Frosty for a limited time, only at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. A la carte only, not valid for delivery. Limit 10 per transaction. Price may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
What do parents think of back to school at Staples, where supplies start at just 25 cents?
Staples has the latest laptops with up to 40% savings.
I may hug the cashier.
So embarrassing.
It's the most wonderful time of the year.
It's a wonderful time at Staples with up to 40% off select tech. Staples.
That was easy.
Visit Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
If Twisted Tea was your best friend, they'd start a dance party in the supermarket that turns into a pool party at your place, and you don't even own a pool. Twisted Tea is smooth, refreshing, and always fun. Twisted Tea Hard Ice Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Before the season even kicks off, everyone's making predictions. On Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform, you can trade those predictions in a live market. Last week, Buffalo was trading at 8%, meaning a $100 trade would pay out $1,174 if they take home the title. On Kalshi, as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. Download the Kalshi app and use code UPDATE to get up to $500 in bonus credits when you trade $25. Kalshi, trade on anything. 18 plus only, must be present in state where it's legal to trade. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. Bonus credits do not expire. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea just got harder with Twisted Tea Extreme. Twisted Tea Extreme is made with real brewed tea, goes down smooth, and an 8% gig of alcohol. Dial up the fun with Twisted Tea Extreme. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Tim Barbalace, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayanbadejo. It's the final drive on 105.7 The Fan.
You know, obviously it was a tough day on the deadline. We lost really good players and good teammates, but just like them, they're gonna push forward and try and win every night, you know, for their respective teams. I feel like we kind of have to, unfortunately, go about it business as usual and try and, you know, win every night. Same kind of deal as before, though.
That was Dylan Beavers following yesterday's loss to the Angels. His outlook heading into the road trip. This is their first road trip without those teammates that ended up getting dealt at the trade deadline. We would joke for a while prior to the Orioles finally breaking through. Remember, it took them forever to get that first 4-game winning streak. It's reaching the unreachable star. Well, the unreachable star now, Femi, they have not been one game under 500 since they were 15-16 on April 30th. So it's just been one step forward, one step back, 2 steps forward, 2 steps back. And that's just where this club has been at. And now 3 games under 500 at 56 and 59. I'll give the chances again. Birdland Metrics gives them a 16.6% chance. Fangraphs 15.4%, and Pacoda gives them a 9.3% chance at making the playoffs. They have the toughest remaining schedule in the American League. Now, this upcoming trip, you got the Rangers, you got the Twins. Let's start with the Rangers. They lost 6 straight games before winning their last 2 against your Giants. Yep. And this Rangers team, it's middling, and that's the biggest thing, Femi. Yeah, the Rays and the Yankees are a different animal, and the Orioles see them in the 16-game stretch. But just looking at these next 2, we know the Orioles are a flawed ball club. So are the Rangers and the Twins. Like, they're both under 500 as well. Rangers are 25th in runs scored, 20th in team ERA. Their pitching's really tailed off. The Orioles lost their series at home against the Rangers. That was the second series of the year. And then you look at the Twins. The Twins just lost a series to the Royals. The Royals stink. The Twins play the Brewers this weekend. Twins are 10th in runs scored, 26th in team ERA. The Orioles played the Twins on opening day. They won that series. So how do you see this road trip? Like, yes, it's teams that are in the mix, and the Rays are obviously a very good ball club. The Yankees, both of those teams are definitely going to be in the playoffs, but at least this 6-game stretch here.
Yeah, I mean, they're kind of playing mirror images of each other to some degree, right? They're all kind of mid in a lot of different ways. I mean, I'm going to give the Orioles the starting pitching edge, though, especially lately. And I think, that's what it really comes down to. If you can get timely hitting, I mean, we saw the run differential and they were still able to win games. They're still over 500 in the stretch of this 19 and 17 stretch that you were talking about. Going into yesterday's game, they were 6-4 in their last 10. You know what I mean? So I also want to make a point about the Rangers series and why it's important. Right now, the Rangers took the first series, and for the tiebreaker, they need to take this series. Because if you end up tied, well, I guess there's a number of different tiebreakers, but basically to kind of assure yourself that you don't end up in a situation where you lose a tiebreaker, you got to win this series with them, right? I believe in the starting pitching.
Oh, totally.
I have no reason not to. The question is that can they play enough defense and produce enough runs to actually win the series? And that's kind of where I have a little trepidation and a little hesitation. My instinct tells me that I think they can go 6-4 in this next 10.
They go 6-4. Sign me up.
Yeah, exactly. But I think they have to win tonight's game, and they have to win this series against the Rangers. If they don't win this series, first of all, psychologically, I don't know what it does to them. To be on the road for 10 days and then to have to end it in Tampa. It's 4 in Tampa, right? It's the last. Yeah, that's a tough hill to climb. But we know how momentum is in baseball. You talked about that West Coast swing that they had. They played really well in that West Coast swing, and you summarized that series with the Dodgers. They're going to have to pull a rabbit out of their hat similar to that in regard to effectiveness.
Something that concerns me outside of what we've already been talking about with the offense. We know the starting pitching has been great. I expect it to continue to be very, very good. We were talking about bullpen help that they needed heading into the deadline. And even though the bullpen has been great, man, like it's still shocked. Since June 22nd, they have the 6th best bullpen ERA. Like, you wouldn't think that, but they do. Losing Tyler Wells, big. You lose a lot of bite. And yesterday is kind of a good example out of it. You're going to see Albie really ride Cano, Kittredge, and Garcia. Yep. And he pitched all 3 of them in the first 2 games of the series, so they weren't available yesterday. Yarmil Geraldo, who missed a lot of time due to injury, he pitched. Josh Walker, Albert Suarez. I worry about the back end of the bullpen moving forward without Wells.
Yeah, no, I do too. And I'm actually looking. I'm kind of like, who do I have confidence in, right? When I kind of look at the bullpen, I would say that Hoppy's a wild card because I love his stuff. And he's wild, like literally and figuratively, he's a wild card, right? I mean, he hit 100 on the gun.
He almost killed a guy on his first pitch.
And the other guy he only laughed because what else are you supposed to do when you have a 98 mile per hour fastball coming at your head?
Yeah.
So, I also like lately, Wolfram has been walking batters more like atypically for him as of late, but I have some trust in him. But Cano is by far the guy I have the most trust in. I'm just not sure how to break. Like if you keep going to Garcia and Cano and is Kittredge, right? Mm-hmm. I personally would like Cano to be the bridge to the ninth inning.
I agree,
but I
too.
almost feel like he kind of has to be your closer because he has the best stuff, in my opinion.
It's a tough spot because they were using Wells and they were using Kittredge, kind of toggling back and forth with them, closing out games. Cano, they've tried to use as a closer in the past, and look, we have on so many bullpen, whether it's Zach Britton or Brad Brock. The ninth inning's a different animal.
It is.
And it hasn't treated Cano kindly when they've used him there in the past. But I'm with you, given the current circumstances, they kind of need it. Before we step out, though, I want to get your thoughts on this, Femi. I sent you this quote from David Rubenstein. And David Rubenstein, he was at American University earlier this week. He has a new book coming out, Inside the Owner's Box, Power and Leadership in Sports. So when he was meeting with the media trying to pimp this book, it was after the deadline. And one quote, this courtesy of Andy Koska, who covers the O's for the Baltimore Banner. This is Rubenstein. Mike Arrighetti and I have tripled the salaries, yet we went from first place to last place. Rubenstein joked. I do want to emphasize that because I haven't heard the quote. I would like to hear the tone.
Context matters, right?
But this is Andy.
Yep.
It's a little frustrating and embarrassing. I'm really embarrassed about it. But I'm trying to do what I can to fix it and turn it around. And we'll see. I hope when my obituary is written, they will say World Series champion rather than Carlisle co-founder as the headline. But at this point, I'm not sure it'll get that way. Rubenstein has been very steadfast in his defense with Mike Elias. And I know a lot of fans got upset during the Kyle Bradish presser when he was saying he's very, very happy, couldn't be more pleased with Mike Elias. Do I think he went over the top in his praise? Absolutely. Do I expect him to take up for his president of baseball ops when he's literally sitting within arm's length of him? Absolutely. This is the first time on the record that Rubenstein is voicing some frustration, and I find it very interesting.
Yeah, I think time and place and optics all play a role in how an owner will talk about a GM and how a GM will talk about a head coach potentially and how a head coach will talk about his quarterback, right? There's a lot of different things in play. The sense that I get is that there's a time and a place to look toward the future. And I think based on the decisions that Mike Elias has made and Rubenstein's opportunity to the season's not over, I understand that.
Yeah.
But he's dissecting kind of like the trajectory of the team and where they've been, the same way that the Ravens went from an AFC championship game to a divisional game to out of the playoffs. In their own way, the O's are on their same trajectory, right? You go from 101 wins to where you were a year ago. How many years ago was that 101 win season? Was that
23?
23.
And then they made the playoffs in 24, but they had a phenomenal first half, a terrible second half, and
right.
backed in.
Exactly. Yeah, so kind of categorically, you're regressing. And when it comes down to it, you can be nice and play nice and say all the nice things you want about executives and coaches and players, but you're going to make the best decision for the franchise when it's all said and done. And you only need look at the Ravens and what Steve Bisciotti had to do with a guy who he looked at as a brother.
Who won a Super Bowl, by the way.
Right. And who's going to be probably in the Hall of Fame and the Ring of Honor at some point. But all relationships go their course.
I said this yesterday too, Femi. Steve Bisciotti has fired 2 Super Bowl winning head coaches.
Exactly.
And I get it, Billick was not his hire. Yeah. I understand that. But he has fired 2 guys that hoisted Lombardi trophies.
I think there was a soberness in the statement. There is a inevitability in that statement, in my opinion. And guess what? You can say one thing on Monday and another thing on Friday, and both can be true because you have the right to change your mind on how you feel about things.
Coming up at 3:30, Chris Rose, NFL Network, John Boy Media joins us. We're going to talk Ravens and O's with Chris. 3:15, we're going to get back into the Ravens, hear from Zion Young and Mike Green. But coming up next, we're going to hear from you, 410-583-1057. What did you think of David Rubenstein's recent comments? Maybe Mike Elias's seat is pretty warm? 410-583-1057. Also, Rashad Bateman, what are your expectations for him in 2026?
If you're thinking about it,
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan.
If a baby is giggling in the back seat, they're probably happy. If a baby is crying in the back seat, they're probably hungry. But if a baby is sleeping in the back seat, will you remember they're even there? When you're distracted, stressed, or not usually the one who drives them, the chances of forgetting them in the back seat are much higher. It can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot fast and can be deadly. So get in the habit of checking the back seat when you leave. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
You're no stranger to working hard or to succeeding. You've raised your hand, jumped in, powered through, and stood out. And you're not about to stop. At University of Maryland Global Campus, you'll get the skills-based education to move your career forward. Going back for your degree, boosting your career goals, or making a full 180? Our more than 100 degrees and certificates will equip you with skills that today's employers are seeking. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science, or build your skills in leadership, communication, and critical thinking. Affordable, online, and accredited education that fits your life, so you can succeed again. At UMGC, success is yours for the taking and the making, and nothing should keep you from it, especially not an application fee. Apply now and we'll waive your application fee. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46. And I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Summer's too short to sit at home wondering where the fun went. At Beckley's RVs, it's officially time to turn summer on and camp on. Whether you're looking for budget-friendly travel trailers, your first RV, or even huge savings on select motorhomes, Beckley's has summer-ready inventory waiting for your next adventure. Weekend getaways, campfires, road trips, family memories. This is your sign to finally make it happen. Shop summer RV specials now at Beckley'sRVs.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's 5 o'clock. Your employees are headed home, but you're still updating spreadsheets, switching between software, and wondering where the day went. There's a better way. Odoo brings accounting, sales, inventory, CRM, and more together in one fully integrated platform. So you spend less time managing software and more time running your business, because your workday should end eventually. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Ready for your next great adventure? Find it at Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air during our summer sell-a-thon. Score hot summer savings, top dollar for your trade, and drive home in the Ford you've been dreaming about. We're reliable. Shop BobBellFordBelAir.com or call 410-838-3100 today.
Tickets are on sale now for Congress, the band, with Overserved Again and Tucker Wyatt performing live on track at the Maryland State Fair on September 11th, presented by M&T Bank. Get your tickets at MarylandStateFair.com. Keep listening for your chance to win tickets.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
Rashad Bateman is looking to bounce back from a disappointing 2025 season. Bateman had 19 catches for 224 yards and 2 touchdowns, but believes Declan Doyle's system will help him get back to his 2024 form.
I feel like the details of it, and like I said, I moved around. I moved around a lot. I'm in the slot, outside, and I think that's a blessing for me. I appreciate him for, doing that. So I get to show my talent, more and more.
Shane Boz will take the ball in the start of a 3-game series against the Rangers tonight. Last time out versus the Phillies, Boz took a tough luck loss as he threw 6 1/3 innings of 1-run ball, but the O's gave him no run support. Nathan Eovaldi will start for Texas. BBT presented by Jerry's Home Services with Steve Molesky and yours truly gets underway at 6. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the upper 80s with an overnight low of 72. Tomorrow has a chance of rain and a high of 92. I'm Tim Barbalese, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Tim Barbalese, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayanbadejo. It's the Final Drive on 105.7 The Fan.
Definitely a fun time of year because you get the intersection of the Ravens starting up and now training camp full swing. Orioles just had a very interesting trade deadline, to say the least. So there's a lot to talk about. 410-583-1057. Love to get your thoughts on David Rubenstein's recent comments saying that he's embarrassed by the Orioles going from where they were to where they are now. Rashad Bateman, what would you expect or what would you like to see in terms of a bounce-back season? 410-583-1057. Let's go out to the phones. Mark is in Lansdowne. Mark, you're on the Fan.
Hey, how you guys doing today?
What's up, Mark?
Good. I hope that air conditioner's working good. Hey, look, I'm calling about Gunnar. Just out of blue, did Mark Belanger hit better than Gunnar Henderson? Has he got a better average?
I can't imagine Mark does. I can't imagine.
I mean, didn't Mark Belanger hit like 200 or something, or 210, 220, but he made every play and was steady and all that. Anyway, what do you do about Gunnar? I mean, he's batting like 3 or 4, and I don't know anybody in baseball that got a 3 or 4 hitter playing the way he has for a year and a half.
Yeah, Mark Belanger is a career 228 hitter for to pay that off. But Mark, I'm with you, and it's something that we've talked about a lot on this show. Is Gunnar is a hell of a player, and the start of his career was fantastic. In 2024, the first half, he was an MVP candidate. He was an all-star. He's not having a good year. That's just facts. He has not been good this year, and I've advocated for dropping him in the lineup before. I get it to a degree where the lineup is extremely compromised now, where who are you moving up sort of thing. But I don't know, Femi, would you drop him right now?
Probably not, looking at who's available.
Yeah.
I don't think it makes sense. I think that ship sailed. And just to provide a little more context, Gunnar's career WAR is 22.6. He's had 2,346 at-bats and 104 home runs. He's a career 260 hitter. So he's averaging a home run about every 23.5 at-bats. I mean, look, I think Gunnar is still, potentially a top 10, top 20 baseball player. I know that's not where he is. And it's hard to talk about that now when he's struggling. My interpretation and analysis is obviously the whiff rate is an issue. He's pressing quite a bit. There's certain pitches that it seemed like he was getting to previously, but he's not quite getting to this year. But I think it's between his ears, right? You look at the way he reacts and kind of like the consternation on his face. But I feel like it's kind of been that season for the team in general, right?
Totally.
Like the only person who's really producing the way that we thought he would is Pete Alonso, right? And we went through Pete Alonso yesterday. We broke all the numbers down. I mean, he leads the team in almost every single category that matters. And you wonder sometimes, and this kind of goes back to what we talked about in regard to the Orioles farm system, the Orioles development. Is this a systemic issue that is plaguing the players, or is it just a one-off statistical season? Like, we just don't know that. The starting pitching has been pretty good lately, though, right? Brandon Young has been pretty good. Blaze Alexander, before he got hurt, was playing probably better than anybody expected, right? And I know those are a few of the outliers in regard to the team as a whole. I'm going to give Gunnar a little bit of grace because I saw him in the World Baseball Classic raking. I don't know what happened since then, and that was almost in another lifetime. I can't explain it. Tim, I'll kick it back to you. You've seen Gunnar swing. You know him better than I do. What is your analysis? Is it mechanical? Is it psychological? Is it a combination of the two?
Well, we have Brad on. I think it's a combination of both. And clearly it's mental, and clearly he's been pressing, and he's acknowledged as much. And he even said that he's trying less now. But also, Brad was the first to point it out back in April during Birdland territory. He's having trouble getting to inside fastballs where before he would crush, but it's just been a tough year for him. 410-583-1057. Trippy, what's up, Trippy?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Good Friday, man.
What's going on?
What's up, Trip?
Hey, did y'all get the memo? Did y'all, the Orioles GM new name? His name is Mike Alaya.
A liar.
Yeah. I heard you dropping that. I heard you dropping that. Yep.
Yeah.
You said that, not me.
Yeah.
But real quick, man, I ain't gonna say his name though, right? But do y'all think he was trying to take a shot at my man Todd yesterday?
Oh, yes, he was, Trippy. 100% he was taking a shot at
Well,
Todd.
guess what? I just want to say, right? We played the Browns 2 times this year. I just want to see what he's going to do, all right? And another thing, do y'all think Rashad Bateman can... Oh, that's how I was going to say his name. God forgive me. God forgive me. Y'all think he can get 1,000 yards? And other than that, man, go Orioles, man.
All right, Trippy.
I get up with y'all.
We'll see you, man. 1,000 yards? I mean, he's never had 1,000
yards.
yards.
I'm here for it, but I mean, that's not on my bingo card. But hey, I'm here for it, though.
410-583-1057. Warren is in Owings Mills. What's up, Warren? It was good seeing you yesterday.
Yeah, afternoon, fellas. Good seeing you.
Hey, Warren. Warren, real quick. We appreciate the support. You are our lone survivor yesterday. That weather was wild, and we appreciate you coming and hanging with us, brother.
Yeah, it was fun. Like I said, I met you before, family. It was fun meeting Ken and Tim. Real quick, I got a Ravens question for both of you because I know you've been going to practice a lot. And Sammy, you and Vinny seem to diverge a little bit on the potential for the offense. And it seems like everybody that I've heard is impressed with the receiving core to the extent, and the Ravens must be too, because we never tried to sign a veteran that was out there except for maybe Chris Moore, and I don't think that's going to amount to anything. But my question is more about the tight ends. We haven't heard much about them, and I'm not as concerned. I think Andrews will bounce back just with a healthy Lamar and guys that can block a little bit better, even a little bit better than they did last year, pass blocking. But what do you think, Sammy, especially about apparently the run scheme that's going to be the primary one is that zone blocking technique where you got to cross the face of the guy in front of you.
Outside zone, yep.
And with Kolar gone and with Ricard gone, and Andrews was never the strongest blocker. I know the new tight end, but do you think we're going to be effective in that scheme with our present tight end room? I guess the only caveat to that is I guess when that zone read, it's more likely that the tight end of the run side is going to be blocking a smaller guy as opposed to a defensive end. But are you guys comfortable with the tight end room more so on the run blocking part than on the pass catching part?
Thanks, Warren.
Yeah, no, I'm really comfortable. I think that the outside zone scheme is outstanding, and it allows athleticism to win out. And I think Coach Ledford is the perfect hire for this implementation. And Derrick Henry, his factory setting is outside and inside zone. All you need to look is at Tennessee. Go on YouTube and pull up Derrick Henry as a Tennessee Titan and look at Ryan Tannehill handing him that ball off and look at how he wears on defenses. Yes, we're going to be multiple for sure. There'll be lead. There'll be still some zone read stuff for sure. There'll be power, but this team is going to be an outside zone scheme because those under center plays tie into play action, boot, and waggle. And let me tell you this. I believe in Hibner. Hibner has one of the highest RAS scores that you'll ever see for a tight end since the combine started. Kind of underneath the radar. I think he's really athletic. I love his size. He runs a 4.55 40. And Josh Cuevas quietly has had 5 touchdowns in the last 2 days of practice. He had 3 on Wednesday and 2 on Thursday when you look at 7-on-7 and 11-on-11. So he's flashed, and he's flashed all throughout OTAs and training camp. And I know there's been some drops here and there. The weather had some part to play in that. But I think that these young tight ends, and let me not forget about Durham Smythe. I mean, he came here for a reason. I think he's more athletic than people give him credit for. I get the sense, this is not me. I am not down on this tight end room. I'm not. I'm actually big on this tight end room. I actually think that 13 personnel will become a factor later in the season. If you look at what the Rams did when their receivers went down, I think the 13 personnel package is excellent for a group of tight ends that are athletic. Mark Andrews is going to be effective. Hibner is going to be effective. Cuevas is going to be effective. Whether it's Durham Smythe or Cuevas that ends up being that third tight end. And maybe initially it's going to be Durham Smythe and Mark until Hibner processes and digests this offense. But I think the athleticism of the tight end room and the run scheme that they're implementing, I think those things go hand in hand. So I'm excited. I'm higher on the tight end room than some are because I'm projecting effectiveness. I'm not basing it based on what I just see today. I'm looking at kind of how these guys play, the system that's putting in, and when they all get on the same page with this offensive line, I think it's going to be devastating.
410-583-1057. Robert, Rashawn, Josh, David, I see you guys on hold. We'll take more of your phone calls next.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
Are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan.
I'm personal injury attorney Justin Holloman. When an accident or injustice turns your life upside down, you need a strong voice on your side who truly cares. A law firm where you're more than just a case. Call my firm, The Holloman Firm. TheHollomanFirm.com.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this. What if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Hey, when was the last time you talked to your doctor about poop?
Seriously?
Well, if you have constipation with belly pain that keeps coming back, it could be irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C.
I don't, what?
So talk to your doctor because Linzess could help you get ahead of it. Oh, you there.
Linzess linaclotide is the #1 prescribed branded treatment for IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily prescription pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2 years old. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
And Doug.
Hot dog, get
your hot dog.
Customize and save with Liberty Mutual.
Hey, what are you doing?
I like your method. Direct, to the point. A little loud, but...
Listen, people don't buy car insurance the same way they do hot dogs.
Not yet, but both are customizable.
Popcorn! Get your popcorn!
Hey, this is a hot dog area.
And customize and save area. Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Ever notice how the little things add up? A cracked phone screen, a dead car battery, bills creeping higher.
Oh, no.
What if your checking account could actually help with all that? It can. With Elite Checking from NASA Federal, you get smart benefits designed to save you time, money, and stress. Like get your paycheck up to 2 days early for a little breathing room. Cell phone protection to cover unexpected damage, roadside assistance for breakdowns, bill negotiation to help lower your bills, identity theft aid for peace of mind, and you can earn dividends on your balance. If your checking account isn't working hard for you, switch to Elite Checking from NASA Federal. You can do it all right online at nasafcu.com/WJZ. And you don't have to work for NASA to join NASA Federal. NASA Federal Credit Union. Smart. NASA smart. Federally insured by NCUA.
It is not hard to destroy a college. Last season, the podcast Campus Files brought you stories of fraternity drug rings, stolen body parts, campus cults, and more.
And now, Campus Files is back for another season.
There's a guy screaming into his phone. He's like, I just saw Charlie Kirk get assassinated right in front of me.
Every week is a new episode and a new story.
It was so chaotic.
It's almost like a university under siege.
Listen to and follow Campus Files. Available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Tim Barbalas, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayambadejo. It's the Final Drive on 105.7 The Fan.
I would say it definitely had me fired up in the meeting, of course, just to see how many times I got so close and was just like inches away from, making a play and changing the game around. And shout out to Weave for that because I definitely needed it at that time, big expectations from last year and big expectations rolling into this year as well. So it's definitely something I needed, and I appreciate Weave for that.
That was Ravens' second-year edge rusher Mike Green, and we heard Anthony Weaver, I think this was going back to minicamp or OTAs, Femi, when asked about Mike Green, and maybe Green didn't make enough splash plays that we thought as a rookie, but he was put in a tough situation last year where he played a lot more than anyone could have anticipated, in part because the edge room wasn't that great, in part because of injuries. Tavius Robinson, he was on IR breaking his foot, and Kyle Van Noy got hurt as well. But I think that that's going to benefit him in the long run. And also, Mike Green said the quiet part out loud on the lounge that the coaching staff didn't put them in the best position to succeed. How do you assess his rookie year, where he had 41 tackles, 3.5 sacks, 7 tackles for a loss, and 14 quarterback hits?
And how many plays did he play? Over 900, I believe it was. Can you find that? I was actually looking at Pro Football Reference. I couldn't find it quick enough, but
he played 712.
Oh, okay, so not 900. Okay, I'm
62.7% of the
total snaps. Okay,
yeah.
All right. So I think that everybody was really excited when Mike Green got drafted. And I think that the injuries and just kind of, it all kind of feeds together, right? The pass rush didn't get there, but as a young guy, you look to veterans. Yeah. Not having Nnamdi, I think, was a big issue, right? I think Kyle getting injured, Vinoy getting injured, I think was a big issue. It's not having Kyle Hamilton for stints and Roquan not being there. It seems like at some point, everyone that mattered on that defense gets hurt. And when you have a bunch of young guys out there, I mean, the Houston game had to be the low of the low for any Ravens game that I can think of. Maybe
it was low for the John Harbaugh era.
The only other game that I could think of where I felt lower was probably the Jacksonville game back in 20.
London,
that game.
2017.
Exactly. But that felt very similar though. You know what I mean? For those of you that don't know, go back and look it up. It's not fun. So I understand the kind of probably not hitting the expectation level, but I think it's explainable. But when you just look at the film and you look at the pass rush and the skill set and the energy level, And if you look back at what he did in college, I believe Mike Green could have a 10-sack season.
I think he'll take a big jump this year.
Yeah, and so when I kind of break down my expectations for all the outside linebackers, I'm expecting Trey Hendrickson to have somewhere between 14 and 16 sacks. I'm expecting Tavius, and I know he's going to get kicked down. I'm expecting Tavius to have 5 sacks. I think didn't he have 4.5 last year? And I think he missed some time too. And there was no Nnamdi. I mean, Nnamdi is a guy that's going to get attention. Trey Hendrickson is a guy that's going to get attention. I think Zion can have 5 or 6 sacks. So I expect the outside linebacker group to have more sacks as a unit than the Ravens had in total last year.
410-583-1057. Let's go back out to the phones. David Rubenstein, we talked about his recent comments. He's promoting his book. He said that he's embarrassed about where the Orioles are at right now, and that's what Josh wants to talk about. What's up, Josh?
Hey, guys. First of all, I just want to say thank you guys for doing the show. Happy Friday to you.
Happy Friday.
Thanks, man. Appreciate that.
About 2 kind of semi-serious stats during Rubenstein's tenure that kind of rubbed me the wrong way. One was the addition of the TJ Rowe Price patch. I think it's tacky. I hate the look on the jersey. And last I checked, and I haven't really been up to date on the stat. Last I checked was a couple months ago. But we were 25 games under 500 since the debut of that patch. Second thing, in the same kind of energy, I don't think that a first-year owner should ever have a bobblehead promotion for himself. I thought that was tacky as well.
Yes, I agree with that. I think. Keep going, Josh. You're good, Josh.
No. I just one more thing. I think that as a result from mainly the bobblehead, I think he's got a little bit of an ego about him. So in that respect, I think that Elias is probably in the hot seat just because I think he wants to win now. He wants his name on that trophy. But outside of that, I haven't really been happy with his tenure. Just from an optics perspective.
No, thanks for the call, Josh. So I'll push back on the T-Rowe Price. Do I think it's stupid? Yes, I do. But every other team does it.
Exactly,
I can't kill the Orioles for doing it because every team in baseball pretty much does it. The bobblehead thing, okay, so here's how I view this. I think the majority of Baltimore, this is fair to say, did not like the Angelos family. And John would say a lot of dumb things. And John would put his foot in his mouth a lot. I think, I don't know this. I'm just based on being in this business for a while, PR, knowing how this goes. I think they wanted David Rubenstein out and about early on in his ownership tenure to prove like, wow, this is a personable guy. He's so much more outgoing than John. Like, he is a likable figure. That's why David Rubenstein was throwing the hats and he was the guest Mr. Splash. And they had him out and about as much as possible because anytime John would talk, he would say something stupid. That's why I think they did that. Did they go overboard in giving him a bobblehead? Absolutely. I agree with that. Look, as far as Mike being on the hot seat, I think that quote is the first time we've heard Rubenstein and his disdain with the current product. I think everything has been roses and butterflies and rainbows prior to that. The tone shift was evident.
Yeah, this is outside my zone. I just don't care about some. Look, is it petty? Does it look odd optically? I think the caller made that point. I can totally get behind it. It's just not something I care about. You know what I mean? I care more about the product on the field. Are you winning games? Are you not winning games? As a kind of a comparison, I think you hit the nail on the head when you compare Peter Angelos and you compare, Rubenstein. I can understand from a marketing perspective what they were trying to do, and maybe it missed the mark.
I definitely understand it too. But I understand why they did it.
But in regard to marketing, like you said, every single team. This isn't just baseball. This is the NBA. This is the NFL and Major League Baseball. The marketing and the revenue dollars that come in from the patches and stuff. I think that money's being put to good use. I don't even notice it anymore, to be honest. And the idea that there's no correlation, obviously, and I'm sure the caller knows there's no correlation between a patch and a record. Like that's so. He brought the stat up, but
I'll push back on that.
It's not significant.
One more real quick, Rashawn. What's up, Rashawn?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Thanks for taking my call, man.
Yeah,
what's up, Sean?
First of all, like, y'all got to ask one, like, Trippy talking about Mike a liar. He's a liar. Like, first of all, why y'all let him slide with that? Like, you got to ask him, what did he lie about? You know, you can't just be throwing stuff out there like that. I don't think the guy's a liar.
I'm not going to call Mike a liar. Yeah. I did not call Mike a liar. Yeah. That was,
No, I think I know what he's saying, Rashawn. But no, go ahead. If you have another part to your question,
But as far as the Rubenstein thing, I guarantee that wasn't his idea with the bobblehead. You know, that came from the promotion.
Sure. I'm with you, Rashawn. I agree 100% with that.
Yeah, and he was like, okay, I don't care. I guess so.
Yeah,
he
just went along with it. Hey, I'm a new owner, whatever. No, I agree with that.
Yeah, but my thing is, real quick, with this road trip we coming up on, I think it's a 10-game road trip because we got 4 games in Tampa, if I'm not mistaken, next weekend. That's correct. Right?
Yep.
I think they got to go at the minimum 6 and 4 on this road trip if they legit want to be, seriously contenders, man. But I'm just worried about us running into these pitchers this weekend, man. Like, we got Nathan Eovaldi tonight,
Eovaldi tonight and DeGrom tomorrow.
Yes. And you see what happened last weekend when the Phillies came to town, Saturday and Sunday, when we faced legit pitchers.
Josh Sanchez.
Rashawn, they don't even have to face legit pitchers. I don't consider Ryan Johnson a legit pitcher. And he did pretty well yesterday.
You would think we were facing Randy Johnson, not Ryan Johnson, man. Like, that was supposed to have been a sweep, man. But like, what gets me with this team is the first game of the Angels series, man. Like, I thought we were gonna lose that because they had I forgot the guy's name that was pitching the first game one.
Reed Detmers,
right? You would thought Reed Detmers would have gave us problems, man. But Ryan Johnson for the second time this season. Like, honestly, I want the Orioles to go to the playoffs, the World Cup, but we don't all know this fool's gold, and it's not going to happen. I just need them to keep me occupied and keep me happy until at least,
week 1?
Week 3, because week 3 is the
Cowboys,
Cowboys game. And that's the last game of the season. We'll be in New York, I believe, playing the Yankees. So hopefully that game means something right there. Yeah. I just love baseball, and I'm just not ready for it to end. And that's all.
I'm with you, Rashawn. Thanks for the call, man. It's been a frustrating season, to say the least. At 3:45, we're going to get into Tavius Robinson, who Femi's been talking up a lot. Is he really flying under the radar? That's 3:45. But coming up next, Chris Rose, NFL Network, John Boy Media. We're going to talk Ravens with him. We're going to talk O's with him on the other side.
If you missed today's Vinny and Haynie show, have segments, hours, or full show delivered daily to your phone. Subscribe to the podcast and listen anytime on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts. Vinny and Haynie, live on the Fan's YouTube channel, tomorrow 10 till 2, 105.7 The Fan.
Don't let summer or your love life fly by. Lions Den has everything you need to keep the excitement going. A huge selection, knowledgeable staff, and comfortable shopping. Visit Lions Den today. Pleasure, passion, romance. LionsDen.com.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread build-it-yourself furniture, that came in 47 different pieces.
Why do I have 6 extra screws?
With extremely vague instructions.
What are these? Hieroglyphics?
Then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new break you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-505-7103. 800-505-7103. 800-505-7103.
There are many reasons to hire Morgan & Morgan for your injury case. Here's reason 17. In today's new world, many law firms have had money injected into their firms by Wall Street, private equity, and other lenders. This money usually comes in at very, very high interest rates. It's one of the reasons you see so many lawyers advertising. I'm John Morgan. This money is expensive and the interest compounds quickly. These law firms can have a huge need for cash just to pay that debt. Why does it matter to you? My fear is your case is settled early and for far less than it's worth, just to service the loan that has mafia-like rates. Our financial strength is your advantage. That plus our reputation makes our firm your firm. Visit forthepeople.com to see our results and verdicts. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Why do landscaping pros prefer Echo outdoor power equipment? In a word, power. Echo Power means extreme power, day in and day out, sun up to sundown. Professional-grade Echo blowers, string trimmers, and chainsaws maximize productivity, powering through the toughest jobs nature can throw their way. Experience Echo Power for yourself at Liberty Discount Lawn Equipment in Upperco, or visit libertydiscount.com to learn more. That's libertydiscount.com. Echo. Power on and on.
Play more, win big, all summer long during the 12th anniversary celebration at Horseshoe Baltimore. Bigger prizes, bigger moments. Don't miss your chance to win. Earn 12 times rewards on Friday, August 21st. Then join Horseshoe Casino on Saturday, August 22nd for your chance to win a $1,200 cash prize in their special anniversary drawing. Get in on the action at Horseshoe Baltimore for all the excitement. At Horseshoe, there is something for everyone. Baltimore's best bet. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my home insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check to see which type of soap I put into the dishwasher. Not so good. Well, looks like the kids are enjoying their new indoor slip and slide.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Not available in every state. Potential savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
Mike Green is looking to take a leap in his second year. Green had 41 tackles, including 7 for a loss, 3.5 sacks, and 14 QB hits as a rookie. He feels much more comfortable heading into this season.
I'm a lot more comfortable out there now on my second year in the playbook and everything like that. So, I'm a lot more comfortable out there. I got 1 year under my belt, and I'm just going to be excited for this year as well.
The Orioles are set to open up a 10-game road trip with the Rangers up first tonight. The starting pitching matchup features Shane Baz opposite Nathan Eovaldi. Baltimore baseball tonight presented by Jerry's Home Services with Steve Molesky and yours truly gets underway at 6. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the upper 80s with an overnight low of 72. Tomorrow has a chance of rain and a high of 92. I'm Tim Barbalese, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio, 105.7 The Fan.
Tim Barbalese, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayanbadejo. It's the final drive on 105.7 The Fan.
O's have a pivotal series, Femi. They're a game out of the wild card hunts. You wouldn't have thought that with how the trade deadline went, but they're a game behind the Rangers, who they're taking on game 1 of a 3-game series tonight. Baltimore baseball tonight. Yours truly, Steve Molesky, tonight at 6, 8:15 first pitch. But joining us now to talk O's, Ravens, NFL, MLB, he is Chris Rose of NFL Network and John Boy Media. And Chris, let's start with the O's. Just your reaction to the degree that Mike Elias ended up selling on Monday.
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously Adley is the one that kind of shocked the baseball world a bit. But, I mean, I remember having the discussion probably 2 years ago on our daily podcast, Baseball Today, and wondering, what is it that Adley could get? It was probably even longer than that when he was really probably at the peak of his young career. We said if the Orioles offered him $200 million right now, does he sign it or not? I remember having a talk about that. And then, the injuries have happened and the inconsistent play have happened, and then all of a sudden you're trying to figure out where he sits in the catching pecking order around baseball. So, there were a couple of catcher-needy teams out there, some of whom added and some of whom did not. So I guess the fact that he moved wasn't so shocking. Dean Kramer, he had been kind of up and down with them, more of an innings eater than anything else. And then Taylor Ward made sense because he's a rental, and if they feel like they could get something back, and Seattle obviously was willing to give up something. But it feels like the package that they got for Adley is attractive. What it turns into, we'll see, but it certainly made sense from a baseball standpoint. And the fact that they're only a game out here in a crappy league, good for them.
Chris, let's talk about the other side of it. A guy that thought he might get a call, but is here and stayed pat, which is Trevor Rogers.
Right.
He's evened his record at 7-7. He's looked outstanding. The four-seam fastball, it's exploding out of his hand. A part of me, I'm just confused on why this deal hasn't been consummated. I understand there's a strikeout potentially looming. I get all that, the CBA issues, but he seems like a guy you want to keep around. And any thoughts on why this hasn't happened yet?
Not necessarily. I thought after his strong finish last year, they would have tried to get something done. You're talking about a guy he'll turn 29 early in the off season. And, once they do eventually get back to work, that's somebody that's going to be awfully enticing, I think. I think they probably feel like he's made it through his rough waters. Is he great? No. Is he dependable? Yes. Is he left-handed? Yes. That one I figured out on my own. So, I am surprised about that one because he's a known commodity at this point. Obviously you weathered the storm with him after sending him down pretty much right after you got him. And so that doesn't exactly make perfect sense for me, but the Orioles haven't made a ton of long-term investments at all. So I don't know exactly where this franchise is headed. They feel a little, I'm not going to exactly call them rudderless, but I'm leaning in that direction.
We're speaking to Chris Rose, John Boy Media, NFL Network. It's the Final Drive on 105.7 The Fan. Well, Chris, let's go to the team that acquired Adley Rutschman. This Red Sox team is unbelievable. They fired Alex Cora in Baltimore during that series in April. And here they are where they were dead, they were buried, and all they've gone is 31-5 over their last 36 games. How do you explain this?
Can't. I think we were all trying to figure out what the hell went wrong in the first half, right? So we're on what? We're on August 7th. 2 months ago, they were, let's see here. I got the standings in front of me. So they were 14 games under on June 18th.
It's crazy.
7 weeks ago. And now look where they are. It is pretty incredible. And today on our show, we discussed whether or not they're the biggest hurdle for the Dodgers, right? And some people say, well, they just swept the Dodgers in L.A. I'm always a little finicky with that stuff. The next time they would play the Dodgers would be in late October. And so that's 2.5 months from now. Who knows what the health of each of those teams looks like. But the way that Boston is constructed, and if Garrett Crochet comes back, could you imagine an 8-9 inning combination of Crochet and Chapman coming out of the bullpen? Like, if I'm a left-handed hitter on any possible playoff contender, I'm calling in sick. Like, I'll call in sick after the 6th inning, after I get in at bat. I'll be like, yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
Look, this is probably going to be odd to ask a question about the Hall of Fame game, but I was kind of mesmerized by these young quarterbacks last night. I only tuned in because I wanted to see what Carson Beck was going to do. I don't have an opinion on Carson. I've seen his trials and tribulations and his traveling and matriculating around, throughout his college career. But dang, if those young guys didn't play well last night. Not just him, but King and even the other guy I'd never even heard of. What was the kid's name?
I was busy watching Boston. At that point,
you were
I was busy watching Boston and Chicago in baseball. So I watched the first half, and I was like, oh, that was entertaining, and then called it kind of a day.
Okay, let's pivot away from that then. Let me ask you about Lamar Jackson. That's a little easier, right? Everyone's paying attention to Lamar, and Lamar's having a great camp, by the way. I don't know if you've had any chance to see anything, but he's in great shape. He's floating around the field. I believe they're going to get peak powers Lamar in regard to all the running, all the throwing. I had a firsthand view and saw how the injuries took their toll last year. What is your analysis of the national media, NFL executives, these kind of rankings? You know, he'll be unranked in one set of voting, and he'll be top 2, 3, 4, 5 in others. Give me your sense of this polarization around Lamar and the amnesia kind of around a 2-time MVP. Obviously, I'm biased here. I think he's a bit mistreated. Elevator down when things don't go right. Stairs up when he does things the right way. What's your take on it all?
I think that's probably most guys, but I don't know who's not giving him any sort of good ranking. I mean, for the most part, the people I talk to and the people that I follow and read, he's in that first tier of quarterbacks. I mean, when you're talking about the best in the sport, right now it's in whatever order you want to put them in: Mahomes, Burrow, Allen, Lamar. I mean, that feels like the first 4. I don't think anybody else cracks that group. I mean, it's certainly not Justin Herbert. Drake May obviously took a monumental leap forward last year, but he's not quite there. Caleb Williams is fascinating. He's a great talent. And once again, he made big steps, I thought, last year, but he's not there. Dak always feels like the next tier of really good, solid quarterbacks. But I don't think anybody is. Now, you know, the whole question about how successful a career arc can a guy have. We're talking about Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson because they're the two best that haven't even reached a Super Bowl at this point. That's fine if you want to have that discussion or hanging out with your buddies. That's fine. But I don't think anybody is taking huge shots at Lamar, and I just don't see it that way. I mean, yes, are there the question marks when he gets to January? Yeah, and those are fair. I mean, those are, you have to deal in facts with that. But as far as a regular season quarterback, when he plays, he's been borderline exceptional.
He's Chris Rose, NFL Network, BattleBots, and Dugout Discussions, Baseball Today, John Boy Media. Chris, thanks as always, man. We appreciate it. Have a good weekend.
You got it. And it was Slovis. He's the kid that started at USC, and then he finished at BYU that I think you're talking about.
Yep.
Thanks, Chris.
Yep. Thank you.
All right, guys. We'll see you. Coming up at 4, we are going to get into the Hall of Fame game that Femi was alluding to. But coming up next, Tavius Robinson. Is he flying under the radar a bit? We're talking a lot about Trey Hendrickson, Mike Green, Zion Young. What about Tavius Robinson? We'll tell you next.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Lions and Jahmyr Gibbs have agreed to a new contract extension. 3 years, $67.5 million deal with $51.5 million guaranteed. Gibbs is the last of the star running backs to receive a new deal in the last couple of days. The new deal for Gibbs now makes him the highest paid running back in the NFL. I'm Chris Black.
.5.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
John's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, where he can get a battery for under $100. Lonnie, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge. And Lonnie does that for free too. In no time at all, John is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Baseball season is in full swing, and there's no better place to be than Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform. Last week, New York was trading at 13% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out $712 with a win. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. Download the Kalshi app and use code UPDATE to get up to $500 in bonus credits when you trade $25. Kalshi, trade on anything. 18 plus only, must be present in state where it is legal to trade. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. Bonus credits do not expire. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
Riding a motorcycle requires balance, alertness, and quick reactions. There is no margin for error. If you're thinking about drinking and riding a motorcycle, then you're not really thinking. When your abilities are impaired and you make a mistake, it could be deadly. Make the smart choice if you plan to ride. Be the sober driver. Be the driver who saves lives. Go to zerodeathsmd.gov. This message is brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and nearly 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. Left untreated, these veins can cause tired, heavy legs, swelling, burning, cramping, aching, even restless leg syndrome. In some cases, it can lead to serious health risks, like blood clots. USA Vein Clinics offers minimally invasive treatments that take as little as 15 minutes, covered by most insurances. Call 410-921-0667 and schedule your appointment today. Don't wait. Call 410-921-0667 for free information today. Imagine walking, exercising, and sleeping peacefully again. Varicose and spider veins won't go away on their own. USA Vein Clinics can help. Call 410-921-0667 for fast, easy, and affordable solutions. USA Vein Clinics treatments are covered by most insurance plans. Don't put this off any longer. Call 410-921-0667.
Here are some essential can't-miss concerts coming to the DMV this summer. At Merriweather Post Pavilion, it's a triple header of shows starting with country music star Thomas Rhett on August 13th, The Fray with Dashboard Confessional on August 14th, and the iconic Zac Brown Band on August 15th. Then at the Anthem, catch the Texas country rocker Co Wetzel on August 20th. Get your tickets for these shows and more at impconcerts.com. That's impconcerts.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Hot and humid and temps in the low 90s through the weekend, and some strong to severe storms on Friday and Saturday.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
John's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, where he can get a battery for under $100. Lonnie, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge. And Lonnie does that for free too. In no time at all, John is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Baseball season is in full swing, and there's no better place to be than Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform. Last week, New York was trading at 13% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out $712 with a win. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. Download the Kalshi app and use code UPDATE to get up to $500 in bonus credits when you trade $25. Kalshi, trade on anything. 18 plus only, must be present in state where it is legal to trade. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. Bonus credits do not expire. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
Tim Barbalas, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayanbadejo. It's the Final Drive on 105.7 The Fan.
Tavius Robinson,
when you look up what it means to be a Baltimore Raven, right, Tavius Robinson is that guy, right? You look him up in the dictionary, like you look that up, like that's who you see. T-Rob he exemplifies everything in terms of what it means to be a Baltimore Raven. He's violent-minded, plays with his hair on fire. Like, he does every little thing right. By the way, he's one of the best humans on the football team. And so, again, you can't lose with a guy like that. Like, he's an unbelievable young man to coach.
That's outside linebackers coach Harlan Bauer, really talking heavy praise for Tavius Robinson. And Tavius Robinson, he ended up only playing in 10 games last year because he suffered a broken foot during the game against the Rams in October. And you said Femi still finished with a career-high 4.5 sacks, 10 quarterback hits. Has he sort of fallen under the radar, just considering the additions that Eric DeCosta has made at edge?
First of all, Harlan Bauer, give that man an applause. Tip my cap. Go listen to him talk sometime. The dude is articulate. He came from Duke. Oh my goodness. I mean, when you hear a coach talk that way about a player and just the adjectives that he used, like he does embody kind of the play like a Raven moniker. And I've been sensing this about Tavius for a while now. Looking at, once again, I know I'm beating a drum that I've been kind of speaking to, that this team in general came into camp at their fighting weight. They didn't use camp to get in shape. A lot of them came in camp ready to go, and Tavius is one of those guys. He looks phenomenal. The thing I love about Tavius is you can reduce him down. I thought your comp off the cuff yesterday of Jarrett Johnson was a great one. I even think Tavius is more athletic and a little bit bigger, but that takes nothing away from Double J. I mean, he was a great player for the Ravens.
Yeah, the comparison is Tavius Robinson isn't this pass rush demon.
Yeah.
He's not this game wrecker per se, but he's that lunch pail guy. He's someone that every single team needs, where he does all the dirty work. It might not always show up in the stat sheet, but he's just a rock solid football player.
I think the part that I'm interested to see is that the part the nuance is that what you described is, I think, where he is right now. But I actually think he can elevate his game to being more of a guy that's going to get another contract, and you're going to look at it later and go, wow, that was a sneaky good, like really solid contract
and to
extension.
To be fair, Femi, he's entering a contract here. If he continues what he is, he's going to get a solid deal.
Look, I think if he plays 17 games with the distractions along this front, from Nnamdi to Travis to Trey to Mike Green, potentially Zion Young, like you're not going to be able to just, say, hey, we're going to double team this guy and forget about the rest of them. I mean, the truth of the matter is I think Tavius, when I was going through my kind of paper, listing of sacks, I think I had him at 5, but I thought he played more than 10 games. I didn't realize that he missed 7 games last year.
Yeah, broken foot.
Yeah, that makes me. And then when I think about the cast of characters he's playing with, why couldn't he have 8 sacks next year? I think he could. So I'm a big Tavius fan. I've been watching him closely at camp. I'm impressed with the way he's handled himself, and I'm impressed with the way that people voluntarily enter or voluntarily give information about what they're seeing. Like, people aren't necessarily asking about Tavius. People are volunteering this. Now, obviously, Harlan Bauer's his coach, so he's there and he's going to speak about him. But I'm not the only one that sees the rise of Tavius. Others are noticing it as well, that from the media.
410-583-1057. O's, they're set to begin a 10-game road trip. First up with the Rangers, game 1 of a 3-game series tonight. Baltimore baseball tonight. Steve Molesky and your boy. Before we step out, Robert is in Howard County. Robert, thanks for holding.
Hi. The Cowser Beavers thing about not being able to hit left-handers is a really silly argument. They can't hit right-handers. So why would you even think that they're hitting left-handers? Here's the facts. Cowser hit for 2 months as a rookie. That was about 1,000 at-bats, 950 at-bats ago. He's been a bad major league hitter since then, and he appears to be getting worse. He's not improving. Beavers, he's hitting 240. He can't field. He has, I believe, 2 home runs. I think he's got around 200 plate appearances, or 180 or something along those lines. So he's getting a home run 1 out of every 100 at-bats, and he can't field. And it's time for Elias and the fans and to realize these guys are not good major leaguers. We got to write them off and start figuring out what we're doing for outfielders, because on this roster, we really don't have any.
Well,
Tyler O'Neill, let me finish with Tyler O'Neill. He was a good player 2 years ago, and we paid him $49 million, and now he's a below average player. So we need a left fielder and a center fielder for next year. I'm writing off this year, and those three stiffs that I mentioned can all tag team right field, and you might get a below average player out of them.
Thanks for the call, Robert. Look, outfield is a serious question, and I said a couple days ago that I would play those guys, and I stand by playing those guys over the remaining 2 months. I understand the frustrations with Cowser. He's been an extremely, extremely streaky player. He had a fantastic month of May where his OPS was over 900, and since then it's been rough. I'll grant you that. He can play center field. That is abundantly clear. And Dylan Beavers, I'm not writing off Dylan Beavers right now. I still have high hopes for Dylan Beavers. I'll grant you, he's struggled in the field. He's not a center fielder, I can tell you that, but I think he will be able to play in a corner outfield spot. Tyler O'Neill, you give him credit for these past couple months, but prior to that, he just has not come close to living up to the contract. I don't view him in the future plans of this organization, but I still will stand by the point. I want Dylan Beavers to play every single day the rest of the way. I want Colton Cowser to play every day or close to it the rest of the way, because I got to start getting answers on these guys.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. And I understand the caller's frustration. But I think this 45, 46 game stretch, however many games are left, is a perfect audition. There is a psychological advantage that players have when they know how they're going to be played. I haven't been a big fan of the mixing and matching. I think you've got to march out your best 9 guys in your lineup. The defense is the defense at this point. I trust the starting pitching. The bullpen, I think there's some bright spots. There's obviously a few questions. It's been pretty good lately. But in regard to Cowser, Beavers, and Tyler O'Neill, I'm with you. I think you put it perfectly. I don't need to add anything else to that. Let these guys go out there and play. And if Tyler's going to get some time and pinch hit and continue to do that, well, then hey, maybe it gives them a chance to become a wildcard team.
Coming up at 4:30, Jerry Coleman is going to be joining us. 4:15, we're going to get back into the Ravens. We really haven't talked all that much about Tyler Loop or Ryan Eckley, the rookie punter. How do we feel about the kicking and the punting situation for this team? But coming up next, we're going around the NFL. We're going to touch on the Hall of Fame game last night. Running backs, man. The market was suppressed for so long. Running backs are making it rain, baby.
Booming.
And Jason Licht, the Bucks GM, he made some interesting comments about Vita Vea, who was perceived to be on the block. Baker Mayfield, what's going on with that contract situation? We're going to get into it next.
Big Bad Morning Show, Vinny and Haynie, and the Final Drive, live on YouTube, Monday through Friday, 6 till 6. Search 105.7 The Fan, Baltimore, and never miss a moment of coverage on the teams you love.
The summer sell-a-thon is happening now at Bob Bell Nissan. Choose from 4 great Nissan models priced under $30,000, ready to drive home today. Credit challenges? We say yes. Your best drive starts this summer. Visit BobBellNissan.com or call 410-288-2500 today.
That's Elena's family group chat. It never stops. Someone's always sending a blessing
or starting a poll about the baby shower theme at midnight.
With Real Unlimited from Total Wireless, she's always in the loop, whether she wants to be or not. Switch to Total Wireless Total Starter Plan or higher and get a Samsung Galaxy A16 5G on us. Total Wireless, your own Real Unlimited. Offer ends 11/4/2026 or while supplies last. Devices, taxes, and fees may apply.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46, and I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked In buildings, stay ready. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Here's the deal. The government is over $38 trillion in debt, which means the IRS isn't slowing down. And the tax code is complex and unforgiving. So it's not surprising if you're one of the millions of Americans that owe back taxes to the IRS. Unfortunately, they're the world's most powerful collection agency, with the ability to garnish your wages, seize your bank accounts, and even take your home or business. But don't be stressed or worried any longer. We're Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. We have resolved over $3 billion in tax debt for our clients. Our award-winning professionals deal with the IRS every single day, protecting our clients and preparing them for the best possible resolution. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, give Optima a call today.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Join Pickles Pub this summer as they give away 50 most interesting Man of the Year bobbleheads. Just purchase a bucket of Dos Equis for $30 on the day of a stadium bobblehead promotion and it's yours. Newly renovated, Pickles offers an atmosphere fun for families and friends with their new 55 TV system upgrade with a Jumbotron and video wall. So stop in and get your most interesting Man of the Year bobblehead with the purchase of a bucket of Dos Equis on the day of the stadium bobblehead promotion this summer only at Pickles Pub while supplies last.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Join 105.7 The Fan's Baltimore Baseball tonight before every weeknight home baseball game at Pickles Pub as we broadcast live. Enjoy their 32-ounce Orange Crush. And on select nights, pick up a free 105.7 The Fan and Science & Kirk bucket hat, courtesy of Science & Kirk Lawyers. YouHaveALawyer.com.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
Rashad Bateman is looking to bounce back from a disappointing 2025 season. Bateman had 19 catches for 224 yards and 2 touchdowns, but believes Declan Doyle's system will help him get back to his 2024 form.
I feel like the details of it, and like I said, I moved around. I'm moving around a lot. I'm in the slot, outside, and I think that's a blessing for me. I appreciate him for, doing that. So I get to show my talent, more and more.
Shane Boz will take the ball in the start of a 3-game series against the Rangers tonight. Last time out versus the Phillies, Boz took a tough luck loss as he threw 6 1/3 innings of 1-run ball, but the O's gave him no run support. Nathan Eovaldi will start for Texas. BBT presented by Jerry's Home Services with Steve Molesky and yours truly gets underway at 6. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the upper 80s with an overnight low of 72. Tomorrow has a chance of rain and a high of 92. I'm Tim Barbalese, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Tim Barbalese, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayambadejo. It's the final drive on 105.7 The Fan.
Box. We're back to home. Have a chance.
Game on the line. King, he's going to step up. Pumps, runs, goal line. Is he in? Yes! Carolina wins! King's king. King of the night.
Mike Tirico on the call, courtesy of NBC. And that was our first football game, albeit it didn't count. It was fake football, but it was our first football game since the Super Bowl, Femi. So we're kind of back, right?
Yeah, working our way into it.
And the Ravens preseason opener, 8 days away at M&T Bank Stadium. Ravens are hosting the Eagles, but just quick observations from last night. Carson Beck, man, he was tossing that pill.
My goodness, Carson looks so good. I mean, they had 800 yards of offense last night. That was wild. They ran the ball, they threw the ball, they converted third downs. I mean, there were so many young kids that I was impressed with, but since Carolina won the game on Haynes King's walk-off, let me just start with him. Quarterback out of Georgia Tech. I saw him in a bunch of my mock drafts. Super athletic. I think Chris Collinsworth, I actually, I'm going to agree with Collinsworth here. I don't want anyone to get mad at me, but he was so patient. We know that he has his legs. For anyone that scouted him, we know that he can run, but his poise in the pocket, his ability to distribute the football, I was super impressed with Haynes King. I was also really impressed with Kenny Pickett, dude. I mean, he came down and, he came in, I think he was 8 for 11 for 62 yards, no touchdowns, no interceptions, but, he looked efficient. I think all the quarterbacks last night, and this even goes for Slovis. And I guess I should know who Slovis is. I mean, Keaton Slovis was the quarterback at BYU. I don't think I can, in recent history, can't think of a bunch of, and look, I understand that Kenny Pickett is not a rookie, but he was out there and he played well. But all these young guys to go out there and do what they did, I mean, the receiver Brooks and Virgil, these guys were catching everything. I mean, these guys are trying to make a football team. So just the operation across the board, the entertainment. I mean, I played in a Hall of Fame game, which I told you about before. These games are kind of boring a lot of times,
Sure.
and these games are usually low scoring. Yeah. I mean, it's so early in the season. People don't care much about it. It's really about the guys that are going into the Hall than it is about the game itself. But it is literally, and this is not hyperbole, the most entertaining Hall of Fame game I've ever seen. I haven't seen an operation on both sides of the ball. There were defensive turnovers forced. Peanut Tillman, one of my former teammates with the Bears, he kind of owns that peanut punch, as they call it. I saw both guys on both sides, both teams do implement that strategy, and it worked. So once again, just really happy for Carson Beck. I think in his mind, he probably saw himself as a first-round pick, but he went out there and played well. It won't matter if he ends up becoming the starter in Arizona at some point.
Running backs, man, they got paid this week. Saquon Barkley, he reset the market when he signed his latest deal with the Eagles, averaging $20.6 million per year. Jonathan Taylor, he got a 2-year tack-on extension, $44 million. Bijan Robinson signed a 3-year, $66.75 million contract this week. And then Jahmyr Gibbs, he one-upped it by $750,000, 3 years, $67.5 million. So running backs starting to get paid again.
Let me start with Jonathan Taylor first. First of all three of these guys are complete backs. Pass protection, route running, and obviously the rushing part, which is a prerequisite as a running back. My favorite running back in the NFL, just from pure skill set, outside of watching Derrick Henry, who's the best pure runner in the league, in my opinion, Jahmyr Gibbs is the most complete running back in the NFL in regard to everything that he can do. He and Derrick Henry, along with Keaton Mitchell, I think had like 6 of the fastest next-gen stat times in regards to miles per hour running. I mean, just insanity. And no one's catching Jahmyr Gibbs in the open field. Like, it's just not happening. He's shifty. A lot of people scratched their head when he was drafted. I think he was number 12 overall by Detroit, I believe. We could look that up. But the Lions knew what they were getting. They saw something in him, and he's lived up to all of it, in my opinion, and exceeded it to some degree. And now he's the sole back in Detroit. He's going to be getting the brunt of the carries, the brunt of the opportunities on third down and these choice and option routes that he likes to run and the wheel routes and things like that. He is probably going to be the number 1 back off the board in fantasy for me, not Bijan. I love Bijan too, but Jahmyr Gibbs. And I'm so happy that all 3 of these guys got paid. And once again, let me give Bijan his flowers too for a second, because I talked about the other 2. He's just right, just below Jahmyr for me, but also outstanding. I can't say enough about how good and how complete all 3 backs are.
Number 12 overall, you nailed it.
Okay, good.
With Jahmyr Gibbs. And finally, Jason Licht, the GM of the Bucks, he said that there are no plans of trading Vita Vea, saying I have no plans on trading him. Doesn't see it ending in anything This was after Colin Roberts of the Tampa Bay Times said that he doesn't see it ending in anything but a trade, talking about Vita Vea. Licht went on to say, we love Vita. We've been engaged with his agent recently. I don't know how it's going to end, but we've been engaged, and that's at least some progress. Also talked about Baker Mayfield, saying he still views him as Tampa Bay's franchise quarterback.
Yeah, in my notes here, I saw that Light had mentioned, and I think this might be a little strategery here. He mentioned that he thinks the relationship is salvageable. That doesn't sound good to me.
No.
That sounds like to me is that he doesn't want to seem thirsty, or that they can, make some bargain deal to get Vita Vea. I'm going to say 60-40. He's gone. But it's football. These things are hard to get done. I wouldn't be surprised if he ended up staying in Tampa. To be honest, I don't know what the underlying issue is between Vita Vea and the front office. Might need to look into that a little bit more. That might give me a little bit better of an understanding as to why Vita Vea requested the trade. I did hear that he wants to play on the West Coast. I did hear that from Vita. In regard to Baker, did you watch Quarterback this season?
I haven't seen it, but I've seen clips.
Really good. First of all, Joe Flacco steals the whole thing, no doubt. But Baker is Baker. He's definitely cooking. Real fun to watch. And I think Baker's self-awareness and his ability to be self-deprecating and kind of see like why he could be irritating and annoying, but that he owns it, and he has 2 kids now. He just talks about his own evolution and his development and some of the dumb things that he's done. Look, I don't think Baker is a top 10 quarterback. I think we've talked about this. I think he's somewhere between 12 and 15. He's definitely, he's had his years where the stats were eye-popping for sure. But I don't understand the trepidation on, look, he had a better season 2 years ago. They were charging in the NFC South last year and then kind of crumbled toward the end. They probably, I don't know if they're uncertain if Baker's the right guy for them, but quarterbacks like him just don't grow on trees. You know what I mean? Very few starters, I think, play at the level that Baker does, plus his competitive kind of energy, and his teammates love him, like his offensive line and the guys that he plays with. And I think Baker can make all the throws. Yes, he's a little bit shorter, and yes, he's had some injury issues with some of the reckless play. I would extend him personally because I just don't see other options for Tampa going forward. So yeah, I'm a Baker fan.
No, I am too. And I, full disclosure, did not like him all that much when he was with the Browns, but he grew on me probably ever since the Rams, where they signed him, and then 12 hours later, seemingly, he was starting a football game, and they won. And obviously, his time in Tampa, I've definitely grown to be a Baker Mayfield fan. Coming up at 4:45, we're going to get back into the O's, and the offense has been struggling. They have been held to 13 runs or less in 10 of their last 12 series. Can the offense do enough to stay afloat? That's at 4:45. Jerry Coleman is going to be joining us at 4:30. But coming up next, how confident are we in the kicking and punting situation for the Ravens?
If you're thinking about it
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is brought to you by Jerry's Home Services. Just ask Jerry's. Jerry's Home Services is the choice of Maryland homeowners for all their interior and exterior renovation needs. With an impeccable industry reputation, just ask Jerry's for a fast, free estimate by calling 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com. Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Science and Kirk.
Mike Bordick here. I know a little something about a winning team. If you're hurt, call the hometown team of Science and Kirk. Don't let an auto accident take you out of the game. If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. YouHaveALawyer.com.
Powerball is always big fun. Right now, it's really big fun. The Powerball jackpot is estimated at $856 million. That's right, $856 million. Play today at any Maryland lottery retailer, and please play responsibly.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new break you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really helped me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-505-7103. 800-505-7103. 800-505-7103.
To make exercise a habit, find something you enjoy, like shopping. It counts as a workout when it's Kohl's Active Sale. Get 20% off across the store and 25% off top active brands that'll have you feeling your best. Adding to your cart is pretty much cardio, right? Find out at Kohl's. Select styles. 25% offer ends August 15th. 20% offer ends August 16th. Exclusions apply. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Ever notice how the little things add up? A cracked phone screen, a dead car battery, bills creeping higher.
Oh, no.
What if your checking account could actually help with all that? It can. With Elite Checking from NASA Federal, you get smart benefits designed to save you time, money, and stress. Like get your paycheck up to 2 days early for a little breathing room. Cell phone protection to cover unexpected damage, roadside assistance for breakdowns, bill negotiation to help lower your bills, identity theft aid for peace of mind, and you can earn dividends on your balance. If your checking account isn't working hard for you, switch to Elite Checking from NASA Federal. You could do it all right online at nasafcu.com/WJZ. And you don't have to work for NASA to join NASA Federal. NASA Federal Credit Union. Smart. NASA smart. Federally insured by NCUA.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan. From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center. Sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Outer loop of the Beltway after Liberty Road, clearing some debris from the right side there. Just use caution, stay to the left. Outer loop of the Beltway at 83, the Jones Falls Expressway. Disabled vehicles being cleared out of the way. It's heavy from York Road. Harrisburg Expressway, 83 southbound heavy from Timonium Road to the Beltway. 95 northbound is heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound at Waterview Avenue, there's an accident, and it remains heavy from there to I-95 and Russell Street, and 895 northbound heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Tim Barbalace.
So we're comfortable with him kicking wherever we need him to kick the ball. If he, wherever, when Coach Justice says, field goal team, go out there and we got to go kick and make 3 points, we have the confidence in Tyler Luke to go out and make any kick from anywhere on the field. And he's proven that so far in training camp. He's going out there. He's kicking yesterday. He kicked a 57-yarder. He made a 57-yarder. He made a 53-yarder. He made a 49-yarder. And then he made like several under 45. You know, so right now we love where he's at.
Special teams coordinator Anthony Levine talking about his second-year kicker, Tyler Loop. And obviously the last time we saw Tyler Loop attempt to kick, he missed it against the Steelers. If he would have made it, Ravens would have won the AFC North. He missed it. Ravens went home, and that was their season. Now, a lot has been brought up, Femi, and I'll admit I'm of that. I'm a little surprised there's no competition. And even though this was always going to be his job. And let's keep it a buck here, Femi. There was no competition last year.
Yeah.
Hoyland got cut prior to the first preseason game. That was never a competition. But I'm surprised that there isn't someone just to give him a little pressure. It's still his gig. But with Loop, that was his first miss under 50 yards all last year. Now he only had one make over 50. And what was really interesting with Loop is he came to the NFL level with a leg, known for having a leg. He kicked a 62-yarder his final year at college. He kicked a 61-yarder in preseason this past year. Where are you on Tyler Loop?
Yeah, look, I think competition would just be ceremonial. It wouldn't mean anything, right? So it's going to be his job to sink or swim with. And honestly, like, I believe in having competition every day, but kickers are kind of a unique breed in a unique circumstance. So I don't think it's a big deal that they don't have someone out there necessarily, because everything I need to know needs to happen in a game in the fourth quarter with the game on the line. That's all I care about right now. I don't know. Look, I believe that he believes, and I believe that the team believes that he has the psychological makeup to make that kick. I'm sure that they believe that. And I'm purple lenses all day. I'm Optimus Prime. The thing that I'm the most concerned about for the Ravens is the kicking game. It's the kickoffs. It's the penalties on the kickoffs. It's the you want to
to that point. Yeah. 8 kickoff violations last year for Tyler Loop.
Yeah, led the NFL.
The next closest team had 5.
Yeah.
So they were in their own category.
Yeah, it's the biggest question for me. It's not Nnamdi. It's not the pass rush. And I know that, look, the offense and defense are going to get 90% of the attention and maybe 99% of the attention until it actually matters. And then you realize, like, oh, actually, you got to be good at special teams to win games. Like, I mean, special teams will cost you football games.
What's also interesting, special teams in general, coverage units, let's put them to the side. The kicking games, LeJonte Wester was really good until the muff punt, and then after that...
Yeah, he lost confidence for sure.
He lost confidence, so there's a lot of questions, but Ravens have a new punter. Jordan Stout was the best punter in football last year, bar none. Numbers support that. First in net punt average for the Ravens last year. Now they have a rookie punter in Ryan Eckley, and here's Anthony Levine.
He's doing great. He got really good hands. His timing has been awesome. So I like him, and I like where he's at.
Short, sweet, to the point. But Eckley, when you look at his final year at Michigan State, he averaged 48.5 yards per punt, which was the highest among FBS players with at least 10 punts. He also had 20 punts inside the 20-yard line. But a lot of inexperience, a lot of questions, to your point, Femi.
Well, it's the operation, right? You have Nick Moore, right, snapping, who is one of the best in the NFL. Sure. So I'm not worried about Nick. And then you have Ryan, who's new. And then, Tyler's relatively new still. He's in his second year. So it's a lot of change. Eckley's going to, I hope his hands are good. I mean, like, field goals, they're going to matter. Extra points matter.
He held in college, by the way.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, this is the part of the game that I think needs to massively improve. You know what I mean? Well, from the Tyler perspective, right? I mean, replacing Jordan Stout, that's big shoes to fill.
Absolutely.
I just need him to be competent and be good at just do the little stuff. Let's not have shake punts. Let's not have dropped snaps, things like that. Like if he can do that part of it, I'm willing to let him grow into the role. Because when Jordan came up, he wasn't great necessarily.
The first 3 years, he was below average.
Exactly. So I have a little bit of grace with rookie punters, less grace with rookie kickers. You know what I mean? Because there's so few of these jobs. And look, we're in the age now where 60-yard kicks are pretty normal. Having a high percentage of accuracy beyond 50 is very normal at this point. And it's the pressure of the position that I worry about. And so once again, my biggest concern is making a kick that's going to decide the outcome of a game when you only get a few of those every year. And the last time we saw it didn't work out. I didn't believe he was going to make it when he was lined up for that kick in Pittsburgh because he hadn't done it yet. You got to show me with kicking. That's the one thing why I can't project an outcome in that case. I have to see it first.
Femi, the question that I have, and like you said, if they brought in a competition, it wouldn't really have been a competition. It was always going to be Loop's gig, and they invested so much time and resources in bringing him in. Randy Brown flying all over. They drafted a kicker for the first time in franchise history. But how much of a leash does he have? I think that's the question that I have, where if he misses some kicks in the first couple of weeks, do you start seeing tryouts? Do you that's a question I have.
See, this is the reason why maybe you want somebody in camp, because you want to get familiar with someone else just in case. Now, you can't worry about what that stress does to your current kicker, because you have to do what's best for the team, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So this is where maybe having a real legitimate kicker in camp, so you're familiar with somebody, you know what I mean? And they can get familiar with what it's like to kick for the Ravens, right? The operation of M&T Bank, traveling with this team, understanding the special teams coach's philosophy on certain things and the way they want things done. Having someone waiting in the wings, that it's more important for me for that reason than it is to compete with Tyler, because it's Tyler's job to lose. You know what I mean? So what was your actual question?
How much leash does he have?
How much leash does he have? There we go. Okay, all right, cool. Yeah, let's get to that.
Misses a couple early.
Yeah, so that's actually a fascinating question. I think it gets late early in these situations. I do, because we can't erase last year as if it didn't happen. It did. So, man, I think that because they've put so much time and effort into kind of getting Tyler where he needs to be, put it this way. If he starts the season strong, I think it builds a buffer for later in the year. Yep. But if he comes out of the blocks shaky, I think the leash will be short. I do, because this is a Super Bowl caliber team, and you're only going to be as good as your weakest link. The interesting thing is this. Although I'm not a believer yet, I do see the talent, and I understand why he's here. And I've listened to Tyler talk about kind of his growth and the support that he's had from his family and the people that matter, his teammates and the coaching staff. But kicking is very much a confidence thing, you know. And I always talk about athletes being delusionally confident. Like, you almost have to be that. He has to be that. And the part that I appreciate about Tyler is that when he had the chance to address last year and talk about the support he's gotten and where he is, he sounds like he's in a good place. So it's teed up for him to do well.
Coming up at the top of the hour, Big Ben McDonald is going to be joining us. Excited to hear Ben's perspective on what the future for Trevor Rogers could be. Heck, what's it like being a starting pitcher and not getting run support like Shane Baz has been this year? Ben's going to tell us at 4:45. We're going to get into this Orioles offense, and the numbers are ugly. But coming up next, Jerry Coleman. It's the first time we talked to Jerry since the trade deadline. What did he think?
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan.
Sponsored by UBO. We make workflow. UBO streamlines document workflow and maximizes output. Think of us as your business technology experts, where satisfaction isn't just a promise, it's a part of our culture. Get started at ubeo.com today.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy, 877-OUCH-911.
Ouch! You got hurt and didn't call 877-OUCH-911? Honey, even I know which attorney to call when you're injured.
Grandma's right. I'm the attorney that gives a shit. Follow Grandma's advice and call 877-OUCH-911 or OUCHGuy.com.
Using Chad to research replacement windows and doors? Forget the prompts. Look up Window Nation. Right now, you can get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 2 years. Get a free quote at windownation.com today. Window Nation, they're the real deal.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread build-it-yourself furniture, that came in 47 different pieces.
Why do I have 6 extra screws?
With extremely vague instructions.
What are these? Hieroglyphics?
Then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
Success is picking up extra shifts for your family. Now you want to be the boss. Success is getting your foot in the door. Now you want to take the next step. Success looks different to everyone, and University of Maryland Global Campus can help you reach your goals. And there's never been a better time to get started on your future. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 12th. As an accredited state university, UMGC has been transforming lives for over 75 years. With more than 100 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, online and hybrid courses, personalized support, financial resources, and lifetime career services, achieving your dreams is more possible than ever before. Choose the program that's right for your career goals and get started on your next success. Get your application fee waived now. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
You say you'd never give in to a meltdown and never fill your feed with kid photos. You say you'd never put a pacifier in your mouth to clean it and never let them run wild through the grocery store. So when you say you'd never let them get into a car without you there, no, it can happen. 1 in 4 hot car deaths happen when a kid gets into an unlocked car and can't get out. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
95 northbound heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound at Waterview Avenue. There's an accident still there, and then it remains heavy to 95 at Russell Street, and 895 northbound heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. Round the Beltway, the outer loop past Liberty Road, clearing some debris from the right side, and the outer loop of the Beltway is heavy from 83, the Jones Falls Expressway, off and on over toward York Road. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalace.
Mike Green is looking to take a leap in his second year. Green had 41 tackles, including 7 for a loss, 3.5 sacks, and 14 QB hits as a rookie. He feels much more comfortable heading into this season.
I'm a lot more comfortable out there now on my second year in the playbook and everything like that. So, I'm a lot more comfortable out there. I got 1 year under my belt, and I'm just going to be excited for this year as well.
The Orioles are set to open up a 10-game road trip with the Rangers up first tonight. The starting pitching matchup features Shane Baz opposite Nathan Eovaldi. Baltimore baseball tonight presented by Jerry's Home Services with Steve Molesky and yours truly gets underway at 6. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the upper 80s with an overnight low of 72. Tomorrow has a chance of rain and a high of 92. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Lincoln College of Technology. Stop by Lincoln Tech's Columbia campus. See where hands-on training can take you. Visit lincolntech.edu. I'm Tim Barbalace, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Tim Barbalace, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayanbadejo. It's the final drive on 105.7 The Fan.
O's set to embark on their first road trip post-trade deadline, and someone that's covered a trade deadline or two set to join us right now. You know him. You love him. He's the dean of Baltimore sports. He is Jerry Coleman. Jerry, we haven't gotten your thoughts on the trade deadline yet. Just how surprised were you, if at all, to the degree that Mike Elias ended up selling?
Yeah, it was a higher degree than I thought, to be honest. It wasn't inspiring for me nor the fan base, as you guys can probably tell. I wasn't completely shocked that Adley Rushman was sent away. It didn't seem likely that he wanted to re-sign here. From every indication I have gotten, he wasn't planning on re-signing here. Taylor Ward, that's fine. I mean, I wasn't surprised they got rid of him. He was going to be a free agent. Tyler Wells was a bit shocking. Another guy that goes to a divisional team, a team that is in front of the Orioles, in front of a playoff hunt. And then Dean Kramer, that's fine. It was a checkered career here for Dean. Enjoyed covering him, but he pretty much underperformed, to be honest. And just the final result of getting virtually nothing for Manny Machado. So, with Adley, he sat through a bunch of press conferences for Samuel Basallo, for Kyle Bradish, for Shane Baz, and probably thought, where's mine? Or maybe he was thinking, okay, I'm not re-signing here because they're not offering me enough money. They're trying to get a bargain basement deal, and I feel I'm worth a whole lot more. So I think they felt like, okay, Basallo's going to have to be our guy, and we better get some value for Adley. They certainly got value, but I'll just say this. These prospects are suspects until proven otherwise.
Yeah, Jerry, I think that my interpretation of kind of the acrimony with the fans and Mike Elias is potentially a lack of communication or, dare I say, an authenticity issue. And let me break down what I mean by that. On June 27th, when they were 2.5 games out, he made the point that if they were, within, they were 2.5 games outside of that wild card spot at that time. Around the trade deadline, they were basically the same distance from that wild card spot. And to see them hard sell as opposed to soft buy and soft sell, to me, that's what seems like kind of got everybody disappointed. Because we had the impression, at least I had the impression, that they would be more buyers than sellers under the circumstances that they were in. And that seems to be what has rubbed the fan base the wrong way. Am I misinterpreting that, or do you see it similarly?
No, exactly. I think it was a week ago I was on, and he had held this press conference, and I said kudos for him for doing it. He didn't have to do it, but he sat there in the dugout and said we could be in the buyer's bucket or seller's bucket. So he sent a mixed message there, Femi. And to your point prior to that, it was an encouraging message that he was sending that they were going to be all in here. And then comes the trade deadline. And the press conference that came after the trade deadline was as clumsy of a Zoom press conference as I've seen him hold in his 8 years here. I mean, he was stumbling and stammering over his words. He gave a 3-minute defense of his tenure here in Baltimore. And you could see that he was a little bit bedazzled by the whole thing. And, again, it was mixed messages that were sent to the fan base. And I think that's part of the reason they're irate.
We're speaking to Jerry Coleman, and it's the final drive on 105.7 The Fan. Jerry, David Rubenstein is always taken up for Mike Elias, and as recent as the Kyle Bradish presser, he said that he couldn't be more pleased with Mike Elias. And I grant him he was within arm's length of Mike when he was asked the question. So did he go a little overboard? Yes, but of course he was going to take up for him in that setting. I'm sure you saw his comments from earlier this week saying it's frustrating and embarrassing, and he's really frustrated about the situation at hand, them selling again, them going in reverse. What did you make of his comments, and maybe Mike's seat is warm?
Absolutely. I mean, this is a seismic shift from what we've heard from the owner of the team, and obviously with Mike Elias sitting right next to him, he's not comfortable saying that. There are, Jerry Jones or Al Davis or some of these guys or George Steinbrenner over the years, they wouldn't have any hesitation calling out someone sitting right next to him, but it's a little more diplomatic these days. I understand that, but these are pointed comments using the word embarrassing. This is right after he knew that Adley Rutschman was basically being traded. He approved the deal. He and Michael Arangetti, who's a guy that we just don't talk about enough. He's kind of the other silent billionaire involved in this, not from Baltimore, but he's going to be the guy that's going to have a heavy say, I think, going forward in things, along with David Rubenstein. But again, if you're Mike Elias and reading these comments, you can't feel too comfortable in your seat. It definitely got a lot warmer.
Hey, Jerry, let's pivot to the Ravens a little bit. I want to talk about a few guys who stock up for me. Tavius Robinson. I think that Tim kind of, made the comparison to Double J, which I thought was a pretty good comp. What I really like about Tavius is the multiplicity of things that he can do. He missed 7 games last year and still had 4.5 sacks. I think he could be a 7.5, 8 sack guy with the number of guys that are on this front, from Mike Green to Trey Hendrickson, hopefully Nnamdi's going to be back sooner than later, Calais Campbell, you're not going to be able to just isolate one guy and say, hey, we're going to stop him and we're going to be good. But Tavius, for me, I think he came into camp at fighting weight. Any takeaways about Tavius or anyone else who's on your heat map that we should be paying attention to?
Well, both he and Zion Young have been impressive so far. And again, it's getting after the quarterback. They had such a problem doing that last year. And that's why I'm so interested in seeing how Jesse Minter and Anthony Weaver handle this defense. Can't wait for Nnamdi to be back on the field. Hopefully it's within the next couple of weeks, if not sooner. Calais seems to be right around the corner. But getting back to Tavius, because of the injury factor, and you're not going to have Teddy Buchanan around for a little bit, so it's important that he steps up. And also Roquan Smith regains his form. He'll be the first to tell you that he underperformed last year, even though he received some accolades. He just didn't feel like he reached his standard, as he says.
He is Jerry Coleman. Be More Baseball Pod. Be More Football Pod is coming. I mean, we're counting down the days to it. What's going on with baseball first, and when can we expect football?
All right, well, baseball, Buster Olney from ESPN is our guest. And I'll tell you, this podcast is picking up a lot of national steam. It is a must-listen or watch for every Orioles fan. Buster talks about Adley not wanting to remain here, goes into details about it with Scott Boras, who was also Pete Alonso's agent, was here saying, ready to do business back when Pete signed, and that's gone into a different direction. So we talk about that, and also about how David Rubenstein needs to be more assertive, and what the rest of baseball thinks about the Orioles prospects. So you can hear it or see it at Be More Sports Pod. That's Be More Sports Pod. New content is up, new Instagram page, Sports with Coleman, also Facebook, Sports with Coleman. And as far as the football podcast, Tim, that begins September 1st.
Counting down the days. He is Jerry Coleman, truly one of one. Jerry, you're the best, man. We'll talk next week.
Thanks, Jerry.
Thanks, guys. Have a great weekend. I'll hang up right now on myself.
Brian, stay away from that. Coming up at the
I'd never hang up on Jerry.
He always says it, though. Coming up at the top of the hour, Ben McDonald will be joining us. We'll get Ben's thoughts on the trade deadline. Trevor Rogers, what should the Orioles do with him? But coming up next, we're focusing in on the offense because the pitching has been great for months now. The offense, not so much. We'll give you the rough numbers and whether or not this offense can do enough to keep them in contention.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Detroit Lions made Jahmyr Gibbs the highest paid running back in NFL history yesterday, giving the three-time Pro Bowler a 3-year extension worth up to $75 million with $51.5 of it guaranteed. Gibbs had been holding in at Lions training camp in hopes of a new deal. The new contract surpasses the deals signed by Colts running back Jonathan Taylor and Falcons running back Bijan Robinson earlier this week. I'm Adam Abdallah.
The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And we cut the size. Because just like taxes and BS, we think metal is better when cut. Metal Supermarkets, the convenient stores for metal. Find a store or shop online at metalsupermarkets.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Attorney Aaron Snyder here. Injured in an accident? Call Cohen, Snyder, and Eisenberg, 1-800-INJURED. Hi, this is Attorney Aaron Snyder. If you've been injured in an accident, Cohen, Snyder, and Eisenberg is here to help. With over 40 years of experience, we fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call 1-800-INJURED for a free consultation or visit coseclaw.com, the people's choice.
It's the summer send-off sales event at Jones Bel Air Hyundai. Save with 0%, 60-month financing on 2026 Santa Fe's and Tucson gas and hybrid. Make no payments until November 2026. Visit BelAirHyundai.com today.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this ad for your morning commute to wake you up, which could help your driving. Science says that stimulating the brain increases alertness. So here's a pop quiz. How many months have 28 days? What gets wetter as it dries? What has keys but can't open locks? If you don't want to hear the answers, turn off this Liberty Mutual ad now. 12 months, a towel, piano. Enjoy being fully alert.
Liberty, 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 liberty. There's not much time left to go with Petro for a great deal to save on new AC. Right now, get a new energy-efficient central AC system from America's most trusted brand, Trane, with $0 down and low monthly payments. For expert AC tune-ups, 24/7 emergency repairs, and everything you need to save on AC, go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. Don't miss this special offer for new AC. Go to petro.com, call 844-HVAC-4YOU or 844-482-2496 today.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world is noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And we cut to size. Because just like taxes and BS, we think metal is better when cut. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store or shop online at metalsupermarkets.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Inner loop of the Beltway is heavy after Charles Street to just after York Road through Towson. 95 northbound heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. And 295 northbound, that's heavy from just after the Beltway to 95 in Russell Street. And there's an accident just before 895. 895 northbound, that's heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Tim Barbalace, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayanbadejo. It's the Final Drive on 105.7 The Fan.
He did a great job of making them work. Bat quality was great. I mean, like you alluded to, 8 walks, hit by pitch. We just couldn't get that big hit that we needed.
That was Craig Albernaz following yesterday's 4-1 loss against the Angels. And crazy enough, the Orioles had those 8 walks, the 1 hit by pitch. None of those 9 base runners came around to score, which is hard to wrap your head around, but it did happen yesterday, and you never know what can happen when you go to the ballpark. But what has happened since June 22nd is this offense just isn't doing enough, Femi. And hat tip to Steve Molesky, who's going to be doing BBT with me in about an hour. He pointed this out. For the 10th time in the last 12 series that they have played since June 22nd, the Orioles have scored 13 runs or less. That's just not going to get it done. And this stretch happened immediately after their series against the Dodgers, where I remember heading into it, you're thinking, oh my gosh, if the Orioles find a way to win one, you're happy. They should have swept the Dodgers. Absolutely should have swept the Dodgers. And they killed them in the final game, 12-1. But this offense, they're averaging 4.08 runs per game since June 22nd. If you extrapolate that over a full season, it would rank 28th in runs scored per game. And then they're 22nd in home runs, 23rd in OPS, 29th in batting average over this stretch. And the pitching team ERA is 8th, which is really good. And they have a 19-17 record, despite the fact that the offense has been so inept, Femi. And it only gets tougher. Taylor Ward, whatever you thought of him, he got on base. Yeah. He was the best on-base percentage on the team. Adley Rutschman, yes, he has missed a ton of games, but still one of their team leaders in RBIs. No one's going to feel sorry for them. Blaze Alexander is going to be out a few more weeks. Can this offense, especially in this upcoming road trip, do enough to keep them afloat?
I mean, they haven't to this point. But I know that baseball has its anomalies when it comes to streaks.
Look at the Red Sox.
Data. Yeah, exactly. I mean, they're on one of the craziest runs I've ever seen, right, in regard to Boston. But what I'm hoping is that psychologically that these young kids can play free. Beavers, Cowser, Holiday, Christian Franklin. I like his speed. I like his athleticism. He hasn't done much yet. CES has a nice barrel rate. Lately, he seems like he's hitting liners right at people. I can't explain some of this stuff. Gunnar seems like he's been in his head. Pete has delivered for sure. There's no doubt about that. They're still missing Sam. Hopefully he comes back soon. Yeah. But there is nobody else to pull from. There's no one new.
Deadline's gone.
The guys, and you made a really intuitive statement last week. You're like, there's no one available in a trade that's going to make this team a playoff team. It's going to happen because of the guys in this clubhouse. And that stands still. that stands true still. What I'd love to see in regard to maneuvering and taking some risk and taking some chances is, and this is Captain Obvious here because I've said this multiple times. You said this. Others have said this. The defense is the defense. That's not going to improve in my opinion. The starting pitching has been outstanding. I would just march the best 9 hitters that you have out there. I would put Jackson Holiday at the top of the lineup. I like Christian Franklin. Put him at the bottom of the lineup potentially. He's going to be out there playing. I know some guys are auditioning for future roles. I want to see Beavers every day. I want to see Cowser every day. Maybe setting them free by saying, look, guys, this is what we have. This is it. You're going to be out here. All of you are playing. So just don't worry about how often. It's going to be a lot. And play free, be free, do something different, try something different out, whatever you need to do to get yourself in the right headspace, because I think some of this, especially with Gunnar, is psychological. But there's no magic solutions. There's no magic wand here. So would I be surprised if something crazy happened in regard to massive improvement to the statistics that you just went through? Yeah, I'd probably be a little bit surprised. But it is baseball. Odd things happen. And guys that haven't been able to play consistently. And once again, I didn't even mention Kobe. I love the power, right? But we know the whiff rate leaves us wanting something, right? But there's no other solutions out here. So to make a long story short and a short story long, go out there and play free. I mean, that's really all. What else is there to say?
Coming up at 5:30, we're going to get back into the Ravens. Rashad Bateman, he had all of 19 catches last year following a breakout 2024 season. What would a bounce-back year look like for Rashad Bateman? That's at 5:30. At 5:15, we're going to preview this Orioles-Rangers series. We do have the O's lineup. We'll give it to you then. But coming up next, it's Big Ben McDonald. We always love talking to Ben when we get the chance to do so. This is the first time we've talked to him since the trade deadline. We'll get his thoughts on that. Trevor Rogers, he's here. It didn't seem like a certainty he would be here. Would Ben like to see him locked up long term? He's going to tell us next.
Big Bad Morning Show, Vinny and Haynie, and The Final Drive. Live on YouTube, Monday through Friday, 6 till 6. Search 105.7 The Fan, Baltimore. And never miss a moment of coverage on the teams you love.
It's Carrington Harrison here to help you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Did you know in each of the last 7 seasons, a team that's selected in the top 5 of the NFL draft turned around the next season and made the playoffs? Well, let me tell you, right now, you can get Tennessee to make the playoffs at plus 440. Go Titans, go. I like the Tennessee Titans to turn around and make the playoffs. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46. And I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This weekend only at Old Navy, get 50% off all activewear for the fam and 50% off all toddler and baby styles. Yep, 50% off all activewear plus 50% off all toddler and baby styles. This Saturday and Sunday only.
It's Old Navy, baby.
Valid 8, 8, and 9. Excludes clearance, licensed maternity, third party, and Old Navy x Disney.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Here are some essential can't-miss concerts coming to the DMV this summer. At Merriweather Post Pavilion, it's a triple header of shows starting with country music star Thomas Rhett on August 13th, The Fray with Dashboard Confessional on August 14th, and the iconic Zac Brown Band on August 15th. Then at the Anthem, catch the Texas country rocker Co Wetzel on August 20th. Get your tickets for these shows and more at impconcerts.com. That's impconcerts.com.
Alex B and Zach came to the rescue when we lost our heat. The commercial I hear every day on my way to work is true. Amazing.
Greg did a great job.
Tony saved us tens of thousands of dollars because he was able to determine that our system's heat exchanger is fine.
Andre was over the top impressive, professional and diligent. He took his time to work the problem, not just diagnose a quick fix.
Zachary was able to remove and replace our AC system in what must have been record time. Amazing. Was amazing.
Anthony and Jamal were outstanding. The entire install completed in one day.
You can tell this company truly lives up to its name. Amazing. Their owner says he has the best people, and after this experience, I completely agree.
Those are snippets from 7 different Google reviews for amazing plumbing, heating, and air. And yes, I proudly claim to have the best techs, installers, and plumbers in Baltimore because I do. You can count on it at
CALLAMAZING. Go to callamazing.com.
The weather is warming up and baseball season is here. The perfect time to hang out at Cross Street Market, Baltimore's go-to spot in Federal Hill. Warm up with ceremony coffee and a treat from Crepe Crazy. Or enjoy great food, beer, and cocktails at stalls like Pizza to Joey, Theo's Rolls and Bowls, Dashi Ramen, Southside Burger, and the Red Hot Jollof Bowl. And don't forget Watershed, our anchor seafood restaurant with a rooftop deck and table service. There's always a reason to tell your friends, I'll see you at the market.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a lawyer, but getting some guy who just watches courtroom dramas.
How does the defendant plead?
Guilty. Wait, what? Also, objection.
You object to what?
Erroneous.
Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel?
You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
Rashad Bateman is looking to bounce back from a disappointing 2025 season. Bateman had 19 catches for 224 yards and 2 touchdowns, but believes Declan Doyle's system will help him get back to his 2024 form.
I feel like the details of it, and like I said, I moved around. I'm moving around a lot. I'm in the slot, outside, and I think that's a blessing for me. I appreciate him for, doing that, so, I get to show my talent, more and more.
Shane Boz will take the ball in the start of a 3-game series against the Rangers tonight. Last time out versus the Phillies, Boz took a tough luck loss as he threw 6 1/3 innings of 1-run ball, but the O's gave him no run support. Nathan Eovaldi will start for Texas. BBT presented by Jerry's Home Services with Steve Molesky and yours truly gets underway at 6. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the upper 80s with an overnight low of 72. Tomorrow has a chance of rain and a high of 92. I'm Tim Barbalese, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Tim Barbalese, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayanbadejo. It's the Final Drive on 105.7 The Fan.
Orioles set to open up a pivotal series against the Rangers. They're just a game back of the wild card, Femi. As crazy as it's been in the American League, and the Rangers, they own that spot. They're below 500. The American League has been really, really wacky. We saw Mike Elias. He said that he wasn't going to be all in one of the buckets, buy or sell, where he was all in on the sell bucket. But thankfully, our next guest, Ben McDonald, was not traded. We have Ben McDonald and Kevin Brown the rest of the way on Masson. And Ben, let's start with the trade deadline. And you and Kevin did a great job of articulating, your thoughts on Masson on Tuesday's game, the first game after the trade deadline. But what were your initial reactions to all of the guys leaving Baltimore?
Well, it's always great to be with you guys. Yeah. Look, I mean, it's to say that I wasn't sad in some ways would not be telling the truth. To say I wasn't disappointed in some ways would not be telling the truth. I think a lot of fans in Birdland feel that way. Go back to when Adley was, the second ever 1-1 in Oriole history, going to be a cornerstone and going to be here forever. And that was the plan, 4 years ago when Adley got here. And for whatever reasons, it just hadn't worked out. So, yeah, I mean, I was upset about it. I got attached like a lot of the fan base. We want to get attached to our players. We want them to be here forever. We want to get to know them and all those things. And we got to know Adley. He's a great young man. He's a great guy. I enjoyed my conversations and visited with him a lot. I think he's a really good player. It's just unfortunate. And look, I try to tell people this is, whether you like it or not, this is big boy baseball is what I call it. And when you don't perform well, things like this happen. And that's the reality of this team is that it has underachieved in my opinion, the last 2 years, and especially this year. And when you underachieve, and I was on teams like that, and there were sad days in clubhouses when guys got traded that you got attached to. They were buddies of yours, and you came up with them in the minor leagues, and you played, and you went to battle with them a lot. And all of a sudden, you turn around, they're gone the next day, but that's the reality of Major League Baseball. I mean, that's where we are, And so I try to put my fan hat on sometimes, and then I put my GM hat on sometimes. And I look at Adley Rutschman and I go, okay, now, and you guys have all heard all the rumors like I've heard the rumors, right? I mean, that a contract extension was offered to Adley. I cannot say if that's true or not. I just hear the word on the street like everybody else does, and he didn't accept the contract extension. So if you put your GM cap on, you go, okay, well, if he's not going to sign back here and his value is as high as it is right now, and the uncertainty of next year and potential work stoppage where you can't trade players, you can't sign players, you don't know when the season, we hope that doesn't happen, but that's out there too. And so I guess Michael Elias felt like it was the best time with the most value that he had to make a move. And it's a very unpopular move. I get that piece of it, especially with the Orioles within striking distance of the final wild card spot. But, Mike Elias and company and a lot of people are odds people. They're odds players in this game. And the odds say the Orioles, while they have a shot, they don't have a huge shot at getting in the playoffs. And it's hard to argue. And I know people don't want to hear kicking the can down the road. I know people in Berta don't want to hear, but the value of the return for Adley Rutschman was big time. And I mean, a big time return. It's not going to help this year, obviously. May help a little bit next year, but will definitely help in upcoming years after that. And so I don't think it's any secret that Taylor Ward was going to be traded. The Tyler Wells wouldn't surprise me a little bit because he's having such a good year. He's under club control. But the Orioles got a guy back in Porrette that they really, really like and think can be a big league starter. And so when you look at what the Orioles got back, man, it's three guys, I feel like, in Witherspoon, Ianson, and Porrette that not are just bullpen arms. They are rotation pieces in the future for the Orioles.
Hey, Ben, let's talk about a guy that has definitely not underachieved this season. My favorite guy that I've watched this with the O's this year is Brandon Young. I felt like, obviously yesterday, and you can speak to this, obviously, his splitter didn't quite look right yesterday. The four-seam fastball looked good, a lot of swing and miss on that. But I've become a big Brandon Young fan. I think that yesterday probably we could look at maybe that's where his floor is now. Where do you think Brandon's ceiling is? I hope he's here for the long term. I love his stoicism. I love his size. I love the way he kind of commands the mound. What are your thoughts on Brandon Young? Let's talk about something positive.
Yeah, I mean, and the positive is that it's not all bad with the Orioles. And Brandon Young, you hit the nail on the head. He's a perfect example of some guys that have really come through. Rico Garcia falls in that. I think Yanier Cano has had a great year. There's a lot of positive stories out there for the Orioles too. But yeah, I love Brandon Young. And when you think about where he's come from, and I always try to look at growth, right? Are you getting better year to year? You go back to last year, Brandon Young was 1-7, I think, with a 6+ ERA, and had a couple of good starts, but it wasn't many of them. Man, you talk about a model of consistency this year. I love the way he tacks with his four-seam fastball. I'm with you. I thought that four-seam fastball at the top of the zone where it plays the best was really good. Now, he made some mistakes with that two-seam fastball, and he tried to get one into Neto, and Neto hit it for a 3-run homer there in the third inning, I think it was, and that was really the difference in the ball game. But past that, he didn't have his A game, and I always say this on the air. Everybody thinks, well, a starting pitcher has the same stuff every time he goes out there. And that's the furthest thing from the truth. I always say this, and it's true. A third of the time you got your A game, man, and you're supposed to dominate a ball game and get through a ball game. A third of the time it's just kind of okay stuff where you really got to battle. And then there's a third of the time where, man, you don't have much at all, much velocity, much command. Maybe the breaking ball's out there, but you just got to FIO. You got to figure it out, right? And that was the fun days for me in those ways. But I think Brandon Young has come such a long way. I mean, you're talking about he's only made, 31 career starts now, but I'm happy where he is. And I agree. I mean, he's under club control for a long time. He's 26 years old. And so I think he's still got another gear in there. I think he's still learning how to pitch at the big league level in a lot of ways. And I'm with you on this. I don't think the split finger fastball for him, which was a really good pitch last year, it has flashed good at times this year, but it's not been nearly as consistent as he wants it to be. And yet the fact he's doing what he's doing without potentially his best pitch is impressive for me, because the four-seam fastball and the slider, man, his slider this year has been really good. I think it's a 42% swing and miss rate, where the average swing and miss rate in Major League Baseball is about 31% on the slider. So I like where he is, and he's going to be a big part of this rotation for a while.
We're speaking to Ben McDonald. It's the Final Drive on 105.7 The Fan. Ben, seemingly every year there's one of these type of guys in a starting rotation in terms of bad luck, where Shane Baz, he's got a 3.86 ERA. Typically that bodes better than a 4-10 record. He's given up 10 unearned runs. We know that the Orioles haven't scored much when he has started games. He, of course, is on the mound tonight. You pitched for a while in the majors, Ben. Like, is that in the back of a pitcher's mind, knowing I got to be perfect tonight because I just haven't gotten much run support this year?
Yes, I have been there. I had a season like that in 93 where I pitched really, really well and won 13 games and lost 14 games that year and had a ton of quality starts. But I had like the third lowest run support in baseball that year. And it's frustrating to go out there because we don't value wins as much now as we did many years ago. I get that part of it because you can't control some of the things, but it does weigh on your mind because at the end of the day, you want to get the W by your name, right? And you're right. When guys aren't playing good defense behind you, and on top of that, you're not getting much run support, first of all, you get scared of contact. Second of all, every ball that leaves your hand can mean the difference in the ball game. And so it is a mentally tough time, certainly for Shane Baz and what he's going through right now. But I had a veteran guy there, and Rick Sutcliffe always used to tell me, he said, Ben, you can only control what you can control. You cannot control how many runs they score for you. You cannot control once the ball comes off the bat if they make the play behind you. Those are things that you can't let get in your head. And he said, look, baseball is a team game. We know that. But times you got to make it a selfish game. And what I mean by that is you got to go out and you got to do your job every time. And if the other teammates do their job, that's great, but you can't control that. So you go out, you take the mound, you go compete, you give your team a chance to win every time. And Shane Baz he's another big piece of that. The Orioles obviously signed him to an extension. I love the arm. And I think in a lot of ways for Shane Baz, guys, because of injuries, I think he's still trying to figure out who he is in a lot of ways. I think there's another gear for him there, too. So I like where the rotation is right now. I would love, like a lot of people in Birdland, like to see the Orioles maybe lock up Trevor Rogers. I think that's got to be in the conversations. I can't get in Mike Elias's head in the front office, but this is a left-handed guy that's still pretty young. That if he hits the free agent market, man, he's going to be hard because somebody's going to pay him a lot of money. So, and maybe the Orioles have gone to him and offered him a contract. We don't know that, but he says they haven't. I don't know what the truth is there because Mike kind of keeps it, close to the vest as we know and those kind of things. But he'd be certainly a guy that I would be interested in locking up. There's no doubt about that.
Ben, you must be reading our little cheat sheet over here because Trevor Rogers was going to be my next question, but you already answered it. Let's talk about this. I think that sometimes, my experience is obviously rooted in professional football, right? But the one thing I'll say about success is being delusional as an athlete, right? If you don't believe in yourself, no one's going to believe in you. You probably aren't going to be that good. You got to convince people that you believe in yourself. My thought is this. I'd love to see all these young guys from Cowser to Beavers to Jackson Holiday to Christian Franklin. I just want to see them play loose ball. I think playing loose ball alleviates a lot of the nonsensical stuff that goes through your mind. And that goes for Gunnar as well. We know Gunnar can be a top 10 player in this league. What do you think needs to be said? Has it been said already? We know that run production, hitting with runners in scoring position has been a problem. The starting pitch, I know starting pitching wins championships, but there's got to be some run production. What do we do about that?
Yeah, look, that's a great question. And, I said this on the air the other day, and I believe this. I believe, and whether people want to get mad at me, they can get mad. But I believe Mike Elias back in February put together a team that was a playoff team. I don't think there was anybody in baseball. All the pundits out there said the Orioles were a playoff team going into 2026. And we really thought, and not just us, but across Major League Baseball, the talk was this was going to be a top 5 offense. This offense could potentially lead Major League Baseball in home runs. And I felt like it was an above-average offense with a slightly above-average pitching staff that would make a run, and then you get to the trade deadline and you go beef up whatever parts you need to beef up to get into the playoffs and make a run. I think that was honestly the game plan going in. And this offense, for whatever reason, has just not been able to perform at the level that we thought they would perform at, and I can't put a finger on, what happened. You go get Taylor Ward, who hit at 36 homers last year, drove in 100 runs. He's got 7 home runs before we traded him. Other guys have struggled a little bit, and that's just baseball, man. I don't know why the strikeouts are too much. I like the walks. We walk a lot. That's great. But at the end of the day, you got to be able to drive in runs. And the runners in scoring position have been an issue. And on top of that, you go back and look, the average team per game gets about 9 chances with runners in scoring position. That's the average. Well, you go back and look, man, the Orioles had a total of 12 opportunities, a total in 3 games, 12 opportunities against the Angels. They had 13 opportunities in 3 games against the Phillies. And so what I'm getting at is it's not enough constant pressure on opposing pitching staffs and defenses. When the Orioles hit home runs like they did when they won the other day, they scored 5 runs, all came by the home run, a couple 2-run homers, a solo shot. They can win ball games, but the runners in scoring position have been an issue. And I always keep up with my numbers, and I'm looking at them. The last 6 games, the Orioles are 3-3, but they've averaged 2.5 runs per game in the last 6, and they're only averaging 4.5 hits per game in the last 6 games, too. That's not going to get it done. This pitching staff, in my opinion, has done a really good job here in the last 2 months of giving the Orioles a chance to win. And if this offense can begin to match what this pitching staff is doing right now, I think the Orioles are a playoff team this year. They're right there. You look at it, they're, 1 game out of the final wild card spot right now. You got big series coming up. You mentioned against Texas. You got Minnesota. You got Tampa Bay. There's a lot of huge series left, and they control their own destiny in a lot of ways. The question is, can this offense just forget about the first 4 months and focus on the final 2 months here and grab a different gear, man, and get going? And if they do, I think it's a team that can still get in the playoffs.
He's Ben McDonald. Ben, we're happy you were not traded. I know you and Kevin have fun with that on a recent game broadcast.
I'm glad to still be here. I don't know where I'd be.
Everyone got traded.
I don't know where I'd be without you guys, man, without Birdland. I couldn't, so I was glad my name wasn't called, But, yeah, look, it's we feel for this fan base. I understand the frustration, man. I get it. Look, I get frustrated, too, because I'm a fan, too. And I care about this community. I care about the Orioles. I just love the city. I love the players. I love the fan base, man, and I want to see them do well, too. So I get it, man. Look, I'm frustrated, too, but I'm not giving up. I'm not giving up on these teams. I say this all the time, and people don't want to hear it, but these guys are trying hard. I see them work every day. I watch the work that they go through. It's not like they're sitting back not doing anything. They are focused on every part of the game trying to get better. And so let's hope, man, there's a run in there somewhere for the Orioles so they can sneak in the playoffs. That would be just a wonderful year if they could figure that out.
Hey, Ben, real quick, tell Kevin that I really appreciate how he put us on his therapeutic couch on Tuesday. Just the effort, man. I'm serious because
listen,
I thought he did a great job.
They're talking before the game. Kevin's great. He does a great job, and we try to blend it together, And we feel, man, we felt the sadness that was out there.
Yeah.
Look, honestly, like I said, we were sad too. I get it, man. But again, this is big boy baseball, man, and unfortunately, these things happen.
Yep.
So.
Absolutely.
We appreciate you guys, man.
We appreciate you. We will be watching the rest of the way. O's, Rangers, 8:15 first pitch. And the O's are just a game out of the wild card spot, final wild card spot. Ben, thanks so much as always, man. We appreciate it.
Anytime, guys. Take care.
You got it. Coming up at the bottom of the hour, we're going to get back into the Ravens. Rashad Bateman, what does a bounce-back year look like for him? But coming up next, we're going to preview this big-time series. It may not seem like it or feel like it, but yes, the Orioles, if they win this series, they could have the final wild card spot leaving Arlington. We'll get into it next.
If you're thinking about it
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Science and Kirk.
Mike Bordick here. I know a little something about a winning team. If you're hurt, call the hometown team of Science and Kirk. Don't let an auto accident take you out of the game. If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. YouHaveALawyer.com.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Why pay full insurance when you can customize and save? Switch to Liberty Mutual and they'll customize your auto and home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
I'm Justin Holloman. After a serious accident, one of the first things you do is to call a friend, then you choose a lawyer. Why not choose a lawyer who'll be a tireless advocate for you and a friend? Get the legal justice you deserve at my firm, the Holloman Firm.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom. trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
Hey, it's Brew. Between my radio show, filming content, editing videos, and trying to stay connected with family, reliable Wi-Fi isn't really optional anymore. I just need it to work. And that's why I like that with Xfinity, you get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years, guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, Xfinity makes getting connected simple with same-day Wi-Fi so you can get online in minutes. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Treat yourself this summer and taste the Baltimore tradition that is the legendary Costas Inn. For over 55 years, the Costas Inn's been a Baltimore original, dishing out their legendary, fat, delicious, award-winning crab cakes. And if you haven't visited the newest Costas Inn location at the Fairgrounds in Timonium, it's on the second floor of the grandstand, and now's the time to check it out. Enjoy your favorites from the original Costas Inn, plus tons of TVs with live sports and a new draft system holding 12 beers on tap. Check out either Costas Inn today, and when you do, make sure you tell them Jeremy Kahn sent you.
Hey, we're all headed out to happy hour. You in?
Definitely, but I need to schedule a ride.
Before you drink, designate a sober driver or plan for a rideshare and make sure everyone gets home safely. You could save your life, those in your car, and others on the road. Be the Make a Plan driver. Be the driver who saves lives. Go to zerodeathsmd.gov. This message is brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
John's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, where he can get a battery for under $100. Lonnie, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge. And Lonnie does that for free too. In no time at all, John is back on the road. Ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Baseball season is in full swing, and there's no better place to be than Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform. Last week, New York was trading at 13% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out $712 with a win. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. Download the Kalshi app and use code UPDATE to get up to $500 in bonus credits when you trade $25. Kalshi, trade on anything. 18 plus only, must be present in state where it is legal to trade. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. Bonus credits do not expire. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owed the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $3 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center. Sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
95 northbound heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound heavy from the Beltway to 95 and Russell Street. Still have a crash just before 895 being cleared. 895 northbound is heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. Interloop of the Beltway is heavy off and on after Charles Street to just after York Road. And US 50 westbound after St. Margaret's Road, there's an accident. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Tim Barbalas, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayanbadejo. It's the Final Drive on 105.7 The Fan.
Set to open up a 3-game series tonight. Start of a 10-game road trip in Arlington, taking on the Rangers, who they trail by 1 game for the final wild card spot. And the lineup, a little funky tonight. Gunnar Henderson leading off at shortstop. Pete Alonso, first base, batting second. Jackson Holliday batting third at second base. Tyler O'Neill is the DH batting cleanup. Dylan Beavers batting fifth in left field. Leody Taveras in right field batting sixth. Kobe Mayo at third base batting seventh. Colton Cowser in center field batting eighth. And Carlos Narvaez at catcher batting ninth, opposing Nathan Eovaldi. And Eovaldi has been a really good pitcher for a long, long time, getting up there in age, righty. Obviously, the Orioles remember the performance he had in Baltimore in the ALDS in 2023, but he's had a bit of a rough month of July. Pitched to a 5.67 ERA. His last start against the Astros, he got roughed up. 6 earned runs on 10 hits across 5 innings. But Femi, we were saying this earlier in the show where this is a crucial 16-game stretch, but 10-game road trip, and especially in this 6 game. So go on micro. The Orioles are below 500, but so are the Rangers and the Twins, their next 2 opponents. And the Rangers, they had lost 6 straight games before winning their last 2 against your Giants. And this Rangers team, it's not going to scare anybody. They're kind of a middle-of-the-pack offense when you look at OPS and batting average, and they're 25th in runs, 20th in team ERA. So, yes, the Orioles, we know their faults, we know their warts, but this isn't exactly a world-beater Rangers squad.
Yeah, no, they're 4-6 in their last 10. I just think it's an important series for the O's in regard to the tiebreaker, just getting off on the right foot down this stretch. Every game matters. Every series is going to matter. You know, my hope is that they can go 6-4, you know what I mean, over the course of this 10-game stretch. And I think that it makes it really difficult if you don't win the games that you have to win. And you have to win this game tonight, in my opinion, and you have to win this series over the next couple of days. So I like the lineup. You know, I like Jackson hitting third. Obviously, I mean, who am I to say? I'd love to kind of see maybe Gunnar hit third and Jackson hit first. Maybe we'll get there at a different time. I noticed Christian Franklin and CES are not in the lineup. I am happy to see Kobe in the lineup. Hopefully his power plays well.
Well, what's really good about Kobe being in the lineup, and this goes back to the conversation that we were having, play every day. Kobe Mayo quietly is starting to hit righties again, and Eovaldi being a righty where before Kobe would never be in the starting lineup. I'm happy to see him starting against a righty.
I'm happy to see him in the lineup tonight, and what I really like is the adjustment that he seemed to make to his swing lately. It looks a lot more compact and a lot more direct, and so. You know, I'm always a believer of if you show me something, then I give you more opportunity. And so I like what I'm seeing lately from Kobe. So yeah, we'll see if it translates to wins. I mean, I think Ben hit the nail on the head. You know, it's one thing to get walks, it's another thing to hit home runs. But the thing is, you got to do this stuff in succession. Can they string along enough hits, move guys along the base paths? Can they drive in runners but with fly balls when you have a runner on third? Can you move a runner to third with one out? When there's a runner on second base, and use intelligence to make the plays that are required to score runs. And Kevin went through the numbers. I think that he said the last 6 games they're averaging 2.4 runs a game, and I think 4.1 hits or something like that, something crazy. But what's wild though is that they've been able to win some of these games still because of the starting pitching.
Orioles set to take on the Rangers, 8:15 first pitch. Baltimore baseball tonight with Steve Molesky and yours truly immediately following the final drive. Coming up at 5:45, it's the 2-minute warning. But coming up next, Rashad Bateman finally had that breakout year in 2024. It was not a great encore in 2025. What does a bounce-back season look like for Rashad Bateman? We'll give you our thoughts next.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy. 877-OUCH! 911.
Ouch! You just fell on that wet floor at the grocery store? Ouch. Call 877-OUCH-911. I'm the attorney you can trust with your injury case. Let me handle the legal pain while you handle the ice pack. 877-OUCH-911 because I'm the attorney who actually gives a
H&K Group Incorporated.
Calling all heavy equipment operators and pipe laborers. Start your new career with H&K Group Incorporated. HTI Contractors Division of H&K Group wants to offer you the opportunity to be part of the industry leader. Visit hkgroup.com and apply today. H&K is an equal opportunity employer.
Summer savings start now at Bob Bell Kia's Summer Sell-a-thon. Drive home in one of 5 amazing Kia models priced under $30K. Whatever your credit situation, we are here to help. Visit bobbellkia.com or call 410-288-2500 today.
Hey, when was the last time you talked to your doctor about poop?
Seriously?
Well, if you have constipation with belly pain that keeps coming back, it could be irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C.
I don't, what?
So talk to your doctor because Linzess could help you get ahead of it. Oh, you there.
Linzess linaclotide is the #1 prescribed branded treatment for IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once daily prescription pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2 years old. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
There's a reason potato chips don't come in a clear bag. It's only 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's like your 401k. You get 2/3, Uncle Sam gets the rest. Mike Kinnett, Ryan Herbert, and the team at ProStatus Financial Advisors Group can help. Their tax mapping process can help forecast what your taxes will be in the future to potentially decrease your tax bill. Call for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 866-597-1040, or online at prostatusfinancial.com. Advisory services offered through ProStatus Group, LLC, a registered investment advisor. Insurance licensed in Maryland.
Rolled your ankle playing pickleball? Pulled a muscle on the golf course? Feeling that shoulder after a weekend workout? Skip the long wait at the ER or urgent care and go straight to the orthopedic experts. Ortho Maryland has walk-in care in 5 locations throughout Baltimore and Harford counties. The newest location in Reisterstown now offers convenient day and evening walk-in care, on-site x-rays, DME, and physical therapy. Visit orthomaryland.net for hours and locations.
I'm John Morgan. There are many reasons to hire Morgan & Morgan for your injury case. Reason number 3. First, all lawyers are not the same. If my family had an injury case and I couldn't hire us, there are only about 3 to 4% of the lawyers out there that I would hire. And here's why. Most of them rarely, if ever, go to trial. They just take the last best offer. Hell, you can do that yourself. Do this. If you're looking for a lawyer, Google Morgan & Morgan results and see what comes up. It may shock you. Then Google the firm you're thinking of hiring and do the same. That may shock you as well. We became the largest injury firm in the world for a reason. We won a lot. $30 billion and counting. Morgan & Morgan, or thepeople.com. Who would I hire? I'd hire us.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
In today's fast-moving job market, staying ahead means keeping your skills sharp. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we help keep your capabilities cutting edge with our skills-based education programs designed to move your career forward. Explore more than 100 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, and more. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world is noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins AeroBurst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of AeroBurst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
Tune in to Winning in Retirement with Brian Akers and his team of financial advisors right here on 105.7 The Fan this Saturday at 11 a.m.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan. From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center. Sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Inner loop of the Beltway's heavy after Charles Street to just after York Road through Towson. 95 northbound's heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. And 295 northbound, that's heavy from just after the Beltway to 95 in Russell Street. Just clearing an accident before 895. 895 northbound's heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalace.
Mike Green is looking to take a leap in his second year. Green had 41 tackles, including 7 for a loss, 3.5 sacks, and 14 QB hits as a rookie. He feels much more comfortable heading into this season.
I'm a lot more comfortable out there now on my second year in the playbook and everything like that. So, I'm a lot more comfortable out there. I got 1 year under my belt, and I'm just going to be excited for this year as well.
The Orioles are set to open up a 10-game road trip with the Rangers up first tonight. The starting pitching matchup features Shane Baz opposite Nathan Eovaldi. Baltimore baseball tonight presented by Jerry's Home Services with Steve Molesky and yours truly gets underway at 6. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the upper 80s with an overnight low of 72. Tomorrow has a chance of rain and a high of 92. I'm Tim Barbalace, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Tim Barbalace, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayanbadejo. It's the final drive on 105.7 The Fan.
I feel good, man. Healthy. Blessed. Had a good offseason. And with the new vibes around here, definitely excited. New energy, new offense, doing things that I've never done before. So, I'm blessed and excited to see what we got in store. As a receiver, you want somebody to believe in. You want somebody, to see your, ability. And I think, Declan is doing a good job of, moving all of us around, not just myself. Zay's been moving on a lot. Y'all see Jacoby Lane out there making plays. Tez Walker. I think there's a lot in store for a lot of guys, this season. I feel like the details of it, and like I said, I moved around. I'm moving around a lot. I'm in the slot, outside, and I think that's a blessing for me. I appreciate him for, doing that. So I get to show my talent, more and more.
That was Rashad Bateman meeting with the media following yesterday's practice. The Ravens did not practice today. They'll be back on the practice field for Saturday and Sunday. Off again on Monday, and then they're gearing up for their first preseason game, which is 8 days away from today. Next Saturday, they will be hosting the Eagles at M&T Bank Stadium. But a lot to digest there from Rashad Bateman. And this time a year ago, Femi, I was driving the Bateman bandwagon, man. I was all in after 24. The thing about the 2024 season, Femi, it wasn't like, he got off to a fast start and then just faded down the stretch. He got better as the year went on. He had 6 touchdowns in the last 6 games, including playoffs that year. Bateman was a huge red zone threat. 8 for 10. Lamar was targeting him inside the 20. 8 for 10, 93 yards, 7 touchdowns. He had 8 downfield touchdown receptions, which was tied for third most in the NFL, trailed just Jamar Chase and Terry McLaurin. But last year, I've said that Ken multiple times, the most memorable moment, I feel like for me, for Rashad Bateman, 2 of them were negatives. It was one where he was given the ref an earful in Miami, got a personal foul. And the other was him dropping a critical third down play against the Steelers at home. He had 19 catches for 224 yards and 2 touchdowns. And big if, he's able to get back to 2024, then expectations are through the roof when it comes to this offense. But what is a bounce back season for you with Rashad Bateman?
And before we get into that, let's not forget, I think the Dallas Cowboys tried to trade for Rashad Bateman. Just tells you how high the NFL was on him. There were 180 wide receivers to run 500 routes since 2021 when Rashad entered the league. He is lined up in the slot on just 10.3% of his snaps, the third lowest out of 180 qualified receivers. That is a crazy statistic. So I think that listening to what Rashad said, he loves the idea that he's going to be lined up in different places, potentially in the slot. And I think I alluded to the idea that what I like about Declan's system Traditionally, you have an X receiver, a Z receiver, and you can call it an H or a F. The letters don't matter. It's just when you look at a playbook, it just kind of tells you where it's like a key. It kind of tells you where you're going to line up at. In Declan's system, I think receivers will be moved around and have the ability to be in the slot, to be in motion, to be singled on the X side or the weak side, or to be on the strong side as the Z. And I think you heard the enthusiasm, as enthusiastic as you're going to hear Rashad Bateman, right? Talk about the multiplicity and the usage that he's excited about. So I tip my cap to Declan and the idea that he's got this guy engaged. Now, getting back to kind of the numbers of it all and the projections, I think that if Rashad can get anywhere close to where he was in 2024, we would call that a win. So my hope is that he's somewhere in the 60 to 65 catch range. I would take 700 yards and 6 to 8 touchdowns. 15 yards per catch would be outstanding. We know that Lamar is going to be under center a lot more. We know that play action is going to be a lot more utilized as it ties in a lot more seamlessly to the outside zone scheme that they're going to run. The idea that Rashad can move around could loan itself to him being matched up potentially in 3 wides on a linebacker where he can run an option route. He can run a pivot route. A lot of the routes that Zay runs. And maybe Zay will have more deep shots as a result. And Zay will have more red zone opportunities. So I think the multiplicity and the disguise capability of this offense is going to lend itself to everybody eating. Hopefully Mark Andrews can get back to some 2024 statistical success. But in regard to Rashad, anything close to 2024, I would think it's a win because I expect this team to continue to run through Lamar Jackson, Derrick Henry, and this offensive line.
This sort of feels like a make or break year for Rashad Bateman because this is one of those seasons where he needs to prove, are you more like the 2024 guy or are you like the guy that, quite frankly, you have been the rest of your career? For whatever reason, Femi, and this wasn't just a last year thing, this was every year besides 2024, Lamar and him haven't been on the same page. There have been, whether Lamar thinks he cuts in, he goes out, they have, and the numbers indicate that. You can go year by year passer rating. His rookie year, 76.5, 98.1 in 22 is good, 60.6 in 2023, 125.9 in 24, and a 74.9 in 25. Lamar has the best passer rating in NFL history. But when he's targeting Rashad Bateman, it's so far below that mark, and it's hard to really put your finger on it.
Yeah, I think one of the things that we've talked about from a macro perspective is how just the offense in general regressed last year. And I think it started with the offensive line and kind of worked itself kind of through the whole system. I mean, the only person that actually excelled last year and whose trajectory continues upward is Zay, right? I mean, and hence Zay got paid and deservedly so. But I know that, and I love that Ben, see, it's so funny when you talk to other former athletes. I think we all use the same euphemisms. Like we always say GM hat, player hat, analyst hat, right? So look, purple glasses aside, Optimus Prime to the side for now, when I dissect the potential for this offense, it's so unique because of the systems that Declan deploys. It's so, contradictory to what we've done in the past. I like Todd Monken. I think Todd Monken is a heck of a coach. He helped Lamar become an MVP. He relevated. You want to interject something?
I was going to say this, and
go for it.
I understand last year was not great, and I understand that there was a falling out between Lamar and him. Todd Monken is by far and away, in a different stratosphere, the best offensive coordinator in the history of this franchise.
Absolutely,
it's not even a debate.
And I only bring up Coach Monken. And I elevate him only to elevate what I think philosophically could be better. And by the way, Declan has not called one offensive play as coordinator yet. I recognize that. But I do think that the self-scout the Ravens were able to do, there's a reason they hired Declan Doyle.
Sure.
There was something that he said about his time with Sean Payton and his time with Ben Johnson and the way that he views this offense and the pieces on this offense. And he spoke to how he would do things a little bit differently, things a little bit less predictable, and how he would mesh things together. The only critique that I've given Coach Monken is the same critique he's given himself. I'm not saying anything that he hasn't voluntarily said. I got away from the run at certain times. Sometimes things got a little bit predictable. Yeah, I'd love to change that. We all didn't do well enough. I'm part of that problem. That's what I love about Coach Monken, and that's what Cleveland needs. They need a guy that's going to rectify the culture and the transparency and the honesty about the way they do business. I love how he did business here. I believe that Declan Doyle is going to take what Todd started and build on top of it. And I think this city, this organization, this football team are going to reap the rewards and the benefits of that decision.
One more break to go before we hand it over to myself and Steve Molesky for Baltimore baseball tonight. We will be previewing a huge series. O's, Rangers. O's are just a game out of the final wild card spot. But before we get there, it's the 2-minute warning. And Femi, you have said numerous times you hate training camp fights. What about a scuffle between a quarterback and a defender? We'll tell you who it is next.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Metal Supermarkets, the convenience store for metal. Find a store at metalsupermarkets.com. Once again, the Boston Red Sox are in the midst of another wild win streak as they defeated the Chicago White Sox last night. The Red Sox became the first team in MLB history to score in 5 straight innings in the 9th inning or later to extend the game. The Red Sox have now won 10 of their last 11 games and 10 straight series. I'm Adam Abdallah.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Before the season even kicks off, everyone's making predictions. On Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform, you can trade those predictions on a live market. Last week, Buffalo was trading at 8%, meaning a $100 trade would pay out $1,174 if they take home the title. On Kalshi, as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. Download the Kalshi app and use code UPDATE to get up to $500 in bonus credits when you trade $25. Kalshi, trade on anything. 18 plus only, must be present in state where it's legal to trade. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. Bonus credits do not expire. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Traffic is brought to you by the Holloman Firm, the law firm where you matter.
I'm personal injury attorney Justin Holloman. When an accident or injustice turns your life upside down, you need a strong voice on your side who truly cares. A law firm where you're more than just a case. Call my firm, the Holloman Firm. TheHollomanFirm.com.
Looking for an orthopedic group that provides appropriate care for athletes of all levels? The sports medicine experts at Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland, a division of CAO, offer both surgical and non-surgical approaches to care for all kinds of sports injuries, with focus on changing your life for the better and getting you back in the game. Schedule an appointment with one of our sports medicine specialists quickly and easily at mdbonedocs.com. That's mdbonedocs.com.
Hop in a John Deere Gator XUV for a day's work. Let's see what's on the to-do list. There goes the tree. And the fence. Not a problem. Because you've got a cargo box filled with solutions. Up to 4,000 pounds of towing capacity. And you're ready to roll.
The power's out!
Here we go again. The Gator XUV. Built for every kind of workday. Learn more at johndeere.com/Gator XUV. Nothing runs like a deer.
Ever notice how the little things add up? A cracked phone screen. A dead car battery. Bills creeping higher.
Oh, no.
What if your checking account could actually help with all that? It can. With Elite Checking from NASA Federal, you get smart benefits designed to save you time, money, and stress. Like get your paycheck up to 2 days early for a little breathing room. Cell phone protection to cover unexpected damage, roadside assistance for breakdowns, bill negotiation to help lower your bills, identity theft aid for peace of mind, and you can earn dividends on your balance. If your checking account isn't working hard for you, switch to Elite Checking from NASA Federal. You can do it all right online at nasafcu.com/WJZ. And you don't have to work for NASA to join NASA Federal. NASA Federal Credit Union. Smart. NASA smart. Federally insured by NCUA.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Before the season even kicks off, everyone's making predictions. On Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform, you can trade those predictions in a live market. Last week, Buffalo was trading at 8%, meaning a $100 trade would pay out $1,174 if they take home the title. On Kalshi, as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. Download the Kalshi app and use code UPDATE to get up to $500 in bonus credits when you trade $25. Kalshi, trade on anything. 18 plus only, must be present in state where it's legal to trade. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. Bonus credits do not expire. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Southeast side of the Beltway, inner loop past 648 Baltimore-Annapolis Boulevard. There's an accident there. US 50 westbound at Cape St. Clair Road, there's a crash. That's on the right side. And 95 northbound heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound still heavy from the Beltway to 95 and Russell Street. And 895 northbound heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. Inner loop of the Beltway's heavy through Towson after Charles Street to Delaney Valley Road. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
It's the Final Drive's 2-minute warning.
Femi, it's not a surprise to hear this, but I'm a lover, not a fighter. If I was going to get in a fight, I would want you alongside of me. I would not want to mess around. I almost cussed with Femi. But you've said multiple times you are not a fan of fights in training camp, and you have gotten in a couple of fights during training camp, but this is a unique one. You do not hear quarterbacks getting into scuffles that often in training camp. But how about this? Max Crosby hit Kirk Cousins twice during team period. Crosby hit Cousins' arm a second time, and that's when Kirk Cousins, he had enough. Cousins got into Crosby's face, grabbing his jersey. They both exchanged words, and then it ended up getting broken up. Clint Kubiak, rookie head coach for the Raiders, said those are two leaders on our team going at it, obviously fighting in a game. You throw a punch in a game, you're out of the game, so you got to be smart. That's kind of unique. And Max Crosby saying apparently he's been like that during college. He said this: when you get out there, bullets are flying. I'm not thinking about not finishing the play. That's just not in my nature. That's something I've been dealing with my whole career. It's not easy.
That sounds idiotic to me.
I agree.
Like you have your starting quarterback. He's going to be your starting quarterback. You're the best defensive player on your team. You know that no one's supposed to touch the quarterback. You're not special from that standpoint. You're part of a team. And you can't take care of your own teammate? Like, I hope Kurt like really gave him the business, dude. Like you're not like you can't separate yourself like you play by some other set of rules that other people don't have to abide by. I can't even use the words right now that I want to say what I would want to say to him in person. I'll leave it at that.
I can see you getting a little fired. Come on, you're happy.
On,
Good news happened. Good news happened, Femi.
Yeah. All right.
Welcome to the weekend, Femi. Well, we'll be back on Monday. Kenny will be back on Tuesday, but I think we held it down with that. Heavy. Orioles set to take on the Rangers in Arlington. Game 1 of a 3-game series. 8:15 first pitch, but Baltimore baseball tonight with Steve Molesky and yours truly coming your way next.